Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy.
My name is Li Ji. It's been 6 days since I woke up in the late Ming dynasty, in the body of an 18-year-old boy also named Li Ji. Before this, I was an industrial designer in the 21st century. Now, I'm standing on filthy streets covered in ice and horse dung, in mourning clothes, trying to save a broken family. My father, Li Qing, died 2 years ago after a long illness. To pay for his treatment, we borrowed 50 taels of silver from the Xiao family with the house as collateral. With high interest, we now owe 86 taels and have only 3 months left before we lose everything. I live with my younger brother Li Xing and our mother, Zheng Shi. She weaves cloth all day to earn a little money, but it's not enough. I tried asking my second grandfather, the clan elder, for help, but he refused again. Instead, he suggested my brother and I become servants to pay off the debt. That's something I'll never accept. The family pepper business is failing, our house is falling apart, and neighbors gossip that I'm simple-minded and the Li family is doomed. But they don't know I'm not the same Li Ji anymore. I ran into Cui He today, the clever and beautiful daughter of a wealthy merchant. She teased me kindly, even joked that if I became a servant, I could work for her. Standing beside her was Xiao Guangwei, the arrogant son of the Xiao family, the ones we owe money to. He tried to humiliate me, but I didn't back down. I told him I'd repay the debt in time, and for the first time, I saw him speechless. No one believes I can change anything, but they don't know what I know. I may not have modern factories here, but I understand how things are made, simple tools, useful goods, designs that can sell. That knowledge is my weapon now. I've accepted this family and this life. They're mine to protect. So I smiled at my mother and told her not to worry. I have a plan. I'll find a way to turn things around. And this time, I won't fail. After my run-in with Xiao Guangwei and Cui He, I wandered the streets of Tianjin, thinking hard about how to make money fast. This city wasn't just any place. It was a huge trade hub, full of merchants, goods, and opportunity. But walking through crowded markets and fabric stalls didn't spark any ideas I could use right away. Most of the big businesses, like textile making, needed time and money, 2 things I didn't have. Then something simple caught my eye, a tall stack of white steamed buns outside a noodle shop. Not because I was hungry, but because I realized something important. Making buns requires alkaline flour, which is basically soda ash. And if soda ash is available here, then I could make soap. Soap. That could be my breakthrough. I went into the noodle shop and asked where they got their soda. The clerk tried to mock me, thinking I was just a broke fool wasting time. But I stood my ground and offered 30 coins to take me to the supplier. For him, that was nearly a day's wage, he agreed. He led me through the bustling streets to a small shop that sold mixed goods. He didn't ask questions, probably didn't want to get involved with someone in debt like me, and left as soon as we arrived. Inside, I asked the shopkeeper, an old man dozing behind the counter, for 4 jin of soda ash. He quoted a fair price, and after a little bargaining, I paid 72 coins. He wrapped the powder like it was medicine, neat, careful, respectful. I walked out of that shop feeling proud. I had just bought the key material I needed, cheap, available, and useful. Soap wasn't some grand invention, but in a time like this, something clean and practical could sell well. And I knew how to make it. This was it. My first real step towards saving my family. Everyone else thought I was still that foolish, quiet boy, but I had a plan. And now I had the first piece. After getting soda ash, I knew I still needed 2 more things to make soap, quicklime and oil. I didn't need help this time. I remembered where to go and headed straight to Brick and Tile Street to buy a jin of quicklime for just 2 coins. Next, I went to the nearby market to buy soybean oil. It was cheap and common in this era. I found a stall and asked for 4 jin. But the seller, Zhao-san, mocked me about our debt and asked what I'd even cook with. People used to think I was slow, so they bullied me easily, but I fired back. He didn't expect that. He even tried to shame me for not bringing a container. I shut him down again. Finally, he gave me a gourd and asked for 100 coins. I bargained down to 90, promising to come again if the price was right. He agreed. The oil was the most expensive part of this process, so getting it cheaper was key. I left with the oil, soda ash, and quicklime, feeling proud. Back home, my younger brother Li Xing saw me with my hands full and scolded me for wasting money. In his eyes, I was still the fool I used to be. I wanted to prove him wrong, so I told him to come see a magic trick. That only made him more convinced I'd been scammed. I didn't argue. I just told him to mind the shop and went to the kitchen. Our mother was still weaving and didn't notice I was back. I started working. I poured water into a wooden tub and added quicklime. It hissed and boiled, exactly what I expected. I then added soda ash. The reaction created heat and a thick mist. I cooled it with more water, let it settle, then filtered out the clear sodium hydroxide solution. I poured some of the solution into a pot, heated it, and slowly added the soybean oil, stirring nonstop. Bit by bit, the oil started turning into soap. I adjusted the balance, adding more alkali until there was no oil left. It was working. My first batch of homemade soap was coming together. And this time, I wasn't just guessing. I knew exactly what I was doing. After finishing the thick soap mixture, I still had to remove the extra stuff in it. I used the salt method, adding soda ash while heating and stirring to push the soap out of the water. It worked, but the soap wasn't clean enough. So I did it again, and this time, I got a thick, semi-transparent yellow chunk of high-purity soap. I was thrilled. This was real soap, something the Ming dynasty didn't have. I pressed it into molds, shaped it, and let it dry. After an hour, I tested it. It foamed well and cleaned dirty cloth perfectly. I felt proud. This could truly change my family's future. I didn't stop. I made a second batch and, by sunset, had 500 small bars. Tired, I sat on the floor by the stove. That's when my younger brother Li Xing walked in. He saw the mess and the bars on the ground and started scolding me again, thinking I'd wasted money. To show him what I'd made, I gave a quick demo. I dirted a cloth and cleaned it easily with soap. Li Xing was shocked. He tried it himself and realized it worked way better than just water. Washing clothes in this era is hard work, but now it could be easy. He was amazed. He asked how I made it. I joked that an old monk taught me. He asked if I was going to sell it. I said no, these small bars were free samples. If housewives tried them and saw how good they were, they'd come buy the real thing. Li Xing was impressed. For the first time, he saw me not as a fool, but someone with a plan. The next morning, we opened the shop. I told him we'd give samples only to women from decent families, those who did their own laundry and could afford to buy soap later. Soon, 2 well-dressed women passed by. I gave them a sample, explained how to use it, and told them the full size cost only 20 coins. They were excited to get something for free. I was even more excited. This was just the beginning, but I could already see it. My soap would change everything. Li Ji and Li Xing saw the well-dressed women and went to give them soap. They spent the morning giving out 500 small soaps. In the afternoon, Li Ji bought raw materials. He bought large and small packages worth about 1¼ silver coins. He spent the afternoon making 200 bars of soap at home. The next morning, Li Ji opened his shop again. Confident in his product, he waited for many customers to come. But after waiting all morning, no one bought soap. By noon, Li Xing was very discouraged. He sat in the shop and said sadly, "Brother, this method doesn't work. We spent over a silver coin, and not a single bar of soap was sold." Although the product hasn't sold yet, Li Xing still admires Li Ji for creating such impressive items and now calls him brother instead of using his name directly. Li Ji paces back and forth at the shop entrance, feeling very anxious. He has bet everything on saving his bankrupt family with this soap, and he can't afford to fail. If the soap doesn't sell, he might have to work as a servant for others. However, he still believes in the soap. This revolutionary product can save labor when washing clothes and protect clothes economically. It can also thoroughly clean the body, greatly improving hygiene standards of the time. There must be a market for it. The only problem might be customers' distrust of new products. Li Ji grits his teeth and says, "If it doesn't work, we'll give out small soaps again today until someone buys them." Li Xing hesitantly asks, "Still giving them out? That's money. Can't be stingy now." Li Xing, go and cut the big soap into small pieces. We'll give out another 1,000 small soaps today. Seeing his brother Li Ji so determined, Li Xing is a bit surprised. He secretly thinks his usually simple-minded brother has changed. After all, these soaps are their only hope to save the family. Li Xing decides to take action and goes to cut the soap. Li Ji and Li Xing cut 40 large soaps into 1,000 small pieces and start giving them away at the shop entrance. After a busy afternoon, they distribute 1,000 small soaps, but no customers come to buy the soap. Although Li Ji doesn't say it aloud, he feels immense pressure inside. They've spent so much money. They need some results, right? During dinner, Li Ji doesn't talk much to his mother, Zhang, just eats a few bites and then goes to bed. Meanwhile, Li Xing sits at the table, explaining to their mother what the soap is all about these days. The success of their gamble to save the family is very important, and Li Ji feels a lot of stress. He tosses and turns all night until early morning, finally falling into a light sleep. Actually, Li Ji is a bit too anxious. It's not that people don't recognize the soap, but in this cold month, women don't wash clothes every day. The small soaps were just given out, and the housewives haven't started using them yet. How could they buy whole bars of soap the next day? Even if someone used the soap that afternoon and finished the free sample, they wouldn't wash clothes again in the cold weather the next day, nor would they rush to buy more. Fortunately, some women were washing clothes in front of other women, showing how effective soap could be and creating a sense of urgency for others to try it. Mrs. Lu, a devoted daughter-in-law, had received a small soap sample the day before on Hang Street in the East City. The next morning, she took it to the water well in her neighborhood to wash clothes. She carried a bucket of water, a small stool, and a washboard, and greeted the other women nearby. "Hello, Aunt Zhang, Aunt Lu, Aunt Shui. Are you here too?" The woman called Aunt Zhang was pounding clothes with a washboard and smiled as she answered, "Yes, I'm washing clothes. The water in this well isn't as cold as the river water. I've been coming here to wash for the past few days." Mrs. Lu smiled and chatted with the other women while scooping a bucket of water from the well and pouring it into her wash tub. She sat on her small stool by the well, reached into her bucket to pick out the dirtiest shirt, and used the small soap sample she had received to scrub the collar, which was usually hard to clean. Her actions immediately caught the attention of the other women. Aunt Zhang stopped pounding her clothes and asked loudly, "Lu, what's that yellowish stuff you're rubbing on the collar? Is it soap paste?" "No, it's the soap I got yesterday on Hang Street in the East City. They say it's even better than soap paste and can clean dirt. I want to see if I can get this collar really clean." While speaking, Mrs. Lu had already applied the soap and started scrubbing. The other three women paused their washing and watched Mrs. Lu's movements closely. Mrs. Lu scrubbed and scrubbed. Foam started to appear on the collar where she had applied the soap, a lot of white bubbles. Surprised, she scrubbed a few more times, then soaked the dirty collar in water. After rinsing away the foam, she held up the now clean collar for everyone to see. In the shock of the women, the collar was spotless, with no trace of dirt or black stains. "Oh my goodness! It's so clean. Really clean. Even the collars that never got clean before are now spotless. The black marks are gone. Where did this magic soap come from?" The women all stood up, gathered around Mrs. Lu excitedly. Aunt Zhang snatched the clean shirt from Mrs. Lu's hands, turned it over to look at the collar, and exclaimed happily, "It's truly very clean. This soap is amazing. We don't even need the washboard anymore, and it won't damage the clothes." A woman called Aunt Shui eagerly said, "Lu, where did you get this soap? I want to buy some too." His sister-in-law Lu said, "Is this soap expensive? If it's as costly as soapberry paste, we can't afford it." Seeing that the soap was useful, Lu was very happy and smiled, saying, "The shopkeeper said it's not very expensive. A big piece like this costs only 20 coins. Hearing this, Lu's sister-in-law's face lit up with joy, and she smiled, saying, "Then I can afford it. I'll buy a piece tomorrow. No more hitting clothes with a big stick and damaging them." Lu smiled and said, "The shopkeeper said this soap can also be used to wash the body and cleans very well." Hearing this, sister-in-law Zhang and sister-in-law Shui loudly said, "Only 20 coins, such a good deal. Let's go tomorrow and buy one each to use." Early the third morning, Li Ji just opened his shop door and saw several women gathered outside. When they saw Li Ji coming to open the door, they crowded around and asked through the door, "Young man, do you sell soap here?" Finally, someone came to buy soap. When Li Xiong heard this, his face lit up with excitement. He wanted to laugh but didn't dare, so he just tugged at Li Ji's sleeve. Li Ji also felt happy and smiled, saying, "Yes, yes, this is a soap shop. Do you want to buy some?" The woman pointed at the other women and said, "We all came to buy soap. We want 6 pieces. Can you give us a discount?" Li Ji carefully took apart the shop's wooden boards and smiled. 20 coins per piece. That's the lowest price. I can't go lower. The woman didn't give up and loudly said, "We came all the way from the west of the city to buy. It's not fair if you don't give us a better price." Li Ji took a breath and smiled. "All right, since you're the first customers today, I'll give you a discount of 1 coin per piece. 19 coins each." The women, happy with the 1 coin discount, felt like they got a good deal. They said, "Since you can give us a discount, each of us will buy 2 pieces for a total of 12. Li Ji opened the wooden shop door, collected the money, and handed the 12 pieces of soap to the women. Before leaving, they asked, "Where did you get this soap?" Li Ji, wary of revealing the soap's secret recipe, answered calmly, "It was brought from Jiangnan." As expected, good things come from Jiangnan. The women didn't ask further and left together. Seeing the women happily leave, Li Ji and Li Xing counted over 200 coins, feeling so happy they almost wanted to jump. Finally, the soap was sold. "We made money, big brother. We earned money. Big brother. This sells much better than pepper. Yes, our business is finally starting." Li Ji and Li Xing held the over 200 coins in their hands, happily listening to the clinking sound of the coins. But what made Li Ji even happier was still to come. That morning, customers kept coming to buy soap. Whether from the east, west, south, or north of the city, people heard about how good the soap was and came in groups to buy. "Shopkeeper, I want to buy a piece of soap." "Shopkeeper, we'll buy 3 pieces of soap." "Second young master, bring us 2 pieces of soap." All morning, the customers bought out the entire stock of 160 pieces of soap. By noon, more and more people came to buy soap, but Li Ji's stock was already sold out. There was no more soap left. After selling all 160 pieces, Li Ji earned 3 strings and 200 coins. After subtracting the cost of 1.34 strings of coins, Li Ji made a profit of about 1.85 strings of coins. In just one day, he earned nearly 2 strings of coins, which was almost 2 taels of silver. Soon, he would be able to pay off the Xiao family's debt. Li Ji was full of excitement, feeling a thrill from counting his money. He invited his mother, Zhang, to sit in the shop and explain that there was no more soap left, asking everyone to come back tomorrow morning. Then he and Li Xing went to buy materials to make new soap. Zhang listened to Li Ji say he made nearly 2 strings of coins in a day, and she was overjoyed. This was such great news. If this kept up, they could pay off the Xiao family's debt. With so many customers coming to buy soap, maybe they would earn even more money in the future. Zhang was surprised that her son, Li Ji, whom others called slow, was actually so capable. She didn't know where he learned this skill, but it was very useful. Zhang sat in the shop, speaking kindly to the customers who came, and she seemed 10 years younger. Seeing the shop's money box filled with coins, Li Xing's face turned red with excitement. He followed Li Ji diligently, no longer looking down on him. "Big brother, how many soaps did we make today?" "Today, we made 300 pieces. We might not finish this afternoon, so we'll work into the evening. Then we can buy some tung oil for lighting. You go buy soda ash and lime, and I'll buy tung oil and soybean oil." "Okay." After working all afternoon and evening, Li Ji made 300 bars of soap. With the stock ready, he felt at ease and slept well that night. Li Ji didn't know that the benefits of this soap were spreading quickly throughout Tianjin City. In the pottery workshop, Chin's maid, who had gotten a small piece of soap while walking along East City Street yesterday, followed the shop assistant's advice and decided to try bathing with it. Before bathing, she first washed her hands to test it. She wet her hands with water, took the small soap from the table, and rubbed it. Suddenly, she exclaimed loudly. Foam appeared all over her hands. Having used soap paste before, she knew that the foam was good for cleaning dirt, so she rubbed her hands again, then rinsed the foam off with water. Once the foam was gone, her hands felt very clean. There were no stains, not even the stubborn sweat marks. Her hands felt fresh and pure, like never before. Encouraged by her success, she boldly used the soap to bathe. After washing, she felt even more amazed by its magic. All the sweat and dirt on her body were thoroughly cleaned, leaving her feeling refreshed as if she was reborn. It was many times better than the soap paste the lady used before. Hearing about the soap's benefits, The maid couldn't keep it to herself and quickly told Miss Chen. She went to Miss Chen's room and said while embroidery, "Miss, today I got a piece of something called soap on the street. It's very good for bathing, much better than that soap paste. It produces lots of foam, and all the body odor is gone in an instant." Miss Chen paused her needlework and asked, "Really? Is it as good as you say?" The maid, proud, held her clean, white wrist close to Miss Chen's face and said, "Miss, you don't believe me? Smell it yourself. I just washed it, and it's very clean." Miss Chen looked at her wrist, which was spotless, and asked, "Is this soap expensive?" "Not at all. It costs 20 coins for a large piece. If used just for bathing, it can last a month or two. Then go buy 2 pieces. I want to try it too. If it's really that good, we can buy some for father and mother someday." The maid happily agreed, "Okay." On the 4th day, more people came to Li Ji's shop to buy soap. Early in the morning, just as the shop opened, Li Ji saw over a dozen people gathered at the door, waiting for him to open. "Everyone, are you here to buy soap?" Hearing Li Ji's question, those people looked impatient and said, "Isn't that obvious? If we don't buy soap, what are we waiting here in this cold weather for?" "Shopkeeper, you're opening too late. I've been here for 15 minutes. I'm freezing. New book. Please recommend and save. Your support makes me very happy." Li Ji smiled as he took apart the door panel and said, "Everyone, don't worry. You're the first customers today. Each of you gets a discount of 1 coin. Soap costs 19 coins per piece." When the customers heard about the discount, they stopped complaining and gathered around to pay and buy. Li Ji collected the money himself and asked Li Xing to give out the soap, quickly finishing with this batch of customers. After dealing with the early customers, Li Ji was about to rest when he saw more and more customers coming, gathering outside. Li Ji and Li Xing were busy running the shop and found it hard to keep up. The waiting customers kept increasing, surrounding the shop in several layers. Seeing so many customers, Li Xing blinked and said, "Big brother, today 300 coins might not be enough to sell all the soap." Li Ji smiled and said, "If it's not enough, that's good. Tomorrow, we'll make more to sell." These Ming Dynasty customers had never seen anything sell so quickly. They crowded at the shop entrance, all impatient and shouting, "Second shopkeeper, I came first. Give me 2 pieces. Shopkeeper, I've been waiting a long time. Hurry up and give me the soap. I've been waiting for 15 minutes. Why haven't I received it yet?" Although having many customers was a good thing and made Li Ji happy, dozens of people waving coins and shouting at him made it hard to handle. Some even waved their coins close to Li Ji's face. After a while, Li Ji couldn't stand it anymore and shouted loudly, "Line up." The crowd paused and asked, "What do you mean, line up?" Li Ji stood up and said loudly, "Everyone, follow the order of arrival and form a line. The first ones in line go first, the later ones go after. Come one by one to buy from me." The crowd exclaimed in surprise. They had only heard about officials lining up during court sessions or exams, but never about buying soap with a line. Ordinary people in Ming Dynasty rarely queued up in daily life. "Those not in line, I'm sorry, but I won't sell soap to you." The demand for soap was very high, and it was a complete seller's market. Seeing Li Ji so assertive, the customers had no choice but to line up as he said. After they lined up properly, they quickly found that this method was very useful. The shop, which was previously chaotic, suddenly became orderly. Actually, the people shouting loudly at the door and rushing to buy were caught in a so-called prisoner's dilemma. Everyone was forced to compete with others, which made everyone tired and increased their costs. Only one lucky person could buy the goods, but it didn't speed up sales. Now that they were in a line, there was no need to push and scramble, saving everyone's energy. All they had to do was wait quietly in line, and sooner or later, it would be their turn. With everyone standing in line, the shop became much more orderly, and sales improved a bit. While selling, Li Ji looked up and saw a beautiful figure. Shui, with a maid, came to Li Ji's shop, curiously examining the lined-up customers, and asked, "Li Ji, what are you selling? Your business is so good." Li Ji, while collecting money, replied, "I'm selling soap. Don't you know? It's soap for washing clothes and bathing." Shui blinked in curiosity and asked, "What kind of soap? Is it good?" "Of course it's good. It can remove dirt from clothes that water alone can't wash away, and it can wash away sweat and grime when bathing. It's easy and affordable. Isn't it good?" Hearing Li Ji praise it so highly, Shui said, You're just like Wang Pe selling melons. No humility at all. Li Ji glared and took 20 coins from a customer, confidently saying, "How is it like Wang Pe selling melons? I sell this soap for only 20 coins apiece. It's cheap and practical. Truly good. If it weren't good, would so many people buy it?" That's right, that's right. Good sales prove the product is good. Cui He agreed with Li Ji without arguing. Cui He, who had a somewhat childish personality, unconsciously pointed at his chin with his finger and said, "If your business is so good, you'll be able to pay back the Xiao family soon?" Li Ji proudly said, "I can earn several taels of silver in a day. It won't be long before I pay back the Xiao family's money. Then we'll see how arrogant Xiao Guangwei is." Cui He chuckled and said, "Great. Once you pay back the money, you won't have to be a servant anymore." He blinked and asked, "Why are your customers all lining up in a row?" "I told them to line up in order of arrival. That way, no one has to push or scramble. Isn't this a good method? It saves effort for everyone." Cui He tilted his head and muttered, "That's a good idea. Li Ji, you used to be so dull. How did you become so clever now?" Li Ji did not answer him, only smiled and glanced at Cui He, continuing to busy himself collecting money. After speaking, Cui He became interested in the soap. She tiptoed and looked at the soap in Li Xing's hand. Seeing the girl's curiosity, Li Ji stopped collecting money, stood up, took 2 pieces of soap from the shop, and handed them to Cui He. "Here, this is for you to use." Cui He chuckled happily and took the soap from Li Ji. Seeing Cui He take the soap, someone in the queue was unhappy. "Shopkeeper, why is this girl not queuing and getting soap ahead of us?" "Yes, why isn't she waiting in line?" Li Ji saw the customers in line were upset. He rolled his eyes and scolded, "What are you arguing about? She's my sweetheart. I gave her 2 pieces of soap. Can you all wait in line with her?" Hearing Li Ji's words, the crowd in line laughed. "So she's the shopkeeper's sweetheart. The shopkeeper's sweetheart is so handsome. That's settled then. We all accept it." Hearing Li Ji's playful words, Cui He loudly scolded, "Li Ji, you're talking nonsense. When did I become your sweetheart? What's so good about being your sweetheart?" Li Ji didn't explain, only winked at Cui He. Seeing his gesture, Cui He giggled and waved, saying, "I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm leaving now to try your soap at home. Take care." With her maid, Cui He left Li's shop. Unbeknownst to her, her playful chat with Li Ji was all noticed by Xiao Guangwei, the eldest son of the Xiao family. Xiao Guangwei stood not far from Li's shop, watching Cui He happily chatting and joking with Li Ji, and was furious. Thinking about Cui He's cold attitude towards him and her good impression of Li Ji, Xiao Guangwei felt an urge to get angry. Seeing the long line of customers outside Li Ji's shop, Xiao Guangwei was even more angry. Li Ji somehow managed to buy this soap from somewhere in Jiangnan, and it sells so well. If this continues, Li Ji might pay off his family's debt. If that happens, Li's family could become rich. And Cui He, would she become closer to Li Ji? A few days ago, Li Ji said he wanted to become a servant, but Cui He told him to go to Cui's family. Cui He took good care of Li Ji, so if Li Ji became rich, Cui He would probably become even closer to him. No, that can't happen. Cui He is my dream, Xiao Guangwei, and I can't let her get close to anyone else. Xiao Guangwei asked his servant to line up at Li's shop and bought 2 bars of soap. He hurried home to test them. He wanted to find out what was wrong with this soap so he could promote it and get others to avoid such products. First, he tested how well it cleaned hands. The servant brought a basin of well water. Xiao Guangwei rubbed a piece of pork fat on his hand, making it greasy. This kind of grease is very hard to clean. Even soaking in water for a few minutes doesn't remove it. Xiao Guangwei didn't believe the soap could handle such tough grease. He took out the soap he bought and rubbed it on his hand about 10 times. Suddenly, foam appeared all over his hand. He dipped his hand into the water and rubbed it. The grease on his hand immediately dissolved into the water along with the foam. He lifted his hand and saw that his hands were completely clean, with no grease left. He was surprised that the soap worked so well. Next, he tried cleaning dirty clothes. Xiao Guangwei found an old shirt and rubbed soap on stubborn stains that he usually couldn't wash out. Then he scrubbed the shirt hard for dozens of times. After soaking and rubbing the shirt in water, he was amazed to see that the stains were gone. This soap's power seemed exaggerated. Was this even made during the chaotic years of the Jurchen invasion? Where did Li Ji get such a thing? How could it work so well? Finally, Xiao Guangwei decided to try taking a bath. He asked his servant to bring a basin of hot water. He took off his clothes and poured water over his head and body, using the soap to scrub his hair and skin, creating lots of foam. After rinsing the foam off in the basin, he found himself completely clean. Even his long, greasy hair, which was never washed properly before, was now fresh and shiny, free of any oil. His long hair, usually greasy, had never been so clean before. This greatly improved hygiene conditions in the late Ming dynasty. Such a good product was sold by Li Ji for only 20 coins per bar. It was very cheap. Was Li Ji trying to make everyone in the Ming Empire use this soap? It was a priceless bargain. There was no way to find fault with it. Xiao Guangwei had given up looking for problems. Since Li Ji was making money and paying off debts with this soap, it was clear that his success was certain. Li Ji was unlikely to remain a lowly servant anymore. His success with soap might also improve his relationship with Cui He. Feeling angry and frustrated, Xiao Guangwei suddenly threw the soap on the ground and couldn't say a word. Li Ji didn't know about Xiao Guangwei's bad thoughts and disappointment. He was still busy running his shop. After working for an hour and a half, Li Ji sold all the soap he made yesterday. Although many people came to buy soap, he had no more left. Li Ji then asked his mother, Zheng, to come out and sit in the shop to explain to the customers to come back tomorrow. He sold 300 pieces of soap, earning about 3.5 guan of silver, which is over 2 ounces of silver. With this, Li Ji thought he could pay back the Xiao family's loan in less than a month. He felt happy and went to the market to buy 3 jin of mutton and 2 jin of white radish. At home, he cooked a mutton stew for lunch. During the Ming dynasty, people usually ate only 2 meals a day, one in the morning and one at night. Li Ji was not used to this and often felt very hungry at noon. Eating only 2 meals a day, with larger portions each time, was the stomach. In modern times, people eat 3 meals a day. Now that Li Ji was earning money, he wanted to change the old, backward eating habits. First, he decided to let his family have breakfast. Seeing that his soap business could earn several guan of silver each day, Zheng and Li Xing were very happy. The 3 of them usually lived frugally and were quite thin, but now, eating mutton, they felt it was very delicious. Zheng did not want to eat alone. Following the traditional customs of Ming dynasty, she prepared small bowls of mutton and gave some to the neighbors on both sides. After eating a few bites of mutton and feeling greasy, Li Ji said, Li Xing and I are busy making soap and selling it in the shop. We can't keep up, and when customers come and can't buy soap, they get upset. I think we should expand the business and hire 2 helpers to sell the soap in the shop. Li Xing and I will focus on making soap every day to increase production. Li Xing chewed the mutton and mumbled, My older brother is right. We can't manage everything just the 2 of us. Li Ji suggested, Let's put up a notice at the door to recruit 2 helpers. We'll pay each of them 2 taels of silver a month and provide 3 meals a day. Li Xing was surprised and asked, That much pay? During the late Ming dynasty under Emperor Chongzhen, due to the influx of overseas silver, inflation occurred. Additionally, northern trade was disrupted by wars, causing prices to double compared to the Wanli period. However, wages for labor did not increase much. In the Wanli era, a worker with moderate effort earned about 1 tael of silver per month, but during Chongzhen, it was about 1 tael and 5 chien. Wages hadn't risen much, but the price of rice doubled, making life very hard for common people. Li Ji offered 2 taels of silver per month and included 3 meals a day, which was much higher than the usual wages. Li Jishuang confidently said, Paying higher wages makes workers more loyal. Our soap recipe is a secret formula. If a worker becomes greedy and steals it, we could lose everything. By paying more, workers are afraid of losing their jobs, so keeping secrets is much easier. Waving his hand, Li Jishuang added, Our soap business makes a lot of profit, and a few extra coins don't matter. Li Xing took a bite of lamb and nodded, saying, That's true. Hearing his 2 sons talk about hiring workers, Mrs. Zheng thought for a moment and said, Ji, paying 2 silver coins to hire someone and providing 3 meals a day is a good deal. As the saying goes, good water doesn't flow into others' fields. Why don't you ask your great-grandfather to find 2 trustworthy relatives in the family to help? Hearing this, Li Jishuang frowned and said, A few days ago, I asked him for money, but he ignored me. Now he's supposed to help us with something important? Li Xing took a piece of meat and nodded in support. I agree. Grandfather didn't help us when we needed him most. Why should we ask him now? Mrs. Zheng disagreed with her son, saying, even if he's reluctant to lend money, he still said he would help you with guarantees, right? Li Zhishuang was about to refuse his mother's suggestion when suddenly a shout came from outside the yard. Big sister-in-law! Big sister-in-law! My second uncle and I are here. Open the door quickly. From the sound, Li Zhishuang recognized that the person calling was second uncle Li Dao. The second uncle mentioned by Li Dao was naturally Li Zhishuang's great-grandfather. Hearing this shout, the three of them looked at each other and put down their chopsticks. They thought, it's just like the saying, when you talk about someone, they arrive. Our family head, the second grandfather, must have been influenced by some wind, and now he's brought Li Zhishuang's second uncle to our house. Mrs. Zheng wiped her hands on her pants, quickly smiled, and went to open the door, welcoming the visitors inside. As juniors, Li Zhishuang and Li Xing naturally stood up to greet them. An old man with white hair and a medium build, wearing a nearly new cotton-padded jacket and leaning on a cane, entered the yard. He was Li Zhishuang's family head, second grandfather Li Yuxing. Behind him followed a middle-aged man, about 40 years old, wearing a small hat and a patched, worn-out coat. This was Li Zhishuang's second uncle, Li Dao. Li Zhishuang bought lamb today, and my second uncle and brother came to share some meat. Mrs. Zheng welcomed them in, hurried to the kitchen to get 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and set them at the main seat at the table. Li Zhishuang's second grandfather smiled broadly and casually sat down at the main seat. Uncle Li Ji looked at the lamb in the pot, smiled as he rubbed his hands together, and sat down. Li Ji was too lazy to be polite and pointed at the meat in the pot with his chopsticks, saying, "This is fresh lamb, Grandpa. Uncle, please don't hold back, eat. Eat." After saying that, Li Ji led by example and started eating. Except for Patriarch Li Yoshin's family, who was a bit better off, the others were poor families, and they rarely had meat or rich food at home. Seeing the fragrant lamb, everyone naturally felt hungry and started eating, sharing pieces with each other. After a round of eating, Li Yushin cleared his throat and opened the conversation. "Li Ji, I've noticed you've changed a lot these days." Li Ji pretended not to hear and casually replied, "Grandpa. What changes? I don't see any." Seeing that his grandson wasn't cooperating, Li Yushin coughed awkwardly and said irritably, "You've become clever. You used to be dull and silly, now you're sharp." Knowing that Li Ji resented him for not helping him pay back money, he deliberately argued. Before Li Ji could reply, he turned to Zhang and asked, "How did your soap business start?" Li Ji's second uncle, Li Dao, swallowed a piece of lamb and said from the side, "Your business is doing very well now. Everyone in town is talking about your soap. They say it's good for washing clothes, saves effort, protects the fabric, and can even be used for bathing. It's really a good product." Li Dao continued, "What makes this soap business special is that it's completely new. Even if it gets big, it doesn't threaten anyone's livelihood and won't cause resentment." Seeing that his second uncle praised the soap so highly, Zheng quickly smiled and replied, "This soap is said to be brought from Jiangnan. Actually, Li Ji learned it from a Taoist priest and makes it himself at home." Li Yuxing asked with interest, "Where did you meet the Taoist priest?" Zheng didn't know where Li Ji had met the Taoist priest, so when the patriarch asked, she looked at Li Ji and said, "Ji, where did you meet the Taoist master?" Li Ji took a piece of lamb, didn't look at Grandpa, and replied calmly, "That's a secret, I can't say." Li Ji's indifferent words immediately made the table awkward. After a moment, his second uncle smoothly changed the subject, saying, "Since the recipe was given by a Taoist with some skills, it's natural that it can't be shared casually. Li Ji, we're just asking out of curiosity, not concerned about how you got the recipe." Patriarch Li Yuxing was somewhat embarrassed by Li Ji's words, put down his chopsticks, and directly said, "Li Ji, I don't want your secret recipe." After a pause, Li Yuxing said directly, "I'm here today to talk to you. Since your soap is so popular now, are you planning to hire more people? These days, with all the chaos, business is hard for everyone. Many of our family's young men are just idling around. If you want to hire, why not find a few family members to help you out? They may not be able to do much, but at least they won't cause trouble. You can feel more at ease, right?" Li Ji took a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, speaking lazily, "They won't harm me, but they can't save me either." This was a hint that Grandpa II was no longer willing to help him with money. Li Yoshin's face turned red from Li Ji's words. He shouted loudly, "What do you mean they can't help? I said I'd guarantee for you or even work as a servant for others. Borrowing money and becoming a servant is just part of life. Our Lee family isn't a big family. Everyone has their struggles. Your family originally had no income, and borrowing money clearly wouldn't be enough. How could I let these poor relatives lend money to fill your bottomless pit? Fuming, Li Yusheng puffed out his beard and said, guaranteeing you as a servant for others is just a job. How does that mean I can't save your life? Li Ji thought for a moment and felt that Grandpa Second had a point. He tilted his head to the side but didn't speak. Seeing this, his second uncle smiled and said, Li Ji, Grandpa Second is the head of the family. Naturally, he has his difficulties. It's not easy to mobilize the whole family to help one small household. When Grandpa Second said he would guarantee for you or work as a servant, that was also a way to make a living, wasn't it? Hearing his second uncle's words, Li Ji turned back but still said nothing. Li Xing, who was quicker at turning things around, also tried to persuade Li Ji, big brother, I think second uncle makes sense. Seeing Li Xing agree, Li Ji had no choice but to accept. He put down his chopsticks and said, all right. Grandpa Second, who do you want to send to help? Seeing Li Ji agree, the family head, Li Yusheng, was pleased and puffed his beard happily. After a pause, he pointed to Li Ji's second uncle, Li Dao, and said, the first person is your second uncle, Li Dao. Li Dao's life wasn't easy either. After splitting from Li Ji's father, Li Qing, Li Dao moved to a small yard on the west side of the city, selling bowls and chopsticks to make a living. This small, thin-profit business didn't earn much. Li Dao barely supported himself and, by 40, still hadn't married or had children. Li Ji knew his second uncle's life was hard. If working in his shop could improve his situation, he nodded and said, all right, second uncle, I welcome you. Every month, he earns 2 ounces of silver and is responsible for 3 meals a day. If he manages 3 meals a day, he can save all 2 ounces of silver for household expenses and savings. This is a rare good benefit. Saving for a year or two might even allow Li Dao to attend a late market and find a wife. Hearing Li Ji's words, Li Dao's face lit up with happiness, and his cheeks turned a little red. He looked at Li Ji's mother, Zheng, then at the clan leader, Li Yusheng, with a joyful expression. He never expected that after a lifetime of hard work, he could escape poverty and middle age thanks to his nephew. When Li Ji accepted Li Dao, the awkward atmosphere at the dinner table eased a bit. Li Yusheng stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. Li Ji pouted and asked, what about others? Li Yusheng stroked his beard again and said, there's one more. I want you to consider Li Jinping. Li Jinping, however, made Li Ji frown. Li Jinping is Li Yoshen's grandson, the son of his eldest son. He has always been lazy and unproductive. When he was young, the family sent him to school for a few years, but he wasted the money and didn't learn anything. As he grew up, he stayed at home, relying on his parents for support. Li Ji would not want someone like that. Li Jinping isn't suitable. Find someone else. Seeing Li Ji refuse his grandson, Li Yusheng looked a bit uncomfortable and cleared his throat. But Li Jinping really was unworthy, and Li Yusheng couldn't get angry. After a pause, the clan leader said, then let's have old Li Four come. Old Li Four is the only grandson of Li Ji's great-grandfather. Great-grandfather died early, and his only son, who married young, died of a lung illness. Li Four's mother was widowed for a few years and also died of illness, leaving only Li Four as the sole heir. Usually, Li Four relied on others for food, living from hand to mouth. Great-grandfather's son never learned to read or write, and he didn't give his grandson a good name. Li Four depended on the clan for help, and everyone called him Li Old Four based on his great-grandfather's generation. Li Four grew up poor and had no bad habits. All right, let Li Old Four come, Li Ji said. His wages will be the same as Uncle Heir's. Hearing this, everyone in the room was happy again. They were glad someone was coming to help, so the soap business could earn more money. They were even happier that Li Four, a poor boy, had a place to eat and earn money, which eased the burden on the family. Seeing Li Ji agree so quickly, Li Yusheng felt reassured. However, Li Jinping was rejected, which made Li Yusheng feel very disappointed. He couldn't help but want to stand up for his grandson. He stroked his beard and said, I know Jinping is a good kid at heart. Once your business gets bigger, you can think about Jinping again. Clearly, the soap business is a money-making venture, and Li Yusheng did not doubt that it would grow even larger. Li Ji casually replied, we'll see about that later. Having agreed on the important matter, Li Yusheng and Li Dao relaxed and started eating the lamb meat eagerly. The family chatted about gossip and casual topics, occasionally joking around, and soon the entire pot of lamb was finished. The next morning, before the shop opened, Li Dao and Li Laosi arrived at Li Ji's house. Li Laosi is a boy about 15 or 16, slightly younger than Li Xing. He is short and wears a very worn-out cotton-padded jacket. The jacket has several tears and looks a bit small, not fitting well, probably made years ago. The young boy looks quite refined, but since he grew up without parents, he has a faint, ingratiating smile on his face. Li Xing opened the courtyard gate and let the two in to have breakfast together. When they entered the main room and saw Li Ji, Li Laosi suddenly knelt down with a thud. "Brother Li Ji, Li Laosi will rely on you for food from now on." Seeing the poor condition of the boy, Li Ji felt a pang of sympathy and quickly helped him up. "A family doesn't need to bow like that. Just get up. From now on, you will work with me. As long as you work honestly and diligently, good days will come," Li Ji said. After a pause, he added, "I provide work, 3 meals a day, and 2 taels of silver each month. Did Grandpa tell you about this?" Yesterday, Li Yuxing had already told Li Laosi about the pay, but such a high amount made Li Laosi find it hard to believe. Usually, shopkeepers pay 1.5 taels of silver at most, and no one offers free meals. The 2 taels of silver plus 3 meals a day were such good treatment that it was almost unbelievable. When Li Ji repeated this, Li Laosi finally believed it was true. His face lit up with a bright, happy smile. "Brother Ji, don't worry. I will work hard and be honest. I won't cause any trouble for you." Li Ji then turned to Li Dao and said, "Second uncle is here too. Come, let's have breakfast together." Li Dao, who was employed by Li Ji, showed no airs of being an uncle. He quickly agreed and followed Li Ji into the main room. Madame Zheng had already set up the vegetable stall on the dining table in the main room. Seeing that the soap business was earning a few silver coins each day, Mr. Zheng no longer held back. Everyone had enough porridge, a boiled egg, and half a bowl of pickles. In the chaotic 7th year of Emperor Chongzhen's reign, this was considered a hearty breakfast. Li Laosi, who grew up eating simple meals, sometimes went a whole year without eating meat. When he sat at the table and saw a boiled egg in his bowl, tears couldn't help but fall. Wiping his tears with his hand, Li Laosi choked out, "I haven't tasted meat in 3 years. Brother Ji, I will work hard and won't cause trouble for you." Li Ji smiled faintly and said, "Eat quickly and get full so you can work well." Even Uncle Li Dao, who usually ate coarse porridge, was now happily eating the meat dishes at breakfast. He chatted casually with everyone, enjoying his meal very much. After breakfast, the shop was about to open. As the door was taken down, they saw more than 10 women at the door, breathless and eager, waiting to buy soap. Since the soap had sold out for 2 days straight, anxious customers came early to buy more. Li Ji greeted the customers with a smile, then asked everyone to line up properly, each person coming forward to buy soap. Li Ji asked Uncle Li Dao to handle the money, while Li Laosi was responsible for delivering the soap inside the shop. He and his brother Li Xing worked in the kitchen making soap. With this division of labor, efficiency greatly improved. Li Ji and Li Xing could make 500 bars of soap in a day. The profit from 500 bars was about 6 taels of silver daily. In less than half a month, Li Ji could pay back the money owed to the Xiao family. But Li Ji didn't expect that bigger business opportunities were coming soon. While closing the door and working in the kitchen, Li Ji saw Uncle Li Dao approaching, calling him out. "Li Ji, go to the shop quickly. Master Cui is looking for you." Li Ji was surprised and asked, "Which Master Cui? The one from Fang Street?" "Yes, the Master Cui from Jingbian Fang. He's sitting in the shop waiting for you." Master Cui was Cui Wending, the father of Cui He. Cui Wending was a scholar and held a high social status, often called Master Cui. Li Ji wondered why Cui Wending was looking for him. Did he find out about yesterday's incident with Cui He? Was he here to scold him? No way. Xiao Guangwei was always chasing Cui He, but he never saw Cui Wending do anything to him. Li Ji felt nervous. He washed his hands and walked into the shop. He saw Master Cui sitting on a chair inside, with a young servant standing beside him. Cui Wending was of average height, with a fair and chubby face and a bushy goat beard. He wore a flat square scarf on his head and a simple silk robe, with a deer leather armor over it, looking quite prosperous. When he saw Li Ji approaching, Cui Wending didn't speak. Instead, he looked up and down at Li Ji with his eyes, as if he found him quite strange. Actually, Li Ji grew up in Jingbian Fang, and Cui Wending had seen him many times before, so he was familiar with him. However, since Li Ji was now involved in making soap, a rare business, Cui Wending looked at him with new interest. In Ming society, the status of a scholar was very high. Li Ji didn't dare to act overly confident. He quickly bowed and greeted, "Young Li Ji greets Lord Cui." Seeing Li Ji bow respectfully, Cui Wending burst into hearty laughter. He stood up and helped Li Ji, saying, "No need for such formalities, no need." As he supported Li Ji's arm, Cui Wending smiled and said, "Li Ji, it's been a few months since I saw you. How come your skills have grown so much?" Li Ji pretended to be clueless and smiled. What does Lord Cui mean by that? Cui Wending, seeing Li Ji acting dumb, tilted his head back and said, "What do I mean? Your soap business has become so popular in Tianjin City that everyone is eager to buy some." He looked at Li Ji with a meaningful gaze and smiled. "Yesterday, I tried the 2 bars of soap you gave to Cui He. It's really a good thing. It can wash clothes and clean the body. Where did you get such a treasure?" Li Ji smiled and said, "This soap was bought from relatives in the south. It's just a small matter. It's not worth such praise from Lord Cui." Li Ji claimed the soap came from the south, and Cui Wending believed him. Otherwise, how could an ordinary young man suddenly invent such an impressive product? Cui Wending smiled and said, "Indeed, it's a good thing. Using this to wash the body makes one feel much cleaner. For laundry, it's especially effective. To put it simply, it makes everyone feel comfortable. On a larger scale, your soap improves the cleanliness of the entire Tianjin city." Seeing Cui Wending praise his soap as if it were a flower, Li Ji didn't know what his real plan was. He only replied calmly, "Lord Cui, you flatter me." Originally, Cui Wending thought Li Ji was just a young boy with little experience. He believed that praising Li Ji as a talented scholar would make him proud, and then things would be easier to handle. He didn't expect that Li Ji was actually a time traveler. The experience of living 2 lives made Li Ji much more steady than his peers, so he didn't take Cui Wending's flattery seriously. Li Ji didn't quite accept Cui Wending's way of doing things. Cui Wending thought for a moment, smiled, and had to speak directly. "I'm here to talk to you about making soap on a larger scale." Li Ji replied calmly, "Soap Minister Cui is here to discuss business. The shop is noisy. Please come into your room." Li Ji led Cui Wending into the courtyard and into the main hall, where they sat down as host and guest. Since there was no tea at home, Li Ji poured water from a bowl to serve Cui Wending. Cui Wending didn't mind and took a sip. "Your well water is quite clear." After drinking, Cui Wending took out a small box from his pocket and said, "This is high-quality sandalwood oil from Southeast Asia, one of my store's products. When visiting your home, you shouldn't come empty-handed." Li Ji smiled and accepted Cui Wending's small gift. "Li Ji, I'll be straightforward. I want to buy soap from you and sell it in the capital." "Oh? Yes." Cui Wending said directly, "Your soap is good stuff. Selling it in the capital will surely find a market. I've been trading spices between the capital and Tianjin, and I have several shops in the capital where I can sell your soap." He paused and asked, "How much soap can you ship from the south each month?" "Business is coming." Li Ji tapped the table with his finger and smiled. "Currently, I ship 15,000 pieces from the south each month. The suppliers are my relatives, so the quantity is flexible. If your price is fair, I can send more." "Great. I'll buy 20,000 pieces from you each month. What price will you give me?" Hearing this, Li Ji felt happy inside. This was a big deal. He was selling 500 pieces a day, which added up to 15,000 a month. Cui Wending offering 20,000 pieces meant his business could double. Though happy inside, Li Ji kept a tight lid on his words. "If it's 20,000 pieces a month, I can sell to you at a wholesale price of 18 coins per piece." When Cui Wending heard this, his face darkened and he said, "Li Ji, I buy so much from you every month, and you still give me such a high price." Li Ji replied calmly, "Minister Cui, my soap is in high demand right now. I believe that once you bring it to the capital, it will sell out in just a few days. Honestly, retailing at 20 coins per piece is a low price. When you sell it in the capital, the selling price will definitely be more than 20 coins. The profit margin is huge, and everyone knows this." Li Ji's clear explanation made Cui Wending feel awkward, and he coughed softly. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I can make some money, and I believe you can too. The cost of the soap is only about 10 coins, right?" Seeing Li's calm expression, Cui Wending continued, 11 coins? Li responded calmly, "How much I paid for the goods, Cui Xian Gong, is not something you need to guess. But right now, I am the only one in Tianjin with soap supplies. If you want 20,000 pieces, I can only offer a price of 18 coins. Young people tend to be straightforward, and Chui Wending felt a bit embarrassed. He cleared his throat and asked, "But what if I want to buy more?" "How much more?" 50,000 pieces each month. Hearing this, Li was surprised. If he sold 50,000 pieces a month, his profit would be over 500 taels, and the soap business would become a big deal. Li was reluctant to lower the price from 18 coins, but the business of 50,000 pieces was very tempting. Chui Wending was quite clever. Although he planned to buy 50,000 pieces, he first offered 2,000 to test the price, then increased the order to 50,000. Now that the quantity was higher, Li felt he couldn't refuse a price reduction. After thinking for a long time, Li finally said, 17 coins. Chui Wending didn't expect Li to be so firm on the price. He took a breath and asked, "Can't you go lower?" "Not even half a coin." Chui Wending considered for a few seconds, then patted his thigh and said loudly, "All right, you're sharp. Truly a trader from Jingbianfang. 17 coins it is. Please support with votes and collections." Seeing Chui Wending agree, Li said confidently, "To buy at this price, a deposit is required first. You need to pay half of the total now so I can arrange the goods from the south. If I send the goods and you don't want them, I will suffer a big loss. The remaining half will be paid when the goods arrive." Chui Wending replied calmly, "That's fine. 50,000 pieces of soap, worth 850 taels, I will send you a deposit of 425 taels tomorrow." Li responded calmly, "Chui Xian Gong is straightforward." Seeing how clever and interesting the young man was, Chui Wending laughed heartily. After seeing Chui Wending off, Li looked at the spices on the table and thought for a moment. Li knew how to make soap, but he lacked the spices. Now that he had the materials, he decided to try making soap. Turning soap into scented soap was quite easy. While the soap was still soft, Li added a small amount of jasmine oil and stirred it well. After the soap dried, it became fragrant and turned into scented soap. It could be used to wash hair and the body, leaving a lingering scent, which might be very popular with women. However, in this era, chemical industries did not exist and fragrances were expensive. Few families could afford scented soap. Such products wouldn't sell in large quantities, so Li Ji didn't plan to produce them on a big scale. Occasionally making some as gifts for others was enough. Li Ji placed the soap on the kitchen cabinet. The next morning, Chui Wending brought over 425 taels of silver. It was a heavy box carried by 2 servants. After Chui's servants left, Li Ji moved the silver into the house and called his brother and mother to open the box. Inside, they saw 10 silver ingots weighing 40 taels each and one weighing 25 taels. Seeing so much silver, the family of 3 was amazed. These silver ingots were privately cast horsehoof silver, shaped like a small ingot, larger at the top and smaller at the bottom, resembling a gold ingot. The large ones were about half a fist in size. The silver was pure white and shiny, indicating they hadn't been cast long ago and had not been circulated much. The box of silver ingots sparkled under the light, almost illuminating the old Li family hall. Li Ji picked up a 40-tael silver ingot and saw the inscription engraved on it. It clearly read 40 taels, with smaller characters next to it stating Yuanhai Year, Nanchang Prefecture, Wanning County, Gue Kue, indicating the time, place, and the caster's name. Zheng Shi looked at the silver ingots and touched her chest, saying, "Jie, I've never seen so much silver in my life. Can you make this much soap in a month?" With so many deposits, if you can't deliver the goods, Chui Xian will definitely be upset. Li Ji replied calmly, "Mother, don't worry. 5,000 taels worth of soap is nothing. Tomorrow, I'll ask Grandpa Air to come, and we'll recruit some helpers from the clan. Our house has many empty rooms. We can use a few side rooms and the south room as a workshop. We can finish it in half a month." Seeing Li Ji so confident, Zhang Shi believed him. She was happy to see her son so promising and no longer the dull, foolish boy from before. She sat on a chair, feeling very pleased and didn't speak. Li Xing asked, "Big brother, how much money can we make from 50,000 taels of soap?" Li Ji calculated and said, "With over 500 taels of gross profit, after subtracting labor costs, we'll still have around 400 to 500 taels." Li Xing was shocked by Li Ji's estimate and stammered, "There's so much?" Zhang Shi was also startled by Li Ji's words and stood up, saying, "We can really earn so much silver?" After a moment, Li Xing realized what had happened and jumped up happily. He said, "Big brother, does that mean we will become wealthy in the future?" He couldn't help but hug Li Ji and shouted loudly, "Big brother, we're going to get rich. We're going to live a wealthy life from now on." Li Ji chuckled and scolded, "Look at you." He broke free from Li Xing's embrace and said, "With this money, let's first pay off the debt we owe to the Xiao family." Li Xing nodded and said loudly, "Yes, big brother is right. Owing so much money makes us feel ashamed." Mrs. Zheng, hearing that Li Ji was going to pay back the money, was so excited she started crying. For the past 2 years, she worried every day about the debt her family owed and feared that the Xiao family might take away their house, leaving them homeless. Her hair had turned quite gray from worry. Now that Li Ji said he would repay the debt, how could she not feel moved? Mrs. Zheng wiped her tears with her sleeve and said, "Good, Jier, you're really promising. You and Xinga go together and pay off the debt first." Li Ji took out 2 silver ingots weighing 40 taels each from the box, then cut off 6 taels from a 25-tael silver ingot and set it aside, making a total of 86 taels of silver. After weighing it with the family's balance scale to ensure accuracy, Li Ji held the silver and, with Li Xing, headed toward the Xiao family's house. The people around Jingbi and Fang were all neighbors. In broad daylight, Li Ji and his brother protected the silver, so they weren't afraid of anyone trying to steal it. As soon as they stepped out of the house, Li Ji met Aunt Lan from next door. Seeing Li Ji holding the silver, Aunt Lan loudly asked, "Li Ji, where did you get such a big silver ingot? Did you borrow it?" "I earned it from my soap-making business," Li Ji replied. Aunt Lan was surprised and said, "You earned so much? Then why are you carrying so much silver?" Li Ji was just looking for gossip and answered loudly, "I'm going to pay back the money I owe to the Xiao family." Hearing Li Ji speak, a few women nearby came out of their shops and looked at him. Aunt Lan gasped and said, "It's only been a few days, and you've already earned enough to pay off your debt?" Li Ji didn't reply to Aunt Lan but turned and said loudly, "Today, I will pay back the Xiao family, and my family will no longer owe anyone money." After saying this, Li Ji proudly straightened his back in front of the neighbors, feeling very proud. Aunt Lan looked at Li Ji and nodded. "You really are promising, kid. You've turned things around so quickly, unlike your dull old self before. Li Qing must be happy to have such a good son. Even in the afterlife, he would be glad." Li Ji smiled but did not answer Aunt Lan. Instead, he took Li Xing and went to the Xiao family, ignoring the neighbors pointing and gossiping. On the way, Li Ji was calm and confident, walking proudly with silver in hand. Occasionally, someone asked him what he was doing, and he explained that he was going to repay a debt, so everyone knew he was paying back money. Halfway there, Li Ji saw Cui He walking over with a maid. Seeing Li Ji holding silver, Cui He hurried up and asked, "Li Ji, what are you going to do?" A few days ago, Li Ji jokingly said Cui He was his beloved, which didn't seem to upset Cui He but instead made their relationship closer. Now, seeing Cui He ask so innocently, Li Ji found it funny and replied, "I'm here to pay back the Xiao family's money." Hearing this, Cui He was surprised and asked, "Just a few days, and you've earned over 80 taels of silver?" Li Ji patted his chest in front of a beauty and said with a smile, "Do you see who I am, Li Ji? Earning over 80 taels of silver is like playing around." Cui Wenning didn't tell Cui He about the soap order, so Cui He didn't know where Li Ji got his money. Hearing Li Ji boast, Cui He bent over and laughed, his flowers shaking, and his beautiful face made Li Ji stare in admiration. Before crossing over, Li Ji thought Ming dynasty people looked stiff and dull. But after crossing, he realized they weren't like that, especially Cui He, who was stunning by modern standards, one of the most beautiful women. He wondered how famous women like Qin Yuanyu and Lu Rushi from the late Ming period looked. After laughing for a while, Cui He straightened up and said, "Then I want to go with you. Xiao Guangwei keeps bothering me, and I want to see his face turn black." Li Ji smiled and led the way ahead, with Cui He and Li Xing following behind, arriving at the Xiao family's courtyard. They announced their purpose to the servant at the door, who then led them to the main hall. The servant didn't let Li Ji and others sit but made them stand while he stayed nearby. There were no chairs, but Li Ji wasn't upset. He thought that the traditional Ming ideas still held strong. Those who owed money had no status. Unlike later times, where people who owed money acted like nobles. After a while, a short, thin middle-aged man, Xiao Shuyi, the head of the Xiao family, appeared holding a promissory note from Li Ji, accompanied by his son, Xiao Guangwei. Seeing Li Ji with Cui He to pay back the debt, Xiao Guangwei looked furious, as if Li Ji had refused to pay. His face darkened, and he silently followed his father without saying a word. Walking into the main room, Xiao Shuyi did not invite Li Ji to sit down, but directly asked, "Li Ji, are you here to pay back the money?" Li Ji nodded and said, "Yes, I owe your family 50 taels of silver, plus 2 years and 3 months interest, totaling 36 taels, making 86 taels in all. I am here to pay you back." Li Ji took out the silver from his pocket and held it up, then said, "Please return the IOU to me." Xiao Shuyi didn't say much, only saying good, and took the silver from Li Ji's hand. He used a balance scale from Xiao Guangwei to weigh the silver and nodded in approval. Standing behind, Xiao Guangwei saw his father nod and immediately felt cold inside. Did Li Ji really manage to gather 86 taels of silver? And why was he getting along so well with Cui He? When Li Ji came to pay the debt, Cui He followed along. This didn't seem right. In a few days, wouldn't Li Ji marry Cui He? Now that Li Ji was paying back the money, he was no longer acting like a servant. His hope of marrying Cui He was shrinking. Xiao Guangwei felt very gloomy inside, his face dark and red with anger. Just as Xiao Shuyi was about to return the IOU to Li Ji, he heard Xiao Guangwei shout from behind, "Father, wait. Li Ji, it's only been a few days. Where did you get that silver? Did you steal or cheat to get it?" Xiao Shuyi, holding the IOU, was startled by his son's words. The IOU was suspended in the air, frozen there. Seeing Xiao Guangwei causing trouble, his brother Li Xing couldn't hold back and said, "Xiao Guangwei, now that the silver has been returned, what does it matter where we got it?" Xiao Guangwei stepped forward and said, "No, your family's silver has an unclear source. It's too suspicious. We can't return the IOU. If it's stolen silver, it might drag my family into trouble." Li Xing's face turned red with anger, and he cursed, "Xiao Guangwei, you're talking nonsense." Xiao Shuyi, holding the receipt, hesitated and didn't give the IOU back to Li Ji. He said, hold on, everyone stay calm. Let's clarify the situation." Li Ji shot a quick look at Xiao Shuyi, thinking to himself that his son was a fool and that his father wasn't a good person either. The IOU was dragging on, not returning, and talking about clarifying the situation. What kind of plan was that? The courtyard was worth more than 86 taels. It seemed the Xiao family subconsciously wanted to use their yard as collateral. Clearing his throat, Li Ji loudly said, "Xiao Guangwei, don't talk nonsense. This money wasn't stolen or robbed. I earned it by selling soap." Hearing this, Xiao Guangwei was stunned. It was well known that the soap business was booming, so Li Ji's claim that he earned the money from soap sales made some sense. It's only been a few days, and how could a 21 bar of soap make so much money? Nonsense. It's only been a few days. How could you earn 86 taels of silver? Li Ji looked at Xiao Guangwei with disdain and said calmly, "This was originally my business, and I didn't need to tell you. But since you're so concerned, I don't mind sharing. My soap business is very popular and in high demand. Some people paid in advance with hundreds of taels of silver to buy my soap, so I naturally earned a lot." Hearing Li Ji's words, Xiao Guangwei felt a bit gloomy. He thought to himself, Li Ji used to be simple and slow, so how did he become so impressive now? Not only is his soap business thriving, but now someone has paid in advance to buy his soap. If this keeps up, he will soon become very rich. Xiao Guangwei looked at Cui He, but saw Cui He was looking at Li Ji. His big, beautiful eyes were full of admiration for Li Ji's ability to earn money and pay back debts. Seeing this, Xiao Guangwei's face turned pale with anger. Li Ji turned to Xiao Shuyi and said calmly, "Head of the Xiao family, are you planning to bring out the person who pre-ordered the soap for a confrontation?" Xiao Guangwei didn't wait for his father to answer and loudly said, "Who's afraid? Let's find someone to compare." Xiao Shuyi, unlike Xiao Guangwei, was wise enough to see that something was wrong. Li Ji's words were solid. The money was clearly earned honestly. If the Xiao family demanded a confrontation, it would cause a big fuss. The Xiao family lends money at high interest, and if others come to repay and the Xiao family questions where the money came from or refuses to give the IOU, it would damage their reputation. "Guangwei, don't cause trouble." Smiling, Xiao Shuyi said to Li Ji, "Since you've explained where the money came from, I have no reason to doubt. Li Ji, I'll return your IOU. Our debts are settled." Finally, the heavy debt on the Li family was paid off. Li Ji took the IOU, tore it in half, and then put it into his pocket. Good. Li Ji is really impressive. He's paid off his debt and made money. Seeing Li Ji tear up the IOU, Chui He clapped happily like a child. Seeing Chui He so happy for Li Ji, Xiao Guangwei's face turned even whiter. The loan secured by a house with a high interest rate was a form of predatory lending. The Xiao family borrowed money purely for profit. Once Li Ji paid back the money, they owed him nothing. Li Ji didn't want to argue more with the Xiao family and said calmly, "Goodbye." News of Li Ji repaying the money quickly spread through Jingbian Lane. Some people gathered secretly outside the Xiao family's house, peeking inside to see if Li Ji really paid back the silver. After Li Ji paid back the money and left the Xiao family's house, he walked confidently home while hearing neighbors talking about him. "Look, he's finally out, really paid back the money." Unbelievable, Li Ji used to be so slow and simple-minded for 18 years. How is he so successful now? The Li family really paid their debt. Li Ji has become impressive. When Li Qinggang died, I thought the family would go bankrupt and end up on the streets. High interest, about 86 taels of principal and interest. I don't know how they earned that. How else? Probably from the soap business. But I wonder where Li Ji got the soap to sell. Soap business is so profitable. Does Li Ji's family still hire workers? I want to work for him. Li Ji returned home and told his mother, Zhang, that he had repaid the debt. Zhang was already crying tears of happiness. She wiped her tears, walked to her husband's memorial tablet, lit an incense stick, and muttered, "Husband, your son has become clever now. He's no longer slow or simple-minded. The debt you owed for medical treatment, your son has paid it off. Our family won't end up on the streets anymore. You don't have to worry over there." After Zhang finished praying, Li Ji took the torn-in-half IOU and burned it in front of his father's memorial tablet. Watching it turn to ashes, the family of three felt very happy. From then on, the Li family no longer owed the Xiao family any debt. The heavy burden on their shoulders was gone. Seeing his family so excited, Chui He felt a bit upset and decided to leave. When Li Ji saw her about to go, he took a piece of soap from the kitchen and smiled, saying, "This is for you." Chui He sniffed it and asked with big eyes, "Wow, it smells so good. What is this?" "This is soap. Like regular soap, you can use it to wash your body and hair, but it makes you smell nice afterward. It's perfect for a beautiful girl like you." Hearing Li Ji praise her as a beautiful girl, Chui He giggled happily. She took the soap and waved goodbye, saying, "Thank you. I'm leaving now." After seeing Chui He off, Li Ji calculated the daily needs for raw materials and labor. His shop could sell 15,000 yuan worth of soap each month, plus 5,000 from Chui Wentong, totaling 65,000 yuan a month. This meant producing about 2,200 bars of soap daily. To make this much soap, they needed over 430 jin of soybean oil, roughly the same weight of soda ash, and a little over 100 jin of quicklime. Producing so much soap, Li Xing and Li Ji alone are not enough. They need to hire about 10 more people. Hiring workers is easy. They can just gather some relatives from the family who have little work to do and have them help out. The first problem to solve is the raw materials. With such a large production scale, the previous supply channels are not enough. Li Ji needs to find big suppliers. Holding a few coins, Li Ji left home and went to the vegetable market to a stall run by an oil seller named Wangda. "Where do you buy your soybean oil?" Seeing Li Ji come to ask, Wangda was a bit surprised. Wasn't Li Ji buying oil from Zhaosen a few days ago? In recent days, Li Ji bought over 100 jin of soybean oil from Zhaosan, making him Zhaosan's biggest customer. Zhaosan's business has been quite successful lately, which made Wangda quite envious. When he saw Li Ji asking questions, Wangda politely said, "Brother Ji, if you want oil, just buy from me. I'll give you a good price." In just a few days, the success of the soap business has transformed Li Ji from a bullied fool in the Li family into a respected brother Ji. Everyone in the market knows that Li Ji is no longer naive and is very smart now. His soap business is thriving, and paying off debts is only a matter of time. No one in the market dares to look down on Li Ji anymore. Wangda respectfully calls Li Ji brother Ji, with great admiration. Zhao San stands nearby, watching Li Ji find Wangda. He feels nervous, worried about losing Li Ji's business. He walks over and says, "Brother Ji, why are you looking for Wangda today? If you buy oil from me, I'll give you a good price." Seeing Wangda call Li Ji brother Ji, Zhao San quickly follows suit, afraid that losing a big customer because of his rudeness. Li Ji scoffs and says, "With your small stall, how can you supply my raw materials? Now I buy 3 or 4,000 jin of oil at once. Can you handle that? Zhao San is stunned and immediately puts on a sad face, saying reluctantly, Brother Ji, your business is growing bigger and bigger. Will you stop buying oil from me in the future? He pulls out 100 coins and says to Zhao San and Wang De, the biggest refinery near Tianjin Wei, which of you can take me there? I'll pay 100 coins. Zhao San weighs his options, knowing that he is too small to meet Li Ji's needs and will definitely lose this big customer. But he figures he can make some money from the journey fee. If he doesn't, Wang De will. He quickly snatches the coins from Li Ji's hand and says, in a flattering tone, Brother Ji, I'll take you there. I'll take you there. Li Ji has always been a customer of Zhao San. Although Wang De also envies the 101, he doesn't dare compete with Zhao San. He just snorted quietly and stayed silent. Brother Ji, come with me, Zhao San said. He asked a friend at the market to watch his stall, then led Li Ji eastward. Zhao San walked ahead, still gossiping. Brother Ji, your business is growing bigger. Soon you'll be able to pay off your debts. Li Ji smiled and replied, my debts have already been paid off just now. The IOU has been burned. From now on, my Li family owes no more money to the Xiao family. Hearing this, Zhao San was secretly surprised. He thought Li Ji must have started a soap-making business somewhere, earning over 80 taels quickly enough to pay off his debt. Truly impressive. Though he was thinking this, he showed more respect in his words. Since Li Ji is so good at making money, the Li family will soon become wealthy. As a merchant selling oil, he can only flatter him. They crossed Hengda Street in East City, exited the east gate of Tianjin Guard City at Dishengmen, then walked 2 miles east into Gaojia village. Zhao San took Li Ji to a large courtyard with a shop open at the entrance, smiling as he said, this is Gao's oil workshop, the biggest soybean oil factory in Tianjin Guard. Even if Brother Ji buys thousands of jin of oil at once, we can supply it easily. Li Ji looked around at the courtyard outside the shop, which was quite large. Several ox carts used for transporting oil were parked at the entrance. Inside, a dozen workers were busy moving oil materials, pouring oil from large jars into bamboo buckets on the ox carts outside. It was clear this was a busy oil refining workshop with high volume. Zhao San didn't lead him astray. Li Ji nodded. Seeing Li Ji nod, Zhao San's face lit up with happiness. He stepped into the shop and said, Old Gao, call your shopkeeper. Big business is coming. The young man called Old Gao was sitting inside, looking at the account book. When he saw Zhao San, he looked a bit impatient and asked, what big business? Zhao San pointed at Li Ji and loudly said, this is Brother Ji from Jingbianfang. He's buying thousands of jin of oil. I'm introducing such a big deal to you. Hurry and call your shopkeeper. Old Gao was stunned for a moment, then examined Li Ji. Seeing that Li Ji was wearing a patched cotton jacket and didn't look wealthy, he looked a bit doubtful. Li Ji stepped forward and said, I plan to buy a large amount of soybean oil. If your shop can supply it, I will buy from you. Seeing Li Ji speak confidently, Old Gao was finally moved. He no longer wasted words. He simply said wait a moment, then walked into the yard to call out the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper followed Gao Laosi out. He was tall and thin, in his 40s, with a long face. He wore a dark cotton coat over a simple outfit, looking sharp and businesslike. Seeing Li Ji, the shopkeeper clasped his hands in front of him and made a respectful bow. He asked seriously, Hello, I am Gao Xianping, the shopkeeper of Gao's oil mill. Brother, do you want to buy oil? How much? Li Ji replied calmly, I don't have a fixed amount. Usually, I buy 3 to 5,000 jin at a time. Gao Xianping nodded slowly and asked, May I ask your name, brother? Are you joking? Buying 3 or 5,000 jin of soybean oil costs quite a bit, at least dozens of taels of silver. Zhao San, seeing Gao Xianping ask about Li Ji's name, hurriedly stepped in to help. He said politely, Our brother Li's name is Li Ji. The character Li, like the tree, and Ji, meaning to plant. Li Ji nodded slightly and replied calmly, Don't worry, shopkeeper. I can pay. Just tell me the price. Hearing this, Gao Xianping hesitated for a moment and said, This soybean oil is good quality. It's not cheap, at least 18 won per jin. Zhao San, who was bringing business to Gao's oil mill, knew that the mill would thank Zhao San and give him a reward. The higher the price Gao's oil mill sold at, the more Zhao San would earn. When Zhao San heard that Li Ji was willing to pay 18 won per jin, he nodded in agreement and said, Brother Ji, that's a fair price. Usually, I buy oil here at that price. Li Ji shook his head and said, "Shopkeeper, please think again. I don't want just 10 or 20 jin. I need 3 to 5,000 jin each time." Gao Stimping took a deep breath, feeling the pain, and said, "Then it can only be 17.5 won per jin." Li Ji shook his head again and said calmly, "Shopkeeper, please consider again. If the price is right, I'll buy from you. I'll start buying the day after tomorrow." Hearing this, Gao Skimping no longer pretended to be upset. He smiled and tilted his head back. "Haha, brother, you're very shrewd." After a pause, he nodded and said, "All right, 17.5 per jin. No less. Most of the oil is produced locally, with limited supply. When demand rises, prices tend to go up. Getting a price of 17 per jin is already quite good for Li Ji." He looked at the shopkeeper, knowing that the price had reached the bottom line. He said, "Then it's 17.5 per jin. I'll start buying the day after tomorrow. But I'll need the shopkeeper to deliver the goods to my house." "Where is it?" "Li's family in Dongqing Jingbianfang." Li Ji took out a copper coin from his pocket and said, "I'll use this coin as a deposit." Seeing the copper coin, Gao Ximping's face lit up with happiness. He initially thought Li Ji was dressed poorly and doubted he could make such a big deal. When he saw the copper coin, he relaxed and said loudly, "Don't worry, little brother. It's on me." After arranging the oil supply, Li Ji went to buy quicklime. Quicklime is a large building material, and in Tianjin, a place full of goods from north and south, there are many big suppliers. Li Ji found a large lime merchant on Bricktile Street, bargained, and placed a large order. Next, he needed soda ash. Li Ji went to the soda ash shop. These days, Li Ji came every day to buy soda ash and was now a regular customer. The old man running the shop saw Li Ji and thought he was here to buy soda ash. He quickly got up from his chair and greeted, "Brotherly, back again for soda ash?" The old man was respectful to Li Ji, calling him brotherly as a sign of respect. Li Ji shook his head and smiled, saying, "Manager Mang, I'm not here to buy soda ash today. I want you to introduce me to your supplier. My order size has grown, and you can't supply enough. Tell me your supplier, and I want to buy directly from your source." Hearing this, the shopkeeper paused and muttered unhappily, "Brotherly, I can supply any amount of soda ash you need. You don't need to go to my supplier." Li Ji shook his head and said, "I buy 10,000 jin each time. Can you supply that?" Actually, Li Ji only needed about 410 jin daily, but to keep the soap formula secret, he bought 10,000 jin at once for storage. When it ran out, he would buy more. The old man nodded without hesitation and said confidently, "Even 10,000 jin, I can handle it." Li Ji knew this was the answer he would get. The retail business for soda ash in Tianjin was only run by Old Man Meng's family. He naturally wanted to monopolize the market and wouldn't easily reveal his source. But now that Li Ji's business was growing from retail to wholesale, continuing to buy from this old man would mean earning a profit margin on each transaction, which Li Ji didn't want. Buying directly from the supplier at wholesale prices would save a lot of costs. From the shopkeeper's words, Li Ji also learned that the old man could get enough goods from his supplier. Clearly, Old Man Ming's supplier was a big merchant. Li Ji only needs to find this upstream supplier, and then he won't have to worry about the source of the alkali powder in the future. Li Ji smiled. He took out a string of copper coins and said slowly, "Shopkeeper Ming, I will give you a string of copper coins. Can you introduce me to the upstream supplier?" The old man looked at the heavy copper coins in Li Ji's hand, and his expression changed. However, he still insisted, "Young Master Li, please don't say such things. Just buy the alkali powder from me. Finding my upstream supplier is the same." Seeing the old man's changing expression, Li Ji knew he had given up. He smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, you understand. If you don't take my money, I can use this string of copper coins to find out about your upstream supplier. It won't take more than a few days. When that time comes, it will be hard for you to explain why I bypassed you in business." The old man looked very disappointed when he heard this. Clearly, losing Li Ji as a major customer was a big loss, one that couldn't be made up with just a string of copper coins. But Li Ji's words hit the mark. His upstream supplier was a well-known merchant in Tianjin City, and Li Ji could find out by spending money. If he didn't accept this copper coin, someone else might step into profit. Old Man Meng looked Li Ji up and down again, then blew air out of his nose. He sighed, waved his hand, and took the silver from Li Ji, saying helplessly, "All right, I will earn this one string of copper coins from you and take you to see Master Shui." The old man took Li Ji's silver, reluctantly closed the shop door, and led Li Ji toward the west side of the city. They reached a quiet alley in the western city, in front of a tall, deep courtyard gate. The old man knocked on the side door. A well-dressed servant opened the side door, saw it was Old Man Ming, and smiled. "Shopkeeper Ming, are you here to buy more supplies?" Old Man Ming shook his head and said, "No, I'm here to introduce a business opportunity to your master." "Is Master Shui at home today? Introducing a business? That's great. Coincidentally, my master just returned from the capital and is practicing calligraphy in the hall. I'll take you inside." The servant led Ming Lao Tu and Li Shi through the gate tower, around the screen wall, and into the courtyard. The house was grand, with intricate beams and painted rafters, showing the wealth of a noble family. Inside the courtyard, Li Shi saw a chubby middle-aged man wearing a bear fur armor, holding a long beard, practicing calligraphy in the main hall. He was a refined businessman. If it weren't for his plump figure revealing his identity, Li Ji would have thought this Master Shui was a scholar. Seeing Master Ming and Li Ji walking over from the courtyard, the merchant Shui was still focused on painting on his rice paper. Only when Li Ji and the others entered the main hall did Shui pause his brush slightly and look up, asking, "Master Ming has arrived." Old Master Ming quickly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Shui, I don't come without a reason. I'm here to introduce a business opportunity. My young friend Li Ji wants to buy a large amount of soda ash." Shui looked at Li Ji and asked, "How much do you want to buy?" Seeing Shui ask, Master Ming looked at Li Ji, who cupped his hands and said, "This time, I want to buy 10,000 jin, and I will buy 10,000 jin each time I come." Hearing this, Shui nodded and, setting down his brush, asked with a smile, "Young Li, do you want to buy so much?" Li Ji nodded and asked, "Do you have that much stock, sir?" Shui smiled and spread his hands, saying, "I am responsible for transporting soda ash from Xiangyang to the capital for the water transport troops. I supply half of the city's soda ash. The goods in Tianjin are just slightly redistributed to Master Ming, enough for Tianjin's needs. I do have that amount for you." Seeing Shui's confident tone, Li Ji smiled and said, "That's perfect, but I will need even more in the future. If you give me a good price, I will keep buying from you." Shui stroked his beard and looked at Li Ji with a smile, saying, "All right, young Li, just name your price." Li Ji didn't expect Shui to ask him to name the price. He was momentarily stunned and cursed the old fox silently. But having lived through 2 lives, Li Ji was not foolish. He knew not to reveal his bottom line when setting the initial price, so as not to be seen through. Since this soda ash is mined from Xiangyang, increasing production isn't difficult. The costs are mostly transportation and dealer profits. Even if demand increases significantly, the market price of soda ash wouldn't rise much. For this kind of product, Li Ji decided to push the price down. After a moment of thought, Li Ji said, 12 won per jin. Shui burst into laughter upon hearing this, then turned to look at Old Master Ming. Old Master Ming was standing aside, seemingly upset about losing such a big customer like Li Ji. He hadn't noticed the conversation between Shui and Li Ji. Suddenly, he saw Shui laughing loudly at him, but he didn't understand and didn't respond. Instead, he looked at Li Ji. The servant who opened the door also laughed along with his master, Shui. Shui laughed for a while, and then said calmly, "This young friend, you're quite amusing when you joke. Selling 12 units for 1 coin, I would lose money. How much is Master Shui offering?" Master Shui was pressured by Li Ji to make a bid, so he stroked his beard and loudly said, 16 coins per unit. "A fair price." Li Ji directly said, "That price is too high." Master Shui loudly replied, "I offer the same price to Manager Ming. Isn't that fair? That was for a purchase of 10,000 units. With such a large amount, how can I compare to Manager Ming, who hasn't made a deal all day?" Master Shui nodded and smiled. "Then I will give you a special price, 15.5 coins per unit." Li Ji secretly thought Master Shui was being stingy, only lowering the price a little. He shook his head and said, "That's still too high." Master Shui puffed out his beard and said unhappily, "If I lower it any more, I will start losing money." Li Ji looked at the merchant and said confidently, "Master Shui, I am buying 10,000 units from you at once. My business will only grow bigger. Soon, I will buy even more." He paused and added, "For such a large order, I need a good price. Today, I will tell you the highest I can pay 14 coins per unit." Hearing Li Ji's offer, Master Shui's face darkened. He thought to himself how ruthlessly Li Ji was cutting prices, almost below his cost. After a moment, He said unhappily, I don't think I can do that price. Li Ji looked serious and said, Master Shui, you said you only supply half of the soda ash needed for the canal transport to the capital. Clearly, there are other soda ash traders passing through Tianjin. You don't know, but my demand for soda ash is growing every day. If you don't do business with me, I will buy from other traders. When my business gets bigger, you will be my competitor. Master Shui was annoyed by Li Ji's words and asked hesitantly, How big do you plan for your business to get? Li Ji thought for a moment and confidently said, Maybe I will buy 100,000 units a month by then. Master Shui was surprised and asked, That much soda ash? What will you use it for? That's my secret. Master Shui was clearly attracted by Li Ji's promising future and started reconsidering the situation. He took a deep breath and said reluctantly, 15.5 coins, just a little more than 14, and I will agree. Li Ji watched Master Shui's expression, knowing he had surrendered, and calmly said, Not a single cent more. Mr. Shui, seeing Li Ji stubbornly insist on the price, snorted coldly and said through gritted teeth, All right, my alkaline flour usually sells for at least 15 coins per gene, but since you plan to do such large business in the future, I will sell it to you at cost 14 coins per gene. This statement was clear because Mr. Shui was offering a lower price to Li Ji in anticipation of large future orders. If Li Ji was just boasting and didn't buy in large quantities later, Mr. Shui could legitimately raise the price to 15 coins. Li Ji also understood Mr. Shui's hidden intentions. However, since the soap industry was growing quickly and expanding was inevitable, Li Ji was not worried. Seeing Li Ji keep lowering the price and buying at such a low cost, Old Man Ming was very surprised and thought to himself how clever the 18-year-old boy was. His attitude towards Li Ji changed. Li Ji extended his hand and shook hands with Mr. Shui, smiling, I will rely on Mr. Shui for supplies. Starting the day after tomorrow, I will need the goods. Please send them early to Li's house at Jingbianfeng and Dongqing. He then took out a string of copper coins and said, This is the deposit. Of course, Mr. Shui, unfamiliar with 21st century etiquette, didn't understand why Li Ji shook his hand. He helplessly smiled and asked his servant to accept the deposit, saying, Rest assured, since you bought my goods, I will deliver them to your door. May I ask Mr. Shui's name? I am Shui Luan. Li Ji then bowed slightly and said calmly, Li Ji takes his leave. After negotiating the raw material price at wholesale, Li Ji's manufacturing cost for soap was greatly reduced from 8.5 coins to 6.5 coins. With a monthly output of 65,000 bars of soap, this saved him 130 taels of silver each month. Having secured the raw materials, Li Ji went to the city's cookware street and ordered 10 large deep-bottomed pots, half a zhang wide, to be delivered to his home the next day. Before it got dark, he also went to Bamboo Ware Street and bought 50 bamboo boxes, half a meter long and 2 inches deep, to hold the cooled and dried soap. After finishing these tasks, Li Ji returned home. Although he was very tired after a busy day, he still felt very energetic. Li Ji guessed that his thriving career in this late Ming period gave him a sense of excitement that kept him going. Before crossing over, when he was a design engineer working for others, he didn't feel as good as he did now. Today, Li Ji did not make soap at home. Li Xing and their mother, Zhang, made over 300 bars of soap, working so hard they were dizzy. When Li Ji returned home, Li Xing complained, Mother and I are exhausted from working, but you, brother, just sneaked out to buy things and act like a big boss. Li Ji couldn't do much about his careless younger brother, so he just smiled. For dinner, there was plain rice and a big plate of shredded pork stir-fried with cabbage. Uncle Li and Fourth Li also ate with them. In this time, household pigs did not eat feed or growth hormones, so the meat was very tasty. The 5 of them ate happily and chatted. During dinner, Li Ji said to Zhang, Mother, now I want to expand production and need to hire about 10 more people. Check if there are suitable workers on Grandpa's side. We can pay 2 taels of silver a month, and they will have 3 meals a day. Hearing this, Zhang looked a little worried and glanced at Uncle Li. She said, Zhier, the Li family still has many poor relatives. Your second grandpa keeps recommending people to work for us. Now, using Zhang family members seems unfair. In the Ming dynasty, once a woman married, she became part of her husband's family. Secretly bringing benefits from her husband's family to her own family was considered a breach of virtue and would be criticized behind her back. Zhang was an honest woman and dared not use Zhang family members at this time. Li Ji smiled and said, The Li family doesn't have that many relatives. We can't have everyone from the Li family working here. I'll give 10 spots to the Li family, and in addition, I'll hire 3 from the Zhang family. Others won't say anything. Zhang hesitated for a moment and asked, "Are you sure about using Zhang family members?" Li Ji patted his chest confidently and said loudly, "I make the decisions. No one dares to gossip. Mother, go to Grandpa's house later and tell him to recommend 3 people tomorrow." Seeing Li Ji's confidence, Uncle Li also said, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Only 3 Zhang family members. No one will gossip." Zhang then agreed, "Yes, only 3. Others won't say anything." She smiled and said, "Grandpa will be very happy. Your cousins are all poor, earning only 2 taels a month, and they have meals. They will be very pleased." Li Ji smiled and turned to Uncle Li, saying, "Uncle, tonight go talk to second Grandpa. Ask him to pick 10 honest and hard-working people from the family to work. Make a list. If I approve tomorrow, they can come the day after. The pay remains the same, 2 taels a month, with meals." Recruiting more workers from the family was really good news. Li Ji's second uncle, Li Dao, was happy when Li Ji asked him to deliver good news. He quickly agreed, saying, "Okay, I will go tell second grandfather later." After thinking for a moment, Li Dao added, "Today, more people are buying soap. Some buy 7 or 8 bars at once. 500 bars of soap sold out in just an hour and a half this morning. Many people waited in long lines but couldn't buy any. Soap was a revolutionary product, and its popularity was growing, which was expected by Li Ji. He nodded and said, "Let's set a limit. Each person can buy up to 2 bars. That way, more people can use soap." "All right, we'll do that tomorrow." After arranging the shop's affairs, Li Ji focused on eating dinner. That evening, he and Li Xing continued making soap until they reached 500 bars, then turned off the lights and went to sleep. The next morning, Li Ji's maternal grandfather, Zhang Pinchun, supported himself with a cane and brought Li Ji's little uncle and 2 cousins to the Li family. Seeing Li Ji, Zhang Pinchun was very happy. He staggered over, grabbing Li Ji's arm and said, "My good Jiu, I didn't raise you in vain when you were little. You earned money and haven't forgotten your maternal family. You're really helping the Zhang family a lot." Li Ji searched his memory for information about his grandfather, pondered for a moment, then smiled and helped him up, saying, "Grandpa, we're all family. Why talk about being distant?" Hearing this, Zhang Pinchun grinned and squeezed Li Ji's arm tightly. Then he pointed at Li Ji's little uncle and said, "Your little uncle Zhang Yuan works as a helper in a restaurant, doing odd jobs and cooking. He only earns a few months' wages a year. Your aunt argues with him every day. He's 32 now and still too poor to have children. I asked him to come work as your assistant. What do you think?" Li Ji quickly greeted his uncle and said, "Of course, my little uncle is good. Let's count him in." Seeing Li Ji agree, Zhang Yuan blushed and nodded awkwardly. Being nearly middle-aged and having to rely on his nephew was a bit embarrassing, but when he saw Li Ji willing to let him earn a little silver, Zhang Yuan's face lit up with happiness, and he happily rubbed his hands. Li Ji's grandfather then pointed to Li Ji's 2 cousins and said, "Your eldest uncle's 2 sons have no jobs. They stay at your eldest uncle's pottery shop and haven't saved enough for marriage. Now they're hoping to work for you. What do you think?" Li Ji nodded and said, "Let's count them in." Both of Li Ji's cousins were very happy when he agreed. With a monthly allowance of 2 taels of silver and meals included, the treatment was very good, enough for both young men to save money and get married. The 2 didn't seem as shy as Zhang Yuan. They approached and said, "Li Ji, from now on, your cousin will rely on you. Li Ji, I will depend on you for food in the future." Li Ji smiled and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, brothers. As long as Li Ji has a bite to eat, both of you will have a bite too." Seeing Li Ji agree, Zhang Pinchun was very pleased and smiled happily. He pointed at Li Ji's eldest cousin Zhang Kaiqing and said, "Your big cousin has attended the family school for 4 years and can write." Li Ji's eyes lit up at this and looked at Zhang Kaiqing again. In the Ming dynasty, not many people could read and write. Those who could were considered educated. Being able to understand notices and write or count meant Zhang Kaiqing could be very helpful to Li Ji. Li Ji said happily, "That's good. Your big cousin's skills will be very useful in the future." Seeing that Li Ji valued Zhang Kaiqing, Grandpa Zhang Pinchun laughed happily and firmly shook Li Ji's arm. He then said, "Jir, I've watched you grow up. I never thought you'd become so successful. You paid off your father's debts so quickly and now run such a big business. That's impressive." Leaning on his cane, Zhang Pinchen smiled and said, "If your father were still alive, he would be very proud of you now." Li Ji didn't pretend to be modest with Grandpa Zhang. He just smiled and agreed, inviting the Zhang family to stay for breakfast. Grandpa Zhang didn't refuse and agreed happily. The 4 Zhang family members ate breakfast together, eggs and hearty porridge, thinking that this was their usual daily meal for helping out, which made them feel even better. They chatted happily with Li Ji's second uncle, and the meal lasted about 20 minutes. At lunchtime, Li Ji's great-grandfather, Li Yusheng, brought his grandson Li Jinping to Li Ji's house. Li Xing went to open the door for Grandpa Li. As soon as Li Yusheng entered and passed the screen wall, he loudly said, "Li Ji, just a few days, and you're expanding your business again?" Li Ji went to greet him calmly and asked, "Grandpa, do you have any opinions?" Li Yusheng was caught off guard and coughed a few times before replying, "No opinions. What opinions could I have? It's a good thing. The poor children in the family now have a place to earn their food." After saying this, Li Yusheng took out a paper filled with a list of 10 names and read the first 9 aloud. Li Ji didn't go to school when he was young, and Li Yusheng thought he couldn't read. Most of these people are distant relatives from far away. Li Ji searched through his memories repeatedly but only recognized 1 or 2 faces, so he really didn't know much about them. Since he didn't understand their situations, he couldn't choose or reject them, so he could only agree for now. "Second Grandpa, I don't know much about these people you recommended. But I want to be clear, I will use them for now, but if they are not honest or don't work hard, I will have to dismiss them." Second Grandpa Li Yusheng nodded and said, "Of course. If any of them are not honest, I won't let them stay." After a pause, Li Yusheng pulled over Li Jinping, who was standing aside watching the scene, and said a little nervously, "This last one is my grandson, Li Jinping." Seeing Li Yusheng recommend his unworthy grandson, Li Ji frowned. Li Jinping was pulled over by his grandfather, looked at Li Ji, and then, feeling unhappy, tried to break free from Li Yusheng's grip. He loudly said, "Grandpa, I told you, Li Ji doesn't like me. Let's not bother him with our presence." Li Yusheng loudly scolded Li Jinping, "Nonsense. Are you still just sitting at home doing nothing? Your cousin is capable. If you work with him, you'll have a bright future." Finally, Li Jinping shook off his grandfather's hand, feeling annoyed, and spat out, "What bright future? I just made some soap." Li Yusheng looked at Li Ji and then at Li Jinping, feeling embarrassed and blushing. Frustrated, he suddenly slapped Li Jinping across the face. The slap was very hard, and Li Jinping lost his balance and fell to the ground. Li Yusheng, angry, shouted at Li Jinping on the ground, "Just some soap? How do you talk? Right now, everyone in the Li family depends on your cousin's soap to get by." Li Jinping touched his burning face and curled up on the ground, refusing to get up. Seeing how angry Li Yusheng was, Li Ji felt it was hard to refuse Li Jinping. Refusing now would be unfair. He thought to himself, maybe this was a scheme between grandfather and grandson. He cleared his throat and said helplessly, "Forget it, second grandpa, don't be so angry. Just consider Li Jinping as part of it." Hearing this, Li Yusheng's face lit up with joy, and his expression changed. He smiled and said, Li Ji, second grandpa, thank you." Li Yusheng pulled Li Jinping from the ground and said, "Get up and thank Li Ji. Someone wants you." Li Jinping covered his face and curled up on the ground, refusing to stand. Li Ji smiled and said, "Second grandpa, you've been busy all day. Come, let's go inside and have lunch together." Li Yusheng heard this, so he reached out to pull Li Jinping. Li Jinping then crawled up from the ground, covering his injured face, and together with Grandpa Li Yusheng, they went into the main hall to eat. Meanwhile, Li Ji was recruiting soldiers and expanding production, while the demand for soap was growing rapidly. Huaner, a maid from the pottery workshop's Chen family, bought some soap to try. After seeing good results, she bought 2 pieces for her young lady. The young lady was very happy and praised the soap to everyone. Soon, the benefits of the soap became well known in the Chen family. The master and madam wanted to use it, and the eldest and second young masters also wanted some. The madam even said she wanted to buy 4 pieces to give as gifts. Everyone eagerly watched Huaner, who had bought the soap, and they all paid money to have her buy more for them. Huaner ended up running around a lot for herself. Since the soap was in high demand, only those who got up early could buy it. That morning, Huaner got up before dawn, skipped breakfast, and hurried to Hongda Street in the East City. When she found the soap shop, she saw that the shop hadn't opened yet, and there were already more than 10 people waiting in line. Many of the early risers were regular customers who knew the shop's rules and queued up on their own. Juana had no choice but to wait at the back, breathing in the cold wind patiently until the shop opened. While waiting, more than 10 people arrived from different places and joined the line behind Juana. At the official opening time, the shop's door slowly opened, and business began. The two young men who usually sold goods inside were gone, replaced by a middle-aged man and another unfamiliar young man. Seeing so many people waiting, the middle-aged man loudly greeted, "Good morning, everyone." "Good morning, shopkeeper. Start selling quickly. I've been waiting for 15 minutes, and if I wait any longer, I'll catch a cold. I'm so angry I could explode. The shop opening is way too late." Li Ji's second uncle chuckled and said, "It's only just the right time. Everyone, don't worry." After a pause, he added, "To let more people buy and use the soap, today the shop has set a new rule. Each person can only buy 2 pieces at a time." Hearing this, the line of people erupted in protests. The soap was a good thing, fresh, cheap, and perfect for gifts. Those waiting early planned to buy several pieces. Now, hearing that each person could only buy 2, they all protested. "This rule is unfair. We came so early. I was planning to buy 10 pieces to give as gifts. Who would refuse business and limit how much customers can buy?" As the customers discussed among themselves, Uncle Lee chuckled and loudly said, "Everyone, don't be in a hurry. These are the rules set by the shop owner. If you're unhappy, go talk to the owner. We helpers can only follow the rules." But some people were still not satisfied. Someone in the line called out, "Two merchants, please make an exception. The owner has his rules, and we have our circumstances, right?" Juana also shouted, "Uncle, I can't buy soap. My master will scold me." Seeing that customers still had hopes, Old Lee, standing aside, shouted loudly, "2 pieces per person, no more. If you don't want to follow the rules and buy soap, you don't have to buy it." Old Lee smiled kindly in front of Li Ji, but that didn't mean he was always nice to others. When he saw the customers arguing, he immediately shouted to calm them down. His words made the customers stop and stare in surprise. What kind of shop is this? The shop cheats customers. Everyone was afraid to argue further, worried that if they said more, the shop assistant wouldn't sell them soap anymore. They could only silently wait in line. Despite their grumbling inside, Li Ji slowly started collecting money. The first few in line wanted to buy more than 2 pieces, but now they could only buy 2. Each paid 40 coins, took their 2 pieces of soap in frustration, and left. The line moved forward little by little. When it was Juana's turn, she had a clever idea. After buying 2 pieces of soap, she secretly hid them in her arms while the 2 salespeople weren't paying attention. Then she slipped to the back of the long line and queued again. It's not easy to come out in this cold weather, so Juana wanted to buy a few more pieces by queuing multiple times. Otherwise, she'd have to come back tomorrow. What surprised her was that when she counted, there were over 60 people ahead of her, winding along the wide street in East City. Such a shopping line had probably never existed in the Ming Dynasty. But it wasn't the first day this happened. Besides a few passing pedestrians who were surprised, the shop owners on both sides were used to it. Juana slowly moved forward with the line. When it was finally her turn again, the cashier, Li Dao, suddenly said to her, "Why do I feel like I've seen you before?" Juana's heart tightened. She broke out in a few beads of sweat and quickly said, "I came to buy yesterday too." "Of course, you remember me." Li Dao nodded and took her money. She bought 2 more pieces of soap, and Juana let out a sigh of relief. The lord, madam, the eldest son, and the second son each at least received 1 piece, which was a small explanation. Seeing the long line again, Juana decided not to queue anymore. What if the uncle recognized her when it was her turn? That would be a waste of effort. Maybe by the time it was her turn, the soap would already be sold out. Holding 4 pieces of loot, Juana reluctantly left Hung Street and headed toward the pottery workshop at Chen's house. After confirming the list, Li Ji's second grandfather sent people to visit each family, informing them that all relatives recruited by Li Ji should come to his house on the same day to meet each other. Li Ji saw these relatives and arranged for them to start work early the next morning. Once work started, Zheng was responsible for the meals of the more than 10 helpers. That afternoon, Zheng bought the ingredients needed for the next day. Early the next morning, the yard at Li Ji's house was crowded with people. 13 new helpers had arrived. Zheng set up a big table in the yard and prepared breakfast for everyone. An egg each, hearty porridge, and pickled vegetables. The new relatives were all quite poor. Many often didn't have enough to eat, let alone enjoy meat. But now, at Li Ji's house, they all ate eggs, their faces bright with happiness, feeling that good days were coming. Some of the most miserable relatives, while eating eggs, even shed tears of excitement. After breakfast, Li Ji asked the relatives to line up, and he and his brother Li Xing stood in front to give a speech. The 13 poor relatives, dressed in ragged clothes, stood together, showing how hard their lives had been. Having lived through 2 lives, Li Ji was not nervous in front of everyone. He spoke loudly, "Dear relatives, I am glad you came to help at my house. I will pay you 2 taels of monthly silver and provide 3 meals a day, working from dawn to dusk. Are you satisfied with this treatment?" Every meal included meat, and over a month, it would cost at least 1.5 taels of silver. Including wages, Li Ji was actually paying about 3 taels and 5 chien each month. Such good conditions, who wouldn't want them? The relatives below all responded, "Yes. Every meal has meat. This is a great day. We've never seen such good wages. We are truly happy. Brother Ji is so kind." Hearing their answers, Li Ji nodded and said, "If you work honestly, and later, when the workshop expands and new people are hired, you can become leaders. Then your monthly pay will be even higher." The current treatment was enough for these relatives to live decently, marry, and have children. Becoming leaders with higher pay, what a wonderful life that would be. Based on Li Ji's words, the relatives standing below looked very happy and excited, feeling hopeful about the future. After planning the big goal, Li Ji needed to talk about the rules now. Li Ji said, "But I must say this first. Some of you are my elders, and I respect you. But today is different. If you come to work at my house, you are my helpers, and you must follow my rules from now on." He paused, and then loudly said, "The first rule in my house is to keep secrets. My soap formula is a secret. When you work later, each of you will handle one step. To keep the formula safe, no one can tell others how they do their part." Looking around, Li Ji said confidently, "If anyone talks about their step with others or leaks the secret, don't blame me for kicking them out." Hearing this, the relatives looked serious and agreed, saying, "Brother Ji is right. And we understand, we won't discuss our steps." After emphasizing the rule about keeping secrets, Li Ji waved his hand and said, "Now I will assign the jobs. Everyone go to your own room and start working." Yesterday afternoon, Li Ji had already turned the 7 rooms in his house into a simple workshop. The first room was for making quicklime, the second for making caustic soda, the third and fourth rooms had 6 furnaces with 6 people heating and stirring caustic soda and fats. The fifth room was for salt separation, the sixth for soap alkali separation, and the 7th room had 3 people who would take out, dry, and cut the soap. Each person only operated their own step, so they didn't know the full process, which kept the secret safe. This division also made the work easier to learn and reduce the learning cost. Li Ji and Li Xing spent an hour teaching the relatives, and soon everyone learned their tasks. By the afternoon, the whole workshop was running smoothly. On the first day, they made 1,800 bars of soap. The next day, the workers became more skilled and made 2,500 bars. By the third day, the output was steady at 2,800 bars. Out of these 2,800 bars, Li Ji kept 1,000 for his own shop every day. The other 1,800 bars were given to Chui wanting to sell in the capital. The store in Tianjin City has doubled its sales, greatly easing the current severe shortage, and many women who had been eagerly waiting finally bought soap. Mrs. Liu, the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, has been feeling a bit down these days. Since receiving a free bar of soap last time, she has realized how useful soap is. It can easily remove dirt from clothes, so she no longer needs to scrub hard with a washboard and wear out her clothes. Considering the cost of clothes worn out or damaged, a 20-cent bar of soap can save the family a lot of money on new clothes. For Mrs. Liu, soap is definitely a very good thing. On the first day she tried it, she recommended it to Aunt Zhang, Aunt Liu, and Aunt Shui. But Mrs. Liu quickly found a problem. Such good soap is very hard to buy. She has gone twice to the soap shop on Hung Street in East City just for this soap. The first time was in the afternoon, and a middle-aged woman at the shop told her that the day's stock was sold out and to come back the next day. The next morning, Mrs. Liu went again, arriving at the shop at noon, but she was still told it was sold out. Her home is about a quarter of an hour from the soap shop, and at this rate, she'd have to get up before dawn just to buy some. Mrs. Lu feels sad about not having soap to wash clothes and avoid damaging them, but this soap is really hard to find. She has to take care of her husband and young son every morning, cook breakfast, and can't leave home to buy soap. If this keeps up, she might never get to use the soap at all. Mrs. Zhang and Mrs. Lu went to buy soap once but returned empty-handed. The next day, they got up before dawn and went out early, managing to bring back a few bars. They said that even if they queued early, each person could only buy 2 bars, so they couldn't bring back one for Mrs. Lu. While washing clothes by the well, they proudly showed off how clean their clothes were after using the soap, making Mrs. Lu, who still used a washboard, feel upset. The very thing she recommended first had become a tool for Aunt Zhang and Aunt Lu, which made Mrs. Lu, who prided herself on being a good wife and homemaker, feel a bit resentful. Because of this, Mrs. Lu felt a little down while cooking and doing chores, and her husband asked her several times why she seemed so gloomy. Her husband didn't know that all this was because of a small bar of soap. Still, Mrs. Lu decided to try her luck again. One day, after cooking the breakfast porridge and before her husband and son finished eating, Mrs. Lu hurriedly headed to Hang Street in East City. After about 15 minutes, Lu arrived in front of the soap shop during the hour of the dragon. There was already a long line of at least 60 or 70 people waiting. Someone nearby said that only those in line could buy soap, so Lu quickly joined the queue like everyone else. While waiting, Lu overheard others talking. Yesterday at this time, the shop owner told everyone to stop waiting because they had sold out. I heard this soap is really good. This is the second time I came today. Last time I didn't get any. The shop didn't come out to speak today, so maybe they still have some? Wow, this soap is really popular. It's hard to buy. I just hope that when it's our turn, they won't say it's sold out again. Hearing these comments, Lu felt a bit nervous. She had come early in the morning and waited in line. She really didn't want her effort to be wasted. As the line slowly moved forward, Lu watched a busy middle-aged man and a young boy inside the shop. They kept selling soap little by little and occasionally went inside to bring out more. Lu's anxiety grew. Others nearby continued to chat casually. Wow, they have plenty of soap today. We're almost up, and there's still stock. Finally, the long line in front moved, and it was Lu's turn. She saw a dozen bars of soap on the table inside the shop, and she knew she had succeeded. She felt so excited she almost wanted to cry. Uncle Lee took Lu's copper coin and saw her excited expression. He casually said, "Little lady, you're lucky. If you came yesterday at this time, they'd already be out of stock. Today, the shop owner brought in 1,000 coins worth of soap, so there's plenty available. But only 2 bars per person." Lu suppressed her excitement, paid, and received her 2 large bars of soap. Her mood instantly brightened, and her worries from the past few days disappeared. She happily left the line, jumping twice on the ground. Seeing Lu so happy, others waiting nearby teased her. "Little lady is so excited. Congratulations on getting soap. That's a big deal." Blushing at the teasing, Lu looked down but felt that coming here was truly worth it. Now she could throw away her laundry stick like Aunt Zhang and wash clothes easily by the well. From now on, she wouldn't fear dirt on her collar or cuffs anymore. Holding her soap, Lu happily headed home. After half a month, Li Ji gathered enough goods to give Cui Wending half of the shipment, 25,000 bars of soap, which he transported in several carts to Cui's yard. Cui Wending, having seen how popular the soap was in Tianjin, was initially worried that Li Ji might not supply the goods on time. Only after receiving the shipment did Cui Wending feel at ease, and he immediately paid half of the money, giving Li Ji 2 12 taels and 5 chin of silver. With Cui Wending's payment and the store's profits over the past 2 weeks, Li Ji already had more than 600 taels of silver. Compared to his difficult situation when he first traveled here, Li Ji was now a true little rich man. With the silver, Li Ji's first plan was to make new clothes for his family of 3 and for his relatives working in the workshop. Li Ji himself also wanted new clothes. In the past, his family was so poor that he wore a worn-out cotton coat patched many times. Wearing such clothes made it hard to do business because others doubted his strength, making efforts less effective. Now that he had money, Li Ji wanted to make a new jacket, 3 sets of silk robes for changing, and 3 sets of basic inner shirts. Thanks to the soap business, Li Ji could afford to wear silk clothes. Li Xing and his mother, Zhang, also enjoyed the same treatment. However, when Zhang heard that Li Ji wanted to make silk clothes for her, she looked reluctant and said, "Jir, we just earned a little money. Let's save some, and I won't need new clothes for now." Li Ji smiled and said to Zheng, "Mother, right now we can earn 30 taels a day. Do we still need to worry about paying for these few sets of new clothes?" Li Ji's family was now managed by him, and all the money was kept in his account. Previously, Li Ji had not calculated the expenses with his mother, so Zheng was surprised when she heard this. "Ji, are you sure? We can earn 30 taels a day? I only believe that 10 taels is possible." Li Ji smiled and said, "Of course, mother. Our shop now sells 1,000 bars of soap each day, plus over 1,000 more bars made for Lord Chui daily. That's how we get 30 taels of profit." Zheng was stunned and touched her chest, saying, "My goodness, I never thought we could earn so much money." Li Ji clapped his hands and smiled. "So, mother, you can rest assured. Our family is now considered wealthy, and we can afford to wear silk clothes." Zheng finally stopped arguing and said slowly, "Jir, you're really impressive. The family of 3 made silk clothes. While their helping relatives each made a new cotton jacket, 3 sets of blue cloth jackets, and 3 pairs of white cotton trousers. These helping relatives were very poor, some even poorer than Li Ji from half a month ago. Their clothes were torn and tattered, some couldn't keep out the cold. In just half a month since work started, they hadn't received their wages and had no money to buy new clothes. Now that they came to Li Ji's house to work, they ate well. Li Ji also wanted to improve their lives by making new clothes for them so they could live decently. However, these relatives are still blue-collar workers, so for now, wearing cotton clothes is enough. That evening, after finishing work and dinner, Li Ji asked the relatives to stay in the yard. He called 3 tailors from the tailoring street, and everyone measured their clothing sizes. When they heard Li Ji was going to make new clothes for them, everyone was very happy and cooperated with the tailors to get their sizes right. The leading tailor was a man in his 40s. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but say, "Wow, amazing. Where did such a good master come from? Someone who even cares about making cotton jackets and new clothes?" Li Ji's eldest cousin, Zheng Kaiqing, laughed and said, "My master not only cares about new clothes but also about 3 meals a day, with meat every meal." The tailor sighed in admiration and asked, "Wow, truly amazing. How much is your monthly wage?" Li Ji's second uncle, Li Dao, said with a smile, "Old tailor, don't be jealous. We get 2 taels of silver a month." The tailor looked up at Li Dao, widened his eyes, and asked, "2 taels?" "Exactly 2 taels." The old tailor put down his measuring tape and asked seriously, "Do you still need workers here? I won't be a tailor anymore. I can come work as a helper here." Everyone burst into laughter and scolded, "Old tailor, just stick to being a tailor. Our place is full." Seeing their teasing, the old tailor snorted and stopped talking, returning to his measuring. When he measured Li Laosi started to cry. At that moment, Li Laosi was wearing an ill-fitting cotton jacket, with a torn patch exposing the cotton inside. The black cotton trembled with his sobs. Despite the tattered clothes, Li Laosi had eaten good food for over half a month. His face was healthy and full of color, looking very well, unlike when he first arrived, when he was pale and thin. Seeing Old Fourthly crying sadly, Li Ji walked over and asked, "Old Fourth, why are you crying about your new clothes?" Old Fourthly, tears and snot running down his face, mumbled, "Since my mother passed away, I've worn old, discarded clothes that others didn't want. I've never worn new clothes. When I see the tailor measuring for new clothes, I think of my mother. Only she was so kind to me, making me new clothes." Hearing Old Fourthly's words, everyone fell silent. Some relatives who were also poor and suffering were moved by him and started crying too, and soon everyone was crying. Li Ji paused for a moment, then loudly said, "Don't cry anymore. The hard days are behind us. As long as you work honestly, better days will come. If I become rich, I won't let anyone go cold or hungry." Hearing this, the relatives stopped crying, wiped their tears, and felt hopeful. "Brother Ji, we will rely on you for our future days. Brother Ji, from now on, I will listen to you. Brother Ji, if you ask me to go south, I will never go north." A few days later, the tailor finished making the clothes. Li Ji handed out the clothes to his relatives, took a bath, and put on his new outfit. The fresh fabric fit snugly on his clean body, making him feel very comfortable. The new cotton jacket kept him warm, and Li Ji felt that spring in Tianjin wasn't so cold anymore. He no longer shivered from the cold. Having money was really good. Looking at his reflection in the water basin, Li Ji thought that wearing silk clothes made him look a bit more handsome. At home, Li Xing was busy directing relatives working hard. The workshop had been running for over 2 weeks, and everything was now on track, so Li Ji didn't need to oversee it anymore. Li Ji, dressed in his new clothes, stepped out of the house, planning to take a walk on the street. He saw Aunt Lan standing at her shop's door. "Hey, Li Ji, where did you get such a new outfit?" Li Ji smiled and answered loudly, "Made at the tailor's street." Aunt Lan rolled her eyes and said, "Li Ji, you've really become rich now, wearing silk clothes. A month ago, you looked so confused, wearing rags and borrowing money everywhere." Then she thought for a moment and added, "Is your soap workshop still hiring? My son can come work for you. He's been friends with you since childhood. You should take care of him." Although Li Ji was worried that someone might steal his soap recipe, he claimed that his soap was imported from the south to outsiders. But he couldn't fool the neighbors in the same neighborhood. Every day, materials are brought in by truckloads. Many relatives come and go to help, so it's clear that this is a small workshop. The neighbors all know that Li Ji's soap is made at home. Li Ji doesn't deny the existence of the soap workshop. However, he is clever and tells the neighbors that the most important steps in making soap are not done by him, just to prevent anyone from stealing the recipe. "Aunt Lan, don't think I'm just making a lot of noise here. The key steps in making soap aren't done in my workshop. I only do the final processing at home after bringing semi-finished products from the south." Aunt Lan rolls her eyes and says, "I don't care where you do the key steps. But you're just a young boy. You can't possibly make the important parts of the soap yourself. It must be brought from the south." Li Ji smiles and replies, "The workshop is full now. Next time I hire someone, I'll prioritize hiring your son." Hearing this, Aunt Lan smiles and says, "That's great. I'll wait for your news." Li Ji responds casually to Aunt Lan and then walks out of the neighborhood. After a few steps, he sees Chui He walking over with a maid. Chui He is dressed in a fancy, colorful silk jacket with a front opening, covered with a bright red apron, wearing a green silk skirt and a bright blue hairpin. Her outfit shows she is very wealthy, and it's clear her father, Chui Winding, dotes on her. Seeing Li Ji in a new silk outfit, Chui He blinks and runs over, smiling. "Li Ji, why aren't you wearing your old coat? Where did you get this new outfit?" Li Ji laughs and says, "I threw away the old coat. I bought this new one from the tailor's street. Isn't it nice?" Chui He blinks and looks him over, then says with a smile, "It's much better than that old coat." When Li Ji hears Chui He praising his clothes, he thinks she's also praising his looks. He feels happy and casually says, "Chui He, I just made this new outfit today. Let's go eat something delicious. I'll take you to the best restaurant in Tianjin, Zui Stian Lu, for a good meal." Chui He hesitates for a moment after hearing Li Ji's invitation. Then she says softly, "No, a girl shouldn't go out to eat alone with a man. People might say I won't get married." She looks around and then adds, "Besides, my father took me and my brother to Zui Xian Lu a few days ago. The braised pork knuckles there are the best." Seeing Chui He refuse himself, Li Ji felt a bit disappointed. He took a deep breath and said nothing. Chui He thought for a moment and asked, "Li Ji, do you have some money now?" Li Ji replied, "Yes, I do have a little bit of money now." Chui He clapped his hands and asked, "So what will you do in the future? Will you buy a big house and become a rich man?" Li Ji looked up and proudly said in front of the beautiful woman, "You're underestimating me, Chui He. I am here to save the common people." Chui He was stunned for a moment and asked blankly, "What?" Li Ji confidently said, "Chui He, look at the world now. Ordinary people are very poor, with no clothes to wear and no food to eat. This is because three big enemies keep hurting the people." Chui He asked curiously, "What are these three enemies?" Li Ji explained confidently, "The first enemy is the bandits in the northwest. These bandits don't produce anything. They raid every place they go, destroying local farms and businesses. They treat people's lives as nothing, forcing unarmed poor villagers to fight for them, causing suffering for thousands of miles." Chui He nodded and said, "I heard from my father that those bandits are really terrible. They have killed many officials and villagers. Luckily, Tianjin is not in the northwest, so they can't come here." After a pause, Li Ji continued, "The second enemy is the Jianzi Tatars in the northeast. These Tatars often cross the Great Wall to raid inland, stealing wealth and people. When they attack cities, they fight fiercely and sometimes even burn the city in revenge. In the second year of Emperor Chongzhen's reign, they entered the capital from Zaifengku and killed countless people. They will come again in the future, and I hate them the most." Hearing Li Ji's words, Chui He's face darkened, and he muttered, "The Tatars are very scary. I don't know how they are born. Even the soldiers can't defeat them. My cousin in Manhwa was killed by the Tatars 4 years ago." Li Ji was stunned. He didn't expect that he had relatives who were killed by the Tatars. He didn't know what to say and fell silent. He asked curiously, "And what about the third enemy?" Li Ji took a deep breath and said, "The third and biggest enemy is corrupt officials. Now, officials in the world are rotten to the core, like a cancer in the empire. They don't care about right or wrong but greedily the wealth of the land. Landowners and royal relatives bribe officials to avoid taxes, while poor farmers with little land have to bear all the taxes. The taxes collected by the government often ended up being exploited by local officials, who would collect 10 or even 100 times the amount, leaving common people without enough to eat or survive. Many had no choice but to flee or even join bandits." He didn't understand what Li Ji meant by cancer and thought for a moment before asking, "Li Ji, what are these three great enemies you mentioned?" In front of the beauty, Li Ji was full of confidence. He waved his hand and said, "I want to eliminate these three enemies for the people of the world." He was surprised and asked quietly, "Li Ji, do you have such great skill?" Li Ji nodded and looked at He, saying, "I will use the power of science and technology to defeat these three enemies." He looked puzzled and asked, "What is science and technology?" Li Ji loudly explained, "Is my soap useful? Science and technology are new techniques, things that bring us better soap. They constantly give civilization new strength, turning the weak into the strong, and helping civilization defeat barbarism." He listened to Li Ji's words, but said nothing, seeming unsure whether to believe his bold claims. Li Ji took a breath and calmly said, "It's not arrogance. If I don't step up and use science and technology to defeat these enemies, the Han people's world will be lost." Seeing how passionately Li Ji spoke, He blinked at him, looking a bit hesitant to speak. Li Ji smiled and then changed the subject, asking, "Is the soap I gave you useful?" He finally smiled and loudly said, "Yes, it's very good. It's not only clean but also makes me smell nice." Li Ji said, "When you finish using it, I'll give you a few more pieces." "Great, great." Li Ji stopped bragging with He and waved his hand, heading out onto the street to wander around. In mid-February, Li Ji finished making the soap for Cui Wending that month and delivered it smoothly. Cui Wending paid in full and also gave Li Ji over 200 taels of silver. With the money from Cui Wending and the profit from selling soap at his shop, Li Ji already had nearly 1,000 taels of silver. Cui Wending had already shipped half of the soap to the capital for sale. He learned from Li Ji and first cut the soap into small pieces as free samples. Once the benefits of the soap became known, he sold whole bars. When the second batch of 25,000 bars arrived in the capital, sales there were very popular, and the first batch was sold out. When the second batch arrived, women in the city rushed to buy it. More and more people learned about how good the soap was. Even eunuchs in the palace bought some to use at home. Soap can wash away sweat and dirt completely, far better than soapberry paste. This made soap quickly popular in the palace. The Wang Qingyin, who was in charge of court records, was a trusted confidant of Emperor Chojun. A few days ago, he heard from outside the palace that merchants in the capital had brought in a new item called soap from Tianjin. This soap could be used to wash clothes and remove stains very effectively, saving the trouble of scrubbing with a washboard and protecting the fabric. It could also be used for bathing, thoroughly cleaning sweat and dirt. At first, Wang Qingyin didn't believe it. In such chaotic times, how could such a good thing suddenly appear? But after he personally tried a piece of soap bought from he was completely convinced. He used the soap to clean the emperor's dragon robe. The stubborn oil stains that were hard to remove usually disappeared after a few rubs with soap foam. Normally, washing the dragon robe in the laundry bureau would wear it out, but with this soap, the robe stayed new after cleaning. Wang Qingyin also tried bathing with the soap himself. Previously, bathing took him about 20 minutes of scrubbing in the tub. Now, with this soap, he could be thoroughly clean in just 15 minutes, with no sweat or dirt left. At 25 coins per piece, this soap was truly a treasure. Wang Qingyin didn't dare keep such a good thing for himself, so he immediately presented it to the emperor. At hour high, around 9 to 11 p.m., in the Qianqing Palace in the Forbidden City, the warm stove was burning and fragrant spices from Southeast Asia filled the air, making the palace warm and comfortable. Emperor Chojun, 24 years old, was dictating an imperial edict while Wang Qingyin was reviewing and approving documents. After reading documents all night, the emperor felt a bit tired. He rubbed his eyes, stood up from his throne, and paced in the study. Seeing this, Wang Qingyin hurried over and said, "Your Majesty, it's late at night. You should rest early." Even with important state affairs, your health is the most important. The emperor pointed to the pile of documents on the desk and said, there are still many unapproved. How can I sleep? Wang Qingyan guessed the emperor's thoughts, looked up, and said, if your majesty trusts your ministers, why do you need to handle everything personally? The important documents can be reviewed, and the less important ones can be copied and approved by your ministers. The emperor turned his back to Wang Qingyan and was silent for a moment before saying, when Yuan Fu is loyal and not part of any faction, so I trust him. Very well. We will stop here for tonight. The remaining documents can be copied and approved as per the minister's suggestions. It had been many days since he last bathed. Zhu Yujian decided to take a bath before going to bed. He turned to the young standing outside the study and said, come here, bring the basin and soap. I want to wash myself. Wang Qingyan saw that the emperor wanted to bathe and quickly offered a gift, saying, Your Majesty, I recently obtained some items called soap, used for washing clothes and cleaning the body. It cleans very well. I have tried it a few times, and it works great. Would you like to try it? Oh, let's give it a try. Wang Qingyan took out a brand new bar of soap from his pocket and handed it to Zhu Yujian. How do I use this? Like soap paste, mix it with water and apply it on your body. It will foam after a few rubs, and that's enough. Zhu Yujian examined the brownish rectangular block in his hand and nodded. Soon after, the young outside brought in a basin and a screen, setting up a small bathhouse in the Qianqing Palace. Zhu Yujian preferred to bathe alone without anyone helping him, so he jumped into the basin by himself and started washing with the soap. Wang Qingyan nervously stood behind the screen, waiting for the emperor's feedback. After a while, he heard Zhu Yujian exclaim behind the screen, so many bubbles. This soap is better than the soap paste. The emperor clearly liked the soap, and Wang Qingyan was pleased. He quickly responded, Your Majesty, I also made a lot of bubbles when I used it. It's indeed better than the soap paste. Not long after, Wang Qingyan heard the emperor exclaim again, Clean. Everything is washed away in one go. Hearing the emperor's voice, Wang Qingyan knew his gift was successful and couldn't help but smile happily behind the screen. After a short while, much quicker than usual, Zhu Yujian finished drying himself, dressed in his inner clothes, and came out. Wang Qingyan, this soap is quite good. Not only does it make me clean, but it also saves time. Where did you get it? Wang Qingyan smiled flatteringly. It was bought from the palace market. It's from a spice shop. The benefits of this soap are already well known in the city, and everyone is rushing to buy it. They're spending tens of thousands of coins a month just to get some. Zhu Yujian nodded and asked, Where is this soap made? Wang Qingyan replied, I don't know the exact origin, but I heard that the soap in the capital is imported from Tianjin. Zhu Yujian pondered and said, That's a good thing. Hearing this, Wang Qingyan asked eagerly, Your Majesty, this soap is hard to find. Once a batch is sold out, it's gone quickly. Why not have Tianjin send a tribute of soap for the royal use? Zhu Yujian stood in front of the folding screen, pondering for a moment, then shook his head and said, It's a pity to waste the people's strength. The court should buy supplies at market prices, not forcefully seize them. Since they are hard to buy normally, send someone to contact the owner of that spice shop and buy a batch directly from him. Wang Qingyan quickly replied, I obey your orders. A few days later, the imperial purchasing eunuchs found Cui Wending to buy supplies exclusively from him. Cui Wending dared not delay and sold 2,000 pieces to the royal family. Soon, news of the royal soap purchase spread everywhere. Since the emperor used it, who wouldn't want to buy soap? More people came to buy. After delivering Cui Wending's goods, relatives helping Li Ji had been working for a whole month. Li Ji distributed 2 taels of monthly wages to them. For single men, Li Ji not only provided meals but also helped make new clothes. They could eat well and their families wouldn't go hungry, so they didn't urgently need money. But for those with families, those 2 taels of monthly wages were very helpful. Li Ji received his wages, and his uncle Zheng Yuan was filled with joy. After work, he bought 2 jin of cured meat at the market before heading home. By the time he arrived, it was late. As he entered, he saw his wife lighting a tung oil lamp, spinning yarn inside the house. Zheng Yuan's family was very poor and married late. His wife, Chu Shi, was 4 years younger than Zheng Yuan, but now she was 28. Their family was so poor that they rented their house, and they lived frugally. Long-term poverty had left Chu Shi somewhat malnourished and looking older, almost in her 30s. Zheng Yuan quietly approached his wife from behind, gently patting her shoulder with the cured meat in his hand. Chu Shi was focused on spinning yarn and didn't notice Zheng Yuan coming in. suddenly touched on the shoulder. She jumped in surprise and turned around quickly, only then seeing Zheng Yuan. Scare me to death. Why are you pretending to be a ghost? You almost scared me to death. Zheng Yuan smiled and raised the cured meat high, saying, Look at this. What do you think it is? Under the dim lamplight, Chu Shi looked carefully and finally recognized the meat in Zheng Yuan's hand. She exclaimed happily, It's meat. Where did you get this cured meat? I bought it. Chu Shi hadn't eaten meat in a long time. She swallowed hard, didn't bother with Zheng Yuan, and took the cured meat to the kitchen. Eager to eat, she started a fire, lit the stove, and cut a piece of the cured meat, placing it in the pot to steam. Zheng Yuan knew life was hard at home. He rubbed his hands and stood aside, watching Chu Shi cook the meat. After 15 minutes, the cured meat was ready. Chu Shi, ignoring that it was hot, tore off a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. A mouthful of savory meat filled her senses as Chu Shi chewed vigorously, closing her eyes in satisfaction. Zheng Yuan's family was very poor. Every month, after paying rent, they only had enough money left for some plain bread and coarse flour. There was no meat to eat. Even during this year's New Year, Zheng Yuan didn't dare to buy any meat. Chu Shi had long lacked protein and was very weak. When she saw the cured meat, she couldn't wait to eat it. The Zheng family was living such hard times. What could they do? Chu Shi hated the situation, but she could only blame herself for marrying an useless husband. They had been poor for 10 years. They didn't even dare to have children, afraid they couldn't afford to raise them and would starve. Last time, Zheng Yuan said he would work for his nephew and earn 2 taels of monthly pay, but Chu Shi didn't believe him. After so many years of poverty, could Zheng Yuan suddenly become successful? That Li Ji was also a poor relative, reportedly owing money he couldn't pay back. How could he suddenly turn things around and become the master, giving Zheng Yuan so much monthly money? Probably, the kid was just dreaming up something and fooling his uncle. That story about 2 taels of monthly pay was probably just to fool me. Now that she had the cured meat, Chu Shi thought to herself, forget all that. Just eat a few bites first. She was feeling weak. After a few pieces, she only felt pure joy and comfort all over her body. She wasn't in a hurry to ask Zheng Yuan where the money came from. She didn't know how long it had been since she last ate meat. As she ate, her heart grew heavy, and tears streamed down her face. Seeing his wife crying, Zheng Yuan quickly stepped forward to wipe her tears and hurriedly said, Don't cry, wife. Don't cry. We won't have to live such hard days anymore. Chu Shi wiped her tears, biting a piece of meat and chewing carefully, reluctant to swallow. She mumbled, How can we not live hard days? Did you find silver on the road? Zheng Yuan took out 2 copper coins from his pocket and held them out. Look, this is the monthly pay my nephew sent me. 1 tael of silver was worth 1 string of copper coins. Li Ji had given Zheng Yuan 2 strings of copper coins. The fire in the stove flickered, making the 2 copper coins shine brightly. Chu Shi looked at the 2 strings of coins and was stunned. Previously, Zheng Yuan said he was helping his nephew Li Ji with chores and managing meals, so Chu Shi thought that the poor Li Ji probably didn't send any monthly pay at all. Managing 3 meals a day cost quite a bit, and she thought Zheng Yuan and Li Ji were just fooling around, at least earning some food. She never expected that Li Ji, besides managing meals, actually sent 2 strings of copper coins every month. 2 strings of copper coins were enough for 3 people to live on. Plus, Zheng Yuan didn't spend money on food when he was at home, and with her weaving and earning money, their household suddenly felt much richer. Could good days really be coming? Taking the copper coins from Zheng Yuan's hand, Chu Shi bit her lip and gently tapped the coins, listening to their pleasant clinking sound. These are real copper coins. Are we going to have a good life now? Tears started to fall again, and Chu Shi tightly held the coins, then hugged Zheng Yuan fiercely, burying her face in his shoulder and crying. Zheng Yuan gently patted her back and softly comforted her. Don't cry, wife. Don't cry. We won't have to suffer anymore. After thinking for a moment, Zheng Yuan proudly said, Not only will we no longer suffer, but we can also have children now. Hearing this, Chu Shi blushed and struggled to get out of Zheng Yuan's embrace. Their family was poor, and they had rarely planned to have children. Chu Shi was shy about such matters. When Zheng Yuan mentioned having children, her face turned as red as an apple. Under the light of the stove, Zheng Yuan looked at his wife's blushing face and smiled. After a month of eating meat and doing hard physical work daily, Zheng Yuan's body was now very healthy. He used his strength to lift the shy Chushur into his arms and strode into the house. Soap was very useful, and the demand for it continued to grow. That day, Li Ji was returning from the textile market, thinking about developing textile machinery, when he saw Cui Wending sitting in his own hall with a middle-aged man wearing a Confucian cap, and his younger brother Li Xing sitting beside him. Cui Wending saw Li Ji coming back and stood up to greet him. "Li Ji, you're back. I've been waiting for you for half an hour." Li Ji glanced at Cui Wending, thinking that this merchant was eager to profit, so he must want to buy more soap. He chuckled and said, "My apologies. I didn't know Lord Cui was coming. Have you sold all your goods?" Cui Wending looked at Li Ji and said seriously, "I'm not here to buy goods. I want to introduce a friend to you." Then he pulled Li Ji into the hall and pointed to the middle-aged man wearing the Confucian cap, saying, "This is Su Jiren, the owner of Taichang Trading, one of the 8 major merchants in Tianjin. He came especially to meet you today." The middle-aged man saw Li Ji approaching and examined him carefully before standing up and saying, "I am Su Mintz, the owner of Taichang Trading. Young Masterly, your soap business is already well known, and I am honored to meet you today." The Jiren master spoke respectfully to Li Ji, calling him young master. Just a month ago, everyone was calling Li Ji a fool, so the contrast was quite striking. Thanks to the booming soap business, Li Ji's social status in the Ming dynasty has greatly improved. He paused, then Su Mintz said, "A small gift is not enough to show respect." After speaking, Su Mintz handed over a gift list. According to Ming dynasty customs, visiting a stranger's home requires bringing gifts. If the gifts are numerous and hard to carry, one should prepare a list of the gifts to be given, and then have servants deliver the actual items. However, the items on this list are all high-class goods, which ordinary families wouldn't need. Li Ji, for the first time receiving someone else's gift list, was caught off guard. He took the list from Su Mintz and wasn't sure whether to look at it or set it aside. In the end, he glanced at it and saw that the list was full of expensive items like spices and silk. He was surprised and wondered what Su Leoi was up to. Although the other was a wealthy merchant, he held the rank of Jiren, a scholar who could potentially become an official, which gave him a high status. Since Su Leoi was so polite, Li Ji could only smile and say, "Master Su, you are too kind. I am inexperienced in hosting, and I hope you will forgive me. Please, sit down." Seeing Li Ji's politeness, Su Mintz was pleased and sat down comfortably. He wasn't in a hurry to discuss business and started chatting about various topics. In terms of knowledge, Li Ji, having lived 2 lives, was naturally more learned than Su Leoi. However, he couldn't speak about later events, and he knew less about the affairs of the late Ming period than the scholars of that time. After a few words, Su Mintz kept talking freely, while Li Ji could only nod and laugh along. After about half an hour and several cups of tea, Su Mintz finally returned to the main topic and asked, "Young Master Li, is your soap made locally or imported from Jiangnan?" Although Li Ji had claimed that the soap was imported from Jiangnan, many people suspected that his soap was produced locally, as materials were transported daily in carts to Li's yard. Hearing the question, Li Ji's heart tightened, unsure of Su Mintz's meaning. If it was discovered that the soap was made locally, someone might become interested in the formula. Thinking of this, Li Ji replied casually, "The key part of production is done in Jiangnan. I bring semi-finished products from Jiangnan and then do some processing at home before selling the finished goods." Su Mintz casually asked, "Could young Master Li tell me where in Jiang you source your materials?" Li Ji chuckled and said, "Honestly, this is my business channel, and I can't reveal it to others." Hearing this, Su Mintz was not upset and smiled as he said, "Since that's the case, I will buy soap only from young Master Li." So, he was here to buy soap after all. Li Ji did not respond but asked directly, "How much does Mr. Su want to buy?" Su Mintz looked at Cui Wending, then turned to say, "I need to buy 200,000 pieces each month to sell in the south." Hearing this, Li Ji took a deep breath. 200,000 pieces is a big number. Currently, in Tianjin and Beijing, he sells a total of about 80,000 pieces a month. Su Mintz's order of 200,000 would mean doubling or tripling Li Ji's sales. It seems the soap workshop will need to expand again. As for the unreasonable idea of lying about buying semi-finished products from the south and selling finished products back there, Li Ji was too lazy to explain. After all, he was the only one doing this soap business. It didn't matter where he sourced his goods. If you want to buy, buy. If not, forget it. Thinking for a moment, Li Ji replied, 200,000 pieces is acceptable. I will contact my supplier in the south to increase the supply. When Li Ji said he had stock, Su Min's face lit up with happiness. He looked at Cui Wending and smiled happily. After thinking, Li Ji added, if I sell 20,000 pieces of soap each month, the buying price should be 18 won per piece. Su Min said, young masterly, if you can lower the price a bit, I am willing to buy 20,000 pieces. Li Ji shook his head and said, Mr. Su, you may not know, but the more soap we produce, the higher the cost. When production increases, raw material supply becomes difficult, and the cost of purchasing various materials also rises. Su Min looked at Cui Wending, who said, Li Ji, you can make a little more profit. Mr. Su is making a big deal, and your profit won't be small. Now, the soap's reputation has grown, and customers are coming in constantly. The demand far exceeds supply, so Li Ji was not planning to lower the price further. He looked at Su Min and firmly held his ground on the price. 18 won per piece, not a half one less. We sell at 20 won per piece in our shop, and people are fighting to buy it. Only when supply can't meet demand. Hearing this, Su Min and Cui Wending exchanged glances. After a moment, Su Min said, fine, 18 won it is. I do this business mainly to make friends with young Masterly. Make friends? Does he want to buy more soap? Su Min's business is quite large. Li Ji was deep in thought, reevaluating Su Min's background. He smiled gently and said, Old Master Su, you are too kind. If we are to be friends, I, Li Ji, truly hope to become friends with you. Hearing this, Su Min laughed heartily and said confidently, young Master Li is a fun person. I, Su, am definitely making this friendship official. Su Min was quite bold. After saying this, he stopped talking about soap and started chatting about all sorts of things from north to south, discussing business matters across the country. Li Ji found him straightforward and decided to just listen quietly to his chatter. Whenever Su Min talked about business and mentioned a merchant, he would comment on the merchant's backer or support. This caught Li Ji's attention. Li Ji thought to himself, could it be that all Ming Dynasty merchants focus on having strong backing? Since I am alone, where can I find such support? They talked for about half an hour before Su Min finally stopped talking. During this time, their relationship grew closer, and they truly became new friends. He also agreed with Li Ji to buy 20,000 pieces of soap each month, promising to send half the payment as a deposit the next day before leaving. Outside Li's courtyard, Cui Wending stood on Hang Street and asked Su Min, Boss Su, what do you think of Li Ji? He's a smart person. No wonder he can produce such excellent soap. This soap is crafted with skill and has countless benefits. It will surely become popular all over the country, and its value will be immense. Although Li Ji repeatedly emphasized that the key steps in making soap were done in the south, Su Min was a seasoned veteran with sharp eyes. After chatting for so long, he had already seen through the truth that the soap was Li Ji's own product. Cui Wending looked at Su Min and asked, Mr. Su, are you planning to take Li Ji's formula and make soap yourself? Su Min smiled slightly and said calmly, stealing someone's business is easy, but that's not my style. Plus, spreading such rumors would harm my uncle's reputation. My uncle still has room to grow in his career. He paused and then said, the South is rich and prosperous. This soap can sell for at least 25 cents a piece, and I can make a profit of 7 cents per piece. If he sells most of his goods to me in the future, the profits will be very good. So, I plan to help this young friendly rise to great heights. Doing him a favor is just right for me. Cui Wending laughed loudly and said, with a bow, Boss Su, you are so generous. I admire you. The next day, Su Min indeed sent the deposit. Half of the total payment, exactly 1,800 taels of silver, was packed into several large boxes. Seeing so much silver, the people of the Li family were all stunned. Li Ji was worried that having so much silver might attract thieves, so he stayed home with some single relatives at night to prevent theft. With the silver, Li Ji planned to expand the soap factory. First, he needed a big house. Although the Li family's yard was quite large, it was now full of workshops, so he definitely needed new space to grow the business. Li Ji went to Yarn Street to find a real estate agent called Fang Yu to help find an empty big house. The agent, Lu Shuigue, was a thin middle-aged man. When he saw Li Ji in his new silk clothes and confident, successful look, he respectfully called him young master. How big a house do you want, young master? Lu Shuigue asked slowly. Li Ji was dressed in new silk clothes, full of energy from his growing business, and looked very different. He said, I want a big house with more than 20 rooms, and it should be cheap. Lu Shuigue nodded and said, if you want over 20 rooms, it should have a 3-section yard. If you want it cheaper, you should look for an older house. He sat behind his desk, opened an old notebook, and started searching through it page by page. After a while, he looked up and asked, there's a house in Chi-Chi Lane in the North City, with 3 sections, 5 rooms in the south wing, 8 rooms in the side rooms, 2 main rooms, and 4 small rooms, priced at 190 taels. Does that suit you? Li Shi counted and found only 19 rooms, so he shook his head and said, that's too small. Lu Shuigue kept searching and then said, there's a 3-section yard in the West City, 10 years old, with 12 side rooms, 7 south rooms, 2 main rooms, and 4 small rooms, priced at 290 taels. Li Ji shook his head again and said, that's too expensive. Help me find a cheaper one, even if it's older. Li Ji wanted a house to use as a factory, so it didn't need to be new. You want something cheap? The agent understood and looked through the notebook again. After searching for a long time, he finally slammed his hand on the desk and said, yes, I have one. Here's a cheap one. He held the notebook up to Li Ji and said, in Mi Lane in the South City, there's a 3-section yard that's been used for 30 years and is quite old. It has 12 side rooms, 7 south rooms, 4 small rooms, and 2 main rooms, totaling 25 rooms, and costs only 180 taels. Although the notebook was written in traditional Chinese characters, Li Ji could understand it. After looking at the record, Li Ji smiled and said, then let's go see the rice alley. Let's go now. Fangye took Li Ji and they walked through the streets to the rice alley in the south of the city. As the name suggests, the alley was full of shops selling grains. Fangye reached a rundown big house with 2 entrances and knocked the courtyard gate. The courtyard gate was not locked. Lu Shigui knocked, and the gate swung open with a creak. Hearing the knocking, a young man came out. Seeing Fangye and Lu Shigui, the young man led them inside and sat in the main hall. Li Ji looked at the house and saw it was quite old and broken down. Many of the paper coverings on the windows were torn and not repaired. But Li Ji didn't mind the house's condition since he planned to use it for a factory. Broken doors and windows could be fixed with some carpentry work. They waited a while. A middle-aged man came in. When he saw Lu Shigui, he looked embarrassed and clasped his hands, saying, Mr. Lu, we are not selling this house for now. Lu Shigui was surprised and asked, we agreed on 180 taels. Why are you not selling anymore? The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, we borrowed money from relatives, so we can't move out for now. Selling the house and renting another costs money. Our family is big and renting a house is not easy. Lu Shigui was unhappy and said, I wasted my effort bringing clients to see the house. The middle-aged man sighed and said, if my family's business in Xuanfu doesn't improve soon, I will sell the house to Mr. Lu after some time. Lu Shigui stood up impatiently, waving his sleeve and saying, think carefully before you tell me anything. After saying that, Lu Shigui took Li Ji and left. Li Ji yawned and asked, Mr. Lu, do you have any other suitable courtyards? Lu Shigui nodded and said, yes. Let me find it. He dipped his finger in his mouth to wet it, then looked through his notebook on the street. After 5 or 6 minutes, Lu Shigui happily said, I found one. It's on Sanheng Street in the east of the city. It has 3 courtyards with 3 entrances, 10 rooms in the wing, 7 south-facing rooms, 6 small rooms, and 2 main rooms, totaling 25 rooms. The house was built 17 years ago and is now valued at 260 taels of silver. Hearing that the house was close to his home in the east of the city, Li Ji became interested and asked, is there any problem with this house? Don't tell me you're not selling it again after going to see it. The landlord of this courtyard has been closely following his relatives who work in government. Last year, his relative was promoted to be a county magistrate in Ganzhou, so he also went to Ganzhou to do business. Now, the house is empty, with only one person left to sell it. Li Ji saw that the house agent knew so much about this property and suspected that the agent had already decided to sell the house to him. The previous talk was just a setup. Since the house met his needs, Li Ji said, let's go see it. The agent took Li Ji to the east of the city, to Sanheng Street. The street was not far from Jingdianfang. It was a quiet street, with large courtyards on both sides and no shops facing the street. The agent found the house for sale, which was a relatively new residence. He knocked on the door, and a middle-aged man opened it. Mr. Lu has arrived. I'm bringing a customer to see the house. Li Ji followed the agent inside and looked around the house. The house was fairly new, with blue bricks on the ground. There were many rooms, and behind the third courtyard, there was a row of smaller back buildings, not included in the 25 rooms listed. If Li Ji expanded his business later, there would still be spare rooms to use. The street where the house was located was quite quiet, which suited Li Ji's need for privacy. He was quite satisfied. If every house on Jingbianfang had a shop, with women constantly watching the street, it would be hard to keep things secret. Although the price was a bit high, Li Ji found it acceptable. But he didn't want the seller to think he was eager to buy. He looked around and smiled at the agent, saying, "Let's look at other houses." The agent asked Li Ji, "Are you not satisfied with this house, young master? The price isn't high." Li Ji smiled and said, "Let's see more." He looked at 3 more houses with the agent, but none were suitable. After running around for a while, Li Ji finally pretended to be not very eager and offered a price for the Sanheng Street house, 230 taels for the house on Sanheng Street. No more. The agent looked at Li Ji and thought the young man was quite shrewd. He quickly agreed, saying, "I'll go talk to them." Sure enough, 2 days later, the agent hurried to Jingbianfang to find Li Ji and told him that the seller agreed to lower the price to 230 taels. Li Ji was happy to hear this. He took out the money and, together with Li Xing and the agent, went to complete the deal. Mr. Fang asked someone to write the house deed. He found the main landlord on Sanheng Street and paid a deed tax of 3 taels for mace and 5 kandarines, as well as 1 tael, 1 mace, and 5 kandarines for the rent. Then he went to the Qing military office to get the stamp. Only then did he hand the deed to Li Ji. Li Ji looked at the deed and saw it said, "Contract for selling the house, written by Zhang Yud." Now, the property located at 25 rooms on Sanheng Street, with a new 3-entry courtyard, including all doors, walls, windows, tiles, wood, and a bright courtyard. The east boundary is Wangting Yuan's wall, the south boundary is Sanheng Street, the north boundary is Fan He's wall, and the west boundary is Qin Shinkong's wall. The agreement was made with Lu Shuigue. The sale price is 230 taels, paid in full on the same day, with no shortages. The house has no overlapping transactions or disputes. If any issues arise, they should be discussed with the seller, unrelated to the current owner. This document is made as proof, as there is no other evidence. Below the deed, the seller Zhang Yud signed, the witness Wei Jimin signed, and the broker Lu Shuigue signed. The date was February 19th, the 7th year of the Chongjin era. It was stamped with a large red seal from the Qing military office in Tianjin. With this deed, the house now belonged to Li Ji, and the soap factory had a place to settle. After buying the house, Li Ji began recruiting workers. To produce 200,000 bars of soap in a month, he needed to hire 50 more people. When the recruitment news was announced, Li family head Li Yusheng was also called in. This time, he not only recommended relatives with the Li surname but also suggested his sister-in-law, her husband, and their children, a total of 25 people. Li Ji's mother, Zhang, saw Li Yusheng recommending even her married daughter's family, so she also took 19 honest relatives from her family and recommended them to Li Ji. The remaining spots were filled by childhood friends from Jingbianfang. When they heard Li Ji was recruiting again, Aunt Lan immediately brought her son Zhongfeng to Li Ji's house. Before entering the courtyard, she saw it was already crowded with people, relatives from the Li and Zheng families filling the yard, all waiting to go into the main hall for an interview with Li Ji. "Xiamin, you're already 17. Why haven't you gone out to work before?" "Brother Ji, now with all the chaos, there are few places needing people. I couldn't find a suitable job before." "What do you do at home?" "Brother Ji, I've been watching over the paper shop with my father." "Any tips for selling paper?" "Tips for selling paper. Just be honest in your work. If you sincerely treat customers honestly and do not deceive them, they will trust you and feel happy to buy your products. What if a customer tries to bargain too hard? For normal prices, negotiation is possible. But if someone makes unreasonable demands, ignore them. They will realize it's pointless and might offer a higher price themselves. You seem to have some experience. Okay, you pass." Next, Zhong Feng saw the situation in the yard and said with a wave of his arm, "Li Ji is really capable now. He's doing big business. How many people does he have working for him?" Aunt Lan glared at her son and said, "He has at least 50 people now. Look at how successful Li Ji is. And look at yourself. Why haven't you achieved anything? You hang out with him, but you haven't gained any real skills." Zhang Feng chuckled awkwardly. That kind of success isn't something everyone can get. Aunt Lan shot him another sharp look and asked, You've known him since you were kids. Does he use you? As kids, Xiao Guangwei used to bully Jigu. I even helped him fight Xiao Guangwei once. Jigu used to be a bit slow and simple, but he's very sentimental. He'll remember me. Stop calling him slow and simple. Jigu is now very clever, much smarter than you. If he hears you calling him that, he might kick us out. After a pause, Lan scolded again. Look at you, almost 20 and still haven't found a job. You stay at home all day, just playing with weapons. What good is that? Can you fight the Totters? You're stuck in our shop, not earning enough for food. How will you start a family? I heard Li Ji pays his helpers 2 taels of silver a month, feeds them 3 meals a day, and even gives meat. He's the best boss anyone could have. With such a job, you won't have to worry about marriage or children. If Li Ji takes you in, your life will be better. Mother, you're right. Zhang Feng replied half-heartedly. Suddenly, he patted his head and said, But, Mother, look, Li's family has so many relatives. If Jiga hires everyone, he might not need me anymore. Aunt Lan's face tightened at this, and she glared at Zhang Feng. She pulled him into Li's yard. She knew about Li Ji's queuing system and the importance of taking turns, so she took Zhang Feng to stand behind Li's relatives. They waited for an hour and a half until Li Ji finished asking each relative. Then they moved to stand in front of Li Ji. Li Ji had already seen Aunt Lan behind the crowd and greeted her with a smile. Aunt Lan, you brought Zhang Feng along. Aunt Lan was happy that Li Ji took the initiative to greet her and replied cheerfully, Li Ji, I heard your family is recruiting workers. My son Zhang Feng hasn't found a job. He grew up playing with you, so please consider using him. Zhang Feng happily followed his mother and bowed deeply to Li Ji. Hello, Brother Ji. Li Ji looked at Zhang Feng, recalling his memories of him. He remembered that Zhang Feng had been his childhood friend and had even helped teach Xiao Guangwei a lesson. He smiled and asked, Zhang Feng, would you like to work in my workshop? Zhang Feng raised his head and said, I would love to. Li Ji nodded and said, Then come over. You're in. Zhang Feng was overjoyed and smiled brightly. He bowed again and said loudly, Thank you, Brother Ji. I will work honestly and not let you down. Li Ji smiled and said, Come to my house at dawn in 3 days, and I will take you to the workshop. Zhang Feng nodded and said, Okay. Aunt Lan, seeing that Li Ji had nothing more to say, quickly pulled Zhang Feng away. Brother Ji, you keep recruiting people. We won't bother you anymore. Safe travels. On the way back, Aunt Lan and Zhang Feng's mother were very happy, as if they had won a scholarship. Now it's perfect. You can work at Brother Ji's place, have enough to eat, and save 2 taels of silver each month. In a year or 2, you'll have enough money to get married. As she spoke, Aunt Lan's eyes filled with tears. Your father died early, and I was worried I wouldn't earn enough to support you and see you married. I didn't expect our family to turn around thanks to Li Ji. Luckily, you played well with Li Ji as a child. When things get better, we can leave this poor life behind. Mother, why are you crying? We're on the busy street. This is a happy thing. Aunt Lan walked ahead, tears in her eyes, saying, Zhang Feng, I raised you so hard, and now you have such a good job earning 2 taels a month. You should be filial and give some to your mother. Zhang Feng smiled and said, Mother, I will give you 1 tael each month. Hearing this, Aunt Lan finally smiled through her tears and said, 1 tael is too much. Just 1 qian, a smaller unit, is enough. I will buy some meat to eat and taste some real food. After recruiting workers, Li Ji began organizing the work. He still divided the entire soap-making process into 6 steps, assigning specific workers to each step, working in a sealed room. This division of work keeps individual workers unaware of the entire production process, ensuring the secrecy of the soap formula and preventing leaks. At the same time, Li Ji strictly forbids helpers from discussing their assigned tasks with others. Li Ji also promotes relatives who perform well this month to managerial positions, responsible for overseeing specific steps. For example, he promotes Lao Sili to manage the soap cutting process, increasing his monthly pay to 3 taels. Similarly, he promotes his uncle Zheng Yuan to oversee the saponification reaction, with a monthly pay of 4 taels. As the overall manager of the factory, Li Ji's brother Li Xing receives 8 taels of pocket money each month. Although Li Ji and Li Xing do not split their family property, according to Ming dynasty customs, Li Ji normally wouldn't need to give Li Xing money. However, Li Ji, being a modern person, is not used to the traditional family wealth sharing. He believes paying Li Xing a salary will motivate him more, so he finally gives him a salary. Li Xing manages the factory and holds a very important position in the family. Now, with 8 taels of pocket money each month, he is very excited and works diligently supervising and managing. Not to mention Li Xing's 8 taels, the salary for managers, 3 or 4 taels a month, is quite high for this time, enough to support a family. Plus, Li Zi provides 3 hearty meals a day. The promoted relatives are thrilled, and those not promoted are determined to work hard and hope to become managers when Li Ji expands his business next time. Once everything was arranged, Li Ji's expanded soap factory started operating vigorously. With the factory on track, Li Ji no longer needs to spend much effort managing it. He begins developing textile machinery that this era does not have. It is the 7th year of the Chongzhen Emperor's reign. Soon, Emperor Chongzhen will hang himself from a crooked tree, and the Jurchen people will move south to establish the Qing dynasty. Li Ji does not want to lose the Han people's land and be forced into submission. He aims to use technology to change this era and its history, so that the Han people will no longer endure the humiliating rule of the Manchus. All plans must be carried out quickly. Li Ji plans to invent a series of textile machines and build textile factories to expand his business. The first step is to make a flying shuttle loom. This simple machine can greatly increase weaving efficiency and is Li Ji's top choice for developing the textile industry. Before crossing over, although Li Ji had not previously taken on textile industry design orders, as a basic skill of an industrial designer, he was familiar with textile machinery and understood the structure of shuttles very well. He knew where springs needed to be installed and how to arrange the guide rails. That day, Li Ji spread a piece of rice paper on the table, dipped a fine brush into some ink from the inkstone, and began drawing design sketches of the shuttle's various parts. After about 15 minutes, he had finished 5 drawings. Seeing Li Ji holding the brush and drawing, Mrs. Zheng walked over in confusion and asked, "Jir, what are you drawing?" "Mother, I am designing a new type of weaving machine that is several times faster than the one you use." Mrs. Zheng was surprised and said, "Such a machine? Impossible. Have I wasted all these years weaving with my old loom?" However, the success of soap making made Mrs. Zheng trust Li Ji's new ideas a little more, and she couldn't help asking, "Where did you learn about this kind of weaving machine?" "Jir, a wise old monk taught me." "That monk again? How did he teach you so many good things?" Li Ji smiled but did not answer his mother's question. Instead, he took the drawings and went to the blacksmith shop to find someone to make the shuttle. When he arrived at the blacksmith shop, Li Ji was cautious and handed different parts to several different blacksmiths, so no single blacksmith would know the entire structure of the shuttle, thus protecting his secret. At Wang's blacksmith shop, the boss, Wang Taitu, received the spring design drawings and looked at them from all sides but couldn't understand. "Young Masterly, what are you doing with this twisted piece of fine iron?" Li Ji did not answer Wang Taitu's question but said, "Don't ask what I am making. Just make it as I tell you." Li Ji was dressed in silk clothes, giving him an extraordinary aura. Wang Taitu was not offended by Li Ji's bluntness and thought that wealthy people should be so commanding. "Young Masterly, I will charge you 30 coins for making this." "That's fine." Even if Li Ji was just making a toy, it didn't matter to Wang Taitu. As long as Li Ji paid, it was enough. Seeing Li Ji's wealth, Wang Taitu stopped arguing and started making the spring according to Li Ji's drawings. He heated a piece of fine iron until it was red, then repeatedly hammered it on the anvil until it became a thick iron wire about the thickness of incense sticks. Then he used pliers to wind the thick wire around an iron rod, making a spring, and finally quenched the spring in water with a sizzling sound. Li Ji was pleased when he saw his creation and went to test the spring's elasticity. After a few tries, he felt that the spring's rebound was average. Pressing it too hard would cause it to lose its shape and deform. Li Ji thought this might be because the iron lacked enough elasticity. Modern springs are made from special spring steel, or at least steel, but using iron from a Ming-era blacksmith's inferior iron probably couldn't meet the requirements, especially with the poor quality iron available then. "Wang Taitu, don't use iron for this. Find a piece of high-quality steel to make it." Wang Taitu was momentarily stunned and said, "Young Masterly, good steel is used for blades. If you also use high-quality steel for this, isn't that too extravagant?" Li Ji shook his head and asked, "How much would it cost to use high-quality steel?" Wang Taitu thought for a moment and replied, "It might be about 1 tael of silver." Li Ji smiled and said, "Just go ahead and make it. I will pay you the silver without fail." After a pause, he added, "Make the steel wire thinner, about half the thickness of this one." Wiping his sweat, Wang Taitu agreed. "All right. Since young Masterly is willing to pay, I will not hold back." He pumped the bellows again, heating a piece of high-quality steel until it turned red. He hammered it for about 15 minutes, shaping it into a thin wrapped around an iron rod. Finally, after quenching, a steel spring was completed. Li Ji tested the steel spring and found it worked well. However, he was not fully satisfied and asked Wang Taitu to change the winding angle and the wire thickness. They made over 10 different steel springs, finally selecting the one with the greatest elasticity. Only then did they stop. With the high elasticity spring finished, making the other parts became easier. Li Ji ordered several blacksmiths to produce guide rails and weights, and finally, a carpenter built a new type of loom twice as wide as a Ming-era loom, with a shuttle installed on it. To keep it secret, Li Ji covered the shuttle with several wooden boards so the operator couldn't see its design. Once the loom was ready, Li Ji took some cotton thread from his mother and tested it. As the shuttle moved back and forth, the loom operated smoothly with each pass, weaving fabric at a very good speed. After an hour of operation, he wove 2 feet of wide cloth, which was twice as fast as a Ming-era loom. Since the loom was also twice as wide, the fabric produced was twice as wide, making the overall efficiency 4 times higher than that of traditional Ming looms. Zheng Shi watched from the side, surprised by Li Ji's weaving speed, and looked at him with disbelief. Having woven cloth for 30 years, Mr. Zheng considers himself an experienced weaver and proud that he can weave faster than most people. However, he never thought that relying on machines could make weaving so quick and produce such wide cotton cloth. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe there are such amazing machines in the world. Mr. Zheng looked at Li Ji's weaving machine and sighed. Facing this new machine, all his 30 years of hard work seemed like clumsy effort. If Li Ji had shown this machine earlier, his cloth production would have been several times higher. First soap, now this weaving machine, Li Ji is no longer just a simple-minded son, but a son full of wonder. He doesn't understand why the Taoist priest Li Ji mentioned is so kind to him and teaches him so many amazing things. Mr. Zheng's surprise didn't bother Li Ji. Anyone would be shocked by these inventions that are far ahead of their time. Li Ji feels very happy after inventing the flying shuttle loom. Making this kind of loom requires blacksmiths and carpenters, costing about 2 or 3 silver coins each. He can afford to make hundreds of them. Li Ji plans to build a large-scale weaving factory, buying 400 looms and hiring 400 workers at once. This requires a large factory building. There's no such big building in the city. In the Ming dynasty, houses were courtyard style, with small rooms and large courtyards, which meant low land use. If one house held 5 looms, it would need 80 houses. At that time, a mansion with 80 rooms was a luxurious residence. Li Ji's entire wealth might not be enough to buy such a place. Li Ji plans to build the factory outside the city on cheap land, finding an open space to a large building. If each loom takes up 3 square meters, Li Ji needs a factory of 1,200 square meters. This isn't a big project, and dozens of carpenters and bricklayers can finish it quickly. Li Ji knows well that late Ming Beijing is a dangerous place. Every few years, the Jin people break through the defenses and raid the city. Tianjin is near the capital, and in a few years, it will likely face attack by the Manchu. However, the Manchu usually break through the Great Wall from the west and take some time to reach Tianjin. If there's an alert, Li Ji has enough time to move the weaving machines into the city. As for the factory, it's not valuable. If the Manchu burn it down, so be it. Once they leave, Li Ji can rebuild. Compared to buying a luxury house inside the city, this option costs much less. Having made up his mind, Li Ji went to find Fanya Lu Shuigui, who helped him purchase 20 acres of cheap yellow mud land through an agent. The land is located in the east of the city, measuring 45 zhang long and 27 zhang wide, only half an hour's walk from Li Ji's home, making it easy for him to manage. After buying the land and obtaining the deed, Li Ji went to Yingfang Street to hire 15 carpenters and 10 bricklayers. He asked them to buy wood and lime and start building a factory on the yellow mud land outside the city. Li Ji planned the layout himself, deciding on the orientation and size of the buildings. He planned to build 10 large houses, each about 120 square meters, surrounded by a 2-meter-high wall. The foreman of the craftsmen told Li Ji that the factory could be completed in a month. Including materials and labor costs, it would cost about 100 taels of silver. For Li Ji, 100 taels of silver was not a large sum. He paid in advance of 30 taels and gave each craftsman a small reward. The workers were very happy and worked diligently. The craftsmen chose the site on the yellow mud land, packed the soil firmly, and then placed cypress wood into the solidified foundation as piles. Based on these piles, the carpenters built the beams and frameworks, while the bricklayers laid the floors, built the walls, and covered the roofs with tiles. Wooden bricks were transported in batches and piled up like small hills on the land. After finishing the factory construction, Li Ji contacted blacksmiths and carpenters who made machinery and furniture, starting to produce 400 shuttle weaving machines. Because he needed the machines urgently, he hired many workers. The blacksmiths could produce 400 sets of shuttles in about 10 days with 4 blacksmiths working separately. The carpenters required many workers, so Li Ji hired over 80 carpenters in Tianjin to build the frames for the new weaving machines, aiming to complete all 400 within a month. Meanwhile, while Li Ji was busy with the cloth factory, the soap workshop had some issues. One evening, Li Xing came to Li Ji and told him something that made him alert. "Brother, a few people have been sneaking around outside the soap workshop these days. Early in the morning, they were counting the raw materials we brought in, and once they even climbed onto the wall of the neighboring house, seemingly trying to peek into our workshop." What? Li Ji became alert when he heard this. Although he publicly claimed that the key parts of soap production were not done at his place, some clever merchants might not believe him and could see through the fact that he was completing the entire process in the soap workshop. If these people wanted to steal his soap formula, they would likely send someone to spy on the workshop. These sneaky-looking people are probably spies sent by greedy rivals. Fortunately, Li Ji has always kept secrets well. He stored each step of soap making in separate rooms and only let workers handle one small part at a time. This way, even if the spies try to gather information, they won't learn much. Although the raw materials Li Ji buys can be traced, without knowing the exact method, simply mixing the ingredients won't produce soap. For example, skipping the step of filtering out calcium carbonate results in a hard, stone-like substance instead of soap. The steps of salt separation and alkali separation are also essential. Missing them would only produce a thick, impure mixture that can't be used. Only by understanding each step of Li Ji's soap-making process can someone truly learn the recipe and produce good soap. Even though there is no immediate risk of the recipe being stolen, Li Ji thinks further ahead. If someone tries to spy on him now, what if they resort to more aggressive methods after failing? How can Li Ji defend himself against such threats? He needs to build a force capable of protecting his business. Li Ji spent a night thinking and decided to have his childhood friend, Zhang Feng, lead the effort to build a security team, or in this era, recruit a group of bodyguards. Zhang Feng has known Li Ji since childhood and even helped teach Shaoguang Wei. He's a reliable person and enjoys swordplay and martial arts, making him a good leader for the guards. With his own armed team, Li Ji will have more strength to defend against those who covet his soap recipe. The next day, Li Ji found Zhang Feng busy working on the soap-making process. "Zhang Feng, are you happy doing this work?" Li Ji asked. Zhang Feng, stirring the large pot with a stick, replied, "Brother Ji, honestly, constantly stirring this iron furnace every day, doing the same thing over and over, is making me lose interest. Thinking that I might have to do this for my whole life makes me feel very discouraged." He sighed and added, "But don't worry, Brother Ji, to earn my wages, I'll do my best, even if I don't like it. I won't cause trouble for you." Li Ji smiled and teased him, "This is all for your future wife. How can you make money and start a family if you don't work hard?" Zhang Feng nodded firmly and said, "Yes, I understand. As long as I keep at it, next year I can save over 20 taels of silver and marry my wife. When the time comes to have a baby, will we also enjoy a warm life with my wife and children?" After saying this, Zhang Feng smiled happily, seeming very excited about the future. He stirred the stove more vigorously. Li Ji looked at Zhang Feng with a smile and slowly said, "What if I let you stop working at the stove and become a swordsman?" "Really?" Zhang Feng looked surprised and stopped stirring. He laughed and said, "Brother Ji, are you joking? If I become a swordsman, will you still pay me? I will pay you 2 silver coins a month, with meat in every meal." Hearing this, Zhang Feng was stunned for a moment before reacting. "Brother Ji, what good thing are you talking about? Are you planning to make me your servant?" Li Ji nodded and said, "Yes, I want you to be my servant, but also the captain of the servant team. In the future, you will lead a group of servants and follow my orders to deal with those suspicious enemies." Hearing this, Zhang Feng put down his stirring stick on the stove and loudly said, "I agree, Brother Ji. I will do this. I will be a good captain of the servant team and lead a strong group." No matter what strange creatures or enemies come, I will lead people to fight them. Li Ji nodded and said, "All right, from today, you are the captain of my servant team. I will recruit 10 followers for you. Every day, some of them will stand guard at the workshop entrance, and the others will train in the yard. Although you are now the captain, your monthly pay is still 2 silver coins. But if your team makes any achievements, I will increase your pay." Zhang Feng was so happy his face turned red and said, "Great. Brother Ji, you're so generous. Giving me 10 followers. Don't worry, I will be a good captain. Keep the guards in order, and make sure the training is good. We'll beat up any troublemakers trying to attack our workshop." Li Ji nodded and then left. Back home, Li Ji called his second grandfather and asked him to recommend 6 relatives to join as servants. Li Yusheng, eager for a good opportunity, recommended 6 distant relatives he had never met, saying they were all tall. Li Ji also spread the word to his grandmother, Zheng Pin Chun, who immediately recommended 4 tall, distant relatives. Together, they formed a team of 10 servants. Li Ji also recruited 1 person from the neighborhood kids to help in the workshop, filling the vacancy left by Zhang Feng. The servant team was the first military force Li Ji had since traveling to this era, and he valued it greatly. After the household guards were formed, they began daily patrols and training. During the first training session, Li Ji personally led the team. Standing in the courtyard of the soap workshop, Li Ji looked at the row of household guards and nodded. The Ming dynasty banned civilians from carrying swords in the city, but they could hold knives and swords at home. Li Ji bought each of his 11 guards a red tassel spear, which they kept in the workshop and only used during emergencies. During patrols, each carried a long stick as a weapon. At this moment, all 11 guards held their red tassel spears, looking very imposing. Li Ji, standing in front of the guards, loudly addressed them. "Do you know the purpose of forming this guard team?" Hearing Li Ji's question, the 11 guards were unsure of the answer and dared not reply. The goal of the guard team now is to fight against those villains who covet the soap workshop, to protect the workshop, and to defend the Li family's property. As the Li family's assets grow, they will become more valuable, and our enemies will become stronger. This means our guard team must stand up and fight. Later, I will equip the guard team with the best gear, making them fully armed soldiers. And today, you are the 11 seeds of the guard team. As long as you perform well and don't fall behind, you will become veterans of the team and eventually officers, enjoying their honors and income. When the guards heard Li Ji's vision of the future, their eyes lit up, as if they could already see their own achievements. Of course, right now we don't have iron armor, strong horses, firearms, or cannons. We only have a single red tassel spear. But a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Our training starts with this red tassel spear formation. Everyone, follow me and practice stabbing. In the courtyard, 12 straw dummies had already been set up. Li Ji grabbed his spear and stabbed at one's chest, where a wooden ball the size of a fist was placed at the heart. Li Ji aimed for this wooden ball. Hi! He missed the wooden ball with his spear, failing to hit the target. Turning around, Li Ji told the guards, "Everyone, follow my example and practice stabbing the wooden ball until every spear hits the target." The guards loudly agreed yes. Zhang Feng led the others, and they all began practicing stabbing the straw dummies. Soon, the courtyard was filled with the shouts of the guards during their training. In early March, the south wind gradually picked up, marking the transition from cold to warm weather. The thick cotton coat has been taken off, but the clothes inside the lining are still needed to wear. Looking forward to the future of soap, Su Mintz, one of Tianjin's 8 major merchants, values Li Ji very much. Recently, Su Mintz often visits Li Ji, chatting with him in the Li family yard, showing no concern for the old and simple surroundings. Through Su Mintz's words, Li Ji learns a lot about high society. Over time, Li Ji becomes more familiar with Su Mintz. Su Mintz calls Li Ji his younger brother, and Li Ji calls Su Mintz his older brother, forming a close friendship despite their age difference. One day, Su Mintz says that Lu Siki, the owner of Tianjin's second-largest shop, Longshang Xing, is holding a birthday banquet and invites Li Ji to join. Wanting to see more of the world, Li Ji wears new clothes and goes with Su Mintz to the Zui Xian Lu restaurant for the feast. When Li Ji arrives at the door of Zui Xian Lu, he finds the entire restaurant has been reserved. At the entrance, Lu Siki's family members are welcoming guests. Seeing Su Mintz arrive, they smile warmly and say, "Old Master Su, your visit brings honor to our home. Please, follow me to the top floor." Sumin's hands over a birthday gift list to Lu Siki's family. They quickly accept it, leaving other guests behind, and leads Sumin and Li Ji upstairs. Zui Xian Lu has 3 floors, and it is full of people at this time. The ground floor has 10 tables, mostly occupied by ordinary merchants, likely Lu Siki's business partners and retail contacts. These merchants wear silk clothes but lack the presence of wealthy merchants like Sumin's. The second floor has 4 large tables where prominent merchants sit. These merchants are not only dressed richly but also have a commanding aura when they talk and laugh. Li Ji scans the staircase and notices that Shui Yuanwei, who supplies him with soda ash, is among them. Shui Yuanwei, who is drinking tea, also sees Su Mince and Li Ji walking up the stairs. He glances at Su Mince and then at Li Ji, smiling at him. Li Ji nods politely to Shui Yuanwei in return. The family member leading the way sees Li Ji stop and says, "Please go to the top floor, gentlemen." Led by Su Mince, Li Ji proceeds directly to the top level without hesitation. The top floor is where wealthy merchants gather. The spacious room has only 2 tables facing a small stage. Most guests have already arrived, with cold dishes and drinks set on the tables. 7 people sit at the main table and 5 at the side table. The host of the birthday banquet, sitting at the main table, wore a bright red silk robe with a round collar, full of joy. He stood up to bow to Su Mince and said, "Master Su has arrived. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. Lord Lu, I hope you are well." After greeting Lu Siki, Su Mince looked between 2 tables, seeming to consider where to sit. The family member who brought Su Mince looked at Li Ji and said, "Master Su, our official, our host, and the boss of the 7 major trading companies, there are only 9 seats at the main table. Perhaps you could sit at the side table?" The main table was reserved for the bosses of the 8 major trading companies and 1 absent official. Naturally, Su Mince wanted to sit at the main table, so Li Ji was sent to the side table by the family. Hearing this, Su Mince waved his hand and said, "In that case, both my little friend and I will sit at the side table." The family members of the Lu family were surprised, not expecting Su Mince to choose the side table. Su Mince giving up his seat at the main table to sit with Li Ji clearly showed that he valued Li Ji more than other important guests. The 7 distinguished guests at the main table looked at Li Ji with curiosity, wondering who this young man was and why Su Mince valued him so much. It seemed Su Mince was not here just for the banquet but was bringing this young friend to see the excitement. However, these wealthy merchants were very polite. They only glanced briefly and then paid no further attention, allowing Su Mince to act freely. Su Mince was unreserved and casually sat down at the side table. The 5 people at the side table were relatives of the main table's distinguished guests, of slightly lower status. When they saw Su Mince approaching, they all stood up to bow and greet him. Su Mince simply nodded slightly in reply. Li Ji saw this and also moved to sit at the side table next to Su Mince. After everyone was seated, Lu Siki did not rush to start the banquet. He sat there, twirling his beard, seemingly waiting for someone. Seeing Li Ji sit down, Su Mince smiled and introduced him, saying, "The 7 people at that table are the bosses of Tianjin's 8 major trading companies. The one in the middle is Lu Siki from Longxing Hang, a cousin of General Chao Pikang, the Tianjin military governor. He's been in Tianjin for 2 years, doing average business, and enjoys socializing and watching plays. To his left is Zhang Yukai, the owner of Yuanqing Hang, the biggest merchant in Tianjin. He is the nephew of Chao Dangbei, the military supply officer of Tianjin. He mainly deals in silk but also conducts foreign trade through his uncle's connections, earning over 100,000 annually. To his left is Lu Huarong, the owner of Xianjin Trading. He is the younger brother of Lu Hualin, a deputy of the Tianjin Qing military office. After a pause, Su Mince said, "This person tends to bully small merchants, relying on his brother's influence to buy and sell forcefully. His reputation is poor. Be careful when dealing with him." When Su Mince mentioned Lu Huarong, Li Ji glanced at him. But as soon as Li Ji looked at Lu Huarong felt it and turned his head to stare at Li Ji. Li Ji dared not look again and quickly withdrew his gaze. Seated at the table, Su Mince whispered to Li Ji, introducing the people at the main table and commenting on each one. Li Ji, seeing this scene for the first time, was busy nodding and memorizing Su Mince's words. Everyone chatted and exchanged greetings. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, they heard a voice from the staircase saying, "The general is arriving." Hearing this, the dozen or so people upstairs all stood up and looked towards the staircase. After a moment, a tall officer dressed in red military uniform descended the stairs. He wore a black cap, black boots, and a badge with a lion embroidered on his chest. Although he had small eyes and a flat nose, he looked very imposing in his uniform. Seeing the officer arrive, the hosts and guests all knelt on the ground and loudly called out, "The general is above." Although during the Ming dynasty, Emperor Ming ordered that subordinates did not need to kneel before superiors, in real life, people of higher status and power were often greeted with kneeling. The merchants on the top floor of the drunken immortal tower were wealthy in the eyes of common folk, but before the general, they were just small figures, and all knelt down. It is said that when Hai Rui was a county school teacher in Nanping County, the prefect of Yinping came to inspect. Everyone knelt except Hai Rui. His guards also knelt, forming a shape like a pinholder. The accompanying prefect of Yinping was very annoyed and gave Hai Rui the nickname Mountain Pinholder. This nickname spread widely and followed Hai Rui throughout his life. Su Min's, a Jiren, recommended scholar, was not as high in rank as Hai Rui, who was a county school teacher. Chao Pikhang in Tianjin City was only subordinate to the provincial governor and held a much higher position than ordinary prefects. When Su Min saw the general arrive, he also knelt on the ground. He knelt and pulled Li Shi, who was standing nearby, saying, "Little brother Li, why aren't you kneeling?" This is a second-rank commander, the acting military governor of Tianjin, Chao Pikhang. In Tianjin, he ranks just below the provincial governor. The general was the highest-ranking military officer responsible for the troops in a region or town during the late Ming dynasty. The general managed various military affairs locally and reported only to the provincial governor or the governor-general. He held the highest military position. Although Tianjin had become a commercial city by the late Ming dynasty, it was still officially a military garrison, part of the defensive system. Therefore, the general in charge of Tianjin had great authority over local affairs. Li Ji, a time traveler, strongly disliked the Ming dynasty's formal bowing rituals. However, since everyone else was kneeling, Li Ji had no choice but to kneel as well, awkwardly kneeling beside Su Min's. This was Li Ji's first experience witnessing the power of authority in the Ming dynasty. With such a supportive cousin, it was no wonder Lu Siqi's business was so successful. Seeing Li Ji kneel, Su Min finally relaxed. When everyone else knelt to greet, General Chao Pikhang raised his hand and said, "No need for formalities." Seeing Chao Pichang's gesture, everyone stood up and watched him walk to his seat at the main table. Once seated, Lu Siqi and his cousin Chao Pikhang began to chat and laugh. Others at the main table occasionally joined in casual conversations, making the atmosphere very pleasant. After a few words, everyone started to pick at the dishes, and the banquet officially began. A series of hot dishes were served, including tiger skin meat, coiled dragon vegetables, shark fin soup, and donkey meat buns. Zui Xian Lu was truly Tianjin's best restaurant, known for its delicious and exquisite dishes, crafted with great skill. The general, showing respect, toasted Lu Siqi for his birthday. Today, the birthday person was quite honored. However, with such a high-ranking official present, most people paid less attention to the birthday star and instead gathered around Chao Pikhang, like planets orbiting a star, offering him drinks. During the toast, the merchants all raised their cups and drank quickly, while Chao Pikhang only pretended to take a small sip, showing the difference in status between him and the merchants. Su Min, following etiquette, also went to toast Chao Pikhang, then returned. After drinking for about 3 rounds, performances began on the stage beside the main table. Some performers went up to sing traditional Ming dynasty stories, but Li Ji couldn't understand the lyrics, only listening to the lively singing. After a while, the performers left the stage. A very beautiful young woman carried a pipa and stepped onto the stage. She bowed to the general and then sat on a chair. The woman had a delicate, oval face with beautiful phoenix eyes, a straight little nose, and an enchanting appearance. Even Li Ji from the future had to admit she was among the top 10 most beautiful women he had ever seen. He stared at her in fascination. When she appeared, everyone stopped eating and drinking, all watching her perform. A woman was holding a pipa and singing beautifully, her voice soft and charming. Seeing Li Ji's eyes widen in amazement, Su Min smiled and said, "Young brother Li, this is a daughter of a wealthy family from Yangzhou." Young lady from Yangzhou? Those women in the brothels and entertainment houses in Yangzhou, called yaking girls, are often bought from poor families with pretty daughters. They are trained to play instruments, sing, write poetry, paint, play chess, and perform other entertainment skills. When they grow up, they can be sold to wealthy families as concubines. The most beautiful among them, worth more than 1,000 coins, are called Qianjinji. Li Ji was secretly surprised at how developed the entertainment industry was during the Ming dynasty. He then heard Su Min say, "Young brother Li, now that you have money, why not buy a Qianjinji to be your concubine?" Li Ji smiled and replied, "I don't have such plans for now." Su Min looked at him, nodded, and said nothing more. After a while, feeling full from drinking, he excused himself to go to the restroom. As soon as Su Min left, someone immediately came to cause trouble for Li Ji. Seeing Su Min walk away, the owner of the Xianjin trading company, Lu Huarong, approached directly and stood in front of Li Ji. "Are you Li Ji?" Li Ji was momentarily stunned, unsure why Lu Huarong was looking for him. He remembered Su Min's earlier comments about Lu Huarong and became cautious, nodding and replying, "Yes, I am." Lu Huarong smiled and asked again, "Are you the one doing the soap business in Tianjin?" "Yes, I am." Lu Huarong stared fiercely into Li Ji's eyes and said harshly, "Name your price and sell me the soap formula." It turned out he was after the soap formula. Hearing this, Li Ji's heart tightened. He had just seen the power of authority when he went upstairs with the general, and with Su Min's guidance over the past days, Li Ji knew he was vulnerable and had no strength to fight back against these well-connected officials and merchants. Lu Huarong, a brother of the Tianjin civil affairs official, was clearly not coming with good intentions. Asking Li Ji to name his price was just a pretext. He wouldn't pay much silver. The other party's intentions were obvious. They had a plan. Li Ji secretly wondered if the people spying on the soap factory in the alley were also sent by Lu Huarong. Perhaps because their spying failed, Lu Huarong wanted to take things directly by force and demanded the formula. Li Ji kept his expression calm and thought quickly. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "I have already shared the soap recipe with my older brother Su Min. If I sell it to you, I need to discuss it with him." Li Ji couldn't stop Lu Huarong himself, but Su Min clearly had connections and could block him. Lu Huarong even chose to challenge him when Su Min was not around, showing he was afraid of Su Min. Li Ji was nervous and claimed he had given the formula to Su Min, using him as a shield. When Lu Huarong heard Li Ji mention Su Min to cover himself, he stared hard into Li Ji's eyes, as if trying to tell if he was lying. Fortunately, Su Min valued Li Ji, and everyone saw this, so Lu Huarong was tricked for now. After looking at Li Ji for a while, he hummed skeptically, said nothing more, and turned to walk back to the main table. Clearly, Lu Huarong came today to confront Li Ji as a test. Seeing how much Su Min valued Li Ji, he wanted to test their relationship. When Lu Huarong left, Li Ji breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was too close. With Su Min's reputation protecting him, Lu Huarong wouldn't dare to do anything to him for now. Li Ji thought to himself how dangerous the officials and merchants of the Ming dynasty were. His inventions and creations might end up benefiting others instead of himself. But Su Min was not bad. He was fair in business and often gave him advice. While Li Ji was pondering his next move, Su Min returned. He wiped his hands with a towel and said, "Li, little brother, your focus on beauty is admirable. I truly respect that. With such dedication, your business will surely grow bigger over time. Soon, Tianjin might have its 9th major merchant house." Li Ji smiled and said, "Big brother Su, you're joking." After a pause, he added, "I have no background at all, so how can I run a big business? In the end, I might just be taking over someone else's territory." Hearing this, Su Min smiled and said, "Li, little brother, you've understood it well." Li Ji looked at Su Min and thought, how could I not understand? Lu Huarong has come to find me. How could I not see through it? Each of the 8 major merchant houses has powerful backing, and as a commoner, I am no match. He clasped his hands in about Su Min and said, "Please, big brother Su, show me the way." Su Min smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, Li, little brother. Lu Huarong doesn't know your background yet, so he won't act for a while." It turned out Su Min had already seen what Lu Huarong was up to but didn't reveal it and was joking with him. Li Ji gained a new understanding of the scheming of officials and merchants. He snapped his fingers on the table and said, "In a few days, prepare a list of gifts, and I will take you to meet my uncle." Li Ji asked hesitantly, "Who is brother Su's uncle?" Su Min smiled lightly and said calmly, "He is Shou, the governor of Tianjin." Li Ji was surprised internally, realizing that Su Min's backing was very strong. The governor is the top official of both civil and military officers in the area. No wonder Su Min-se didn't care about the other 7 business families and sat together with himself at the side table. Su Min-se's so-called gift list was actually a subtle way of asking him to prepare money. Li Ji clenched his teeth and quietly asked Su Min-se, "Brother Su, is 1,000 taels enough?" Currently, Li Ji's soap business makes over 3,000 taels a month, so giving 1,000 taels to the governor was manageable. Su Min-se nodded with a smile and said, "Since it's our first meeting, that should be enough." Li Ji clicked his tongue and said through gritted teeth, "To leave a good impression on the governor, I will prepare 2,000 taels." Su Min-se smiled and said, "That's more proper." 3 days later, Li Ji brought 2,000 taels in silver notes and entered the governor's office with Su Min-se. There is a tradition among officials to not build grand offices, and although the office was large, it looked very old and dilapidated, even worse than Li Ji's broken courtyard. In the second hall, Li Ji saw the powerful and influential Tianjin governor, He Shishou. He Shishou looked to be in his 50s or 60s, very thin, with a gaunt face and a head full of white hair and beard. However, he wore a third-rank official robe embroidered with peacock patterns, which made his slender figure look quite imposing. Su Min-se was He Shishou's nephew. When he saw He Shishou, he didn't need to kneel, only bow and say, "Greetings, uncle." Li Ji dared not be careless and knelt down, saying, "I, Li Ji, humbly greet the governor." "Stand up," He Shishou said casually. Li Ji got up and handed over the silver notes. "This is a small token of my respect." He Shishou looked at the amount on the silver notes, nodded, and set the notes aside. Seeing He Shishou nod and seem in a good mood, Su Min-se interjected, "My younger brother is in the soap business here in Tianjin. His family supplies soap to both Tianjin and the capital." "Oh?" He Shishou, interested, turned to Li Ji and asked, "You make the soap yourself?" With many spies and informants, deceiving a high-ranking official like the governor was not a good idea. Li Ji gave the silver as a gesture of sincerity, and he believed He Shishou wouldn't scheme against his business anymore. So he honestly replied, "Yes, I am the one making it." Upon hearing Li Ji admit that he made the soap himself, Su Min simply glanced at Li Ji without saying anything. He Shishou nodded and then said, "Sit down." Li Ji and Su Min finally had a moment to sit, and they heard He Shishou continue, "Soap is indeed a good thing. Not to mention anything else, just look at the hair of the officials and clerks in the office. After using soap, their hair is clean, no longer greasy or full of lice. It looks much better, and I feel more comfortable watching it." He Shishou, being quite old, had hair that was no longer greasy but was dry and sparse. However, the officials and clerks under him still had greasy hair and lice, which was not a good look. With soap, their hair could be washed clean, making them look fresh and free of lice. Clearly, the governor was very pleased with the soap's usefulness. At the very least, it made the officials in the government office look more respectable. He Shishou added, "I've heard from my colleagues in the capital that even the emperor uses this soap and praises it highly. Li Ji, you have made a great contribution." Li Ji had already heard from Cui Winning that eunuchs in the imperial city bought 2,000 bars of soap every month. So when he heard that the governor said the emperor also used his soap, he was not very surprised and simply replied calmly, "Your Excellency praises me too much." He Shishou nodded and cupped his hands toward Beijing, giving a respectful bow. Now that treacherous officials are in power and gentlemen are avoiding the way, we, as frontier officials, are powerless to drive out evil and remove villains or settle the chaos. But being able to provide something to help the emperor is also a good thing. He lowered his fists and said, "That's why I say your soap business has made a contribution." The governor accepting bribes so openly and confidently was quite impressive, giving Li Ji a new understanding of the officialdom during the late Ming dynasty. It seemed this governor considered himself a gentleman and was very dissatisfied with the current official scene. When he mentioned treacherous officials, was he referring to the current prime minister? Li Ji was unsure about the details of official affairs. As for He Shishou saying Li Ji had made a contribution, he wouldn't give him any reward. Those were just empty words. Li Ji thought to himself, but he replied politely, "Your Excellency is too kind." He Shishou narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, "If in the future someone plots against your business or harms you, come find me." This was the key sentence. Hearing this, Li Ji felt a surge of joy, as if a reassuring talisman had been placed in his heart. Tianjin's governor was the most powerful, and with these words, he no longer feared anyone coming after him. After saying this, He Shishou loudly called outside the hall, "Sun Steward, come here." Hearing Yishirsho call out, a middle-aged man wearing a melon peel had hurried into the hall from outside and knelt down, saying, "Master, you called me." Yishirsho pointed to Steward's son and said, "This is Steward's son from my household. If you have urgent matters, you can find Steward's son to see me." Li Ji agreed and paid his respects to Steward Sunday. After saying this, Yishirsho stopped speaking, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. Li Ji understood that it was time to leave, so he quickly took his leave. Sumince was still in the hall, discussing something with Yishirsho, while Steward's son and Li Ji came out together. They left the second hall, and Li Ji took 5 taels of silver from his pocket and handed it to Steward Sunday. "Steward's son, this is a small gift for you." Steward's son received the silver, his face immediately full of smiles, and replied, "Brotherly, no need to be polite. If you need anything in the future, just come to the yamen and find my son Yuan." Although giving 2,000 taels of silver to the prefect made Li Ji feel a bit painful, having the prefect's support made him feel more at ease. He no longer feared others coming to cause trouble and being unable to fight back. Once the prefect was settled, Li Ji was ready to fully develop his weaving factory. In mid-March, the factory building on the east side of the city, on the yellow clay land, was completed. The 1,200 square meter factory was very sturdy, surrounded by a tall wall, meeting Li Ji's need for confidentiality. The manufacturing of shuttle devices was already finished, requiring little effort from Li Ji. The woodworking for the looms was also nearing completion. Over 300 out of 400 looms had been made, and it wouldn't be long before they were all finished. Li Ji began searching the market for suitable suppliers of cotton yarn and buyers for cotton cloth. Coincidentally, on this day, Cui Wending came to settle accounts and visit Li Ji at his home. "What's been keeping you busy these days? I heard you built a big house outside the city?" "I'm building a weaving workshop, hiring hundreds of people to weave cotton cloth." "Oh?" Cui Wending was very curious about Li Ji's words. He didn't know why Li Ji suddenly entered the unfamiliar weaving industry and asked curiously, "Are you also interested in the cotton weaving business?" "I have some experience and have slightly improved the efficiency of the looms." Anyway, once the weaving factory started production, news of Li Ji's improvements to the looms would spread. Cui Wending was an old customer of his, so Li Ji had nothing to hide from him. After a pause, Li Ji added, "I just haven't found large suppliers of cotton yarn or buyers for cotton cloth. I don't know where to buy cheap cotton yarn or where to sell the cloth easily. On the market, there are many small suppliers of cotton yarn and cotton fabric buyers." Zhang, Li Ji's mother, knows some of them. However, these merchants are small retailers who buy and sell at retail prices, earning a profit on each transaction. Since these retail profits are small, they are not profitable for Li Ji, who wants to find larger wholesale merchants to minimize the price difference between buying and selling. Li Ji's words, however, caused Cui Wending to feel uneasy. Li Ji, who was managing a successful soap business, unexpectedly turned his attention to improving weaving machines and establishing a weaving workshop. Is Li Ji joking? Or has he truly made a very efficient weaving machine? If it's the latter, Li Ji is a genius. If so, I must build a good relationship with him. Maybe by associating with Li Ji, I could gain wealth and status in the future. Cui Wending thought about this, then said casually, "There are only 3 main wholesale buyers of cotton yarn and fabric in Tianjin: the Yuan family in the west, the Fei family in the north, and the Dong family in the east. I know them all. Which one do you want to do business with? I can take you there." "Since you know all 3, that's perfect," Li Ji said. "Which one is bigger and offers fairer prices?" "Prices are similar. They all follow the market rates. The biggest in scale is the Dong family in the east. They import cotton from the north, sell it to the south, and when the southern weavers finish the fabric, they also arrange for the Salt Garrison troops to transport the fabric back north. They are involved in all the cotton fabric trade, making them the largest fabric merchant in Tianjin." "Then let's go see them." Cui Wending nodded and said, "I'll take you there now." Without delay, Cui Wending stood up and led Li Ji toward the Dong family's shop in the east. The shop was not far from the Wellside Lane, just a few alleys away. When they arrived, Li Ji saw a large storefront outside the Dong family's courtyard, filled with various fabrics and cotton yarn. The shop was quite spacious but not crowded, though a clerk was busy carrying bundles of cotton yarn out. Outside, several horse-drawn carts were parked, clearly used for transporting goods. It looked like a large cotton fabric business. Cui Wending handed over his business card to the shop manager, explaining that they were here to discuss a deal. The manager took the card and went into the backyard. Soon after, a man with a square face and a long beard, the head of the Dong family, Dong Zi, came out. Where did this Wen Shui winning here from? Old Master Dong, I am here to introduce a business opportunity to you. Good news. Please come inside. They were invited into the main hall to sit down. The servant offered fresh tea, and Li Ji took a sip, enjoying its fragrant aroma. Truly good tea. Old Master Dong, my younger brother has recently opened a weaving workshop. He wants to buy cotton yarn from you, and then weave cloth to sell to you. Dong Zi nodded and said, cotton weaving has always been centered in the south. We bring cotton from the north to the south and buy cloth from the south to sell in the north. The transportation costs and taxes are quite high. If we set up a factory in Tianjin to weave cloth directly from northern cotton, it would be a good way forward. Li Ji added, I need to weave over 10,000 pieces of cloth each month. Old Master Dong, can you give me a good price on the yarn? Dong Zi stroked his beard and replied calmly, you want to run such a large weaving workshop? After a pause, he continued, the retail price of cotton yarn is 7 taels 5 qian per 10 weight. I can offer you a wholesale price of 7 taels 4 qian. Li Ji was not willing to accept such a high price and patiently negotiated with the old master. They finally agreed on a middle ground, 7 taels 1 qian per 10 weight. After settling the yarn price, they discussed the price for selling the cloth. Old Master Dong, what is the current market price for buying cotton cloth? I buy plain white cotton cloth from small weavers at 9 yen per piece. How about I sell over 10,000 pieces to you each month at that price? Li Ji paused and added, my cloth has a special feature. It's twice as wide as regular cotton cloth. When making clothes, it can be cut into standard widths or used directly without cutting for new styles. Oh, such wide cloth? Dong Zi pondered for a moment, then looked up and said, that's quite rare. It will surely sell very well. If you sell this kind of cloth, I will buy it at market price regardless of the amount. Great. It's a deal. I will come to you next month to buy and sell goods. Agreed. Having secured a supply and sales channel, Li Ji began recruiting workers. Li Ji offered the same wages as before, 2 taels of silver per month and 3 meals a day with meat. But this time, he recruited both men and women. In the Ming dynasty, female workers were commonly used in weaving workshops. During the Wanli Emperor's reign, Prime Minister Su Jie ran a large weaving workshop, employing many women to produce textiles for the market. Hiring women for weaving was considered normal during the late Ming period. Li Ji offers very good benefits, so the position is highly sought after. The recruitment initially focused on family members. Most of Li Ji's male relatives work at his soap workshop, so this time, the second grandfather recommended over 30 daughters and daughters-in-law from the Li family. On Zheng's side, Li Ji's maternal grandfather also brought over more than 20 relatives and acquaintances. After a brief interview, Li Ji accepted these people. With so many relatives hired, almost all of Zheng's family members from the Li family were recruited. Besides relatives, Li Ji also recruited from the neighborhood. Recently, 6 young men from the neighborhood were hired at the soap workshop and are now earning a monthly wage, living a modest but comfortable life. They have money for food and meat. Such good days are hard to find. The neighbors, seeing this, are envious of the 6 lucky workers. When news of more hiring spread, many neighbors came to apply. Li Ji carefully selected and hired over 70 qualified men and women. However, these recruits were not enough. Li Ji needed to hire more from the wider society. He asked his older cousin Zheng Kaicheng to prepare dozens of notices, which were posted in busy areas of Tianjin. With a monthly wage of 2 taels of silver and meals with meat, such good treatment is rare. Once the notices were posted, many applicants crowded into the Li family yard, almost stepping over the doorstep. Gao Lao from Sitong Lane in the northern part of the city, stood outside the Li family yard, waiting in line for an interview, feeling very nervous. He was lucky to know a literate accountant, so he learned about the job posting immediately when it was announced. He rushed to the east side of the city as fast as he could. He thought that knowing early would guarantee his acceptance. But when he arrived at the yard, he realized the situation was worse. There were over 100 people waiting in line for interviews. It seemed that many people wanted to work at Li Ji's family. These days, with wars and economic troubles, jobs are hard to find. Poor families are just happy to have a bowl of rice. The offer of 2 taels of silver a month, with meals and meat, sounds almost unbelievable. But since Li Ji is recruiting in the east part of the city, these conditions must be real. Before, Li Ji recruited 6 workers from the neighborhood, paying 2 taels a month and providing meals with meat, which became well known in Tianjin. Everyone knew Li Ji was a rare good employer. Not only unemployed poor people came to apply, but some who already had work also left their jobs to try their luck. Everyone wants a better life. So, when second brother Gu stood in line, waiting for the interview according to Li family rules, he felt very nervous, worried that all the positions might already be filled by the time it was his turn. Fortunately, Li family was hiring many people this time. The line moved forward little by little from morning until noon, and finally, just before the master of Li family went to lunch, it was second brother Gu's turn. He nervously entered the main hall, answered more than 10 questions from the young master, and then happily heard, "You are hired. Come here the day after tomorrow at the same time, and we will go together to the weaving workshop." Second brother Gu felt like he had found a treasure, his mouth wide in a big smile, feeling light as if floating. He didn't even remember how he left the Li family yard. After hearing such good news, the first thing second brother Gu did was to his cotton-padded jacket and pants for 60 coins, then bought a bag of rice at the rice shop. Carrying the rice home, second brother Gu felt a long-lost pride. He, as the head of the family, finally managed to get some rice to support their life. They lived in a shared courtyard with others, and their family of 3 squeezed into one room. As soon as second brother Gu opened the door, he heard his wife's weak voice. "Second brother Gu, what did you bring back?" He proudly lifted the rice bag and said loudly, "I bought rice." "What? You bought rice?" His wife got out of bed quickly, anxiously grabbing his pocket. The family's money was already gone, and since second brother Gu hadn't found work, they hadn't cooked for 2 days. He had been out searching for work, and to keep up his strength, he ate a piece of flatbread yesterday. His wife and mother hadn't eaten anything for 2 days. Seeing the rice, his wife's face lit up with joy. "Where did you get the rice?" "I pawned my cotton-padded jacket and pants for 60 coins. "What?" Hearing this, his wife looked very disappointed, her face darkening. She had thought second brother Gu earned some money from somewhere, but it turned out to be from pawning his clothes. She thought about how he would have no cotton clothes next winter, and tears started to fall. "Second brother Gu, how will you survive next winter? Listen to me, wife." Hearing their son and daughter-in-law argue, old mother Gu on the bed woke up. She looked up at the rice bag in her daughter-in-law's hand and said with blank eyes, "My son, I've been starving these past 2 days. I really can't take it anymore. Since you bought rice, hurry up and cook some porridge to eat." After saying this, the mother-in-law tilted her head and lay back on the bed, too tired to say more. Gu's daughter-in-law heard her mother-in-law's words and no longer argued with Gu's second son. She bit her lip, supported herself against the wall, and went to the shared kitchen to start a fire and cook the porridge. After half an hour, the porridge was ready. She carefully carried a small basin of porridge and slowly walked back to her own room. Smelling the aroma, her mother on the bed struggled to get up. Gu's second son found some broken bowls, first served the porridge to his mother, then filled bowls for his wife and himself. Gu's daughter-in-law was still worried about Gu's second son's cotton coat. She turned her back to him and refused to speak. Her mother didn't care that the porridge was hot. She took a big sip and swallowed it all. The hot porridge went into her stomach, and she felt energized. She then said, "My son, I finally didn't go hungry. You should also drink a few sips." Gu's second son wasn't in a hurry to drink the porridge. Instead, he pulled his wife, who was turned away from him, and said, "Wife, listen to me. I dared to the cotton coat because I found a job." Hearing this, Gu's daughter-in-law's body trembled, and she slowly turned around. "What kind of job?" "Working as a weaver for the Li family. They pay 2 taels of silver a month, and all 3 meals are included, with meat." "What?" "The Li family in the east of the city. The one I told you about, the soap seller's family. They built a new weaving workshop, and I was hired as a weaver. 2 taels of silver a month, with meals included. That's why I dared to the coat. When I get my salary next month, I can buy it back." Hearing this good news, Gu's daughter-in-law felt like heaven had finally opened its eyes. She sat in a chair, stunned for a long time, then happily smiled a few times. As she smiled, she started to cry this time, tears of happiness. 2 taels of silver a month is enough to buy 200 jin of rice, enough for the clothing and needs of a family of 3. Finally, her family's days were brightening, and they had food to eat. In these chaotic, hard times when people struggled to survive, having enough to eat was such a joyful thing. Gu's second son quickly lifted the bowl of porridge in front of his wife and said loudly, "Wife, eat a few bites of porridge, then go for an interview at the Lee family. I heard they're also hiring female workers. If they take you, our family will be prosperous." Gu's daughter-in-law was stunned, then quickly wiped away her tears. She picked up the bowl and drank the porridge eagerly. After a few sips, she patted the ashes on her clothes, ready to go to the Lee family, but Gu's second son held her back. "Wife, drink a few more sips. Don't collapse halfway there." The wife of the Gu family nodded and took 2 more bites of porridge, then stopped paying attention to old second Gu. She pushed open the door and ran toward the Lee family's courtyard in the east of the city. Li Ji recruited 400 new workers and divided the weavers into 40 groups. Each group was led by a capable relative chosen from the soap workshop, called a supervisor, who earned 3 taels of silver a month. The 40 positions vacated in the soap workshop were filled with the newly recruited workers. By the end of March, all the shuttle weaving machines Li Ji ordered had been assembled. After repeatedly explaining the confidentiality rules to the workers and warning them of the consequences of leaking secrets, he allowed the workers to start their work. To protect the secrets of the shuttle weaving machines, Li Ji did not emphasize weaving experience when recruiting but valued honesty and diligence. At first, some workers were not very skilled, but because Li Ji offered good benefits, they worked very hard. After practicing for a few days, they became proficient. Although they had not received their monthly pay yet, the workers were amazed by Li Ji's generous benefits, which included 3 meals a day with meat. Every morning, they ate either steamed buns or porridge with a fixed egg. Every afternoon, they had filling rice and 3 taels of pork per person. Additionally, at noon, their employer provided an extra meal, also with 3 taels of pork. For common people in the Ming dynasty who ate only 2 meals a day and rarely ate meat, this was like noble treatment. They thought, even wealthy businessmen could only eat like this. Li Ji was not worried about running out of pork, eggs, or chicken. Tianjin was only about 200 miles from the capital, and nearby there were many pig farmers supplying meat for the city of millions. If pork prices rose in Tianjin, countless pig traders would take pigs to the capital to sell. Although there were no cars in this era, ox carts could transport pig cages just as well. Even if Li Ji expanded his industry and hired hundreds or thousands of workers in the future, the amount of meat they consumed would be tiny compared to the overall demand of the capital. On this day, during breakfast, Mrs. Yang of the Huang family on Gourd Street wrapped her egg in oiled paper. At lunch and dinner, she secretly hid 4 taels of pork in her clothes. At the end of the workday, during the hour of Su Mrs. Yang was filled with happiness. She carried her 4 taels of pork and a wrapped egg, walking lightly back home. Yang's family shares a small courtyard with others. When she enters, she sees her 2 children, Dia and Shirtu, playing outside. Dia is 9 years old, with a dirty long braid. Shirtu is only 6, playing with mud in a silly way. As soon as she sees Yang, Dia rushes into her arms. "Mama's back." Yang smiles and pats Dia's head. She pulls out a wrapped piece of meat from a piece of oil paper and proudly waves it in front of Dia. She asks, "Dia, look what this is." Dia sniffs hard, hesitating for a moment, then says, "It smells so good. It smells like meat. Does it smell good or just seem like it?" Yang laughs at her daughter's words. She picks out of meat from the paper and gently puts it in Dia's mouth, blinking her eyes. "Is it tasty?" Dia last ate meat during the new year. Now that she has of meat, she chews it hard a few times before swallowing it with effort. She looks excited and shouts, "Mama, this meat is really delicious." Seeing Dia enjoy the meat, Yang happily pours half of the meat strips from the paper into Dia's hand and smiles. "Dia, I'll give you half. The other half is for your little brother, okay?" Dia cups her hands with the meat strips, licks her lips, and says, "Mama, we finished eating it all. You should eat too." Yang feels both proud and happy. Mama has been eating for several days, every day. "Today, I secretly brought this out for you, and sure too." Dia picks of meat and puts it in her mouth, chewing vigorously and nodding. Yang lifts her head, about to call Shirtu, but sees her son already standing next to Dia, eagerly watching his sister eat, with drool already running down his chin. "Foolish Shirtu," Yang teases, picking out 2 strips of meat and giving them to her son. As soon as he gets the meat, he bites into it happily, looking very happy. Seeing her son's joyful face, Yang relaxes and feels a wave of happiness. All this happiness comes from the Lee family, her neighbors. If it weren't for her work as a weaver, her family wouldn't be able to afford meat. She used to wake up early and stay up late weaving every day, earning only a little silver each month. Her husband worked as an assistant in someone's gourd shop, earning just a bit more. With less than 3 taels of silver, they struggled to support 4 people. Just having enough to eat was a good life. Now, working at the Lee family's weaving workshop, she doesn't need money for food and drink. With her monthly pay of 2 taels of silver, her family's life is about to improve quickly. Maybe after saving money for a few years, we can buy a small yard of our own. Yang is feeling more hopeful about the future and is very happy. She gives the remaining shredded meat to Stone and opens her door. In the room, her husband Huang Gui is sitting by an oil lamp, sewing a patch onto a torn part of a cotton coat. His sewing skills are poor, and the stitches are crooked and awkward under the lamp. Seeing this, Yang quickly snatches the coat from Huang Gui and scolds, "What are you sewing? A grown man shouldn't be doing sewing work." Huang Gui smiles awkwardly and says, "Since you're working late after your shift, I thought I could do some chores for you." Yang scoffs, "I finish work at the end of the watch, and I still have an hour and a half at home. How come I can't do these things myself? I need your help." Huang Gui touches his head and says, "Now that you're working at Lee's weaving shop and earning more silver, I should contribute more too." Her husband's words make Yang laugh. She lowers her head and giggles softly. But after a short while, she lifts her head and hands him a paper-wrapped egg, saying, "Here, for you to eat." Huang Gui looks at the egg and surprisingly blushes, shaking his head. "This is your hard-earned work. How can I hide it to eat?" "Don't let your supervisor see, or they'll deduct your wages." Supervisor saw it, but he doesn't care. "Anyway, it's my meat and eggs. How I handle them is none of the boss's business." Yang puts the egg near her husband's mouth and says, "Eat it." Huang Gui's face turns red. He waves his hand and says, "I won't eat. I feel shy to eat your egg." Yang is a bit annoyed and pushes the egg into Huang Gui's mouth, loudly saying, "If I say you eat it, then you eat it. You're a grown man. Why are you so stubborn?" The egg presses against Huang Gui's mouth, and he can't resist Yang. He can only open his mouth and take a bite. It's been a long time since he had meat, and the sweet aroma of the egg makes him feel refreshed. Seeing Huang Gui finally eating, Yang smiles happily and asks, "Is it delicious?" Huang Gui quickly nods and says, "Yes, very tasty, very tasty." Seeing her husband's silly look, Yang feels full of happiness. She lifts her head and laughs out loud, her voice growing louder, filled with joy. In early March, the cotton cloth from Lee's weaving shop was delivered to the large cloth merchant Dong Zi's store and then sold in the market through Dong's channels. Lee's cloth, which is twice as wide as ordinary cotton cloth, immediately attracted everyone's attention. Sue from Lin's tea house, who is planning to marry off her daughter in the coming days and prepare dowry, wants to make a few new outfits for her daughter. She went to the fabric shop in the southern part of Tianjin City owned by the Dong family. Immediately, her eyes were drawn to the wide piece of cloth. "Shopkeeper, why is this white cotton cloth so wide? It's twice as wide as usual cotton cloth." The shopkeeper approached Mrs. Su proudly and said, "This is a new product from the Lee family. It is twice as wide as normal cotton cloth." He lifted the piece of Lee family cotton cloth and pointed to it, explaining, "With such a wide cloth, there's more room for cutting when making clothes. The fabric can be used more efficiently. Before, cutting the cloth would leave many scraps, but now, with the wider cloth, the scraps are larger and can be used to make clothes." And also, he paused, then added, "Wider cloth means the front and back of the clothes can be cut from one piece, saving the step of sewing 2 pieces together. It makes making clothes easier, and the finished clothes have fewer seams, making them look better." Lee family cotton cloth. Could it be from the Lee family in the east of the city? Yes, from the Lee family in the east. How come the Lee family is so impressive? They make such good soap and now produce such wide cotton cloth. Thanks to Luck Mina for the 500 silver reward, the first donation for this book. Much appreciated. Mrs. Su was skilled at sewing and had made many clothes for her family, familiar with all the steps and details. When the shopkeeper mentioned the wide cloth, she immediately understood its benefits and admired Li Ji's skill. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Shopkeeper, how much is a yard of this wide cloth?" "This Lee family cotton cloth is twice as wide as normal. One length of cloth is folded to sell as 2 pieces. The price is the same as other fabrics, 1 tael of silver per yard." Can it be cheaper? This is a new product, so it can't be cheaper. But since you're serious about buying, I'll give you a discount of 2 cents, selling it at 9 8/10 cents per yard. All right, I'll take 1 yard and 1 foot. After buying the Lee family cotton cloth, Mrs. Su returned home and picked up scissors, needles, and thread to make new clothes for her daughter, who was about to get married. As expected, the wide cloth allowed for more flexible planning when cutting, saving her a lot of fabric scraps. Also, the wide cloth could be cut into the front and back pieces of the dress in one go, saving a seam. Once the new clothes were finished, Mrs. Su went to her daughter's in-laws' house a few days later to prepare the dowry. The Lin family is middle class. Their dowry is not very wealthy, but it is not poor either. It includes necklaces, basins, bedding, boxes, and clothes. They prepare a larger dowry so that their daughter will have an easier life in her husband's family. Su does not save too much. Most of the items are ordinary, but only Su's clothes made from Lee family cotton cloth attract the attention of her future in-laws. She lifts the pleated skirt and looks at it repeatedly. Her aunt smiles and says, "This pleated skirt is so interesting. Why isn't the front and back sewn together? There's only a seam in the middle at the back. It looks so nice." Seeing her future aunt praising her dowry, Su's daughter feels happy and looks at her mother. Su walks over to her aunt and quickly says, "This is made from Lee family wide cloth. The front and back are sewn together during cutting, so there's no need to sew an extra line." "Really? So in the future, clothes only need one seam at the back?" "Yes. This Lee family wide cloth is really good." "Auntie, where did you buy it?" "I bought it at Dong Family Fabric Shop. In a few days, I'll go buy some to make clothes too." Li Ji's wide cloth has many advantages and is very popular in the market. Dong Ji, who sells cotton cloth, is happy to buy Li Ji's fabric, so Li Ji's wide cloth has no trouble selling. The workshop produces about 7,500 yards of wide cloth each month, equivalent to 15,000 yards of regular fabric. Li Ji sells this fabric to Dong at 9 coins per yard. After deducting the cost of cotton yarn and labor, the workshop makes a profit of over 1,400 taels each month. Although the soap business is less profitable than other ventures, it has become an important part of Li Ji's finances. With the soap business earning 3,000 taels a month, Li Ji now makes over 4,400 taels monthly. Even in Tianjin, where many wealthy merchants gather, Li Ji is considered a successful businessman. Having money is good, but you also need the power to protect it. To deter those who might steal his assets, Li Ji recruits 60 more guards to join his household troops. Along with the 10 or so guards he already had, Li Ji now has more than 70 household guards. He divides these guards into groups of 10. From the first group of 10, he selects the best fighters to be team leaders. There are 7 groups in total. 2 groups are stationed at the soap workshop, led by Zhang Feng. 1 group stays at Li Ji's house, directly managed by Li Ji to protect his family's property. The remaining 4 groups are stationed at the workshop, led by Li Laosi. Over the past few months, Li Ji has observed that Li Laosi, though born into hardship, is very loyal and reliable. Martial skills can be trained, but loyalty is rare. Also, Li Ji plans to equip his household guards with firearms in the future, so personal fighting ability is not very important for soldiers using guns and cannons. Li Ji entrusted 40 household guards to Li Laosi, feeling confident about him. Li Laosi and Zhang Feng serve as team leaders, so their monthly pay naturally increases. Li Ji gives each of them 5 and 3 taels of silver per month, respectively. With such high pay, Li Laosi feels even more grateful to Li Ji and works more diligently, worried about any mistakes that might offend his benefactor. Zhang Feng, who recently joined Li Ji's team and has not yet made any achievements, is not yet suitable for a high salary. For now, he is paid 3 taels a month as a team leader. These household guards take turns patrolling and standing guard at the weaving workshop. In their free time, they practice formations and combat drills. Li Ji provides enough meat and other protein-rich foods, so the guards are well-nourished and growing stronger. After a month of training, most of them can hit a wooden target with 10 strikes, hitting 5 times. When not practicing stabbing, Li Ji has the guards practice formations, forming a Spanish square. This formation has been tested in warfare and is effective. Li Ji arranges the guards into 2 lines, with the front line stabbing to the right to attack enemies, and the second line stabbing directly at opponents. Li Ji is very strict, demanding that the guards train until dozens of men move as one, able to attack and defend with long sticks or spears. Li Laoxi and Zhang Feng are both diligent and lead by example in practice. With high salaries and good benefits, the guards train very seriously. In a few more months, they are expected to become excellent formation fighters. After finishing the expansion of the household guard team, Li Ji begins making Jenny spinning machines. In later history, the invention of the flying shuttle and spinning machines greatly increased weaving efficiency, leading to a higher demand for cotton yarn. In 1764, James Hargreaves from Britain invented a new type of spinning machine. Unlike earlier machines, this one arranged spindles vertically and was driven by a spinning wheel, greatly improving productivity. Hargreaves named this new machine after his daughter, famous worldwide as the Jenny spinning machine. During the late Ming dynasty, there were also multi-spindle spinning machines, but they still had horizontally arranged spindles, with a maximum of 5 spindles. In fact, such 5-spindle machines were not widely used at the end of the Ming dynasty. Most spinning machines on the market had 4 spindles. Li Ji, as an industrial designer, naturally understood the principles of spinning machines. He could even make a Jenny spinning machine. He used a room in his house as a laboratory, brought in some blacksmiths and carpenters to make the parts, and with Li Xing helping to assemble everything, they spent 2 days building a 20-spindle Jenny spinning machine. This type of Jenny spinning machine has a simple structure but is very clever in design. During spinning, the operator turns the large wheel, which drives the shaft. The shaft then turns the spindle via a belt. After that, the operator reverses the large wheel briefly and then turns it forward again, causing the yarn to come off the hook on the spindle. Finally, lowering the spindle and pressing the spindle plate makes the spindle and shaft rotate together, winding the yarn onto the spindle. This completes the process of turning cotton into cotton thread. Li Ji's new machine was 4 or 5 times more efficient than the spinning machines used in the Ming dynasty. Moreover, the cotton yarn produced by the Jenny spinning machine was very uniform in thickness. The cotton cloth woven from this yarn was smooth and dense, with better quality than ordinary cloth from the late Ming period. The Jenny spinning machine also surprised Li Xing again. "Brother, your machine is amazing. It's 4 or 5 times faster than Mother's spinning machine, and the yarn it produces is very even in thickness. How did you come up with these machines? You've changed an entire industry in one go." Li Ji smiled and winked, saying, "An old Taoist taught me." Li Xing shook his head. "An old Taoist again? No matter how good he is, he knows so much. Could he be a real immortal who has transcended calamities and become a deity, knowing everything in heaven and earth?" Li Ji replied, "That's quite possible. I saw him by the sea once, and he looked like a celestial being, holding a feather duster. Maybe he's already become an immortal." Li Xing spat. "Immortals live in the mountains. There are no immortals by the sea." Li Xing wasn't naive. He found it hard to believe Li Ji's story. Taoists do practice alchemy, but how could they understand so many machines? He didn't believe it. But his brother's performance made him hesitate. If no one taught him, could Li Ji have invented all these clever machines himself? That was even more incredible. Any of these new inventions could change this era. This immortal, am different. I like the sea." Li Ji paused and then asked, "Li Xing, do you like these textile machines?" "Yes, I do. These machines are so clever. Just looking at them makes people like them." Seeing that his younger brother was simple-minded, Li Ji smiled and said, "I want to build a spinning mill next to the weaving factory. I will let you manage it, including the machines and nearly 1,000 workers. Can you handle that?" Li Ji has many goals and a big plan, but he doesn't have enough energy. The weaving factory and spinning mill need someone to manage them. His younger brother, Li Xing, is still young, but managing a textile factory is not difficult for him. He is honest and reliable, so he is the best choice. Hearing Li Ji's words, Li Xing thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, these workers are easy to manage. Since they've received so many months' wages from you, they are all very afraid of being fired and are very obedient. It's easy to control them. But what about managing the soap workshop if I also have to run the weaving workshop?" Li Ji thought for a moment and said, "You don't need to worry about the soap workshop. I will find someone to manage it." After a pause, he added, "Since you're managing so many people, I will give you 15 taels of silver each month as pocket money." "Big brother, you're so generous." Hearing this, Li Xing's face lit up with happiness, and he almost jumped up from the ground. After the successful trial of the Jenny spinning machine, Li Ji invited bricklayers and carpenters to build a new factory building of over 1,000 square meters next to the Eastern Weaving Workshop, surrounded by a wall. He also hired over 100 blacksmiths and carpenters to make parts for the Jenny spinning machines, producing 400 machines in a month. Of course, to keep things secret, Li Ji assigned different craftsmen to build different parts of the spinning machines and had relatives assemble them later. He also covered the key parts of the machines with wooden boards so that the workers wouldn't see the secrets of the spinning machines. By mid-April, all the spinning machines were completed, and the spinning factory was ready to start production. Li Ji issued another notice, recruiting 400 lucky workers from Tianjin City, offering a monthly wage of 2 taels and 3 meals with meat. On the first day of the factory opening, Li Ji gathered all the workers and emphasized the confidentiality rules again. At the entrance of the spinning factory, on the muddy ground, Li Ji stood on a small platform and loudly said to the 400 workers, "Everyone, tell me, is the salary of 2 taels a month and 3 meals with meat good enough?" The workers he selected were honest people. When they heard Li Ji's question, they all answered, "That kind of treatment is very good. The boss's wages are excellent. I've turned my life around thanks to him. I can't find better treatment anywhere else. Since I joined the boss, I stand tall in front of my friends and family." Hearing the yarn workers' responses, Li cleared his throat and said, "Since everyone is satisfied with the factory's treatment, remember one thing. You are not allowed to discuss the machinery of the spinning factory, and you must not reveal any secrets about the spinning machines to outsiders. If anyone violates the confidentiality rules, they will be immediately dismissed from the factory. I want to emphasize again, anyone who reveals even a little about the factory's machinery to others will be expelled immediately." Hearing Li's serious warning, the yarn workers all dared not speak. For a moment, the 400 people standing on the muddy ground fell silent. Li loudly asked, "Do you understand?" Hearing his question, everyone answered loudly, "We understand. Rest assured, sir, we understand. We will never betray you." Satisfied with their responses, Li nodded and waved his hand. "That's good. Now, everyone go into the factory and get familiar with the machines." After training the new workers in the spinning factory for a few days, the factory began to operate. During training, the new workers were amazed by Jenny's spinning machines. They had never seen such high-efficiency spinning machines before. Each of them was astonished by the boss, Li. With the spinning factory running, Li only needed to buy cotton seeds to supply the weaving factory with yarn. Compared to buying yarn, buying cotton seeds was much cheaper, allowing Li to earn a significant profit that once belonged to the Dong family cotton yarn merchants. That day, Li was inspecting various workshops of the newly completed spinning factory. Seeing the workers working diligently and the entire factory running smoothly, he felt very pleased. Li entered workshop number 3 and saw his cousin Zheng Kaiqing discussing management matters with several supervisors. Zhang now served as the manager above the yarn workers, earning 5 taels of silver a month, with 5 supervisors and 45 yarn workers under him. Li walked up and stood behind Zheng Kaiqing, overhearing him say, "For workers who don't meet the spinning quota, we should mainly guide them step by step. Using deductions from their monthly pay should be a last resort, as it can cause panic among other workers. Only for a few clearly lazy or negligent workers should we stop their meat supply or even deduct their wages." Zheng, unaware of Li's presence, was talking confidently. The other 5 supervisors saw Li and all paid him respectful greetings. Seeing their expressions, Zheng turned around and saw Li. "Oh, the boss is here." Zheng Kaiqing is Li Ji's cousin, and by family rank, he could call Li Ji younger brother. However, now that Li Ji's career is advancing rapidly, Zheng Kaiqing greatly admires him and does not dare to call him younger brother. Instead, he calls him the boss, just like others do. Li Ji is very pleased with Zheng Kaiqing's words. He doesn't call Zheng Kaiqing cousin anymore, but addresses him as Kaiqing. "Kaiqing, you seem to have good management skills. Not as far-sighted as the boss." Seeing Zheng Kaiqing praise him, Li Ji becomes interested and squints his eyes as he asks, "How am I far-sighted?" Zheng Kaiqing, seeing Li Ji's curiosity, licks his lips and says, "The boss asked me to say this. If I say it wrong, don't be angry." Li Ji responds calmly, "Go ahead, say whatever you think. If you're wrong, I won't blame you." Only then does Zheng Kaiqing nod and say confidently, "In my opinion, the textile machines the boss is making are very clever and will make a lot of money. If the boss isn't truly far-sighted and just keeps expanding, then the increased cotton cloth production will lower prices and hurt the common people. It might make life difficult for the women in Tianjin who weave and spin at home. What Zheng Kaiqing says is quite accurate. During the Ming dynasty, the economy was based on men plowing and women weaving naturally. If Li Ji fully expanded his textile factories, profits would indeed rise sharply. However, this would threaten the livelihood of women who wove and spun at home, pushing them into poverty and causing political problems. Zheng Kaiqing continues confidently, the boss isn't rushing to expand the weaving workshops but is instead setting up a spinning factory. That way, it won't directly push down the cloth prices too much. It seems the boss is still taking profits from the merchants. These merchants are a small group and used to fluctuating prices. Losing some profit to the boss won't cause much trouble for them. What Zheng Kaiqing says aligns with Li Ji's thoughts. Li Ji doesn't want to disrupt the natural economy of the late Ming dynasty, so he is cautious about expanding his textile factories. Hearing Zheng Kaiqing's words, Li Ji nods and says, seeing from a high point and thinking far ahead, Kaiqing, you truly are well educated. Hearing this compliment, Zheng Kaiqing scratches the back of his head, feeling a bit shy. After a moment, Li Ji continues, Kaiqing, it would be a bit of a waste to make you just a manager. How about I make you the overseer of the soap workshop? Zheng Kaiqing is surprised and asks, you mean, I will manage the entire soap workshop? Exactly. I will give you a monthly salary of 8 taels of silver to manage the whole soap workshop. Zheng Kaiqing was still young and felt very excited to be trusted by Li Ji. He happily said, that's perfect. I'm willing to do it. Li Ji smiled lightly and replied, tomorrow, you will go with me to the soap workshop. Since Li Xing came to the textile factory, there has been no supervisor there for several days. The cotton fabric made from Jinny's spinning machines was very fine and even. Once it hit the market, it received wide praise. Feng Zishan, the head of the Feng family in Beibei Ink Lane in Tianjin, was a young scholar. Although he had the title of a young scholar, it was less prestigious than a scholar and not very valuable. His family was still quite poor. One day, a guest came to his house. The guest was also a scholar, named Zhang Zhuozhe, who had been admitted as a young scholar at the same time as Feng Zishan. Feng Zishan waited in his shop and immediately noticed that Zhang Zhuozhe was wearing a brand new blue round-collar robe. The robe was made from an unknown light and thin cotton fabric, very smooth and even. Usually, cotton fabrics on the market often had uneven weaves, with some threads thick and others thin, and rough patches where the threads gathered into knots. But Zhang Zhuozhe's robe had no such issues. It was perfectly uniform all over. No matter where the cotton fabric came from, it was of such fine craftsmanship. It was hard to tell how the weaving process was done to select such fine cotton threads to make this fabric. Compared to this, ordinary cotton fabrics on the market looked rough. Feng Zishan wondered where Zhang Zhuozhe bought such fabric and how much he spent to make this outfit. Zhang Zhuozhe's appearance was ordinary, but wearing such a neat cotton robe made him look refined and scholarly. His family was in the copperware business and was somewhat wealthy. Feng Zishan thought, having money is good. It allows making such fine and respectable clothes. When he saw Feng Zishan, Zhang Zhuozhe bowed and said, Brother Feng, I hope you are well. He handed Feng Zishan a package of tea leaves. Feng Zishan waved his hand and said, Don't be polite. Please come inside. They went into the main hall and sat down as host and guest. Feng Zishan prepared some tea and served it, then started chatting with Zhang Zhuozhe. They mainly talked about the other young scholars who took the same exam, his recent essays, and preparations for the next exam. During the conversation, Zhang Zhuozhe's finely woven round-collar robe caught Feng Zishan's eye, making him admire the refined look of the young scholar. When Feng Zishan occasionally looked at his cotton round-neck shirt, Zhang Zi smiled. After a moment of silence, he asked, Brother Feng, what do you think of my new cotton round-neck shirt? Hearing Zhang Zi's question, Feng Zishan realized he had been staring at his friend's new clothes and felt a bit embarrassed. After a pause, he awkwardly said, Brother Z, your new round-neck shirt is well made and looks very respectable. It really adds a touch of charm to you. Zhang Zi laughed loudly at Feng Zishan's compliment and said, Honestly, Brother Feng, you're the 6th person to say that. Others say I look more like a scholar when I wear this new outfit. Feng Zishan nodded and asked, This outfit does look very proper. Did you spend a lot on it? Hearing this, Zhang Zi mysteriously wagged a finger. Feng Zishan hurriedly asked, How much is it? Not expensive at all for this round neck. Feng Zishan was surprised and asked curiously, Brother Z, your new clothes are so fine and well made. The fabric must be high quality. How could it be cheap? As far as I know, the cotton cloth from the north and south of the country is not as delicate as this. Making such fabric requires carefully selecting fine cotton yarn and weaving it with evenly thick threads. I guess only the large weaving workshops in Songjiang Prefecture can produce such fine cotton cloth, and it must be very costly. Zhengzi laughed heartily and said, Brother Feng, you're wrong. This cotton cloth is made locally in Tianjin. Locally made? Yes, it's bought from the Dong family cloth shop, using fine cloth from the Li family. Other cotton fabrics sell for a tael per yard, but this Li family fine cloth also sells for a tael per yard. Hearing this, Feng Zishan hesitated and said, I didn't expect Tianjin to have such a refined weaving workshop producing such fine cloth. But if they carefully select the cotton yarn to make this fabric, how can it be so cheap? Thanks to He Feng Yinyo for the 100 tips. Although Feng Zishan was poor, scholars value face highly. He was willing to buy a few yards of cloth for a decent new outfit. He liked the fine, detailed fabric from the Li family because it showed a scholar's careful taste. He stood up and said, Brother Xian, lead the way. I'll buy a few yards and make a nice new round collar like yours. Haha, let's go now. Li Ji knew that the fine fabric was popular everywhere. He owned a Jenny spinning machine and a flying shuttle loom, which had already made him good money. He also wanted this high-quality cotton fabric to gain a good reputation, so he wasn't in a hurry to raise prices. One day, Li Ji went out with 2 guards, heading to the textile factory. They saw Cui He walking quickly with a maid in an alley, followed by Xiao Guangwei. Cui He, wait for me. Cui He disliked Xiao Guangwei's constant following. He turned and said, Xiao Guangwei, don't chase me. Xiao Guangwei finally caught up and smiled. Cui He, I'm not chasing you. I invite you to go out for a walk and see the peach blossoms at Mitua Temple. What peach blossoms? No, I won't go. Seeing this, Li Ji realized Xiao Guangwei was bothering Cui He again. Although society was more open at the end of the Ming dynasty, men and women still kept their distance. Someone like Xiao Guangwei bothering Cui He wouldn't be good for her reputation. Xiao Guangwei knew this, but still stuck to Cui He, seeming to want others to think they were close, which was not a good intention. Cui He cursed Xiao Guangwei a few times and turned to walk back into the alley. She saw Li Ji with his 2 guards and ran to him like a savior. Li Ji, help me quick. Li Ji pretended to be confused and asked, help you with what? Cui He said, help me chase away this annoying Xiao Guangwei. Li Ji smiled and looked at Xiao Guangwei, who had finally caught up. Seeing Li Ji standing in front of Cui He, Xiao Guangwei frowned and said, Li Ji, I have something to say to Cui He. You should go away now. Since childhood, Xiao Guangwei always saw Li Ji as the poor fool in the family, naive and easy to bully. Even though Li Ji recently became smarter, owed money to Zhao's family, and was said to have started a soap workshop, Xiao Guangwei still didn't see much change in his image. So, every time Xiao Guangwei saw Li Ji, he casually told him to go away. Seeing Li Ji refuse to listen, Xiao Guangwei scolded, Don't think that paying back my family's money makes you proud. Just look at your broken-down yard. It's worlds apart from my family's and Chui's. Step back. Zhao's family runs a pearl business in Southeast Asia, earning several hundred taels of silver profit each year. They live in a decent house, which Xiao Guangwei looks down on as shabby and poorly maintained. As for Li Ji's soap workshop, Xiao isn't sure about its profits, but he instinctively thinks that Li's small business can't be very big, given how rundown his yard looks. As for the textile factory Li recently built, Xiao, young and naive, has no idea about it at all. Xiao Guangwei's long-standing habit of looking down on Li Ji is hard to change quickly. After glancing at the proud Xiao Guangwei, Li Ji calmly said, Xiao Guangwei, chasing young girls on the street disrupts public order. Do you know you're wrong? Hearing Li Ji stand up for him, Cui happily tiptoed and clapped childishly. Li Ji speaks well. Xiao Guangwei was momentarily stunned by Li Ji's words, then sneered, Li Ji, are you crazy? Do you dare to scold me? Look at the gap between your family and mine. I could slap you easily. Do you believe that? Xiao still thought of Li Ji as the foolish boy from before, relying on the Xiao family's status to bully him. His words were full of arrogance. Hearing Zhao's words, Li Ji angrily huffed and said, Xiao Guangwei, open your eyes and see the situation clearly. Waving his hand, Li Ji ordered 2 bodyguards who followed him to step forward, surrounding Xiao Guangwei from both sides, trapping him in the middle. These 2 bodyguards were recruited by Li Ji as fighters, taller than Xiao Guangwei by half a head. They had been training in martial arts for months and looked very strong, giving off a powerful presence. They stood on either side of Xiao Guangwei, forming a circle around him. Xiao Guangwei, if you chase Chui again, don't blame me, Li Ji, for having someone beat you. Although Xiao Guangwei was arrogant in the alley, he was actually quite cowardly. Surrounded by Li Ji's men, he was frightened and took a few steps back. He nervously looked at Li Ji's bodyguards and loudly said, Li Ji, don't be arrogant. If you dare to hurt me, my father will ask Old Chen from the Qing military office to kill you. Hearing him boast about connections, Li Ji couldn't help but ask, Old Chen from the Qing military office? Hearing this, Xiao Guangwei proudly replied, Old Chen, the officer in charge of the prison at the Qing military office. My father is friends with him. Last month, they even drank together. If you dare to hit me, Old Man Chen won't let you go. Li Ji only then understood that the most important connection of the Xiao family was with the clerk of the Tianjin Qing army office. A clerk was a staff member in the Ming dynasty government, similar to a modern civil servant, but they were hired without exams. Officials in the Ming dynasty were chosen through the imperial examination system, while clerks were selected directly from the common people. The head of the criminal department at the Tianjin Qing army office was in charge of criminal matters in the Tianjin area. If a major criminal case occurred, Old Man Chen could suggest actions to the deputy of the Qing army office. For smaller cases, when the deputy was too busy, Old Man Chen could handle them directly. In fact, Old Man Chen was quite powerful among clerks. If Li Ji had known about Xiao family's connections before, he would have kept a low profile and avoided trouble. But for Li Ji now, the criminal department was too small. He had paid 2,000 taels of silver to the provincial governor, Yi Shishou, and if something happened, he could easily use some silver to make Old Man Chen obedient. With just a word, he could silence Old Man Chen. So he wasn't afraid of Xiao Guangwei. Li Ji smiled without replying to Xiao Guangwei. Instead, he waved to two guards standing about 10 meters in front of his courtyard. The guards understood and came over to surround Xiao Guangwei. The four strong men encircled him, making Xiao Guangwei shrink back in fear. His once handsome face showed signs of fear. Li Ji calmly said, Xiao Guangwei, I can beat you so badly that you won't be able to take care of yourself, just because your family knows a clerk from the criminal department or the deputy. Do you believe that? Hearing this, Xiao Guangwei's face turned pale. He didn't know if Li Ji was joking, but now he was surrounded by four men. If Li Ji ordered them to hit him, Xiao Guangwei would definitely suffer first. Li Ji's confident words made him doubt whether his family's connections could protect him. Swallowing hard, Xiao Guangwei dared not show off anymore. He took 3 steps back and escaped from the 4 guards. Seeing they didn't chase him, Xiao Guangwei glared at Li Ji and ran away quickly. Li Ji, don't be arrogant. Just wait and see. Li Ji shouted after the fleeing Xiao Guangwei. If I see you bothering Cui He again, I will definitely beat you up. Seeing Xiao Guangwei run away quickly, Cui He giggled happily. She clapped her hands and cheered, her face flushed with excitement, feeling very happy. Li Ji is so impressive. He chased away the flies. She patted Li Ji's shoulder affectionately and said, From now on, you will be my shield. A shield? Li Ji smiled lightly and said nothing more. Seeing that Li Ji didn't answer, Cui He asked again, Where are you going when you leave home? I'm going to check on my textile factory. Cui He widened her eyes and said slowly, I heard my father say you built a big weaving workshop and a yarn factory, hiring hundreds of people. Li Ji, how did you become so powerful all of a sudden? Li Ji smiled and said casually, It's okay. Curious, Cui He said, I've never seen such a big workshop with hundreds of workers. Li Ji, take me to see it. Li Ji looked at Cui He and nodded. All right. Let's go see the busy place. Li Ji led Cui He eastward toward the city gate. After walking for about 15 minutes, they arrived at the textile factory. Seeing Li Ji and Cui He come, 4 guards at the factory entrance bowed respectfully and greeted them with clasped hands. This feeling of being respected made Cui He even more excited. Inside the factory, seeing the busy scenes in each workshop, Cui He asked, Li Ji, how much cotton cloth can your factory produce in a month? My factory can produce 15,000 rolls of cotton cloth each month. 400 people can produce so much cloth? I heard my mother say that a weaver takes 3 or 4 days to weave 1 roll. My weaving machines are special. They are 4 times more efficient than ordinary ones. Really impressive? After watching for a while in the weaving workshop, Li Ji took Cui He to visit the yarn factory. Seeing the busy spinning machines, Chui was full of curiosity and asked, Li Ji, why are all your spinning machines covered with wooden boards so you can't see the inside structure? The machine's design is my secret, so I don't let anyone see. How much faster are your spinning machines compared to normal ones? My spinning machines are 5 times more efficient. I can spin a basket of fine cotton yarn in 8 days. He paused and added, you know Dong's cloth shops Lee's fine cotton cloth? That fine cotton cloth is produced by my yarn and weaving factories, and it's very popular. Lee's fine cloth. I've heard of it. Amazing, amazing. Is this the power of technology you mentioned last time? Hearing Li Ji's words, Chui clapped her hands excitedly, and her eyes looked at Li Ji with admiration. Exactly, this is the power of technology. The two people were talking when a middle-aged woman worker next to Li Ji looked up at Chui and muttered, where did such a handsome girl come from? She really matches our master. Hearing her bold words, other female workers also looked at Chui and said excitedly, she is indeed a pretty girl. One of the most beautiful in Tianjin. She would be perfect for our master. Our master has good taste. Seeing the workers' frank comments, Chui felt a little shy. She lowered her head, unsure of what to do. After a while, she gathered her courage and secretly looked at Li Ji. To her surprise, she saw Li Ji winking at her playfully. She had been secretly watching him, yet he was winking at her. What does Li Ji mean? Is he teasing her? Chui couldn't smile anymore. She bit her lip, her face turning bright red, and she quickly looked down. She stood there silently for a moment, then lowered her head and walked out of the textile factory. Li Ji hurried to follow and asked, Chui, have you finished looking? Chui didn't turn around and simply said, yes, I finished. I'm going home now. Shall I send you? Chui stomped her foot angrily and said, no need. I will go back with my maid myself. Seeing Chui eager to go home, Li Ji smiled and didn't chase after her. Instead, he asked 2 guards to follow, and Chui. Dong Zi delivered Li Ji's fine cloth from the Li family to the capital, Shandong, Hunan, and even Jiangnan, receiving good reviews everywhere. In the west of the capital, in the main hall of Wentiren, the chief minister of Daming, several bolts of Li family's fine cloth were laid out on the table. Wentiren and his wife, Qin, stood in front of the table, carefully examining the cloth. Madam, look at this. The weave is very fine, all even, without any thick or uneven threads. Wenda told me that 1 bolt of this Li family fine cloth costs only about 2 taels, just like ordinary cotton cloth, but much finer. This cloth sells very well. Wenda bought these bolts in a rush. Clothes made from this fabric look very decent compared to rough cloth. It's also wider, saving sewing time. Using this kind of cloth to make summer clothes for servants is much better than using rough cloth. Qin sighed and said, don't just look at the face of the Prime Minister. I also want to keep the lady's face. Our family's servants have been with us for over 10 years, and some have been with you for 4 or 5 years. You just bought a few bolts of fine cotton cloth to dismiss them. Couldn't you buy some silk to make clothes for them? Wentiren awkwardly smiled and said kindly, Madam, my monthly salary is only about 10 taels, and with 8 family members at home, there's hardly any silver left to make silk clothes for the servants. Mrs. Qin was quite displeased upon hearing this and said softly, I've heard that officials at the Prime Minister's door are all of 7th rank, but my maidservants are so poorly dressed. Other servants, even minor officials or assistants, wear fine clothes and ride good horses. You, as the Prime Minister, let your servants wear only cotton clothes, and when they go out, they are laughed at by others' families. When I meet other wives, they look down on me because of my modesty and the poverty of my maidservants. Hearing his wife's complaints, Wentiren could only say slowly, Madam, you've been wronged. Mrs. Qin pouted and said unhappily, people say a clean official can earn 100,000 taels of silver in 3 years, but you, as the chief counselor, dare not accept a single coin. The silver others push into your hands or give to my son, you try to send back, and it's just a joke to others. The phrase a clean official can earn 100,000 taels in 3 years means that an honest governor might secretly make that much in bribes. Here, clean does not refer to the Qing dynasty, but to honesty. This saying has appeared in stories since the Ming dynasty and became a common proverb by the late Ming. Wentiren frowned and said, when I competed for a position in the court, I exposed Qian Qian's cheating in the imperial exam and offended the Donglin faction. Now, everyone in the court is divided into factions. They have many eyes and ears everywhere. Even if I act justly, I will be called a treacherous official or part of the party. How dare I accept silver? Mrs. Qin pursed her lips and spat. Why did you even want that position in the court? It only brought trouble. When Tyrion sighed and said slowly, a real man should not be content with mediocrity. Now that I am the chief counselor, I can suppress minor officials and promote honest ones. Day after day, I can help restore the battered state. Though I suffer now, the emperor knows my loyalty. One day, the clouds will part, and the truth will be seen. This has been your goal since you entered the court. It's been 4 years. Now that you are a chief counselor, you still walk carefully, always wary of others' traps, and act according to the emperor's wishes. Without the emperor's protection, you could be destroyed by those gentlemen in an instant. Hearing Qin's words, when Tyrion was stunned and suddenly realized that he had unknowingly been a court official for 4 years. He sighed and repeated, there will be a day when the clouds part and the sun shines through. After saying this, the couple fell silent, and perhaps even when Tyrion didn't fully believe his own words. After a while, when Tyrion said, call those people over and give them these fabrics. Madame Qin turned around and spat. You call them yourself? I don't have the face to talk to them. Seeing his wife unwilling to cooperate, when Tyrion could only awkwardly cough. After thinking for a moment, he called servant Wenda to bring the fine fabrics from the Li family and told him to speak with the other servants. By mid-April, the summer heat was approaching quickly. It was already around noon, and the sun made people outside sweat lightly. Li Ji, dressed in a plain blue silk robe, could feel the heat from the sun. Standing outside the textile factory wall, Li Ji and the chief mason discussed the new factory building. Young Masterly, we need to dig a drainage ditch, which will require quite a bit of labor. Labor is fine. Without a drainage ditch, rainwater will cause flooding, and that's not good. The wall can follow the original boundary, saving one side. If we build the house twice as big, it will cost about 220 taels of silver. That's fine. We also need to build a large meeting room for me and the managers to hold meetings. After discussing, Li Ji and the mason decided to double the size of the factory. Since the textile mill started operating, the weaving workshop used fine yarn to produce Li family's fine fabrics. These new fabrics sold well across the south and even reached the homes of officials in the capital. But as a traveler, Li Ji had big plans. He wanted to succeed before the Tatars entered the pass, so he couldn't afford to delay. He planned to rebuild the factory, add new weaving and spinning machines, and double the scale of the weaving workshop and yarn factory. Li Ji aimed to increase the number of looms and spinning machines to 800 each. With 800 spinning and weaving machines, the factory's monthly output would reach 30,000 yards. Although producing so much cotton cloth might impact local small weavers, Li Ji's factory was not yet very large, and the market could still handle it. Moreover, Li Ji's sales relied on the Tianjin cotton merchant Dong's family, whose channels covered the entire Ming Empire. This dispersed sales network meant that Li Ji's 30,000 yards of cloth was not a large amount. For example, in April, Dong's family sold about 2,000 yards of Li family's fine fabric in the capital, which was less than 1/5 of the city's cotton cloth demand. Unless Li Ji expanded his factory several times, the impact on local weavers and spinners would be minimal. In addition to expanding the weaving and spinning machine factories, Li Ji also purchased 170 cotton gins to remove seeds from cotton. During the Ming dynasty, the cotton gin was learned from the Li people of Yazhou by Huang Daopo. It was technologically advanced compared to the West and worked efficiently. Li Ji did not plan to design more complex cotton gins at the time. Instead, he directly equipped the textile factory with Ming-era cotton gins. With these gins, Li Ji could produce fine cotton cloth directly from raw cotton, eliminating the need to buy seedless cotton. Instead, he could buy cheap raw cotton from Dong's family, saving the profit margin that Dong's family earned from the middleman's markup. The increased efficiency in textile production and the savings from the trade margin were both profitable for Li Ji. He estimated that after expanding again and restarting the factory, he could earn about 8,000 taels of silver each month. Such high profits were enough for Li Ji to develop other businesses. In early May, after the factory buildings were completed, Li Ji began recruiting workers, nearly 970 in total. Such a large recruitment was a major event in Tianjin. The reputation of Li's family in the East City was well known, and everyone in Tianjin knew that Li's family offered very good benefits to workers. On the day of the interview, not only unemployed people applied, but some low-income civilians with jobs also came. About 3,000 to 4,000 people gathered outside the textile factory, filling the 10 acres of open space around it. Li Ji organized the applicants by assigning numbers and registered them, then scheduled them for interviews in groups. He could no longer interview all candidates himself, so he called in managers like Li Xing, Zheng Kaiqing, Li Laoxi, Zheng Yuan, and Li Dao. In the factory's meeting room, 10 interview tables were set up. Li Ji set a clear requirement for the interviewers to assess the applicants' qualities and only hire honest and diligent workers. Only honest workers could be trusted to protect Li Ji's industry and secrets. After 3 days, all interviews were completed, and Li Ji successfully recruited nearly 1,000 workers. Including the new hires, he employed close to 2,000 workers and servants. By mid-May, the new weaving and spinning machines were also finished, and the expanded capacity began production. Tianjin was full of merchants and industries but lacked large factories like those in the south. Li Ji was already one of the top employers in Tianjin. The workers he hired directly boosted the local economy. Li Ji provided generous monthly wages, with 3 meals a day including meat. He spent about 3 taels and 5 qian of silver per worker each month. In total, Li Ji spent around 7,000 taels of silver monthly on worker benefits. These silver coins, once in the hands of workers, are spent on various goods and services, which naturally stimulates local industries. Although Tianjin is a major commercial hub in the north and south, its population is less than 100,000. Suddenly having 2,000 high-spending workers greatly boosts the local economy. Merchants selling rice and flour, butchers selling meat, cloth merchants, vendors selling oil and vegetables, blacksmiths making ironware, potters shaping ceramics, tailors sewing clothes, restaurant owners serving wine, performers singing in theaters, and even courtesans entertaining clients. All these trades see increased business. Li Ji's workers now have money, and many have increased their investments in their children's education. Even the scholars teaching in private schools have recently gained many new students. These people earn silver from Li Ji's workers, spend it locally, and thus stimulate even more business, creating a large multiplier effect. Compared to merchants who hide their silver after earning it or wealthy merchants who only buy luxury goods, Li Ji's manufacturing industry has a strong economic impact. His soap and fine cotton fabrics are constantly sold across the country, earning silver from all over. This money is then invested in industries and spent by workers, spreading prosperity to Tianjin. By June, the number of beggars in Tianjin had decreased significantly, and even pedestrians walking on the streets moved a little faster. As a time traveler, Li Ji observes the changes in Tianjin over these months and knows his industry has brought considerable benefits to the local people. Unfortunately, he is not an official of Tianjin, so he can only watch the spillover effects benefit others. Seeing this, Li Ji begins to think about obtaining an official position to directly manage a region. But reality is harsh. Not only does he not enjoy the benefits of his industry's spillover, but the troubles caused by its expansion also come to him. On the morning of June 13th, after breakfast, Li Ji was about to go to the textile factory when he saw Lu Huarong, one of Tianjin's 8 major merchants, arrive with a large group of people at his door. Lu Huarong was dressed in black, and his dozen or so assistants and guards behind him were also in black short coats, looking formidable. Seeing so many people coming, the 2 guards at Li Ji's gate stood on alert, blocking Lu Huarong's men from entering the yard. But how could 2 guards stop a dozen or more people? Lu Huarong's men acted directly. 4 or 5 of them suddenly rushed forward, using their numbers to press Li Ji's guards against the wall, ignoring their angry protests and not letting them move. Then Lu Huarong snorted coldly and led his men into Li's courtyard. Hearing the commotion at the door, the other 8 guards at Li's house ran out with sticks and faced off against Lu Huarong's men in the yard. Li Ji's brother, Li Xing, and his mother, Zheng, looked at the visitors with surprise. Neither of them knew what was happening and nervously watched Li Ji. Standing in the yard, Lu Huarong looked at Li Ji's guards and shouted loudly, "Li Ji, come out." Li Ji thought to himself, trouble has come. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped out of the main hall and asked, "Are you looking for me?" "Of course I am." Lu Huarong opened his small eyes wide and shouted, "Li Ji, last time I told you to sell me the soap formula at a price. Have you thought about it?" Lu Huarong had been hiding for several months, but today, for some reason, he decided to act. From his stance, it seemed he was planning to buy by force. Li Ji replied calmly, "Did you break into my house just for this?" Lu Huarong snorted coldly and said loudly, "Today is different from before. Today, I not only want to buy your soap formula, but also want to learn how to make your new weaving and spinning machines. Name your price. Over the past few months, Li Ji's fine fabrics had become famous everywhere. Now, Lu Huarong not only coveted the soap formula, but also set his sights on Li Ji's textile machines, aiming to take all his secret techniques at once. People are never satisfied. They want more, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Li Ji responded loudly, "What if I don't sell?" Lu Huarong narrowed his eyes and said loudly, "If you won't give a price, I will set one for you. The soap formula plus the methods for 2 machines, worth 500 taels." He laughed arrogantly and said, 500 taels is enough to buy 5 of your courtyards. My offer isn't low, right? Li Ji sneered and said, "I told you, my formula has already been shared with Mr. Su. Whether I sell it to you depends on his approval. I've asked him, and he doesn't want to sell it to you. I can't do anything about that." Li Ji knew Lu Huarong was afraid of Su Mintz, so he used this to block him again. But he didn't expect that Lu Huarong had already investigated his relationship with Su Mintz thoroughly. Lu Huarong snorted coldly and cursed loudly, "You little brat who hasn't even fully grown, and you dare to deceive me? 5 days ago, I specifically want to ask Su Fu. Su Mintz personally told me he had no idea about your formula." I glared and said, "Kid, let me be honest with you. My older brother is a government official in the Qing military office. I'll give you 500 taels. Whether you sell your formulas and machines or not, you will sell them." I didn't expect that Lu Huarong had actually gone to ask Su Mintz about this. No wonder he dared to boldly rush into our yard today. But even if Li Ji's lie was exposed, he still couldn't admit defeat. Lu Huarong wants to swallow all of Li Ji's secrets at once, and Li Ji cannot back down. Looking into Lu Huarong's eyes, Li Ji loudly said, "Sorry, I won't sell the soap formula or the textile machines." Hearing this, Lu Huarong's face darkened. He snorted coldly and said, "Li Ji, I am giving you 500 taels now. Don't refuse my kindness and then face punishment. I give you 3 days. If after 3 days you still haven't made up your mind, don't blame me for taking what I want." Li Ji shouted loudly, "Lu Huarong, do you dare to fight my household guards?" Lu Huarong laughed loudly and said, "If I fight your guards, it's a waste of effort. If your guards resist even a little, the official will have you thrown into jail. No matter how many guards you have, do you dare to rebel?" Hearing this, Li Ji's guards were all stunned. Since ancient times, officials' families have been arrogant, but few are as bold as Lu Huarong. This isn't just a merchant, it's clearly a band of bandits. After making his harsh threats, Lu Huarong looked proudly at Li Ji, hoping to see fear on his face. But after watching for a while, he saw that Li Ji did not flinch. Li Ji frowned as if he was thinking, seemingly unafraid of Lu Huarong's threats. Lu Huarong cursed inwardly, thinking that Li Ji might have been scared silly. Having played his trump card, Lu Huarong had no more harsh words to say. He flicked his sleeve, led his men, and left Li's yard, leaving the stunned Li family guards and the 3 members of Li's family behind. Watching Lu Huarong's men leave, Li Ji's mother, Mrs. Zheng, felt weak and sat down heavily on a chair, murmuring, "Jir, we're in big trouble this time. How can our family stand against someone like him? Our family's wealth might be coming to an end." Li Xing looked at Li Ji and said, "Brother, he has the backing of an official. We simply can't resist." Li Ji looked at his mother and brother, shook his head, and said, "That's not entirely true." Mrs. Zhang's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she said to Li Ji, "Jir, do you have a plan? Can we fight the Qing army office?" Li Ji replied, "Mother, if nothing unexpected happens, we can fight Lu Huarong." Hearing Li Ji's words, Li Xing and Mrs. Zheng exchanged glances but couldn't speak. Li Ji shook his head and said, "Li Xing, I need to go to the bank to deposit 1,000 taels of silver as a banknote. Come with me." 3 days later, Li Ji did not reveal the secret. Lu Huarong, with over 60 men, stormed into Li Ji's textile factory. Among these 60 men, 5 or 6 were Lu Huarong's personal guards, and the rest were notorious local ruffians from Tianjin. As a brother of the local official, Lu Huarong was used to abusing his power and had become the leader of these thugs. Whenever something happened, he could gather these ruffians easily. At this moment, each carried a 1-meter-long wooden or iron stick, walking behind Lu Huarong with a fierce look. Li Ji's guards at the factory gate immediately sounded the alarm when they saw Lu Huarong's group. Led by Li Laosi, 40 guards with sticks rushed out and formed a line at the factory entrance. At the factory gate, Li Ji's guards faced off against Lu Huarong's ruffians. Li Ji's guards trained daily and were now very disciplined. They held 2-meter-long staffs, arranged in 2 lines, forming a semicircle to confront Lu Huarong's men. The guards stood firm and disciplined, looking very imposing. Compared to the ruffians, they appeared more organized and disciplined, giving them an advantage. Lu Huarong widened his eyes and studied Li Ji's guards carefully, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Li Ji not only had secret methods to develop his business but also trained his guards well. In just a few months, he had formed such a team. However, confident in their numbers and experience in fighting, Lu Huarong remained arrogant. Seeing Li Ji come out of the textile factory, Lu Huarong shouted loudly, "Li Ji, I give you one last chance. Will you sell or not?" Li Ji frowned and asked loudly, "If I don't sell, what will you do?" Lu Huarong snorted coldly and shouted, "If you refuse to sell, I will lead my men to break in and seize your machines." Li Ji glanced at Lu Huarong's ruffians and then looked at his guards, smiling, and said, "I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do that." Lu Huarong frowned and loudly asked, "Are you willing to sell or not?" Li Ji was silent for a moment, then spoke loudly and clearly, "No, I won't sell." Hearing this, Lu Huarong's face darkened, and he turned red with anger. He squinted at Li Ji, waved to the guards and ruffians, and shouted, "Attack! Knock them down! Take the machine!" The saying goes, train soldiers for 1,000 days to use them in a moment. Lu Huarong often fed his guards with good food and used money to buy loyalty from these ruffians, waiting for this moment. Although most of these men were just gathered temporarily and used to being unruly, they were experienced thugs from Tianjin, known for fighting and bullying. Each was tough, and now there were many of them. Seeing that Li Ji's side had fewer people, they believed they would win and started shouting and fighting. 60 men with sticks charged at Li Ji's 40 men. When the fight started, Li Ji shouted loudly, "First row, stab to the right. Second row, stab straight ahead." Li Ji's guards had been practicing formation fighting for months. When they heard Li Ji's orders, they shouted and stepped forward, stabbing at the approaching ruffians according to the rules. They had practiced piercing attacks for months, focusing on this move every day, and were very skilled. Their wooden sticks were 2 meters long, like spears, much longer than the opponent's sticks, allowing them to attack from a distance and keep the enemies at bay. Before the enemies could get close and swing their sticks, Li Ji's men had already stabbed out. The fighting tactics were very clever. If the rear sticks coming from the front were easier to dodge, then the sticks stabbing from the right side were impossible to avoid. Li Ji's guards aimed for vital points. Although they used wooden sticks, they stabbed with full force, and hitting someone hurt just as much as a real weapon. One in front managed to dodge the front stick, but was immediately hit in the chest by a stick from the right, making him gasp for air and fall to the ground clutching his chest. Another tried to block the front stick with his iron rod, but was struck in the head by a stick from the right, causing a bloody head wound. He fell to the ground, clutching his head. Li Ji's guards had already stabbed 17 or 18 times, with 7 of them seriously injured and falling down. Although they weren't cut with swords, these fallen men were hurt internally, rolling on the ground and groaning, unable to get up. The sudden heavy attack stunned the ruffians, who had thought victory was certain, and they were caught off guard. They were still surprised by the strength of the enemy formation when they heard Li Ji shout loudly, "Stab again." Li Ji's guards shouted together and took a step forward, then stabbed at the approaching enemies. A rogue jumped back to dodge a wooden stick coming from the right, but was struck in the nose by a stick from the front, breaking his nose. Blood sprayed all over his face as he screamed and fell to the ground. Another rogue was stabbed in the right chest by a stick from the right and then in the left chest by a stick from the front, feeling a sharp pain in his chest before collapsing. With this strike, about 17 or 18 people were hit, and 8 fell to the ground. Those who fell were hit in vital spots and rolled around, groaning in pain. Lu Weiriang stood behind, full of disbelief. These ruffians were known as tough fighters in Tianjin, capable of fighting 2 people at once, yet they seemed so helpless before Li Ji's guards. Li Ji was just a merchant, so how could his guards fight so well? In just 2 encounters, 15 of his men had already fallen. But he was still surprised as Li Ji's shout rang out again, "Stab again." The front line stabbed from the right, the back line stabbed straight ahead, and Li Ji's troops stepped forward once more, stabbing at the rushing enemies from a distance. Several screams sounded, and another 8 of Lu Weiriang's men fell. In battle, the longer the weapon, the stronger it is. Li Ji's guards wielded longer sticks than Lu Weiyang's, making their attacks very effective. They pressed the attack, preventing Lu Weiyang's men from fighting back. Moreover, Lu Weiyang's men preferred one-on-one fighting and lacked coordination, while Li Ji's troops used formations suited for close combat. After 3 strikes, they had knocked down more than 20 enemies. The bravest of the 20 or so at the front had mostly been knocked down, leaving the remaining 30 or so ruffians less fierce. Seeing the one-sided fight, they no longer dared to rush forward and stopped, nervously watching Li Ji's guards. But Li Ji refused to let these henchmen go. He shouted, "Advance 3 steps, charge again." Li Ji's guards stepped forward 3 more steps, wielding long sticks and stabbing at the enemies ahead. Ah! Several screams sounded, and another 17 or 18 people were hit, with 7 of them struck in vital spots and collapsing, clutching their injuries. One rogue was struck hard in the groin with a stick, feeling intense pain from the impact. His whole body twitched uncontrollably as he screamed and fell to the ground. A servant of Lu Huairong was also caught. He was hit in the eye with a wooden stick and didn't know if his eye was blinded. He had no strength left to fight. Covering his eye, he collapsed to the ground. The other thugs saw the situation and dared not fight anymore. They hurriedly retreated, running all the way to behind Lu Huairong and stopping there. Seeing his men on the verge of collapse, Lu Huairong's face turned red with anger. But he refused to give up and shouted loudly, "Li Ji, you dare to hit my people? Are you afraid the Qing military office will come to your house?" Li Ji smiled and said, "Lu Huairong, do you think Tianjin is only your brother's official position?" Lu Huairong clenched his teeth and shouted, "Fine. Li Ji, you provoke others and injure my family members. Wait and see, the Qing military office will send someone to get you." Relying on his brother's position in the Qing military office, Lu Huairong was now spreading falsehoods, accusing Li Ji of provoking and injuring people. After saying this, he angrily swung his sleeve and, ignoring the injured lying on the ground, led his fleeing servants and ruffians toward the Qing military office. Most of the injured on the ground were still groaning and turning over, but a few gradually regained their breath and staggered to their feet, running after them. Li Ji loudly declared, "No one will send them." Hearing Li Ji's words, his servants burst into laughter, which made Lu Huairong's face turn even redder with anger. After Lu Huairong left, Li Ji hurried to the Tianjin governor's office. He gave 5 coins of silver to the gatekeeper and said, "I want to see Steward Sun Yumin." The gatekeeper happily took the silver and went inside to find Sun Yumin, bringing him out. As soon as Sun Yumin saw Li Ji, he asked, "Young Master Li, is something wrong?" Li Ji handed him 5 taels of silver and smiled, "Nothing serious. I have an urgent matter to see the governor." "Please lead the way." Steward Sun Yumin took the silver, his face full of joy, and treated Li Ji like a close brother. He said, "The governor is taking a nap in the 3rd hall, but it's okay. You wait outside the 3rd hall, and when he wakes up, I will take you in to see him." Li Ji bowed and said, "Thanks to your arrangement." Sun Yumin led Li Ji into the office, passing through 2 halls until they reached the 3rd hall. He told Li Ji to wait outside the door of the 3rd hall quietly until he sure woke up. Sun Yumin was very knowledgeable about rules and customs. Since Li Ji didn't say what urgent matter he had with the governor, Sun Yumin didn't ask and just stood quietly with him. After waiting for half an hour, the 2 finally heard sounds coming from the main hall, indicating that he sure was awake. Sun Yumin carefully pushed open the door slightly and looked inside. Seeing that the inspector was indeed awake, he then opened the door fully and entered. "Sir, Li Ji, who makes soap, has come to see you urgently." "Oh?" He sure was still a bit confused after waking up. He thought for a moment, rubbed his face, and then remembered who Li Ji was, recalling the 2,000 silver taels Li Ji had gifted him. He waved his hand and said, "Let him come in." Sun Yumin went back outside and invited Li Ji, who had been waiting, into the house. Li Ji entered the main hall, bowed, then stood up and cupped his hands. "Sir, the younger brother of the Qing military office's assistant, Lu Huairong, is trying to seize my property. He plans to have me thrown into the Qing military office's prison. Please, sir, save me." He sure stroked his beard and asked, "How is Lu Huairong trying to seize your property?" Li Ji replied, "Lu Huairong wants me to hand over my soap formula and textile machinery. When I refuse, he brings 60 ruffians to cause trouble at my weaving factory. My household guards fought them off, but he then falsely accused me of provoking and injuring people, saying he will send officials from the Qing military office to arrest me. He Shisho sighed and said slowly that Assistant Lu Huarong really doesn't stay out of trouble. Li Shi took out a silver note for 1,000 taels from his pocket and bowed to hand it to He Shisho. He Shisho looked at the number on the note, then nodded. No problem. I will speak with Lu Huarong. You can go back and wait for news. Since the inspector was willing to handle the matter, the Qing military office officials wouldn't be able to do anything to Li Ji. Hearing this, Li Ji felt a great weight lift from his heart and smiled. Thank you, sir, for saving me. I will take my leave now. After leaving the inspector's office, Li Ji returned home and waited for an hour. Soon, the Qing military office's constables arrived. 5 constables stormed into Jingdian Lane, pushed open the gatekeeper's guard, and swaggered into Li Ji's house with their waist knives. In the main hall, they saw Li Ji's family of 3. The leading constable glanced at Li Ji and Li Xing and shouted, "Arrest the suspect." Who is Li Ji? Li Ji secretly thought that Lu Huarong's revenge had arrived first. He shook his sleeve and stood up, answering, "That's me." The constables didn't waste time and immediately grabbed Li Ji, roughly tying him up from behind. Seeing this, Mrs. Jing immediately started crying, knelt on the ground, and shouted, "Please, sir, have mercy. Have mercy. We are law-abiding citizens. Why are you arresting us?" The leading constable smiled, then suddenly changed his expression and cursed, offending second master and still claiming to follow the law? This will cost you your life. The servant's words about the second master probably refer to Lu Huarong, the younger brother of the deputy magistrate. Li Xing quickly took out 1 or 2 silver coins from his pocket and handed them to the lead constable, saying, "Please don't arrest my brother. Just take him to the yamen properly." The head constable glanced at Li Xing's silver and then slapped it to the ground, scolding, "Using silver? Your family has offended the second master. Even the gods can't save you now. If you don't take him, I'll be beaten tomorrow." Startled by the slap, Li Xing couldn't speak. After saying this, the constable forcefully pushed Li Ji from behind, nearly knocking him down. He loudly cursed, "You ungrateful loser. Hurry up and go." Li Ji didn't expect Lu Huarong's men to be so fierce, nor did he know how Governor He Shisho was helping him behind the scenes. He looked at the constables, sighed, and slowly walked out of the yard. Seeing the constables rush into Li's house, the neighbors outside had already gathered in layers. When they saw Li Ji being tied and led out, everyone was furious. Why did the constable tie up Brother Ji? Brother Ji has such a big business, yet he's been taken by the Qing military office. Brother Ji was taken, and my son works for him. What will happen to us now? Having money isn't always good. Without power, money can bring trouble. Brother Ji is suffering because of this. Li Ji looked at the crowd surrounding him, took a deep breath, and slowly stepped out of his house. Seeing Li Ji walk slowly, the constables behind him pushed him again, causing him to stumble and fall out of the yard. Seeing Li Ji's awkward state, the crowd sighed and felt some injustice. Some people had family working in Li's house and had benefited from him, so they felt angry. But in front of the officials, they dared not speak out. More and more people gathered outside Li's house, blocking the road in layers. The leading constable followed Li Ji out, glaring fiercely at the crowd. The crowd grew anxious and quickly parted to clear the way. The constable forcefully pulled Li Ji, guiding him toward the outside of the well. Once the road was cleared, the constable strode forward, intending to lead Li Ji onward, but suddenly 5 clerks hurriedly ran toward them. Perhaps they were running too fast, and the foremost clerk's belt came loose, but he had no time to fix it, grabbing his trousers with one hand and rushing over. Seeing the visitors, the leading officer hesitated for a moment, then put on a smile and approached, saying, "Old Master Chen, why are you here? Are you still worried about Wei Ji handling the matter?" The official called Old Master Chen, hearing the officer's words, shouted loudly, "Wei Ji, loosen the bonds. Quickly loosen the bonds of young Master Li." Upon hearing Old Master Chen's words, the 5 officers were stunned. Loosen the bonds? Young Master Li? Isn't this about Xingfan? Wasn't it the master's order and the second master's command to catch someone? Even the onlookers didn't expect the situation to suddenly turn around. Instantly, over 100 villagers on the street fell silent. After thinking for a while, the officer called Wei Ji finally said, "Old Master Chen, this is a criminal the second master told us to arrest. How can we just loosen the bonds?" Old Master Chen, the official called Su Li, stomped his foot and shouted, "Wei Ji, do you dare to ignore my words?" The master personally ordered us to stop you, to treat young Master Li well, and to bring him to the 3 courts of the Yamen for discussion. Hearing old Master Chen's words, Wei Ji and the other officers were stunned again for a moment and asked, to the 3 courts? Isn't the second master supposed to have him brought to the main hall for trial? Old Master Chen cursed. What second master? Do you treat his words as a decree? The Qing military office only has 1 master. He stomped his foot again and scolded, Wei Ji, are you not listening to me? Only then did the officers realize what was happening. They seemed to wake up from a dream and hurriedly turned around to help Li Ji untie the ropes. The officers were surprised and busy, taking some time to loosen the knots behind Li Ji and remove the ropes. Seeing that Li Ji's ropes were untied, old Master Chen finally sighed in relief, bowed deeply to Li Ji, and said, Young Master Li, you must be startled. I am Chen Qishou, an officer from the Qing military office's prison. I was ordered by our deputy magistrate to invite you to discuss matters. Chen Qishou from the prison? Isn't he the backing of Xiao Guangwei's family? Why is he so helpless in front of me? Li Ji shook off the ropes, brushed himself off, and asked, What scene is this supposed to be? Li Ji knew that the officers just now were sent by Lu Huarong to retaliate against him, which explained their fierce attitude. But now, these officials were so respectful, indicating that the Tianjin patrol governor, He Shishou, had found Deputy Magistrate Lu Hualin. The governor probably ordered him not to bully Li Ji, which caused this sudden reversal. The money he gave to the governor was not wasted. The governor kept his promise and handled the matter. However, Li Ji was just insulted and wanted to tease the officials a little. Wow, they invited me, but now they've tied me up? With this attitude, I don't think I should go. Hearing Li Ji say he wouldn't go to the Qing military office, Chen Qishou was so anxious he broke out in sweat and loudly said, It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding, young Master Li. My master repeatedly asked me to kindly invite you to discuss matters. Seeing that Li Ji still looked displeased, Chen Qishou gritted his teeth and walked up to the officer Wei Ji, slapping him across the face. You dare to trouble young Master Li? Wei Ji was struck hard and staggered back. He looked surprised, covering his reddening face, and couldn't speak. Seeing this amazing scene, the onlookers burst into loud chatter. The officer got hit. There's internal fighting among the officials. The officials are fighting among themselves. The officials want to invite Brother Ji to discuss matters. Brother Ji is so capable, he's definitely not someone to be bullied. The officials deserve to be hit. In the Ming dynasty, officials like the clerks and assistants were lowly and couldn't take the imperial exams. But because they were close to power, they often looked down on common people, bullying and extorting them, which made the villagers both hate and fear them. Now, seeing the clerks hit the officials, the crowd seemed to see dogs biting dogs, and they were very happy. Hearing the crowd's comments, Wei Ji's face turned even redder, like a ripe apple, and he couldn't lift his head. Even Chen Qishou, who had hit someone, looked embarrassed and awkward. Li Ji bowed to the neighbors watching and said loudly, Neighbors, the magistrate has asked me to discuss matters, so don't worry about Li's business. Everyone, disperse. After saying this, Li Ji turned to Chen Qishou and said, Old Chen, lead the way. I'll go with you. Chen Qishou finally relaxed and quickly made a gesture of invitation, leading Li Ji toward the Qing military office. The 5 officials looked embarrassed and followed behind Li Ji. The clerks in front and the officials behind made Li Ji feel like he was being surrounded by supporters. The Qing military office was in the northern part of the city. It was smaller and more dilapidated than the governor's office. Inside, Chen Qishou led Li Ji into the 3rd hall, where Lu Hualin, a deputy of the Tianjin Qing military office, was already waiting. Lu Hualin was in his 40s or 50s, with a square face and a smooth chin without a beard. He wore a proper 5th-rank official uniform and sat at the main seat in the hall. When Li Ji entered, Lu Hualin stood up to greet him. Li Ji was about to bow, but Lu Hualin called out, No need for leak. Li Ji was surprised and thought to himself that the greeting from the patrol commissioner was so good that he didn't need to bow. Li Ji looked at Lu Hualin and sang, Little citizen, Li Ji greets the official. Lu Hualin nodded and loudly said, Sit down, Li Ji, sit down. The two sat, and a servant brought tea. Li Ji thought to himself that after entering the government office, he could still drink tea, which was a good treatment. He picked up his teacup and took a sip, then heard the official get straight to the point. Li Ji, I have heard about your dispute with Lu Huarong. After a pause, Lu Hualin smiled and asked, Li Ji, Are you familiar with the governor? Li Ji smiled, knowing that Lu Hualin wanted to find out about his relationship with the governor. Only by understanding how close he was to the governor could he decide how to judge the case. If he was close to the governor, his decisions might favor himself. Thinking for a moment, Li Ji lied. We are relatives. Li Ji had sent 3,000 taels of silver to the governor of Tianjin, expecting that Yishirsho would pay extra attention to him. Even if he pretended to be a relative of Yishirsho wouldn't blame him if he found out. Conversely, if Li Ji said he was not related to Yishirsho, others might suspect that Yishirsho was accepting bribes, which would harm his reputation. So, you were relatives. What kind of relatives? Li Ji did not answer this question, only pressing his teacup and drinking. Seeing that Li Ji did not reply, Lu Hualin guessed that Li Ji was probably a relative of Yishirsho. After thinking, he decided and loudly said, "Young Master Li, you must be shocked. I have decided to severely punish the 10 troublemakers who caused trouble at your weaving workshop. Each will be beaten 40 times. What do you think?" Lu Hualin believed Li Ji was a relative of Yishirsho, so he valued him more. He had subtly changed his tone to call Li Ji Young Master Li. The matter had shifted from a civil dispute to troublemakers causing chaos, which was more favorable to Li Ji. However, he wanted to protect his brother, Lu Huarong, so he left him out of the punishment, only punishing the troublemakers. Li Ji thought for a moment and asked, "What about Lu Huarong?" Hearing Li Ji's question, Lu Hualin replied seriously, "The official has already investigated and found that Lu Huarong is not involved. It was purely his servant's anger at your business that led him to collude with troublemakers and cause trouble. As a merchant, Lu Huarong cannot control his subordinates and has not committed a serious crime." He paused and added, "Of course, not being able to control his servants is a problem. I am his elder brother and will educate him." Seeing Li Ji repeatedly question, Lu Hualin looked a bit annoyed and said, "This official has already reviewed the case and found no relation." Li Ji saw that his repeated questions were being dismissed and realized that Lu Hualin definitely would not punish his younger brother. He decided that beating the rascals and the Lu family guards would be enough to give himself an explanation. Since the patrol governor had already given instructions and Lu Hualin still handled it this way, as a commoner, Li Ji dared not insist further. "I agree with your handling, sir." "Good. The person involved has already been taken to the cell. I will go to the main hall to settle the case. Young Master Li, you can go and watch." Li Ji entered the main hall and saw 10 guards of Lu Huarong kneeling on the ground, looking panicked. The hall was filled with officers holding water and fire sticks, and Lu Huarong stood to one side, glaring at Li Ji with anger, seeming unwilling to accept Li Ji's authority. This official, used to being arrogant in business, clearly was not as clever as his brother. With the support of the patrol governor and the officials from the Qing military office giving Li Ji respect, Li Ji was guided by the officers to stand at the defendant's position without kneeling, waiting for the magistrate to enter. The main hall's door was open, but the official's office door was closed, probably because the magistrate knew his case was not well-founded and didn't want the common people to watch the proceedings. With a shout of "Court is in session," Magistrate Lu Hualin came from the back hall and sat down. He then struck the gavel, and the officers on duty loudly shouted, "Yes." The scene was very imposing, frightening the 10 guards and rascals of the Lu family on the ground. Lu Hualin sat on the official seat, struck the gavel again, and asked the guards on the ground, Lu Jiu and the other 9. "You petty thieves conspired to seize Li family property, gathered a crowd to cause trouble, and extorted the head of the Li family. The plaintiff has already made this clear, and the case is now clear. You have no other master. Do you admit guilt?" Lu Hualin quickly closed the case, excluding Lu Huarong from responsibility. The guards and rascals on the ground had already been told what to do, and now they shouted together, "We are willing to accept punishment and confess." Seeing that the guards and rascals obeyed, Lu Hualin was pleased and shouted, "The case has been thoroughly investigated, and the defendants have confessed. No further trial is needed. Lu Jiu and the others each will be whipped 40 times. As a warning to others." Hearing this, the officers on both sides stepped forward, pressed the prisoners to the ground, and began to beat with sticks. Li Ji initially thought he would see scenes of blood and flesh flying from the beating, but the reality disappointed him. These household guards, rascals, and Qing army officials are all members of the Lu family, their own people. When the guards struck the boards, they did so gently, only pretending to hit hard for Li Ji to see. The guards held up the boards high, shouted loudly, but struck lightly. The people on the ground cooperated, crying out in pain as if their legs were broken, pretending to be very miserable. Li Ji knew this was all just a show, but he had no choice. Higher officials could easily overpower him, especially as a commoner. Even with the support of the governor, he could only watch and pretend to be part of the scene. After a quarter of an hour, the 40 strikes with the wooden boards were finished. The prisoners on the ground only had some cuts and bruises, no serious injuries. For Li Ji, it was a small punishment for the troublemakers from the Liu family, which was enough to give him some explanation. When the punishment was over, Liu Hualin clapped the gavel and shouted, "Court dismissed." Amid the sounds of the guards' sticks hitting the ground, Liu Hualin went into the back hall and did not come out again. Liu Hualin, feeling ashamed, glared at Li Ji and immediately left the office. The household guards and rascals on the ground helped each other up and slowly walked out of the hall. The matter was over. The official in charge of the punishment room, Chen Qishou, approached Li Ji with a smile and asked, "Young Master Li, are you satisfied with how this was handled?" Li Ji nodded and said, "It's okay, I guess." Chen Qishou was pleased and said happily, "That's good to hear. Young Master Li, please speak well of our master in front of the governor." Li Ji pretended to be a relative of Shishou, which made these officials look at him more favorably, afraid he might go complain to Shishou again. In fact, Li Ji knew he had no power or influence, so his request was simple. He just wanted Liu Hualin to be cautious and not trouble him anymore. He didn't bother with Chen Qishou and nodded, then strode out of the Qing army office. After settling Liu Hualin's matter, Li Ji rested at home for a day and thought about his future path. The incident with Liu Hualin made him realize how important power was in this era. Without a government position, his property would eventually be taken away. Li Ji decided to aim for a military official position. If he had a military title, it would likely scare off those who wanted to seize his property. A civil official position was not an option. Civil service required a reputation and background, and Li Ji didn't know how many years it would take to earn a degree. Although the imperial exams were often corrupt, sometimes money could buy success, as the Jiang and Fesh once controlled the exams. But even if someone learns to write traditional Chinese characters and memorizes the 4 books and 5 classics to understand the exam questions, it still takes many years. If I follow this path, by the time Li Ji finally earns a title and becomes a scholar official, the Qing army might already have entered the pass. Becoming a military officer is easier and doesn't require so much time, just some military achievements. Although Li Ji doesn't have any military accomplishments, he has money. With money, he can create some military achievements. More importantly, a military officer can openly defend their territory, which is very important during the chaotic late Ming period. The civil officials of the Ming court are powerful now, but without military strength, they would be fragile in front of Li Ziqing or the future Emperor Taiji. Once Li Ji becomes a military officer and uses future technology to build an advanced army, he will find a solid foundation for his future. Li Ji decided to seek a position as a military officer. He was determined but unsure if it was possible, so he went to consult Su Min's, who was familiar with officialdom. When Su Min's learned about Li Ji's plan, he looked at him approvingly and smiled. "Little Li also wants to become an official." Li Ji replied, "It's not about wanting to be an official, but I can't resist those like Liu Huarong without a proper position." "That makes sense," Su Min's paused and said seriously, "but Little Li, I remind you, military officers have the duty to defend their land. Abandoning the city or losing it on the battlefield is a death sentence. Now, with bandits ravaging and the Manchu invaders fierce, being a military officer in Tianjin is not easy. One careless mistake could cost you your life." Li Ji clasped his hands and said, "I understand." Su Min's, curious, asked, "Little Li knows all this and still wants to be a military officer? Do you have some secret weapon to defeat the enemies?" Li Ji and Su Min's had been dealing with each other for several months. They found that although Su Min's had connections, he wasn't greedy for money or willing to harm others, making him easy to get along with. In front of Su Min's, Li Ji no longer hid his thoughts and said directly, "I have some ideas about training soldiers and fighting, and I'm not afraid of bandits or the Manchu invaders coming." Hearing this, Su Min's looked at Li Ji in surprise. If it were another young man talking about training soldiers and fighting, Su Min's would probably think he was just young and reckless. But Li Ji was different. Li Ji was the person who invented soap, the flying shuttle weaving machine, and the Jenny spinning machine. Su Min's had initially thought that Li Ji's soap-making skills were just a lucky discovery by a young person. But unexpectedly, Li Ji produced highly efficient textile machinery, making a large profit. Being able to develop both soap and new textile machines at the same time cannot be explained as mere luck. Li Ji is clearly a skilled craftsman and a genius in craftsmanship that most people cannot understand. Now, Li Ji also claims to have ideas about military training and warfare. Could it be that he can create extraordinary weapons? Currently, the Ming dynasty faces internal problems and external threats. Bandits ravage the northwest, and the Jurchen tribes in the northeast are the border and sometimes break through the defenses. If Li Ji can develop new weapons, it would be a great blessing for the Ming dynasty, with limitless potential. This young man keeps surprising everyone. Sumin feels more and more that he should build a good relationship with Li Ji, so that when Li Ji rises to great heights, he can also benefit. After thinking for a while, Sumin finally asked, "Little brotherly, what official position do you want?" Li Ji replied, "I want to be a 5th-rank captain." Sumin shook his head and said, "You have no military achievements. How can you start as a captain? Even with help from your superiors, you'd probably only be promoted to 100 captain." Hearing Sumin's words, Li Ji secretly thought that consulting him was beneficial. Otherwise, asking for an impossible position from the governor might ruin everything. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ji said, "I want to be 100 captain in charge of a local military and civilian area." "Is there such a position?" Sumin nodded and said, "That's a troop commander in a garrison. As long as little brotherly is willing to spend money, such a position can be found." Li Ji asked, "Brother Su, to obtain such a position, who should I approach?" Sumin quickly replied, "In Tianjin, of course, the governor." Li Ji asked again, "How much silver does that require?" Sumin stood up and paced around the room before saying, "To secure 100 captain position without connections, you'll need at least 3,000 taels of silver." Li Ji nodded silently, saying nothing further. The next day, Li Ji brought silver notes and returned to the Tianjin governor's office. This was his 3rd visit. He was familiar with the place and, guided by steward Sun Yumin, found Governor He Shishio. Every time Li Ji came to see the governor, he presented generous gifts, and He Shishio was pleased with him. The old man not only immediately let Li Ji sit after his bow, but also had servants serve fresh tea. Li Ji didn't want to waste the governor's time and directly got to the point, saying, "Your Excellency, I have a matter to ask of you." He Shishio took a sip of tea and asked calmly, "What does young Masterly wish to request?" Li Ji didn't answer immediately, but took out a silver note worth 3,000 taels from his and handed it to He Shishio. He Shishio looked at the amount on the silver note, nodded, and set it aside. Li Ji then said, "I want to become a 100 household manager in a garrison." He Shishio asked curiously, "Are you saying you want to be a military officer, 100 household?" Li Ji replied, "Yes, sir. I want to be 100 household to manage the garrison." Hearing this, He Shishio sat slowly in his chair, stroking his beard, and did not speak for a long time. Seeing He Shishio's reaction, Li Ji asked nervously, "Your Excellency, is this difficult?" He Shishio smiled and said, "It's possible. Tomorrow, I will have someone transfer you from civilian status to the military register, so you will officially have a military rank." Coincidentally, this month, the Navy captured a large pirate ship outside Tianjin, and you made a contribution in this matter. I will list you at the top of the merit list, ensuring your promotion to 100 household and assigning you as a garrison officer. He Shishio's plan was to include Li Ji among the successful fighters against the pirates to report for rewards. Yesterday, Sumin told Li Ji that promotions of local military officials were reported by regional governors and commanders, then reviewed by the Ministry of War's Military Selection Office. Besides his official position as a patrol officer, He Shishio also held the titles of Vice Censor-in-Chief and Minister of War's Assistant, making him a senior official of the Ministry of War and overseeing the Military Selection Office. With his recommendation, the Ministry of War's Military Selection Office would not dare to refuse, and Li Ji's promotion to 100 household was assured. Hearing this, Li Ji was delighted, secretly thinking his official position was almost secured. But then He Shishio added, "However, this matter involves many people and can be quite complicated to handle." Li Ji understood He Shishio's meaning. He thought the silver was too little. Fortunately, Li Ji was prepared. He quickly pulled out another silver note worth 1,000 taels from his pocket and handed it steadily to He Shishio. He Shishio looked at it, nodded, and placed it together with the previous note of 3,000 taels. "Young Masterly, don't worry. Tianjin isn't far from the capital. In less than a month, the Ministry of War's official documents will arrive. By then, you will be a 6th-rank official of the Ming dynasty. Li Ji finally relaxed and sat back in his chair, taking a sip of fresh tea. A month later, in mid-July, the reward documents from the Ministry of War arrived. Although Li Shishou was ruthless with money, he was honest in his conduct, and taking money was just part of doing business. Li Ji was promoted to a proper 100 household in the reward list. Li Shishou sent someone to notify Li Ji at his home, and Li Ji went to the governor's office to receive his badge, imperial decree, and official robes. By the late Ming period, many scholars turned to commerce, and officials generally had no discrimination against merchants, especially wealthy ones. Although Li Ji is currently just an insignificant minor official, his interactions with Li Shishou have brought him many benefits, making Li Shishou very satisfied with him. On that day, Li Shishou helped Li Ji finish his work and was in a good mood. When he saw Li Ji happily receiving something, he didn't want Li Ji to leave and asked him to change into official robes at the governor's office so he could see. Li Ji changed into a bright red 6th-rank military official uniform with a badge, a black hat, and black boots in a side room of the office. He walked around a few steps and felt like he was truly a high-ranking official of the Ming court. Li Ji then looked at his waist badge. It was made of silver and decorated with cloud patterns. The badge had 2 small holes at the top and bottom, with red silk threads threaded through. On the back, it was engraved with words, "Heaven helps the people, I am their protector. Power over China, truly by the tiger's strength. I grant you this golden token to pass on forever." These lines seemed to be a speech by Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming dynasty. On the front, it was engraved with Li Ji, left 100 household of Tianjin, left guard Jinghai Qianhu office, and left 100 household of the 100 household office. This badge was Li Ji's official ID in the government. He hung it at his waist. After Li Ji finished dressing, he returned to the main hall to show Li Shishou. Li Shishou smiled. "Good. You have some spirit, fitting for this official robe." Li Shishou then asked someone to bring a bronze mirror for Li Ji. Li Ji looked at himself in the mirror and thought, clothes really make the man. Once dressed in official robes, he looked different. It added a sense of authority and dignity to his appearance. Remembering that he had only been in this era for 7 months and had already become a court official, even if just a minor 100 household, he was still an official. Li Ji felt very happy, smiling widely. Seeing Li Ji so happy, Li Shishou stroked his beard and thought for a moment before speaking. "Now that you are a 100 household, you still need a good horse. A military official needs a mount to show authority." Li Ji replied, "Your Excellency, you're right. I will go to the West City's horse market to buy one right away." Li Shishou chuckled loudly and said, "How can an ordinary horse market have good steeds? I have a Uyghur horse worth 100 gold coins. I'll give it to you, 100 household." The phrase 100 gold coins is a literary way of saying 100 taels of silver. Li Ji was stunned when he heard this. He thought to himself, the governor is buying one and giving one? That's quite a deal. Although the price was high, Li Shishou's gesture showed kindness. Li Ji smiled and replied, "Thank you, Your Excellency." Li Shishou waved his hand, and a servant ran out to lead a tall, handsome horse from the stable. The horse was as tall as a person, with bright red muscles and strong tendons. When led by someone, it occasionally snorted loudly. It was truly a fine horse. "This horse is called Windstep. Starting today, it belongs to you." Li Ji looked at the horse and cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "Thank you for the fine horse, Your Excellency. I won't bother you with official matters. I will take my leave." Although Li Ji had not studied horseback riding professionally, he had ridden horses for a few hours at tourist spots before crossing over, so he understood a little about horsemanship. After parting from the inspector, Li Ji, dressed in official robes and riding a fine horse, walked home with 2 guards, attracting many passers-by to give way. Though a small official, the common people of the Ming dynasty naturally feared officials, and everyone hurried to clear the road. When Li Ji entered Jingbian Lane, it sparked more neighborhood gossip. "Hey, where did that military officer come from, riding such a fine horse? Look at that face. Isn't that Brother Ji? Brother Ji is an official now. When did that happen? Brother Ji is really successful. Not only does he have a big estate, but he's also an official now." Ignoring the neighbors' chatter, Li Ji smiled and rode his horse home, only dismounting outside the Li family courtyard. Li Xing and Mrs. Zheng knew Li Ji had gone to the inspector's office to buy an official position and were worried about the outcome. Seeing Li Ji return in official robes, they happily rushed into the yard. "Big brother, the inspector has taken care of everything for you. Li Ji nodded and tied his horse in the yard. Li Xing excitedly stroked Windstep's mane and said, "This horse is truly fine. Did the inspector give it to you?" Mrs. Zheng touched her chest and said, "Zhir, how did the inspector give you such a big fine horse? How important is this official position?" Li Ji replied, "The horse was given by the inspector, not assigned. The 100 household is a 6th-rank military official. Although military officials are not as wealthy as civil officials, they are still the head of a garrison." Mrs. Zheng looked happy and said, "Managing a garrison. That's a big official position." Li Xing loudly said, "I'll go to the gate and set off some firecrackers. Let the neighbors know about our good news." Having a horse, Li Ji realized its benefits. The next day, he bought 20 good horses at the market and distributed them to his subordinates. Li Ji planned to take 10 guards with him to start his new job, and each guard needed a horse. Now, the managers of his estate, busy with their work, also needed horses for efficient travel and communication. Li Ji's official duties in the local area and in Tianjin City could be handled much faster with mounted messengers. Li Xing and the others, excited about their horses, rode back and forth happily outside the textile factory. Workers at the textile factory and soap workshop saw Li Ji wearing official robes and becoming an official. They all became more careful in their work. These days, common people admired government officials the most. Li Ji held a small official position as a 100 households officer, which made management easier. Li Ji checked the textile factory and soap workshop again, gave a few instructions to the managers, and then rode off to take up his new post. Li Ji's official title was as a 100 households officer overseeing the village of Fanjiazhuang. At the end of the Ming dynasty, the 9 border regions generally used a military system, and official titles of guards gradually lost their real meaning and became just ranks. Li Ji's current rank was as a 100 households officer, but without the military system, this title was not very useful. His official role was as a captain in the Fanjiazhuang military system, which made him a true leader of the village. Fanjiazhuang was 40 miles from Tianjin City. It took 2 hours to walk there, or 1 hour on horseback. Before going to Fanjiazhuang for his new job, Li Ji needed to visit his superior at the Yunfangli. Visiting your superior when starting a new job was a common practice in the late Ming court. Li Ji's superior was a captain at the Jinghai Qianhu office, named Yu Huaqiao, who was responsible for defending Yunfangli. Li Ji didn't know this officer's temper, so he bought some common silk and ginseng as a gift worth about 50 taels, and had 4 bodyguards carry them. When Li Ji arrived at Yunfangli and reached the captain's office, he dismounted and was about to send a message when he saw a middle-aged man in military uniform walking out with a few attendants. The leader wore a 5th-rank official military uniform, was of average height, slightly chubby, with a round face and a few sparse whiskers. Seeing Li Ji's 6th-rank official robes, this officer looked at Li Ji arrogantly, about to speak, but his attention was caught by Li Ji's horse. He studied Li Ji's horse for a long time before taking a breath and asking slowly, "Is this the patrol officer's Windstep?" Li Ji guessed this was his superior and replied, "This is my Windstep." The officer suddenly lifted his head and looked at Li Ji. His eyes moved around a few times. Then he dropped his arrogance, put on a big smile, and said warmly, "So you are the new captain of Fanjiazhuang, Officer Li Ji." Li Ji knew that the patrol officer's influence was at work. The respected patrol officer was seen as a very high-ranking official by this captain, who could easily promote or dismiss him at any moment. These poor military officers rely only on withholding pay and forcing soldiers to make a living, and cannot casually spend thousands of taels like Li Ji. They lack the ability to flatter high officials like the patrol governor and therefore do not hold the patrol governor in high regard. This centurion is very obsessed with official titles and cares deeply about official affairs. He has long admired the patrol governor's fine horse and carriage. Now, upon hearing Li Ji say, "This is my carriage," he realizes that the patrol governor has given the horse to Li Ji. The patrol governor's horse, such a gift, is not given lightly. Li Ji must have a special relationship with the patrol governor. A minor captain of the patrol, Yu Huaqiao, could easily step on him, but if the other person is the patrol governor's personal attendant, that's a different matter. The patrol governor's personal attendants are here to train and will be promoted eventually. Offending them slightly could bring the patrol governor's fierce retaliation. Yu Huaqiao is eager to flatter such a person and would never dare to be arrogant. "I am Li Ji. Li Ji was about to bow, but Yu Huaqiao took the lead. I'm Yu Huaqiao. He dropped his official manner in front of Li Ji, stepped forward, grasped Li Ji's hand warmly, and said, Young officer, you are so young. Let me call you brother. Brother, please come inside. Li Ji, being young and sensitive, felt a bit awkward after seeing Yu Huaqiao's sudden change of attitude. He coughed lightly, subtly pulling his hand away from Yu Huaqiao, and said calmly, Official, this is just a small token of greeting, not a formal gift. Yu Huaqiao was momentarily stunned. Then he noticed the box and case hanging from Li Ji's servant. Li Ji's servant quickly stepped forward, opened the box and case, revealing silk fabrics and ginseng. Seeing this generous gift, Yu Huaqiao's smile grew broader, and he couldn't help but laugh aloud. His eyes showed kindness as he loudly said, Brother, you are too polite, truly too polite. He waved his hand, instructing his followers to accept the gifts, then made a welcoming gesture toward Li Ji and said, Please come inside, brother. Seeing Yu Huaqiao's attitude, Li Ji guessed he was a petty official eager for corruption and favors. He lost interest in forming a connection. Li Ji, feeling lazy to chat with him in the captain's office, said, I have urgent matters and will not trouble you further, sir. I will bring a gift next time to visit you. Hearing this, Yu Huaqiao looked disappointed. He had hoped to entertain Li Ji well, make friends, and perhaps gain some benefits when Li Ji was promoted in the future. However, Li Ji was ultimately a private official of the patrol commissioner. He was a future high-ranking official, so he wouldn't have time to socialize with a small local officer like Jinghai's Qianhu. Giving him a heavy gift was already a sign of respect. Therefore, when Li Ji said he wanted to leave, Yu Huaqiao was not surprised and instead responded more enthusiastically. No problem. I will wait for my honorable brother to visit next time. After a pause, Yu Huaqiao added, If my honorable brother has any issues in Fan's village or needs my help, just ask. After saying this, he stood there as if to see Li Ji off. Li Ji secretly thought that the patrol commissioner's horse was really useful. It helped him settle the matter with Shangguan right away. Yu Huaqiao didn't seem like Shangguan at all. He looked more like a subordinate. Li Ji chuckled, didn't linger, and with his guards, he mounted his horse and headed toward Fan's village. From the transport station to Fan's village was only about 20 miles. Li Ji rode for most of half an hour before reaching the village. Fan's village was 2 miles from the Haihe River. It was small, surrounded by a wall, and shaped like an arrow. It was about 30 steps long east to west and 140 steps long north to south. The wall was about 2 zhang high and made of unbaked bricks, with only a gate on the south side. Li Ji had already sent 2 guards ahead to report. When he arrived at the village gate, 7 or 8 officials and villagers were already waiting there to greet him. When Li Ji entered the village, they all shouted, Greetings, Captain. Captain, hello. Led by 2 officials of the 7th rank, they cheerfully greeted Li Ji. He nodded and followed them into Fan's village on horseback. Inside the village, Li Ji was very disappointed. The village was very rundown. The main road was small, with garbage and manure piled on both sides. It was summer, very hot, and a foul smell filled the air. Many empty houses were abandoned and poorly maintained, with broken windows and missing bricks. Grass had grown into the houses. Li Ji guessed these empty houses were left by fleeing soldiers. There were hardly any cattle or horses, and the few soldiers looked very poor, thin, with tattered clothes, standing on the dirty roads, staring blankly at the new official, Li Ji. Compared to these soldiers, Li Ji's 10 guards looked healthy and energetic. Li Ji rode into the central official hall of the village, then dismounted. Inside, he saw the previous patrol officer, who was about to leave his post. The officer in charge was named Yinyu, in his 30s. He was about to be transferred to a new position at Lyoha as a team officer, waiting for Li Ji to arrive for the handover. After a brief greeting, Yinyu handed Li Ji the yellow register of the Fangjia fortress accounts and then took him to inspect the armory and granaries. The village has 61 households, including craftsmen and military households, with a total of 371 people. Among them, there are 211 men, 157 of whom are of fighting age, and 54 are not. There are 160 women, including 104 strong women and 56 young girls. Li Ji listened as he received the yellow register. Yinyu then took him to check the soldiers guarding the village at the training ground. Yinyu asked several flag bearers to summon the soldiers, while he and Li Ji waited in an empty room nearby. At first, Li Ji didn't understand why Yin Yu hid in the broken-down room, but after standing there for half an hour, he realized. Outside, the sun was blazing, and standing in the open would cause heat stroke. Li Ji waited sweating in the stuffy, unventilated room until the soldiers gradually gathered. The soldiers looked ragged, holding rusty swords and spears. From what Li Ji saw, there were fewer than 30 men. Most of them appeared old, weak, or sick, with no fighting ability, likely recruited from civilian households just to fill the ranks. Most of these soldiers probably didn't receive pay, which explained their slow response to the assembly order. 2 flag bearers dressed a bit better stood at the front of the group. However, they also seemed unskilled in combat, only appearing slightly healthier from better food. The only potentially combat-ready individuals in the village were Yin Yu's 6 personal guards. But these guards were Yin Yu's private militia, not part of the village soldiers. Li Ji looked through the yellow register and asked Yin Yu, "Doesn't the record say there are 57 soldiers here?" Yin Yu rolled his eyes, seemingly annoyed at Li Ji's question, and replied, "There are some deserters." Li Ji thought to himself, pulling in so many surplus militia to fill the ranks, but they're fewer than 30. The real number of deserters must be quite high. He glanced at Yin Yu and thought that recruiting so many surplus militia might also involve embezzling funds. The soldiers in Tianjin town received 2 taels of silver per month, and Yin Yu alone might have embezzled dozens of taels just from the extra pay last month. But then Li Ji considered that Yin Yu probably wasn't the only one stealing from the military funds. His superiors might also be taking their share, so Yin Yu couldn't steal too much. Plus, Yin Yu had to support his family. Thinking of this, Li Ji asked Yin Yu, how much of the monthly salary is actually paid out each month? Yin Yu seemed quite displeased with Li Ji's question. He snorted and replied, "You'll find out once it's paid." Seeing his attitude, Li Ji didn't ask further. After the handover was complete, Yin Yu clapped his hands and rode away with his servants. After receiving fan village from Yin Yu, Li Ji officially took office as the head of the patrol team. As the saying goes, a new official starts with 3 fires, meaning he begins with strong actions. The first thing Li Ji did was to thoroughly clean Fan Village, removing trash and manure from the fort. Li Ji, who traveled to this era, was most uncomfortable with the poor hygiene of the Ming dynasty. Previously, as a merchant, he only managed factories and workshops, but now, as the village chief, he had the power to improve the place. So he started with Fan Village to improve sanitation. It was July, not the busy farming season. All the soldiers and civilians in the village were mobilized by Li Ji to join the cleaning. Li Ji organized the villagers to dig a large pit outside the village, where all the trash would be dumped. Since the Ming dynasty had no plastics, there was no need to worry about decomposition. After a few years underground, everything would rot away. Li Ji led the effort, and the entire village worked for a day, clearing over 100 carts of trash. The trash was so much that after filling half of the pit, it was full, so Li Ji organized people to dig another pit nearby. After clearing the existing trash, Li Ji made strict rules with the soldiers and villagers: no more littering. All trash had to be thrown into 20 large trash bins placed throughout the village, with designated people to clean them regularly. Anyone caught littering was to be beaten 10 times. Moreover, since most soldier households lacked toilets, Li Ji organized the villagers to convert 20 abandoned houses into public toilets. About 15 people shared one toilet, and they took turns cleaning it. If a cleaner was found to have left it dirty, they were beaten 10 times. Each toilet was equipped with a septic tank for fertilizer. After completing these tasks, the whole fort looked completely new, and even the disgusting smell disappeared. Walking along the village roads, they were very clean, and no trash could be found. The garbage and manure on both sides of the road have been cleared. Li Ji also had people dig drainage ditches along the roads to prevent flooding during rainstorms, making the roads passable. The sanitation of the village immediately improved, and the soldiers were very happy. They looked at Li Ji with more hope. Honestly, the soldiers were normal people and didn't want to live among piles of trash and manure like pigs and dogs. However, during the late Ming dynasty, the biggest problem was the lack of organization. Everything failed because everyone acted on their own. The previous patrol officers didn't manage these issues, so the villagers had no leadership, and trash and manure were just thrown anywhere. Li Ji organized a simple plan: hiring 2 people to collect trash every day. This made the village look completely different. After cleaning up the village, Li Ji began to handle personnel matters. Over the past few days, Li Ji observed that the biggest corrupt official in the village was the former patrol officer. He not only withheld soldiers' pay and pocketed the money, but also forced soldiers to work for him. Withholding soldiers' pay was easy to explain. It meant stealing their monthly wages. Pocketing the wages meant soldiers who ran away were not replaced, and their pay was kept by the patrol officer. Forcing soldiers to work for him meant treating them like slaves, making them work on private farms owned by the village head. The patrol officer personally distributed the soldiers' monthly wages. The village leaders below the captain couldn't interfere with the pay, but they could manipulate people, and two captains, who were in charge of the soldiers, also forced soldiers to work for them. This layered exploitation made life very hard for the soldiers. No wonder many soldiers from Fanjia village ran away. Only the old, weak, sick, and disabled couldn't escape. Almost all the young men had fled. Li Ji's first step was to call the two captains, who held official ranks, and set clear boundaries. After the two captains kneeled and saluted, Li Ji deliberately made them wait on the ground before saying, "No need for." Once the two captains got up, Li Ji sat on a chair and told them to stand and listen. "I don't know what the previous patrol officer told you, but now that I am here, there will be no more forced labor or exploitation of soldiers. Soldiers are soldiers, and from now on, they are not allowed to work on private farms. Do you understand?" The two captains looked at each other, and the older one spoke up, "Captain, this makes it normal for soldiers to farm. They are used to it, and it's the only benefit we captains have. Why should we make things difficult for ourselves?" Li Ji knew that these middle-aged men were deeply set in their habits. It was almost impossible to change their ways in official circles, and he had no intention of arguing with them. He simply said coldly, "Since I am here, I will work hard to turn Fan Village into a strong military outpost capable of training soldiers. I am warning you all today. If you continue to act against orders, you will face military punishment." Hearing this, the two flag bearers trembled and showed anger on their faces. The younger flag bearer, mustering his courage, cupped his hands and said, "Captain Guan, did defense officer not tell you? I am old friends with you. Watch out, the defense officer. Hiki, you can't push us too hard, Captain Guan." Seeing Li Ji's fierce attitude, the young flag bearer tried to use Yu Huachao to pressure him. The phrase old friends probably meant that he visited Yu Huachao every year to show respect, bringing a few taels or more of silver. The young flag bearer thought that if Li Ji threatened his interests, he was also threatening Yu Huachao's. Corruption among officials at the end of the Ming dynasty was not isolated. It was like a net, tightly woven from top to bottom. How could an ordinary 100 household officer enforce justice for soldiers when it might threaten the wealth of 1,000 household officer? An ordinary person simply lacked the power to break this web. However, Li Ji was a time traveler with advanced technology from the future, capable of gradually tearing down this network of relationships. "Yu Huachao? Dare to report him?" Li Ji snorted coldly and said, "Have you seen my Uyghur horse? That was personally gifted to me by the Governor General." Hearing this, the two flag bearers turned pale with fear. The Governor General giving a horse was a significant relationship. Just a flick of a finger could crush Yu Huachao. In the face of such backing, Yu Huachao was nothing. Afraid, the two fell to their knees again, shouting, "Captain Guan is above us, we understand. We will no longer command soldiers to do things." Li Ji glanced at the two deeply exhausted flag bearers and thought to himself that these two were not suitable for important roles. He dismissed them and had them step down. After dealing with the village's miscellaneous affairs, Li Ji began to consider the weapons for his future army. He had already reported to He Shishou that he wanted to make guns, and He Shishou had agreed. With the Governor General's approval, making guns and cannons was no longer a problem. For example, Qiu Jiguang, when he was just a deputy general, produced many firearms and cannons to arm the Qijiao army. It showed that local military forces commonly manufactured guns and cannons. The first weapon Li Ji planned to produce was the mini-style rifle. The mini rifle uses a flintlock mechanism, eliminating the need for a firing cord, greatly improving its ease of use. The barrel has rifling engraved inside, and it fires mini lead bullets with a conical hollow tail at the rear. Due to the rifling's pressure, the lead bullets spin rapidly after firing, making their flight very stable and increasing their range. Such a rifle can hit targets 200 meters away, making it a powerful weapon of its time. As a time traveler, Li Ji envisions his army as fully equipped with repeating rifles and many light artillery weapons. This kind of force could easily defeat the traditional cold weapon armies of this era. Li Ji cannot produce cannons for now because casting technology is difficult. However, making repeating rifles, or mini repeating rifles, is not hard. As long as he draws the design, skilled craftsmen in Ming can replicate it, just like they did with bird guns. The parts of the flintlock mechanism can be made by artisans following the drawings and then assembled. The only new tool needed is a manual lathe. But this lathe doesn't require high precision, so once Li Ji provides the design, Ming blacksmiths can make it. In Fanjiazwang, there are no craftsmen skilled in making bird guns. Li Ji returns to Tianjin City and finds 5 craftsmen who can make bird guns, asking them to produce some for him to see. In the Ming dynasty, craftsmen belonged to hereditary guilds under the Ministry of Works, divided into shift workers and resident craftsmen. Early in the Ming, regulations required shift craftsmen to serve in official workshops for 1 or 5 years, with each shift lasting about 3 months. Resident craftsmen were required to serve 10 days a month in official workshops. But by the late Ming, the guild system collapsed, and craftsmen only needed to pay silver to avoid service. Each shift craftsman paid 4.5 qian of guild silver annually, and resident craftsmen paid 1 qian monthly. Once they paid, craftsmen were free to hire themselves out. For example, Li Ji could hire craftsmen in Tianjin City at will. Some blacksmiths he previously employed for making shuttle hooks were also guild members. The 5 craftsmen Li Ji found were all resident craftsmen, working as blacksmiths in the city. They occasionally made weapons for officials but had never received silver directly from the government. When they heard that the 100 households of Fanjiazwang wanted them to make bird guns, they thought it was just another job with no pay, so they were reluctant. After understanding the situation, Li Ji gave each of them 5 taels of silver for materials and wages. Surprised and pleased, they stopped complaining and began making the bird guns. Li Ji was familiar with all aspects of the Fan family village and occasionally rode his horse to the Wei city to check on the progress of the craftsmen. The first step in making bird guns was the barrel. The craftsmen each found several pieces of soft iron, shaped them into sheets, then heated these sheets until red. They placed a round steel rod in the middle and repeatedly turned and hammered the sheets in a semicircular steel groove, shaping them into gun barrels. Then, they used iron powder and borax to weld the gaps, hammering repeatedly until the welds were strong. Once the barrel was roughly shaped, the craftsman placed it on a drilling machine, lubricated the drill bit, and gradually replaced it with larger bits. They carefully shaved the inside of the barrel to make it smooth and even, drilling a clean, smooth bore inside. This drilling process took the most time. One craftsman needed about 10 days to drill a qualified barrel. Once the barrel was finished, the bird gun was more than halfway complete. Making the stock and other parts was simple after that. Li Ji and the other 5 craftsmen finished drilling the barrels and paused their work. "How do you prevent the bird gun from exploding?" he asked. The craftsman named Wang Laoda, the most skilled among the 5 and considered the leader, replied, "Captain, according to the rules, after the barrel is finished, we must load it with 4 times the usual amount of gunpowder and fire it once. If the barrel doesn't, it's approved. Cracked barrels are discarded as waste. This test ensures the bird gun won't explode." He paused and added, "But these days, officials often withhold materials. The barrels don't have enough material, so they tend to under the 4 times gunpowder test. There's nothing we can do. Insufficient materials mean many bird guns are considered unqualified, but they are still handed in. Over the years, no one has performed this critical test." Wang Laoda revealed the reason behind the decline of firearm standards in the late Ming dynasty, leading to the untrustworthiness of the bird guns. There was another reason he didn't mention. Government officials often embezzled or withheld payment for the weapons. To survive, craftsmen took on other jobs to make money, often rushing or neglecting quality. Corruption among Ming officials had become hopelessly severe. Under such conditions, it's no wonder the weapons produced were of poor quality, and the Ming army was easily defeated by the enemies. Li Ji nodded, confirming that these 5 craftsmen were skilled, then asked, "How have you all been these years?" Wang Laoda hesitated, unsure why Li Ji suddenly asked this, and replied, "To be honest, Captain, we 5 have been living very hard. To build weapons for the government, they not only withhold the money for materials but also haven't paid several years' wages. Now, with chaos and economic decline, they can't get many orders for blacksmith work. They sit idle every day, struggling just to survive." Li Ji nodded and said, "You are skilled workers. From now on, do work for me. I will pay you 3 taels of silver each month. Also, I will provide 3 meals a day, with meat at every meal. How does that sound? The 5 men looked at Li Ji in disbelief. After a long hesitation, the leader, Wang, asked, Sir, you pay such a high monthly wage. What do you want us to make? I want you to craft a new type of rifle. This gun doesn't use a firing pin and can hit targets at 100 paces. A pace is about 1.5 meters, and both left and right steps count as 1 pace. The mini rifle is a type of repeating rifle, designed for long-range, high-precision shooting. During the Civil War, mini rifles appeared suddenly, and many old-fashioned front-loading guns without rifling were replaced each year. By the end of the war, 70% of the Southern Army's weapons were mini rifles. Before mini rifles were widely used, officers on European and American battlefields fought on the front lines. During the Civil War, many snipers used mini rifles to shoot officers at 300 to 400 meters, making officers afraid to leave trenches and changing how battles were organized. Hearing Li Ji's words, the 5 blacksmiths looked even more surprised. Wang asked, Sir, I've heard of flintlock guns that don't use a firing pin, but a rifle that can hit targets at 100 paces? I've never heard of that. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Li Ji smiled and said, I'm not mistaken. It's just that you haven't seen it. I have the blueprints for this rifle. If you follow my drawings, you can make it. But I must warn you, the design of this rifle is a secret. Once you accept my monthly wages, you are not allowed to leave my territory or share the design with others. He paused and added firmly, if the secret gets out, I, Li Ji, will not forgive you, no matter where you try to hide. Hearing Li Ji's warning, the 5 blacksmiths shrank back, but replied happily, Sir, with such high wages, we are willing to go through fire and water. We will never leak the secret. Li Ji nodded and waved his hand. Good. Starting today, hire some helpers to move your tools and forges to Fan Village. I will prepare a house for you there, and each of you will receive 10 taels of silver for moving expenses. After Li Ji finished speaking, he asked the household servants to give the 5 craftsmen money for moving. Moving a house doesn't require so much silver. The craftsmen received 10 taels of silver each, and happily went to prepare for the move. They hired small and large carts, and after a few days, the 5 craftsmen had moved all their belongings to Fanja village. Li Ji checked the craftsmen's new homes, then took out the design drawings for the ignition mechanism and the handmade rifling lathe from his sleeve. The 5 blacksmiths looked at Li Ji's drawings, thought for a while, and understood the structure of the ignition mechanism. They were amazed and looked at Li Ji with more respect. They also understood how to use the rifling lathe, but they didn't understand what the rifling was for. Thanks to book friend 16090314441327 for the reward. However, Li Ji didn't need them to understand everything. As long as they followed the drawings to make the parts, that was enough. Under Li Ji's guidance, the 5 blacksmiths spent 10 days making 5 rifling lathes. Each lathe had an iron rod fixed on it, with threaded parts cast onto the rod. When the rod moved back and forth, the threads had to pass through a fixed clamp on the lathe. The rod could rotate at a steady speed thanks to the threads and the clamp. At the end of the rod was a steel ball that extended into the barrel, with multiple layers of thick paper underneath. By adding more paper layers, they could gradually raise the steel ball's protrusion to polish the inside of the barrel and create the spiral grooves. This type of lathe didn't require high precision. As long as the rifling caused the bullet to spin, it was enough. Even gunsmiths in the 19th century used handmade rifling lathes like this. Li Ji made 5 lathes because he didn't know the ideal angle for the rifling inside the minigun's barrel. The 5 lathes had different thread rotation angles, so he could choose the best one at the end. Rifling didn't take much time. By mid-August, the craftsmen had produced the first batch of 5 mini-style rifles of this era. The 5 men also made molds based on Li Ji's designs and cast hundreds of hollow-bottom mini bullets with lead. On the day of the test, the effect of the mini bullets almost made the 5 craftsmen drop their jaws. The appearance of the mini rifle was truly a breakthrough in firearm history. In 1851, to respond to the French Army's adoption of the mini rifle, the British military began collecting design plans for their own front-loading mini rifles. By the end of 1853, the Enfield 1853 mini rifle was officially approved for service. During the 1860s and 1870s, the Enfield 1853 mini rifle participated in nearly every major battle worldwide at that time. The mini rifle is a type of rifle that uses a conical bullet, and in theory, Its range is similar to modern repeating rifles. The main difference lies in the manufacturing precision of the craftsman under Li Ji. In other words, if Li Ji's craftsman worked carefully, the mini rifle could have an impressive shooting range. In tests conducted by the British military in 1853, the accuracy of the 33-inch Enfield mini rifle was nearly as good as, or even better than, the Springfield series rifles with 40-inch barrels. Its sights could be adjusted up to 2,700 feet, 822 meters, and it could maintain its killing power at that distance. Li Ji set up a wooden target about a meter high outside Fan Family Village on the sandy ground. The targets were placed at 150 meters, 200 meters, and 250 meters away. Li Ji's shooting tests mainly aimed to check the rifle's maximum performance. They used iron clamps to hold the rifles on a stand, carefully adjusting the angle until the shooter could steady the aim at the distant target before firing. 5 mini rifles were tested. Even the worst one hit the target multiple times at 150 meters, punching holes through the 1-inch thick wooden target. Such results amazed the craftsmen. They knew that their familiar Ming bird muskets could only shoot accurately up to about 50 steps, roughly 50 meters. At 70 steps or 100 meters, the hit rate was only 5 or 6 out of 10 shots. At 100 or 150 meters, hitting the target was mostly luck, with only 1 or 2 shots out of 10 hitting the mark. But all 5 rifles, even the worst one, could reliably hit a target at 100 steps, about 150 meters. This was truly astonishing. They felt as if their half-century of experience with bird muskets had been wasted, and now they finally saw the future clearly. During the rifle testing at Fan Family Village, many soldiers and villagers came out to watch. When they saw the rifles repeatedly shoot through targets over 100 meters away, their eyes lit up with excitement. The best-performing mini rifle in the test amazed both the blacksmiths and the soldiers even more. This mini rifle, the best performer, can hit a target 150 meters away and accurately strike targets at 200 meters or even 140 steps away, turning a thick wooden target into a sieve. Moreover, it can hit human-shaped targets at 250 meters with a 60% success rate, enough to pierce wooden boards. Hitting a target at 250 meters is no longer about the gun's accuracy, but about whether the shooter can aim at such a distant target. In other words, if the shooter is perfectly steady and precise, this gun has a theoretical range of over 250 meters. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, these 5 craftsmen wouldn't believe they had built such a rifle themselves. Even the onlookers, watching this scene, stared in amazement, unable to make a sound. Hitting a person over 100 steps away. What a concept. The storytellers wouldn't dare boast like this. Seeing this, the military officials seemed to see divine weapons descending from the sky, and they dared not even breathe loudly. Furthermore, this mini rifle doesn't use a firing cord. It uses a flintlock mechanism. Previously, shooters using muskets had to be careful of their firing cords burning their eyes or eyebrows, but now they could aim steadily. With the flintlock, there's no need for a firing cord, ignition fuse, or priming pan, which simplifies the process and greatly speeds up shooting. The craftsmen finally understood why, lured by emphasized secrecy, this rifle is an unprecedented treasure. All existing firearms pale in comparison to this mini rifle. Armies equipped with such weapons would be incredibly powerful. Only with such a mini rifle could the army be truly formidable. The 5 craftsmen, amazed by the rifle's performance, thought deeply inside and looked at Li Ji with admiration and respect. Seeing the rifle's effect, Li Ji was also very pleased. This was the first weapon he had successfully crafted since crossing over. With such a powerful weapon, his future career looked bright. However, driven by a desire for perfection, Li Ji asked the craftsman to adjust the threading angle of the 5 lathe beds, fine-tuning near the best-performing lathe to create the most perfect rifling. Li Ji didn't know that his successful test firing of the mini rifle had changed many people's minds in Fanjia village. Fan Jiazhuang's soldier Jiang Chong finished training that morning. Bored, he stood at his home gate when he saw his childhood friend Hua Zhang walking over. Hua Zhang saw Jiang Chong, walked up, and playfully punched his arm. "Your uncle hasn't replied to you yet." Jiang Chong glanced at Hua Zhang and said calmly, "No news yet." Hua Zhang blinked and asked, "No news? Maybe they don't want you to go and are deliberately delaying." Jiang Chong and Hua Zhang discussed Jiang Chong's plan to escape from Fan Jiazhuang and go to Xingji County to seek help from his uncle. Life as a soldier was very hard. Although officially, soldiers in Tianjin town received 2 taels of silver a month, this money was just a dream. The government didn't give enough funds, and officials took their share at every level. Soldiers often received less than 5 qian each month. Sometimes, during good months, officials were greedy and didn't pay at all. Before soldiers could go to battle and fight bravely, officials often refused to pay their full wages. Even when soldiers were about to be deployed, the money was not given, making soldiers lose their fighting spirit and easily break apart. In the late Ming dynasty, local soldiers were poorly trained. Although they didn't get paid, they could go home to farm and support their families during training breaks. But local officers didn't let soldiers rest. They forced soldiers to work on their private farms during the day, so soldiers only had evenings to tend their own fields. Soldiers worked over 10 hours a day, just enough to get by, unable to marry. Because of this poverty, Fan Jiazhuang had over 200 men but only about 160 women, leaving many old men without wives. The strong and capable men mostly ran away. Those left were either too old or too afraid to travel, like Jiang Chong and Hua Zhang, who had nowhere to go. Jiang Chong wanted to seek help from his only relatively well-off uncle, but waited months for a reply. Hua Zhang had no relatives to rely on, as his family was only 3 generations and had no one to turn to, so he remained in Fan Jiazhuang, suffering under the soldiers' exploitation. Hua Zhang and Jiang Chong were good friends. When Jiang Chong said his uncle hadn't replied, Hua Zhang also felt discouraged and leaned against the wall, sighing. But just after Hua Zhang sighed, Jiang Chong said something. Hua Zhang was stunned and doubted himself, asking, "What?" Jiang Chong spoke again. "I don't want to run away anymore." "Don't you want to get married?" Jiang Chong looked at his childhood friend and said, "Hua Zhang, don't you think things in the village have changed?" Hua Zhang tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said, "This month, a new management team came, buried the trash, and even fixed the public toilets." "Are you talking about this?" Jiang Chong replied, "Have you noticed that this month, the village chief and the new management team haven't let us help with farm work?" Hua Zhang spat and said, "That's because it's the off-season now. Don't worry, in a few months, during harvest time, those 2 troublemakers will have a lot for you to do." Jiang Chong shook his head and said, "I don't think so. Last year at this time was also the off-season, but those 2 village leaders and the old management team still made us the fields, grind flour at their granaries, and do all kinds of chores, treating us like animals, afraid we'd be idle." Hua Zhang blinked and said, "What you're saying makes some sense. Maybe it's because a new management team has arrived." "Exactly. A new management team has come. Hua Zhang, I tell you, this new team is powerful. They're from the Li family in the east part of the city. I heard they set up a workshop in Tianjin and hired about 1,000 or 2,000 workers. Each helper earns 2 taels of silver a month, and they never delay payments." He paused, then added, "They also provide 3 meals a day, with meat in every meal." Hearing his friend's description, Hua Zhang licked his lips and said, "Really? Such good treatment? Those workers must be better off than soldiers." Jiang Chong looked at Hua Zhang, his face excited, and said, "And did you see the rifle the village chief's officer carried yesterday? I've never seen anything so powerful. At first, I thought, what kind of thing is that? Why make such a tall target? A target at 50 steps would be good enough. But guess what? That rifle can shoot through a 1-inch thick wooden board from 170 steps away. I was stunned. It's like magic. With such a weapon, what are bandits? They'd be defeated from over 100 steps away. Even the Manchu invaders wouldn't stand a chance against such a rifle. You know, soldiers rely most on their weapons, right? If we had a rifle like that, who would we be afraid of in battle?" Hua Zhang thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "That rifle is indeed powerful. A bird gun can only hit accurately at 50 steps, but this rifle can hit accurately at 140 steps. It's truly impressive. I have never heard of such a thing before." Jiang Chong said, "You talk about having such powerful weapons and military officers. How many battles will they win? And how high will they rise in rank?" Hua Zhang was momentarily stunned and spat. "How big a rank the squad leader can get has nothing to do with you. You're so naive. When the squad leader enters the village, he starts cleaning up, handling trash, digging drainage ditches. His strict discipline prevents officers from taking advantage of soldiers. These are hard, thankless jobs, and only those with great ambition do them." He paused, then continued, "The squad leader has big ambitions and such powerful weapons. It's not just one or two guns, they're recruiting soldiers. We're in Fan Family Village, which is a good location. If we can join the squad leader's team, we could rise quickly like him. Huazhang was silent for a while and asked, "Are you planning not to run away because of this?" Jiang Chong smiled proudly and cursed, "You're so foolish. Good days are coming, why run now? Keep your eyes open and wait for the good days brought by the squad leader." After successfully testing the mini rifle, Li Ji began recruiting more workers to produce them on a large scale. Tianjin Guard was actually divided into 3 units: Tianjin Guard, Left Guard, and Right Guard. All 3 were inside Tianjin City, which had many craftsmen. Li Ji gathered over 60 craftsmen skilled in making firearms, hiring them with a few months' wages and moving them to Fan Family Village. These craftsmen were experienced in making matchlock guns. With Li Ji's blueprints and guidance from Wang Laoda and others, they quickly learned how to make mini rifles. To motivate the workers, Li Ji set a rule: each time they made a qualified mini rifle, they would be paid 1 tael of silver. The craftsmen could produce about 1 rifle per month, earning roughly 4 taels of silver monthly, including wages. When had these craftsmen ever earned so much silver? They worked eagerly and enthusiastically. Of course, to prevent poor quality guns, Li Ji required the craftsmen to carve their names on the rifle stocks. If a rifle was found defective or exploded during testing, the first offense would deduct 2 months' wages, totaling 6 taels of silver. A second offense would lead to military punishment. But having only these craftsmen was not enough. Fan Family Village was isolated outside Tianjin City, and the future military pressure from invaders was high. Li Ji needed to quickly form an army of at least several hundred soldiers. The first step was to recruit 600 soldiers, all equipped with mini rifles, to defend Fan Family Village. To build a team of 600 people, at least 600 rifles are needed. The more than 60 craftsmen are not enough. They can only produce about 60 to 70 rifles each month. It will take nearly a year to gather 600 rifles, not to mention that during training, rifles will also be damaged, which will require even more time. Therefore, Li Ji went to Tianjin Guard to find over 100 skilled blacksmiths and hired them with 2 taels of monthly pay to apprentice craftsmen who could make rifles. More than 100 craftsmen and blacksmiths moved into Fan Family Village, occupying all the dilapidated houses left by fleeing soldiers. Li Ji gave each person 10 taels for moving expenses, so they could afford to hire masons and carpenters to repair the broken houses. The masons and carpenters from Tianjin Guard found work again, and hundreds of workers carried bricks, tiles, and wood in and out of Fan Family Village, making the small village lively and busy. Li Ji hoped that these apprentices, along with blacksmiths who helped, could learn to make rifles within half a year and then work independently. He required each rifle-making craftsman to bring 2 apprentices. While making rifles, the craftsman would teach the apprentices how to produce rifles for half a year. After 6 months, the apprentices could independently operate the forges to make rifles. When they produced a qualified rifle, their monthly pay would increase to 3 taels of silver. Once an apprentice became skilled, they would receive a reward of 3 qian, small silver coins, for each qualified mini rifle they made, with the remaining 7 qian going to the apprentice. If an apprentice still could not graduate after half a year, they would change masters and continue learning. However, both the original master and the apprentice would see their monthly pay reduced by 5 qian until they graduated. Under this system of rewards and penalties, the gunsmiths would teach their skills diligently, focusing on passing their knowledge to the apprentice blacksmiths. It was believed that soon Li Ji would have over 100 craftsmen capable of making mini rifles. The craftsmen and blacksmiths recruited by Li Ji were full of hope for a better future. Blacksmith He Laodi moved into Fan Family Village the next day. The head of the team, Li Dao, who was also the gunsmith's supervisor, decided and assigned He Laodi a small courtyard on the north side of the village. The courtyard had 3 rooms and a kitchen, but it had been abandoned for a long time, with broken eaves and leaking tiles. He Laodi and his wife spent the whole day cleaning, removing spider webs and driving out rats and insects that had taken refuge inside. Fortunately, thanks to the team supervisor, He Laodi received 10 taels of moving money, which allowed him to hire a mason to repair the house. His family first moved into the room with the best tiles, while the mason began fixing the other 2 rooms. Once the 2 houses were repaired, the family moved into the finished house, and the bricklayer was asked to repair the remaining house and the kitchen. Before dawn, second brother he had already gotten up. His wife was awakened by him and sat up sleepily, scolding, "Second brother he, why did you get up so early? Are you seeing ghosts? I've never seen you wake up this early in all these years. Second brother, he glared at his wife and said, "Stop shouting and don't wake up Juzi." The couple was over 30 years old, and they had only one 4-year-old son, Juzi, whom they loved very much. Hearing he mentioned Juzi, his wife lowered her voice and asked, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to visit my master's house in the repair yard to see if I can help with anything. Our yard is also being repaired. You don't care about ours, so why are you going to help your master?" Women don't understand. The team leader is paying 2 taels of silver a month now. Do you think it's free? It's to learn how to make rifles within half a year. If I don't get along well with my master and I don't learn it in time, the monthly pay will drop to 1.5 taels. Life won't be so easy then. His wife spat and said, "What are you afraid of? You said if you don't learn it, your master will also deduct your monthly pay after half a year. Are you worried he won't teach you?" He shook his head and said, "You don't understand. It's about learning skills from someone, and it's better to be diligent." He paused and added, "Once I learn the skill, my monthly pay will rise to 3 taels. Making rifles and earning silver rewards. Then our family will really have good days." His wife smiled and said, "When you finish your training, we can have another daughter to raise. A complete family with both sons and daughters." Big brother, he cast a disdainful glance at his wife and turned away, but couldn't help but smile. Thinking about the good days ahead, he, who had only slept 3 hours, felt no fatigue at all, only a surge of strength throughout his body. He poured half a basin of water from the water jar to wash his face, then dressed in his patched clothes and headed to Master Shindogwai's house. When he arrived at Shin's courtyard gate, he found the door open, and several bricklayers and carpenters who had spent the night in the dilapidated house had already gotten up and started working. Shindogwai had moved to Fangjia village 7 days earlier than he, and now the house was nearly finished. With the moving silver given by the team leader and the generous monthly pay, Shindogwai spared no expense on the repairs. The materials used were very solid, and the nearly completed Shin family courtyard looked quite decent. In the yard, Shindogwai's forge, anvil, and various tools were all arranged, ready to start making guns. Shindogwai saw that he error had arrived so early and smiled, saying, "He error, I haven't even started the furnace yet, and you're already here?" He error kindly replied, "Master, I'm here to see about the house repairs. Let me know if I can help with anything." Hearing this, Shindogwai smiled warmly and said, Come, take a look. There are plenty of places where I could use your help." Although Shindogwai said this, his yard was already mostly repaired and didn't really need assistance. He took the error around to look, and they saw a few bricklayers moving back and forth, patching walls and laying tiles. They just watched for fun. After about 15 minutes, another apprentice of Shindogwai arrived. Shindogwai said, "Since both of you are here, let's start making the rifle barrels. I'll demonstrate first, and you two watch carefully." Thinking for a moment, Shindogwai added, "You're experienced blacksmiths, so you probably know how to hammer out a thick gun barrel. But do you know how to straighten the inside of the barrel?" Hearing this question, Hiera realized Shindogwai was fully committed to teaching and had no intention of hiding anything, which made him happy. "Please, master, teach us," he said eagerly. Shindogwai nodded and explained, "Use a drill to grind the inside of the barrel. Each time, hold the barrel up to the light and see if you can see through. If you can't, use a hammer to hit the parts blocking the light, making them straight. Keep doing this until the entire inside of the barrel is straight. Then switch to a thicker drill and grind again. The secret is in doing it yourself to understand. Today is the first day. Watch my operation closely." After finishing the gun-making preparations, Li Ji began recruiting soldiers. In the late Ming period, without military strength, earning silver was pointless. Eventually, the enemies and bandits would seize everything. Li Ji planned to move the soap workshop and textile factory to Fangjia village, where he could manage them more securely and keep things secret. But Fangjia village was too small, with no spare houses to accommodate nearly 2,000 workers and their families. So, Li Ji's first step was to build a new city next to Fangjia village, with factories and housing for the workers. Li Ji had already discussed building the new city with Tianjin governor He Shou. After receiving Li Ji's silver, He Shou showed great care for him. When he heard that Li Ji wanted to use private funds to build a new city and strengthen Tianjin's defenses, he was very pleased. He specifically asked the provincial governor's office to send a letter to expand the walls of Fangjia village and gave it to Li Ji. He also told Li Ji to let him know if he needed any help. Li Ji didn't actually need help from his Shou, he just needed his approval for the project. As long as no one spoke ill of him, that was enough. Li Ji also planned to recruit 600 soldiers. Since Fanjia village's militia didn't need that many troops, all the soldiers he recruited would serve as his personal bodyguards. At the end of the Ming dynasty, generals often hired personal bodyguards because official soldiers belonged to the government. No matter how much money a general spent on training these soldiers, they could be called away at any time by an order, leaving the general unprotected. The chaotic officialdom meant even military leaders felt insecure, so they preferred to spend their money on personal bodyguards who would stay with them. Even in battles, the main fighting force was usually the general's personal guards. This had become a common practice by the end of the Ming dynasty. As a military officer, Li Ji didn't want to spend effort building a strong army only to have his soldiers taken away by an order, turning his own forces into others' troops. That would not only be a waste but also risk exposing the secrets of his firearms. So, Li Ji decided not to expand the militia of Fanjia village, but to recruit 600 personal bodyguards instead. Officially, they were called personal guards, but internally, Li Ji named this first unit the Xianfeng Group. The Xianfeng Group wasn't as large as a modern regiment, it was more of a symbolic name. For clarity, Li Ji planned to name the units under his command using terms like battalion, company, and platoon, similar to modern military organization. Modern names clearly show the size of the units. The 600 personal guards would be organized into 4 companies. Although 600 soldiers sound like a lot, in the Ming dynasty, a single guard station often had 1,000 to 2,000 soldiers, so 600 was not considered a large force and wouldn't attract much attention from higher authorities. Since Li Ji had already discussed and received approval from He Shou about the recruitment, no one would gossip about it. With He Shou's support, 600 soldiers were nothing special. Recruiting soldiers required much higher standards than for workers. These personal guards had to be healthy males aged 18 to 24, with no health issues. Moreover, these soldiers are always ready to leave home and go to war, facing the risk of death on the battlefield. Unlike workers who work safely behind the lines, their pay is relatively high. They earn about 2 or 3 silver coins a month and are provided with 3 meals a day, including meat. Li Ji had someone write a recruitment notice for household guards and soldiers, clearly stating the monthly pay. The notice emphasized that the employer was the head of the Li family in the eastern part of Tianjin. Now, the high benefits offered by textile factories and soap workshops are well known around Tianjin, and the Li family in the east of the city has become a well-known name. Li Ji decided to use this reputation. After finishing the recruitment notice, Li Ji ordered a messenger to quickly post it in Tianjin and nearby towns and counties. Then, he arranged a place outside Fan Family Village for interviews and physical exams. Hua Zhang saw the recruitment notice posted next to the official office in Fan Family Village. He immediately rushed to Jiang Chong's house. Jiang Chong, the captain is recruiting household guards. Jiang Chong, dressed in his best patched clothes, came out and said, "I know." Hua Zhang took a deep breath and asked, "How did you find out?" Jiang Chong replied, "I've been hanging around the official office these days. I saw the notice just after it was posted at noon. I don't understand the small print, but I recognize the big characters for recruiting soldiers." Hua Zhang nodded and said, "I heard from Lu Lao, who can read at the official office. The official is recruiting household guards this time. The pay is 3 silver coins a month, plus 3 meals with meat. There's nothing better than this." Jiang Chong didn't recognize many characters and couldn't read the details on the notice. Hearing about the good pay, he was happy and tried to stay calm. The Li family in the east of the city is recruiting people. The pay must be good. He paused and said, "Let's go to the south gate to sign up as household guards. If we can join the captain's team, we'll turn our luck around. In a few years, we'll have enough money to get married. Let's go." The two of them headed to the recruitment site outside the city, where several large tents had been set up. As they approached, they saw about a dozen tables inside each tent, with officials from the Li family sitting behind them. Besides the tables, some tents also had strange devices. Although the notice had just been posted, many people had already come to sign up. Jiang Chong looked around and estimated there were about 200 or 300 people waiting in line at the tents. They looked around for a while, and then a young servant who was managing the scene approached and asked, "Are you here to sign up as household guards?" Hua Zhang quickly replied, "Yes, We came to apply to be household guards, but we don't know the exact process. The young servant handed them 2 sheets of sturdy paper filled with squares and said, "Take these sheets, go to the first tent to get a physical check. If you pass, the examiner will stamp your paper. Then go to the second tent to get another stamp, then the third, and so on, until all 6 stamps are done. Finally, go to the last tent for the interview." Jiang Chong looked at his paper and asked softly, "What if I don't pass the physical check?" The servant smiled and said, "Then you're not qualified and can go home." Jiang Chong grinned, said nothing more, and walked with Hua Zhang into the first tent. Inside, Jiang Chong saw 5 strange large rulers. Each ruler was mounted on a stand on the ground, with a movable wooden board on top. People applying to be guards queued up in front of each ruler. When it was their turn, they took off their shoes and stood under the wooden board, apparently to measure their height. This was Jiang Chong's first time seeing such professional height measuring tools. With these devices, measuring height only required pressing the wooden board down to get an accurate number. Very clever. Jiang Chong looked at the height ruler and thought that the officer in charge was quite extraordinary. Moreover, the idea of queuing that the officer invented was very efficient, saving everyone's effort. Jiang Chong and Hua Zhang followed others and joined a less crowded line. Soon, it was their turn. Jiang Chong took off his shoes and stood there. The person measuring height pressed the wooden board down on his head and announced, 1.70 meters, qualified. Then someone nearby stamped the first box on Jiang Chong's paper. "Next, go to the next tent." Jiang Chong was pleased and took his paper to the next tent. Inside, he saw over a dozen strange signs, each with hundreds of arrows drawn on them. The arrows were grouped in 3s, pointing in different directions. The larger arrows were at the top, the smaller ones below, with the smallest arrows about the size of a thumbnail. Applicants stood about 3 zhang away, covering one eye with a spoon, then using one eye to identify which arrow the examiner pointed to with a stick, and then pointing with their hand in the direction of the arrow. Jiang Chong found a line and joined it. After watching for a while, he understood this was a vision test. This was the eye test used in later times. Jiang Chong wondered if he had seen such a method before. He thought the way of testing was clever, quickly distinguishing those with good eyesight from those with poor vision and eliminating the less capable. Shengdong Li's family is really amazing. I don't know where they get so many clever tricks. Finally, it was Jiang Chong's turn. Jiang Chong used all his skills to identify the directions of the arrows. But the examiner kept pointing lower and lower, until the tiny arrow the size of a fingernail, Jiang Chong simply couldn't recognize it anymore. Fearing he might be eliminated and feeling nervous, Jiang Chong heard the examiner sing, 5.3, 5.2, pass. Another examiner sitting nearby took out a personal seal and stamped a second mark on Jiang Chong's card with a loud slap. Jiang Chong was very happy. He took the card happily and walked to the next tent. At the third tent, Jiang Chong checked for color blindness. At the fourth tent, the examiner asked him to check for skin diseases. At the fifth tent, they tested for night blindness. As he moved from tent to tent, Jiang Chong noticed fewer and fewer people remaining. Many were eliminated by various tests. Luckily, Jiang Chong and Hua Zhang were both healthy and passed all the tests. Finally, they reached the last tent, the interview. 10 interviewers sat behind 10 tables, interviewing applicants one by one. Jiang Chong took a quick look and then directly joined the line in front of Officer Li Ji, waiting patiently. This was a great chance to talk to the officer, and Jiang Chong was not going to give up. After waiting half an hour, it was finally his turn. Jiang Chong sat nervously in front of Li Ji. Li Ji looked at Jiang Chong, made a surprised sound, and asked, "Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere before? Have we met?" Jiang Chong honestly replied, "I am a soldier from Fan Village. I was seen by the officer during last month's inspection." Li Ji nodded and then asked, "Why didn't you become a soldier? Why are you here applying to be my servant?" Jiang Chong answered, "Being a soldier is poor work, no monthly pay, and no money means I can't marry. Being a servant in a noble's house has good pay, and maybe I can even use the noble's rifle. It has a future." Hearing this, Li Ji asked, "You know my rifle? Well, if you become my servant and get a rifle, what if your friend asks to see it? Would you give it to him?" Jiang Chong immediately replied, "No, the rifle is a treasure of the noble. I can't let others touch it." Li Ji nodded with satisfaction and asked a few more questions. Jiang Chong was a wise man, and his answers made Li Ji very satisfied. Finally, Li Ji said on the spot, "Okay, Jiang Chong, you've been accepted. Prepare yourself this month. On the 15th of next month, bring this official seal-covered paper to the south gate of Fanjia village for assembly and await orders. Li Ji stamped his private seal on Jiang Chong's paper and returned it to him. Hearing this, Jiang Chong felt as if he had suddenly taken off and was filled with happiness. He tightly clutched the paper with his hand, afraid it might fly away. He left the tent with a big smile, excitedly pacing outside, waiting for Hua Zhang to arrive. After 15 minutes, Jiang Chong saw Hua Zhang running out of the tent, also looking very happy. Jiang Chong, I got recruited. Did you get in too? I got in as well. That's great, Hua Zhang. You made it too. Hua Zhang punched Jiang Chong's arm loudly and said, Great. Jiang Chong, we're going to have a good life. Come on, let's buy 2 pounds of meat and a jar of wine to celebrate. Jiang Chong was surprised and asked, Hua Zhang, where did you get the money to buy wine and meat? Hua Zhang smiled proudly and said, This month, I helped the bricklayer with repairs, earning a silver or 2. Today, I plan to spend it all. Jiang Chong scolded, You're clever, helping the bricklayer. Come on, today I'll teach you a lesson about money. Thank you for the 500 tips, I appreciate it. Li Ji recruited 600 healthy soldiers and told them to report next month. This month, Li Ji needed to quickly build barracks. He planned for 4 soldiers per room, so he needed to build 75 rooms. Building so many rooms in a month required many construction workers. Li Ji almost recruited all the bricklayers and carpenters near Tianjin. When he learned that the buildings would be barracks, the head of the bricklayers, Tao Yumao, was very surprised and asked, Captain, you want to build such a large barracks? How many soldiers will it hold? Tao Yumao was a thin middle-aged man with 2 long, curved mustaches on his lips. When he spoke, his mustaches twitched, which looked quite funny. Although recruiting soldiers wasn't a secret, Li Ji didn't want too many people to know the details. From now on, when facing the enemies, we must ensure they do not fully understand our strengths. After glancing at Tao Yumao, Li Ji said, Don't ask too many questions. Just organize people and start building quickly. Tao Yumao repeatedly agreed but then sighed. The soldiers under Captain Guan are more numerous than the guards in the city. It's chaos, real chaos. Li Ji glared at Tao Yumao and scolded, Don't go around spreading rumors. If you do, I will cut out your tongue. Hearing the official scolding, the craftsman shrank back and smiled. Sir, I wouldn't say anything bad. I was just surprised and muttered to myself. I won't say anything outside. Thinking for a moment, Tao Yumao said again, Sir, you have such great courage to raise so many soldiers. In the future, you will surely achieve great success and rise quickly. You could become 1,000 household, or even a general. Li Ji, having experienced many things in recent months, felt that having an official position was essential in the late Ming period. He started to look forward to being a high-ranking officer and smiled, saying, I will take your good words as a blessing. Seeing that Li Ji's face showed no displeasure, Tao Yumao asked again, Why isn't the camp built inside the city? If the Tatars come later, wouldn't we have no defenses? Li Ji smiled and said, The area north of the farm will be turned into a city soon. I plan to build a city with a circumference of 2,000 steps, with brick walls and 4 gates. The craftsman was surprised and muttered, Sir, that's a big plan. Do you mean to build a city as large as a county? Li Ji nodded proudly and said, Exactly. In a few months, you will see this new city. Truly the Li family from East Tianjin. Building a county city out of nowhere, Tao Yumao exclaimed in admiration. Suddenly, he became anxious. His eyes flickered, and he knelt before Li Ji, crawling on the ground to plead, Sir, please share some of the bricklaying work for the city walls with me. My 200 craftsmen are waiting for work to earn their keep. Li Ji spoke seriously, It depends on the quality of your camp buildings. If they are good, I will give you the work of building the city walls. Tao Yumao cowed out on the ground and said, Rest assured, sir. We will put in our best effort to build these camp buildings. Since the city walls would require large amounts of cement, Li Ji began preparing to make cement. During the Ming dynasty, mortar was made using a mixture called sana soil. In the book Tiangong Kaiwu, it is recorded, for supporting tombs and storing water, 1 part of ash is mixed with river sand, 2 parts of yellow earth, along with glutinous rice, sheep peach vine juice, and mixed to make what is called 3-in-1 mortar. This 3-in-1 mortar requires glutinous rice, which is expensive, directly making ancient Chinese civil engineering costly. Also, compared to cement, this mortar is of much lower quality. Li Ji built city walls for protection, so he used the best materials. He chose to produce Portland cement, which in the early 19th century was simple to make and very strong and durable. Portland cement costs much less than the 3-in-1 mortar and works even better. To make Portland cement, limestone and clay are needed. After heating, a small amount of gypsum is added to slow down setting. Limestone and clay are very cheap and easy to get. Li Ji ordered 100,000 jin of limestone and 30,000 jin of clay from miners, costing only a few dozen taels of silver. Gypsum was also available in mines during the late Ming dynasty and was used as medicine, so it was not expensive. Li Ji found a large pharmacy in Tianjin and negotiated to buy 1,000 jin of gypsum at 3 cents per jin. Cement production involves 2 grinding steps and 1 firing step. Before firing, limestone and clay are ground into fine powder. They are then heated in a kiln at 1,300 degrees Celsius. After firing, the resulting cement clinker is ground into powder again. Li Ji built several factory buildings outside the south gate of Fanjiazwang, surrounded by walls, to produce Portland cement. Inside, there were 30 large stone mills pulled by donkeys, used to grind materials and finish products finely. He also hired 4 lime kiln workers for a few silver coins per month to produce quicklime inside the factory, building vertical kilns for the process. Li Ji directed the workers to grind the materials into powder, then mix limestone and clay in a 3-to-1 ratio and put the mixture into the kilns for calcination. The kilns gradually heated up, and after 3 hours at the highest temperature, they were turned off, producing clinker in various sizes. The workers then ground the clinker into powder and added some gypsum as a setting retarder. The 4 lime kiln workers followed Li Ji's instructions, producing the first batch of trial cement. Li Ji tested it by mixing the cement powder with water to make a paste, then applying it to bricks to bond them. After the cement dried, he picked up a brick and tried to lift the 2 bricks together. The second brick initially stuck to the first, but with a slight shake, it fell off. The first batch of cement failed the test and was not qualified. Li Ji felt a bit frustrated. He thought for a moment and checked his memory of the Portland cement formula again. After confirming it was correct, he suspected that the kiln temperature might still be too low. Li Ji walked up to the kiln that was as tall as 2 people, looked around, then turned to the most experienced craftsman and asked, "Master Liang, the temperature isn't high enough. Can we raise the temperature of this kiln?" As an industrial designer, Li Ji knew the formula for Portland cement but had no experience with firing quicklime in a kiln. He could only rely on the craftsmen of this era. After speaking, Li Ji looked at Master Liang with a bit of nervousness. Master Liang respectfully replied, "Sir, we can increase it, but the kiln needs some modifications." Li Ji's face lit up with joy. He patted Master Liang on the shoulder and said, "Then let's make those changes quickly. Hurry up." The seasoned lime craftsmen were very skilled at controlling the kiln. They spent 3 days making adjustments and successfully increased the temperature. On the second attempt, Li Ji finally produced the world's first qualified batch of Portland cement. Thanks to book friends 1608-2902, 5118860, and Resumen Magic Pen for their support. Li Ji took 2 bricks to test. No matter how he shook them, the second brick stayed firmly attached to the first. He used a knife to cut at the joint and found the hardened cement as hard as stone. When he cut, sparks flew, leaving only a small chip on the cement. This strength was enough for building city walls. The craftsmen saw how strong the cement was and were very surprised. The strongest adhesive they knew was rammed earth, but they had never seen cement as hard as this. For craftsmen circled the 2 stuck-together bricks, tapping and hitting, but they couldn't separate them. Finally, Old Feng shook his head and walked over to Li Ji, saying, "Sir, your skills are amazing. Using this cement to build city walls will make them nearly impregnable." Li Ji was very happy to have made the cement. He loudly said, "You 4 have made this cement. You all deserve a reward of 5 silver coins each." 5 silver coins could cover the expenses of a family of 3 for 2 or 3 months. The 4 craftsmen, used to hard times, were already grateful just to work here and earn a few silver coins a month. When Li Ji gave them the silver, they all smiled happily. "It's not just us who made it, all based on the instructions from the adults. The adults are so generous. Thank you very much." "Thank you, sir." Li Ji listened to the craftsman's thanks with a smile, then said, "But you must not reveal the formula for this cement. If anyone leaks it, there will be strict military punishment." The 4 craftsmen quickly answered, "We understand. We know." Once they had experimented with making cement, Li Ji began mass production. He also hired 12 lime workers, who, under old Liang's guidance, set up 3 new kilns. The 4 kilns quickly started producing cement in large quantities. Each kiln produced 3 batches of cement per day, with 200 pounds each. All 4 kilns together could produce 2,400 pounds of cement daily. This cement was enough for the civil engineering projects in Fan Village. Any extra could be sold in the market. After the cement was produced, the bricklayers in Fan Village received this new binding material first. Li Ji handed the finished cement to the bricklayers building the barracks to replace the traditional mud mixture. However, these bricklayers, used to working with the traditional mud, were not very accepting of Li Ji's cement. Head bricklayer Tao Yumao looked at the cement sent by Li Ji, sneered slightly at his mustache, and said to the other craftsmen, "Captain Guan is joking with us. I've been a bricklayer all my life, and I've never heard of anything better than the traditional mud mixture. The only thing I know is that in the South, wealthy officials add brown sugar to the mud mixture to make it better, but that costs more. The cement Captain Guan sent looks cheap. How can it compare to the traditional mud?" Hearing Tao Youmao's complaints, the other bricklayers also discussed, "Yeah, the traditional mud has glutinous rice. How can other materials be as useful? Maybe Captain Guan is blinded by greed, trying to save some money by cutting corners? That's possible. Maybe Captain Guan is out of money?" Soon, the bricklayers started debating Li Ji's view on money. They challenged his ideas, refusing to believe that cement could be better than traditional mud. A middle-aged bricklayer approached Tao Yumao and said worriedly, "Master Tao, a few days ago you said Captain Guan had money and wanted us to build the city walls. Now, he's using shortcuts to build the barracks. Maybe he's out of money for the city walls too." Shaking his head, the middle-aged mason said, "We've been working so this camp for days, using plenty of materials, just to get ready for the wall building work. But now it seems all just wishful thinking." Hearing his remark, Tao Yumao paused for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "All right, let's first see how this cement works. We'll decide if it's usable after testing." The middle-aged mason loudly protested, "What's there to test? Master Tao, this cement looks dark and dirty. It clearly won't work." Tao Yumao puffed his beard and loudly replied, "I say we try it. We'll see after trying. No more talk." Hearing this, everyone stopped complaining and began testing the dark cement. According to the young servant who brought the cement, the masons mixed cement and sand in a 1:5 ratio, then poured water from a well onto the mixture, stirring it with a shovel until it was well blended. The dark, powdery cement turned into a sticky paste as they stirred. Watching this, the onlookers were amazed. "It's turning into something like mud cement. Interesting. Although it's probably not as good as traditional clay mortar, it might have some stickiness. Captain's cutting corners, but he's also being careful. He's not just messing around." Seeing the cement change, Tao Yumao was also surprised. He ordered someone to use this cement as glue to build a 4-foot-high wall in the dug foundation. The experienced masons quickly built the wall. The cement was sticky and similar to the mixture before it hardened. Within half an hour, they finished a 4-foot-long, 4-foot-high brick wall. After building the wall, everyone covered the base with soil and waited for the cement to dry. By late afternoon, the cement had dried. The group gathered again at Tao Youmao's place. Seeing everyone return, Tao Yumao said, "All right, it should be dry now. Let's test it." Everyone's eyes lit up, eager to see how Tao Yumao would test the cement. He pointed at the middle-aged mason and said, "Go kick it a few times." The mason cheerfully agreed, rolled up his sleeves, stepped back 3 paces, and then shouted as he ran forward and kicked the wall hard. Everyone watched as the mason kicked with force, worried the wall might collapse and fall on them. They all grimaced and took a step back. They didn't see the brick wall fall, but they heard a middle-aged mason scream loudly. Then they saw him jumping up while holding his foot in front of the unmoving brick wall. "My foot. Tao Yumao. Do you want to kill me by making me kick this wall? My foot is broken." Seeing the middle-aged mason's condition, everyone was shocked. They paused and looked at the wall again. This cement used by the team leader still has some strength. It's not that bad. At least, it can withstand small impacts. It's not like a wall full of holes from kicks. Tao Yumao looked at the groaning middle-aged mason, brushed his mustache, and pointed at another young mason. "Come here and hit this wall. If it can't be broken by kicking, it means the cement has dried hard. But hitting with force is different from kicking, so whether the cement can hold up under blunt force is uncertain." The young mason rubbed his hands, stepped in front of the wall, took a few running steps, and suddenly shoulder-checked the cement wall. The watching mason stepped back, thinking the wall would probably fall now. But unexpectedly, the young mason hit so hard that his arm hurt, yet the cement wall stood firm like a tall pillar, not even shaking. Everyone fell silent. After a while, one mason muttered, the team leader's cement is almost as good as traditional mortar. Everyone looked at each other, as if waking from a dream. Then someone said, but the water delivery guy said this cement is much cheaper than traditional mortar. Hearing this, the masons felt ashamed. They had been using traditional mortar all their lives and didn't realize there was a cheaper, better adhesive out there. Maybe all their work as masons was pointless. If only the team leader had shown them this cement earlier. Still feeling doubtful, someone suggested, if one person can't do it, let's try 2 people hitting together. Hearing that, everyone agreed. 2 people stepped forward and hit the wall together. They hit once, but the wall didn't shake. They hit again, still no movement. By the 3rd time, they were dizzy from the impact, but the cement wall remained standing, unmoved. The watching masons fell into silence. What is this thing? It might be even stronger than traditional mud bricks. This cheap, dark cement mixed with sand is surprisingly more durable and reliable than the expensive traditional mud bricks. Where did this stuff come from? It's unbelievable. With this, all my decades of experience in making mud bricks seem useless. Even the cautious Tao Yumao looks embarrassed now. After a long silence, someone finally spoke. Captain Guan is truly from the Leaf family in the East City. First, he made soap, and now he's created such amazing cement. Everyone stayed quiet for a while. Tao Yumao then stepped forward. He took out a kitchen knife, went to the brick wall, and started chopping at the dried cement in the cracks. He didn't believe that even a knife couldn't cut through this cement. But what happened next left him speechless. With a loud clang, the knife was suddenly knocked away from the cement, sparks flying as it struck the surface. When he swung again, he only made a small dent in the dried cement. This cement was too strong. It was like stone. Even mud bricks mixed with red sugar couldn't withstand a sword's cut. Seeing this, everyone was convinced. For masons who build walls every day with mud bricks, this cement seemed like magic. Tao Yumao threw the knife to the ground and sighed. I've been making mud bricks my whole life, and now it's all useless. I've never seen anything like this before. It's 10 times better than mud bricks. By mid-September, all the soldiers' barracks were completed, and their beds and bedding were ready. On September 15th, 600 soldiers from the Xianfeng Regiment reported to Fan Family Village. Li Ji divided these 600 soldiers into 4 companies, each with 75 men. Each company had 3 squads, each with 25 men. The most experienced, capable, and senior soldiers, who hadn't fought in battles yet, relied on their seniority to prove themselves. Now, with 600 new recruits, Li Ji's original 70 or so personal guards had been promoted to officers and assigned as squad leaders in each squad. Once the soldiers settled in Fan Family Village, the squad leaders first ordered them to take a bath at the bathhouse with soap to wash away lice and dirt. Next, they went to the dining hall for a filling meal with meat and vegetables, enjoying the good treatment of the regiment. Finally, they were to go to bed early and rest well, preparing for the morning's assembly. The next morning at dawn, the alarm for the Xianfeng Regiment had already sounded. The soldiers got up from their beds and gathered in the small square outside the south gate of Fanjiazwang, led by the squad leader. Outside the south gate of Fanjiazwang, many villagers and onlookers had already gathered. Next to the small dirt platform in front of the soldiers, Li Ji, dressed in official robes, sat on his horse, waiting for the soldiers to assemble. When all the soldiers had gathered, Li Ji dismounted and stepped onto the small dirt platform. From the platform, Li Ji looked out and saw a sea of heads. Thinking that these people would be his soldiers from now on, fighting bravely under his command, he felt a deep sense of pride. Being transported to this era might be a fortunate event. As a modern industrial designer in another life, he had never possessed such power before. Standing on the podium, Li Ji loudly declared, "Everyone, today is your first day in Fanjiazwang. From now on, you are my household guards, my soldiers. You are all brave men. After passing strict health checks and interviews, you stand here earning a few silver coins each month. The army you form will surely be a strong one. And a strong army must understand its purpose." The 600 new household guards, who had finally joined Li Ji's team, listened attentively, standing quietly and not making a sound. Li Ji raised his voice. "We are a new army, different from other Ming armies. We are formed to defend our homeland. We fight to protect our home. Now, Fanjiazwang is the home of the Xianfeng Regiment, and the factories and workshops of the Li family are the fruits of our homeland. If anyone covets them, you must drive away the enemies. Without our homeland, without the factories and workshops of the Li family, our new army would be like a tree without roots, and I would have to cut your pay. From now on, if bandits attack and damage our home, we will fight the bandits. If the Jurchen invaders come through the gates to seize our land, we will fight the Jurchen. Every drop of blood we shed is for our homeland. Li Ji waved his fist and asked loudly, "Do you understand?" The 600 soldiers responded loudly, "We understand. We understand." Li Ji waved his hand and declared loudly, "The first task of the Xianfeng Regiment is to build a new city wall to defend Fanjiazwang." Each squad leader led their team to the designated spots, where they stopped and distributed tools for the soldiers to begin building the rammed earth city wall. Building the wall sounds simple. Dig soil from outside the city wall following Li Ji's plan, then fill the planned wall positions with the soil. The excavated areas become moats. Later, water from the Haihe River will flow into the moats, turning them into protective waterways. The soil piled on the wall locations is tamped down with stone blocks, forming rammed earth walls, which serve as the foundation for the brick-faced walls. The most tiring part of building the wall is tamping the earth. Each layer of soil must be firmly packed. During operation, about a dozen men pull a large stone mill with ropes from different directions. They shout together to move the mill, then pull the ropes to make the mill pound down on the soft soil, compressing it. This process is repeated many times until all the soil is tightly packed. Tamping the earth is very hard work, requiring a lot of physical strength. Of course, relying only on 600 soldiers to do the tamping isn't enough. Li Ji also hired many porters and strongmen from Tianjin City to help with the work. Once the rammed earth walls are built, the bricklaying and construction of battlements are handed over to bricklayers. Li Ji's planned city wall project is quite large. The wall is 3,000 meters long, forming a square with each side measuring 750 meters. The wall is 5 meters high and 3 meters wide, with a merlin every 20 meters. A merlin is a protruding tower on the wall, designed to allow soldiers to attack enemies climbing the wall from the sides. This defensive feature, similar to later bastions, aims to create crossfire points from multiple directions. Li Ji designed the merlins as triangular protrusions to facilitate crossfire against enemies climbing them. In total, building the new city wall of Fanjia village requires over 50,000 cubic meters of earthwork. On average, each soldier and hired strongman would need to tamp down more than 20 loads of earth, carrying stones and tamping the walls for about 4 to 5 months. Li Ji provided good food, including vegetables and meat, ensuring ample nutrition. With enough rest and proper nutrition, doing this physical work is beneficial for health. Although the 600 soldiers recruited by Li Ji are healthy, they are not particularly strong by soldier standards. Building rammed earth city walls can help these soldiers strengthen their muscles and quickly become qualified fighters. Besides arranging soldiers, Li Ji also needs to select senior officers. The captain of the vanguard company is personally chosen by Li Ji to help him control the army. Li Laosi and Zhang Feng, who were originally leaders of the household guards, naturally become the 2 company commanders of the vanguard. There are 2 more company commander positions. Li Ji decides to have his younger brother, Li Xing, take one of these roles. In these chaotic times, being a military leader has better prospects than managing a textile factory. Li Ji wants to keep this good position for his brother. Having his brother lead troops also intimidates others and makes Li Ji's family status more secure. Li Xing has been managing the textile factory for a few months and has some management skills. Now he will continue to train as a company commander. Once the decision was made, Li Ji rode his horse to the textile factory to find Li Xing. When he arrived, he saw Li Xing walking around with an assistant. Li Ji called out to him, and Li Xing saw him and ran over with his assistant. "Big brother, you've come? I haven't been here lately. How is the textile factory doing?" Li Xing clapped his hands proudly and said, "I've been waiting for you to ask. Under my management, this month's textile output increased by 50%. We produced over 31,000 meters of cloth. I also organized skilled spinners to teach others, which reduced cotton consumption by 7 dan, a unit of weight." He tilted his head and said, "Big brother, you should give me some reward money." Li Ji scoffed, 7 dan is such a small amount, and you're still bragging about it?" Li Xing was unhappy and said, "It's still saving. I don't have a ferry guiding me from the seaside, so I can only do small tricks." After saying this, he pulled his assistant forward and loudly said, "Big brother, I want to recommend my assistant to you." Li Ji looked at the assistant and asked, "Oh?" Li Xing explained, "Big brother, you probably forgot him. His name is Zheng Hui. He's the grandson of our grandmother's younger brother, so he's kind of our cousin. He learned spinning and weaving in just 2 months and is familiar with factory management. This month's increased cloth production is thanks to him." Zheng Hui was pushed forward by Li Xing, looking a bit nervous. He said nervously, "Greetings, master," and was about to kneel and bow to Li Ji. Li Ji also put on a serious face in front of his subordinates. After Zheng Hui finished bowing, he said, "No need for formalities. You did well, helping Li Xing. Good job." Zheng Hui heard this and stood up with a happy expression, standing to the side and no longer speaking. After praising Zheng Hui, Li Ji seriously said to Li Xing, "Li Xing, I need to change your position. You will switch to a new role." Li Xing blinked and thought for a moment, but felt that there was no position higher than the head of the textile factory under Li Ji. He muttered, "Big brother, what new role are you giving me? Isn't being the manager good enough?" Li Ji patted Li Xing on the shoulder and said, "I want you to become a general, a platoon leader in the Xianfeng regiment." Li Xing's eyes lit up and asked, "A platoon leader? How many people will I command?" Li Ji replied, "Currently, you will command 75 people. But being a platoon leader is different from managing a factory. As a leader, you will be responsible for soldiers' daily life, food, training, and combat. You will have more power." He paused and added, "And once I get promoted, the Xianfeng regiment will expand. Unlike the textile workshop, which stays the same size. When that happens, your position could become a company commander or even a battalion commander, overseeing hundreds or thousands of lives." Li Xing turned his eyes and smiled. "Sounds good. That's pretty great." Li Ji said, "Being a general is impressive. You'll lead a group of people wherever you go. During battles, you'll command soldiers to charge and fight, which is very different from managing a textile factory." Li Xing thought for a moment and worriedly said, "But I don't know how to lead soldiers in battle." Li Ji slowly said, "You can learn. Through training and practice, you'll pick it up little by little. My new army uses mini rifles, and the way we fight is completely different from before. No one has experience with it. You learn quickly. In just a few months, you'll get the hang of it." Li Xing loudly said, "All right. I'll go be a platoon leader for Big Brother." Actually, Li Xing was reluctant to leave the management of the larger textile factory. But Li Ji was firm about making him a platoon leader, so he didn't dare oppose his plan. Li Ji nodded and said no more. The last platoon leader position in the Xianfeng regiment was given to his cousin Zhang Kaiqing. Zhang Kaiqing managed the soap workshop very well and was a rare talent for management. Since he was also related to Li Ji felt more assured handing over the troops to him. When Zhang Kaiqing became a platoon leader, the soap workshop needed a chief manager. Li Ji thought for a moment and decided to have his second grandfather, Li Yuxing, manage the soap workshop. As Li Ji's business grew larger, he had almost brought all his relatives into his enterprises. The relatives recognized Li Ji as the boss and the main person in charge, so Li Yuxing, as the clan leader, was less recognized by the relatives compared to Li Ji. However, Li Yuxing is very clever and healthy for someone under 60. He can also handle management tasks. The most important thing for the soap factory is to keep the secret formula safe. As the clan leader, Li Yuxing is unlikely to leak the recipe, so he is a trustworthy choice. Seeing the younger generation making money with Li Yuxing, the old man, also feels a bit envious. When Li Ji asked him to be the chief manager, he happily agreed right away. As for the manager of the textile factory, Li Ji chose his uncle Zheng Yuan, who was a workshop manager at the factory. Zheng Yuan used to be shy, but that was because of his difficult life. After working as the factory manager for a few months, he looked much more energetic and took his work seriously. He has become a good manager. Zheng Yuan was very happy to be promoted from workshop manager to chief manager of the textile factory. That evening, Zhang Yuan knocked on the fabric shop's door and bought 6 feet of purple silk before going home. Zheng Yuan usually finished work at dusk and came home late. His wife, Chu, was used to eating alone. That day, she was sitting on the bed spinning yarn when she saw Zhang Yuan sneak into the house with his hands behind his back. She covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "Why are you sneaking around like a thief?" Since Zhang Yuan was promoted to manager, their family's income increased by 5 taels of silver each month. Their financial situation improved greatly. At the very least, Chu could now afford to eat some eggs and pork every day. Women typically don't eat much, and even if they eat a little meat every meal, it wouldn't cost more than 5 Chien a month. Chu can now afford it comfortably. She had been married to Zheng Yuan for 10 years and felt that the hard days were finally over. Now that the family was better off, she had more status among other women and spoke more confidently. She was in a good mood and looked more lively. Before, Chu looked like she was in her 30s, but now she looked only 28, just like her actual age. Feeling happier, her attitude toward her husband improved. Even though Zheng Yuan moved quietly, Chu just thought he was joking and still talked to him happily. In the past, Chu wouldn't bother to pay attention to Zheng Yuan. When she asked about his plans, Zheng Yuan smiled, sat on the bed with his hands behind his back, and said, "My wife, I've been thinking we should buy a house." Chu stopped spinning yarn and asked, "Buy a house?" Zheng Yuan replied, "Yes, buy a house. A 2-story house with its own yard." When Chu Shi heard Zheng Yuan's words, a glimmer of excitement appeared in her eyes. Women naturally desire the security of owning their own home, and Chu Shi didn't want to rent a house for the rest of her life. After thinking for a moment, she hesitated and said, "Husband, although your monthly salary has increased in these past few months, we've only saved a little over 20 taels of silver. That's not enough to buy a house in Tianjin. A 2-story house in Tianjin costs at least 60 or 70 taels." Zheng Yuan shook his head and said, "We don't have enough money, but our landlord can lend us some. However, we won't buy a house in Tianjin. We will buy a house in Fanjia village." Chu Shi was surprised when she heard Zheng Yuan and asked softly, "Fanjia village? The place where that official's family lives?" "Exactly," Zheng Yuan said loudly. "The landlord is expanding Fanjia village into a small county, moving the textile factory and soap workshop there. He plans to build several thousand 2-story houses inside the town to sell or rent to workers. I am now the manager of the textile factory, so I should lead by example and buy a big one. We want to buy a house with 6 rooms." As Zheng Yuan spoke more and more about his plans, Chu Shi was a bit overwhelmed and interrupted, "You're the manager of the factory? Weren't you the supervisor of the 3rd workshop? How did you become the manager?" Zheng Yuan chuckled and then slowly explained, "My nephew Li Xing was transferred to Fanjia village to be the company commander of the 1st company. I took his place and became the manager of the textile factory." Hearing this, Chu Shi was stunned for a moment before finally understanding. She looked at Zheng Yuan and asked hesitantly, "As the factory manager, how much is your monthly salary?" 15 taels. Hiki. When Chu Shi heard Zheng Yuan, she was so happy that she looked at him with a smile spreading across her face. She exaggeratedly grinned and then burst out laughing loudly. The more she thought about it, the happier she felt. Excited, she stood up on the bed, waving her arms and dancing, laughing loudly. 15 taels? We're rich. We're rich. 15 taels a month. Our family will have a good life. A really good life." In her excitement, she accidentally knocked over the spinning machine on the bed, but she didn't notice. Zheng Yuan watched his wife jump on the bed and sat at the foot of the bed without saying anything. After a minute or two, Chu Shi calmed down and looked at Zheng Yuan, asking, "Why aren't you happy?" Zheng Yuan replied calmly, "The landlord's business is growing bigger and bigger. Since I follow the landlord, I will eventually succeed. It's just a matter of time." Chu Shi looked at Zheng Yuan with admiration and said, "Husband, you're getting more and more impressive." "Of course." Zheng Yuan smiled and then took out a 6-foot piece of purple silk from behind his back. He said, "I just bought this purple silk to make you a skirt." Mrs. Chu looked at the purple silk in Zheng Yuan's hand, surprised, and covered her eyes with her hand. She only peeked through her fingers at the thin, smooth purple silk. Having lived through hard times, Mrs. Chu never thought she could wear silk clothes, so she was hesitant to accept the silk at first. Zheng Yuan gently took Mrs. Chu's hand and placed the silk in her palm, smiling. "You can sew it yourself or find a tailor to make it. Now that we are better off, we don't have to live so frugally anymore." Mrs. Chu stared at the silk in her hand, lost in thought. Her expression changed from surprise to excitement, then to happiness, and finally to calm. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, "Husband, I am pregnant." Zheng Yuan was stunned for a moment and asked, "You are pregnant?" Mrs. Chu blushed and nodded, then lowered her head and said nothing. In the past, Zheng Yuan's family had no money. The couple knew that if they had a child they couldn't afford to raise, they might starve. So they always used birth control. It wasn't until Zheng Yuan started working at Li Ji's soap workshop and earned 2 taels of silver a month that they began to seriously plan for a baby. After half a year, Mrs. Chu became pregnant. Zheng Yuan's face lit up with excitement. His wife was pregnant. He was going to have a child, a descendant. As a man of the Zheng family, he now had the responsibility to carry on the family line. In his 30s, Zheng Yuan finally felt he was no longer the naive and humble man he used to be. He was going to be a father. One good piece of news after another made Zheng Yuan feel his breath quicken. He grabbed his wife's head and pressed his lips to her cheek, giving her a firm kiss. After finishing the new military and city wall arrangements, Li Ji used the silver he earned over the past few months to start major construction inside the new city walls. The bricklayers and carpenters from the capital had work all year round. There were two groups of bricklayers in Fan Family Village. One was hired by Li Ji to build the barracks for the Xianfeng Regiment, led by Tao Yumao. The other had arrived a few days earlier to help over 100 craftsmen and blacksmiths repair broken houses. The second group of over 400 bricklayers and carpenters had already finished repairing the blacksmiths' houses. Now, Li Ji employed them all to build workshops and villas inside the newly constructed city walls. Not only did Li Ji hire this group of craftsmen, but he also sent people to various counties near the capital to find over 1,000 bricklayers and carpenters. He also hired more than 600 laborers to carry bricks and wood as helpers. All these workers came to Fanjia village to build houses. Suddenly, more than 2,000 construction workers gathered in Fanjia village. Materials were constantly being moved in and out, creating a lively scene. Along with the craftsmen and laborers building houses, there was also a team repairing the city walls. The entire Fanjia village, inside and out, turned into a large construction site. Only someone with such a large estate as Li Ji could afford to hire so many workers. Although the city wall was not yet finished, Li Ji had already planned a layout for the area inside the wall, called New Fanjia Village. In the future, the barracks of the Xianfeng Regiment would be inside the wall. There would also be textile factories, soap factories, and cement workshops inside. Additionally, Li Ji planned to develop 7,000 residential plots within the wall. 5,000 of these plots would be kept empty for sale, and the remaining 2,000 would be used immediately to build villas. These villas were built as homes for workers and soldiers' families. Fanjia village is 40 miles from Tianjin City, which would take a whole day to walk in this era. Since Li Ji moved factories and workshops to Fanjia village, workers could no longer live in Tianjin. They would naturally move their families to Fanjia village. Also, soldiers in the new army earned high monthly wages, so many of them would get married and start families. They would also need homes in Fanjia village. To meet these needs, Li Ji designed 3 types of villas. The first type was a small villa for ordinary workers and soldiers. It covered 55 square meters, with 2 floors and a total usable area of about 110 square meters. It had a main hall, a kitchen, a toilet, and 4 bedrooms, enough for a big family. Li Ji planned to build 2,000 of these houses to sell or rent to workers and soldiers. The total area of Fanjia village's new city was 560,000 square meters. If all these small villas were built, including the roads outside the houses, Fanjia village could have built 7 or 8,000 such villas. The cost to build each house was 30 taels of silver. Including the shared cost of building the city wall, the total cost was 40 taels. Li Ji set the selling price at 50 taels to make a profit, since he hired 2,000 soldiers to protect Fanjia village. No matter what, these houses were cheaper than those inside Tianjin City. When workers and soldiers bought houses but didn't have enough savings, they could borrow money from Li Ji. Repayments would be deducted gradually from their monthly wages. If it is rental, such a house costs 2 7/10 silver coins per month, which is very cheap. Of course, single men or families with financial difficulties can rent a villa together, making it even more affordable. If workers own houses in Tianjinwei City and sell them to buy villas like those in Fan Family Village, they might have some money left over. If they rent houses in Tianjinwei City, it's more cost-effective to move to Fan Family Village and rent this small villa. Besides the 2,000 small villas built by bricklayers, Li Ji also reserved over 4,000 plots of land, each 55 square meters, inside the city. If workers and soldiers dislike these small villas provided by Li Ji, they can buy land and build their own houses. Each plot costs 20 taels of silver, and after buying the land, they can hire bricklayers and carpenters to build any kind of house they want. The second type of villa is for managers and officers. It covers 80 square meters, with 2 floors totaling 160 square meters of usable space. It includes a main hall, a dining room, a kitchen, a toilet, and 5 bedrooms, enough for 3 generations to live together. Liji plans to build 100 of these villas, all located in the west part of the city. These villas are priced at 70 taels of silver. If funds are insufficient, they can borrow money from Liji. Renting costs 4/10 of a silver coin per month. Buying land and building it yourself costs 30 taels of silver for the land. The last type of villa is for high-level managers and senior officers, such as Li Xing and Zheng Yuan. These luxurious villas cover 140 square meters, surrounded by a 2-meter-high wall, with a 40-square-meter courtyard inside. The total usable area is 200 square meters. This villa has an extra toilet, a study, and a bedroom compared to the middle-level villas. These houses are all located in the best feng shui area of the West City. They are priced at 130 taels of silver, with a monthly rent of 7/10 of a silver coin. Buying land and building it yourself costs 50 taels of silver. Besides the over 2,000 villas planned for construction, Liji also reserved more than 4,000 plots of vacant land. In the future, these plots can be used to house soldiers and workers or sold to merchants doing business in Fan Family Village. Once families of workers and soldiers move into Fan Family Village, there will be huge demand from various trades, attracting merchants and service workers to settle there. These vacant plots will then have important uses. Of course, Fan Family Village also has a special house, the Li Ji's 100 Household Official Hall. After Li Ji's expansion, the original Fan Family Village was enclosed by a new city wall. Once the old wall was removed, the old Fan Family Village became part of the new Fan Family Village. The original Fan Family Village was too small, including the shabby 100 House Official Hall. Li Ji rebuilt a large courtyard with 4 sections in the center of the new Fan Family Village, serving as the new 100 House Official Hall. This new hall would become the heart of the village. Besides his simple shelter, the craftsman's first priority was to build this new hall. Bricklayer Lao Ergu and Zhang Min, who were Li Ji's men, came from Xianghe County to find bricklayers and build a villa in Fan Family Village. On the first day in the village, Lao Ergu was amazed by the cement used by the 100 House Lord. This dark, unremarkable-looking substance seemed simple but was very effective. When mixed with sand in a 1:5 ratio and stirred with water, it formed a sticky paste perfect for laying bricks and plastering walls. Once dried, the cement became very hard. You couldn't pry it apart with your hands or a stick. It was as solid as natural stone, holding bricks tightly together. This effect was much better than traditional mud and clay. People say the Li family from Tianjin is extraordinary, with soap and fine fabrics, among other new things. But seeing this cement, Lao Ergu truly realized how remarkable the Li family was. Before work started the next day, Lao Ergu and Zhang Min went to the cement workshop to get a wooden bucket of cement and then used it at the construction site. As Lao Ergu looked at the cement in the bucket, he thought more and more about how amazing it was. He believed it might completely replace traditional mud and clay in the future. Lao Ergu wondered if this cement would be accepted by the market soon, and whether it would spread to Xianghe County. He was unsure about its price. If cement was more expensive than mud and clay, homeowners might prefer to use cement, but the extra cost would have to be paid by the homeowner, leaving bricklayers with little profit. If cement was cheaper than mud and clay, bricklayers could take orders at the usual price, and the difference in cost would boost their earnings. Previously, building a courtyard required several taels of silver worth of mud and clay. If cement was slightly cheaper but worked better, bricklayers could make a lot more money. Lao Ergu, who usually earned only 1 or 2 taels a month fixing houses, might see his income double if cement was affordable. Lost in thought, Lao Ergu couldn't help but ask Zhang Min, "How much does Lord 100 House sell this cement for per jean?" Zhang Min, walking ahead of Lao Ergu, hadn't thought much about it and casually replied, "I haven't heard that Lord 100 House is selling cement." Now, Fan Family Village is building brick walls around the city and also repairing villas. The amount of cement used is so large that there probably isn't any left to sell. Old Second Go is thinking about this and feels a bit uneasy. He asks, "Do you think this cement is cheaper than 3-mix soil?" Zhang Min looks at Old Second Go and says, "This cement looks dark and dull, not like something very expensive." But that's not certain. This house in Tianjin is built by the Li family. Maybe they use good materials for better quality, so it might not be cheaper than 3 mixed soil. Old second Gu has something on his mind and can't help but say no. We need to find out for sure. Let's go back to the cement workshop and ask. Thanks to the generous tip of 2,000 from the fallen fatty. I really appreciate it. Zhongmin looks at the construction site about to arrive and says, I also want to know if this cement is expensive or cheap. Okay, let's put the cement at the site, then we'll go ask for the price. They place the cement down and walk back to the cement workshop. Queuing is a good thing promoted by Lord Baihu. The two don't dare to break the order, so they wait in line, moving forward little by little. After waiting for about 15 minutes, they reach the front. Young Lauda, who is distributing the cement, glances at old second Gu and sees he has no tools. He loudly asks, where are the buckets for collecting cement? Old second Gu quickly explains, we've already collected some. We just want to ask, is this cement sold to outsiders? A few craftsmen distributing cement exchange glances and say, Fan Family Village has used a lot in the past 6 months. We don't sell to outsiders. Once the village is finished, we'll sell outside. Old second G's face lights up with joy. He smiles and asks, how much does this cement sell for per gene? Hearing old second G's question, the bricklayers behind become interested and lean forward to listen to Liang Laoda's answer. These bricklayers have thought about it. If the price of this cement is cheaper than 3 mixed soil, they can earn some material money when they build houses in the future. Seeing the bricklayers behind crowding forward and staring at him, young Lauda loudly commands, line up properly. Don't mess up the queue. But the bricklayers refuse to leave and say one after another, we won't cause trouble. Just tell us the price, and we'll go back to queue. How much does this cement sell for per gene? Tell us, old man. Yeah, how does Lord Baihu sell it? The bricklayers see Liang Lauda working for Lord Baihu and call him old man affectionately. Old leader Liang saw that the bricklayers were eager to know the answer. He looked at his companions and said helplessly, don't worry. Captain Guan said the cement price won't go over 3 cents per pound. Hearing this, the gathered bricklayers all cheered happily, their faces full of joy. Second brother Gu and Zhang Yong exchanged a look, both excited. It is known that the cost of 3-in-1 soil is 1 cent per pound, but 1 pound of it can only be used as 1 pound. Cement, when mixed with sand at a ratio of 5:1, can be used as 6 pounds. Since cement costs 3 times more than 3-in-1 soil, using cement and sand as glue costs only half as much as 3-in-1 soil. This means that as long as the bricklayers buy cement, they can save half of the adhesive cost when helping others repair houses. That's a lot of money. For bricklayers earning only a silver or 2 each month, their income could potentially double. Although cement replaces their familiar 3-in-1 soil, it allows them to earn more money. The happy bricklayers asked loudly again, when will Lord Baihu open the sale of cement? Is there enough stock? Can we buy it or not? Old leader Liang replied helplessly, yes, you can buy it. The Fan Family Village will start selling cement as soon as the repair is finished. Our boss will make sure there's enough stock. Now everyone go back and line up. Get your cement and start working. Hearing this promise, the happy bricklayers relaxed and returned to the line to collect their cement. On October 15th, Hua Zhang, from the first squad of the 3rd Company of the Xianfeng Regiment, received his monthly pay. The pay was 3 or 2 taels, fully paid by the Li family without any deductions or delays. After finishing the city wall and dinner, Commander Li Xing set up 2 oil lamps outside the barracks and placed a table. One by one, he handed out the money to the soldiers of the first squad. Although young, Li Xing was the younger brother of Lord Baihu and handled things very properly. These days, Li Xing worked with the soldiers on filling and tamping the city wall, sweating and working hard. No servant in the squad dared to look down on him. Hua Zhang personally received his monthly pay from Commander Li Xing. The silver coins sparkled under the oil lamps. Hua Zhang held the silver in his hand, rubbing it happily. Thank you, Commander. Li Xing glanced at Hua Zhang and said calmly, why thank me? If you want to thank someone, thank my older brother. It's all his money. Hua Zhang quickly changed his words. Yes, thank you, Lord Baihu. Hua Zhang tightly clutched the money and walked back to his clay house. Hua Zhang is 19 years old. His father sighs every day, worried that they don't have enough money for Hua Zhang to get married. Currently, Hua Zhang earns about 3 taels of silver a month. His father's worries are about to be solved. Before long, Hua Zhang will save up 20 taels of silver for the bride price and find a matchmaker to arrange a marriage. After receiving his monthly pay, Hua Zhang quickly goes home to report to his father. In their 2 simple earthen houses, His father is overjoyed upon hearing the news. His old cough seems to have disappeared all at once. They talk for about 15 minutes without coughing once. Hua Zhang chats with his father for a while, then happily hides the silver in a box, preparing to return to the military camp. As he steps outside, he sees Sister Shun from next door. Sister Shun eyes Hua Zhang from head to toe, then says, "Hua Zhang, you've grown stronger." Hua Zhang honestly replies, "This month, I ate well at the big family's servant camp and worked every day, so I've grown a bit stronger." Hearing this, Sister Shun leans forward, squinting at Hua Zhang, and says mysteriously, "Hua Zhang, don't lie to me. I heard you got your monthly pay." Hua Zhang, being straightforward, happily answers, "Why would I lie to you, Sister Shun? Yes, we got our monthly pay. We received about 3 taels of pure silver, with no deductions." Sister Shun falls silent for a moment, then jealous and envious, says, "Hua Zhang, you're so lucky. You know how to join the soldier recruitment team. My son is foolish. He saw the recruitment notice but didn't apply, thinking it was a scam. Now he can only drink thin porridge with the village soldiers. Look, they're really paying silver now." Hua Zhang touches his head and says, "I only heard from Jiang Chong that it was good, so I went to join." Sister Shin scoffs, "What Jiang Chong? Don't mention that unlucky man. You're lucky." "Hua Zhang, are you now rich? Do you want to get married?" Hua Zhang looks at Sister Shin and loudly says, "Of course I want to. Why wouldn't I? Sister Shin, do you have a way?" Sister Shin smiles mysteriously and says, "I have good information. I know all the girls within 10 miles. If you want to marry, I can introduce you." Hua Zhang has been worried about not finding a wife for over a year. Hearing this, he is overjoyed and quickly agrees, "Great. Sister Shin, find me a good girl. I'll thank you with silver when I marry her." Sister Shin covers her mouth and laughs, then asks, "What kind of girl do you like?" Hua Zhang thinks for a moment, rubs his head, and says, "I like smart and obedient girls." Sister Shin pauses, then asks, "Smart and obedient? Which one do you want, smart or obedient? Be clear, Hua Zhang." Hua Zhang firmly said, "Smart." Sister Shin nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. Be clever. In the next few days, I will arrange something for you, and soon you'll meet a clever girl." Hua Zhang smiled and said, "Then it's all up to Sister Shin. Remember the silver coins you mentioned." Sister Shin spat and said nothing more, happily walking away. Hua Zhang said goodbye to Sister Shin, feeling hopeful about his marriage. His face lit up with happiness. He thought to himself that being under the command of the officer was very different. Suddenly, a matchmaker was helping him find a wife. Maybe in a few months, he would be married. Smiling, he headed toward the camp. Halfway there, he met Jiang Chong wandering around the village. "Jiang Chong! Jiang Chong!" Hua Zhang ran up to him loudly. "I have great news." Jiang Chong was chewing on a wild grass, casually looked back at Hua Zhang, and asked, "What good news?" "A matchmaker is helping me find a wife." Hua Zhang said happily, "My father has been worried for 2 years, but we were too poor, and no one paid attention to me. Now, with the officer's monthly pay, a matchmaker is helping me." Jiang Chong spat out his grass and said, "With just a few silver coins a month, of course some greedy matchmaker is eyeing you." Hua Zhang touched his head and said, "What do you mean greedy matchmaker?" "She's helping me find a wife. Don't you want to get married soon, Jiang Chong?" Jiang Chong said, "I used to want to, but now I don't rush anymore. Sister Shin just came to see me, but I didn't pay her any attention." "Sister Shin also looked for you? Why didn't you let her help you find a wife?" Jiang Chong glared at Hua Zhang and said, "Hua Zhang, are you stupid? Our family is still poor. We only have 3 or 2 silver coins in the chest and 2 broken mud houses. What kind of pretty girl can a matchmaker introduce? Even a plain wife would be good enough. But we only get 3 or 2 silver coins a month. If you're not in a hurry to marry, wait a couple of years, save up dozens of silver coins, and buy a decent house, maybe a small villa built by the officer. That way, the conditions will be much better. With a small villa, some silver, and high monthly pay, girls from 10 miles around will be eager to choose you." Hearing Jiang Chong's words, Hua Zhang suddenly felt enlightened. He hesitated for a moment, then said through gritted teeth, "Jiang Chong, you're right." Jiang Chong looked at Hua Zhang again and said, "And think about it. We are the first soldiers under the officer's command." After a pause, Jiang Chong slowly said, "You see the officer in charge with his rifles, shooting enemies from hundreds of steps away, earning merit as if playing. Do you think the officer will only be 100 household captain? I believe even 1,000 household captain can't stop him. When the officer expands the team, us old soldiers will have a chance to become officers. Jiang Chong looked at Hua Zhang and said, I heard the squad leader say he gets 6 taels of silver a month. Think about it. If we're lucky and become squad leaders, earning 6 taels a month, how many beautiful girls could we marry? Can you compare that to rushing to find an ugly wife now? Hua Zhang, after being told all this by Jiang Chong, blushed deeply. After thinking for a while, he said shyly, Jiang Chong, you're right. If it weren't for you, I might not have gone to serve as a servant for the officer in charge. I'll listen to you. I'll go tell Sister Shin that I won't look for a wife for now. Jiang Chong saw Hua Zhang's reaction and smiled without saying more. By mid-October, Li Ji had collected 130 mini-rifles. He armed a company of 125 men with these rifles, giving a few extra to the company commanders so they could get familiar with the weapons. Everyone, soldiers and officers alike, treasured these miraculous weapons that could kill from hundreds of steps away, boosting morale greatly. Li Ji arranged for this rifle-equipped company to repair the city walls for half a day each day. The rest of the time, they trained in formations at the training ground and practiced shooting at the target range. Shooting and formation drills are easy to learn. After practicing for over 2 weeks, by early November, the company could hit 90% of targets at 100 meters and had developed impressive formation skills. Zheng Kaiching was a bit confused about the formation training. Sir, you have these soldiers practice marching in step and turning right so neatly, making the entire company move like one person. It seems unrelated to fighting. There must be a deeper meaning. Zheng Kaiching was very good with words. Although he expressed his doubts, his questioning sounded more like flattery. Li Ji glanced at Zheng Kaiching and smiled. Kaiching, you must understand that our troops are different. We use rifles, and we don't focus on individual bravery. Instead, we rely on formation shooting. In this case, discipline is the key to our fighting strength. That's why I train soldiers in formations. It's all about discipline. Zheng Kaiching cupped his hands and said, I will follow your words, sir. It's better than reading 10 years of books. Li Xing, standing nearby, said, Zheng Kaiching, why are you so formal? You sound like a scholar. Zheng Kaiching was about to explain when he heard Li Ji say, Li Xing, don't criticize others for being refined. You still can't read many words. Li Xing raised his head and said, I can't read, but I don't want to take exams for official titles. Li Ji replied, starting tomorrow, find a teacher to teach you to read. Practice 10 words a day, and in half a year, you'll learn 1,500 words. At least you'll be able to understand notices and official documents. He paused, then turned to the other 2 company commanders, Zhang Feng and Li Laoxi, who were watching the scene. You 2 also need to learn to read and write. I will check your progress in half a year. Big brother, your demands are getting higher and higher. Li Ji scolded, don't be lazy or useless. If you can't read, how will you pass on orders and lead soldiers in battle? All right, I'll learn. Hearing Li Ji's words, the 3 company commanders agreed. Zheng Kaiching, who already knew how to read and write, stood nearby feeling a bit proud. Li Ji continued, you 4 company commanders should pay attention to observing your soldiers or assign a company commander to do so. Promote soldiers who are smart, responsible, and perform well in training and labor to squad leaders. Each squad leader manages 7 or 8 men, and their monthly pay will increase by 1 to 4 taels. Li Xing replied, great, big brother. I think those promoted will be so happy they'll go crazy. Zheng Kaiching nodded and said, yes, sir. Li Laoxi and Zhong Feng hurriedly responded, understood, sir. Got it, sir. After practicing drill for an hour, the soldiers left the training ground and moved to the shooting range to start shooting practice. The soldiers in this company had been practicing for 20 days, shooting 20 rounds every day. Their shooting had become precise, hitting targets 100 meters away with loud bangs, and their reloading speed had improved from half a minute per shot to 3 shots in a minute. Li Ji's troops used a modern gunpowder technology. This technology is quite simple. Both the Ming dynasty and Japan widely used it at this time. However, Ming soldiers packed the gunpowder and bullets into paper bags, biting the paper to pour a little powder into the firing pan, then stuffing the remaining powder and bullets into the barrel. The Japanese used bamboo tubes called zhaohe, which held all the gunpowder and bullets needed for one shot. This loading method ensured rapid firing of breech-loading rifles. As a time traveler, Li Ji naturally knew how to use this advanced loading method, wrapping the bullets and gunpowder in thick oil paper. Li Ji and the four company commanders watched at the shooting range for a while, all excited about the company's powerful firepower. Zhang Feng licked his lips and said, "Sir, this mini rifle is so powerful, soldiers can fight like 100 men." Li Ji laughed and said, "That's an exaggeration. Are you planning to lead troops into battle?" Zhang Feng loudly said, "Yes, I want to. I used to think martial skills were the most important on the battlefield, but now that I have the big man's mini rifle, I realize that good weapons and equipment are the most important. With such a strong army, I'm not afraid of facing the enemies." Li Xing also excitedly said, "That's right, big brother. With these weapons, we're not afraid of the enemies. If they come to raid us like 5 years ago, we will defeat them." While the four were talking, a guard suddenly ran over and said, "Sir, someone at the gate has delivered a message to visit." Li Ji opened the message and saw it was from Su Min's, so he told the others, "You continue training. I have a guest now." Li Ji went to the second hall of the official office and saw Su Min sitting there drinking tea. The servants Li Ji hired were clever. They saw Su Min's noble bearing and had already served good tea. Li Ji approached and bowed, saying, "Long time no see. Brother Su, I hope you are well." Su Min stood up, returned the bow, and smiled. "Your new office is very impressive, brotherly." This office, located in the center of the Xian Fan family village, was built by Li Ji. It had 4 sections, decorated carefully with solid materials, looking very grand. In the Ming dynasty, there was a tradition of not repairing government offices, and most officials wouldn't build new ones during their term. Su Min's couldn't help but mock Li Ji for breaking this tradition. Li Ji replied calmly, "It's okay." Su Min said directly, "Building a new office might not be good for your reputation. Aren't you worried others will gossip?" Li Ji was not the type to be timid or follow orders blindly. As a time traveler, he didn't care much about the strict rules of the late Ming era. He smiled and said, "I don't mind." Su Min smiled but didn't know what to say, shaking his head. Li Ji invited him, "Brother Su, please sit." They sat down as guests and hosts. Su Min said, "Your place is bustling. You're building houses and repairing city walls. Half of the bricklayers in the capital are hired by you. I see you've built many standalone houses. Who are they for?" Li Ji replied, "Those villas are for the workers at my factory. I am building a new fan family village, planning to house 7,000 families. Once completed, it will be a prosperous trading town. 7,000 households? That's already a big county town." Hearing Li Ji's words, Su Min took a deep breath and felt that Li Ji was quite extraordinary. He was talking about building a whole city out of thin air. Who would do such a thing with just a small 100 households? Even a merchant like Li Ji, who owns several workshops and factories, would probably need to spend all his wealth to start such a large project. Li Ji's ambition is truly impressive. This young man has a bright future ahead. Su Min secretly thought it was lucky he had always supported Li Ji. Now they are like brothers. When Li Ji's success soars, he will definitely benefit too. He was thinking quietly and didn't speak for a moment. Li Ji looked at Su Min and asked calmly, "Big brother Su, how are the soap sales going?" When Li Ji mentioned soap, Su Min smiled and said, "Soap sells very well in Jiangnan. Once the goods are shipped, they are sold out in less than 10 days. Li Ji now employs many soldiers and craftsmen, which cost a lot each month. Cement is cheap, but transportation costs are high. Supplying nearby counties is fine, but long-distance trade isn't suitable. Producing too much cotton cloth could disrupt the small farming economy of men working the land and women weaving, which might cause backlash. For now, expanding the soap workshops is the best option. He plans to sell more soap to Su Min. However, Su Min should be the one to ask about buying, or the price might be negotiated again." Li Ji lightly nodded at the soap matter and kept quiet. Seeing Li Ji silent, Su Min loudly said, "Today, I came to visit my younger brother for 2 reasons. One is about the soap. I want to buy an additional 300,000 pieces of soap each month to sell in Jiangnan. What do you think?" Li Ji smiled and said, "Big brother Su has always helped me. I am grateful. Since you want to buy more, I will do my best to meet the amount. Starting next month, I will send 500,000 pieces of soap to Big brother Su's warehouse every month." Su Min was very happy and asked, "And the price?" Li Ji replied, "At the usual price." Su Min thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "That's good." Now, Su Min is almost like the Jiangnan agent for Li Ji's soap business. This soap trade is a monopoly with high market demand. Su Min buys soap from Li Ji at 18 coins per piece, then transports it to Jiangnan, where it sells for 30 coins each. The profit margin is 12 coins per piece. After deducting transportation costs, he still makes over 10 coins profit. Now, he plans to buy 30,000 more units, which will bring in an extra profit of 3,200 each month. Over a year, that adds up to 36,000 taels of silver. 36,000 taels of silver is a large sum, even for Su Mintz, one of the 8 major merchants in Weiqing. Su Mintz doesn't have the core soap-making technology, but has earned so much money by building good relations with Li Ji. He is very pleased. He secretly thinks that Li Ji is a good friend and feels glad. He sits happily in his chair. However, this business deal is mutually beneficial. Li Ji also gains a lot. They have closed another deal, and Li Ji now earns over 3,000 taels of silver each month, making him feel very happy. The two of them are thinking about their business. After a while, Li Ji asks, "Brother Su, you mentioned there are 2 things today. What is the other one?" Su Mintz then spreads his hands and looks at Li Ji. He says, "The other thing is that I, your humble brother, am here to send you off with some wealth and honor." Li Ji doesn't understand what Su Mintz means and asks, "Please, Brother Su, kindly explain." Su Mintz laughs and then says, "In Qingjin County, a group of bandits has been causing trouble on the Salt Mountain for the past 6 months. Their raids are very fierce, and the local officials are unable to stop them. So they reported the situation to the governor. When the governor considers who to send to deal with the bandits, he thought of you. The Tianjin governor oversees the entire Hebei region, including Wuqing and Baodi counties in Shuntian Prefecture, and Luan and Liding in Yongping Prefecture, as well as nearby islands. Qingyun County is a part of Hebei province under the jurisdiction of the Tianjin governor. With bandits causing trouble, the local report reaches the governor, who then must send troops to suppress them." Su Mintz pauses and then continues. "The governor suggests that you be sent to eliminate these bandits. If you succeed, the governor will promote you to Deputy Qianhu, and you can stay in Fangjia village as the local defense officer." How does that sound? Li Ji is stunned for a moment before reacting. After thinking for a while, he feels that the governor has taken his favor and already considers him a trusted subordinate, always trying to promote him. Plus, he has been generous, and he sure has helped him earn a lot of silver, so he naturally remembers him. Li Ji cups his hands and says, "The governor has good intentions." Su Mintz winks and smiles. "The bandits number about 300. This task must be completed within 6 months. After that, you will have to go to the governor's office to report and handle the matter, so as not to disappoint his good intentions." Hearing that there are about 300 or 400 bandits, Li Ji is a bit surprised and says, "If I succeed, I will naturally thank the governor properly. The mountain bandits are so powerful, how can the governor trust that the next patrol officer can regularly eliminate them?" Su Mintz blinked and smiled, saying, "What patrol officer? I heard you've recruited new people. 700 men practicing for half a year should be able to wipe out the bandits, right? Since you want to be 100 households officer yourself, you must have the skills of a military officer. Don't let the governor down." Hearing Su Mintz's words, Li Ji felt a twinge of worry. He thought this task might not be entirely good. It also tested him. If he had the 700 household guards but couldn't defeat the bandits, he and Su Mintz might stop trusting him, and they might treat him differently in the future. After all, these days, the fighting strength of military household guards is usually very high. If he no longer supported him, Li Ji's future career could become difficult. He cupped his fists in a respectful bow to Su Mintz and said, "Big brother Su, don't worry. I will definitely not disappoint the governor. Within a month, I will eliminate these bandits. However, the expansion of the soap factory will have to be delayed by a month." When Su Mintz heard that Li Ji could wipe out the bandits in a month, his eyes lit up, and his gaze toward Li Ji changed. Su Mintz and Li Ji discussed, and the next day, the governor's order was issued. Li Ji's superior, Yu Huaqiao, the defense officer from the transport office, arrived on horseback at Li Ji's Fangjia village to deliver the governor's command. Although Yu Huaqiao had heard about Li Ji's big plans in Fangjia village before arriving, he was still very surprised when he saw the large construction site, which looked like a new town. Who has ever seen a 100 household officer undertake such a large construction project? When he reached the impressive new government office of Li Ji, he was even more amazed. What kind of background does Li Ji have? How can he dare to build a new government office against the odds? But he knew Li Ji was a personal appointee of the governor, so he didn't dare to comment on Li Ji's actions. The governor had ordered a patrol to eliminate a few hundred bandits, which was suspicious, but Yu Huachao dared not ask more. He read out the order for Li Ji to go to Qingyun County to fight the bandits and then hurriedly left. Before leaving, Li Ji gave him 10 taels of silver, which made him smile happily. With the governor's order, Li Ji could now lead troops into battle. He instructed Li Xing to stay in Fangjia village and hired 100 common folk to transport supplies with handcarts. He took 125 men equipped with mini rifles and set out for Qingyun County. These 125 soldiers are all from the first company under Li Xing. However, Li Ji ordered Li Xing to stay in Fanjiazwang, while he personally led the troops to fight the bandits. Qingyun County is located at the southernmost part of Hejian Prefecture, about 300 miles from Fanjiazwang. Li Ji traveled 30 miles each day with over 200 soldiers and civilians, taking 11 days to reach Qingyun County. Without horses, Li Ji's troops relied solely on their own legs to march. When Zhongfeng, the second company commander, saw how hard the soldiers were working, he suggested, "Sir, the Tatars each have 2 horses, allowing them to travel 100 miles a day and move around quickly. If our soldiers also had horses, their fighting ability would improve greatly." Li Ji calculated that if each horse cost 20 taels of silver, then 600 soldiers with horses would cost 12,000 taels. But if each soldier had only 1 horse, the supply train couldn't keep up, and the march would be slow. If each soldier had 2 horses, they could carry supplies and move faster, but it would cost 24,000 taels plus maintenance costs, quite a large sum. Li Ji replied, "This is too expensive. We need to consider this carefully." Zhang Feng nodded and said no more. When they reached Qingyun County, Li Ji sent a messenger on a fast horse to inform the county government. Li Ji thought he was here on the order of the patrol governor to help suppress bandits, so he expected a warm welcome. He stopped his troops 1 mile outside the city gates, waiting for local officials and gentry to greet him. But he did not see the welcoming scene he expected. Li Ji waited from dawn until noon, his stomach growling with hunger, but only 2 officials came to deliver messages. None of the officials or gentry bowed or paid respects. The 2 messengers, seeing that Li Ji did not kneel, casually cupped their hands and said, "Lord Baihu, my master Yin Shizhe invites you to the county office for a talk." Hearing this, Li Ji realized the county magistrate was not planning to welcome him. As an official sent by the patrol governor, he felt the magistrate was being overly proud. Frustrated but resigned, he ordered his troops to march into the city. Before they moved, the officials quickly stepped forward to stop them. "Lord Baihu, you can enter the city, but the troops will stay here. If your soldiers disturb the residents inside, it will be very bad." Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but curse, "You useless clerk. Don't you see we're here to help you fight bandits? How can you be so rude and refuse us entry to rest?" 2 officials looked down on Li Ji's troops and said, "There are over 300 bandits. Even with more than 100 soldiers, unless they are all divine warriors, they probably can't defeat the bandits." Zhang Feng immediately became angry and shouted, "You dare to look down on us? Watch me teach you a lesson." Seeing the officers get angry and want to fight, the 2 officials were frightened and hurriedly hid behind Li Ji. Li Ji understood, civil officials and gentry usually look down on military officers. His small official rank and the few soldiers he brought showed that the entire Qingyun County looked down on him. He stopped Zhong Feng from attacking and impatiently said to the 2 officials, "Lead the way. I will go see the county magistrate." The 2 officials then led Li Ji into the county office. In the main hall, the county magistrate, the deputy magistrate, and some local gentry were already sitting. When they saw Li Ji in official robes, they didn't welcome him. They stared at him as if he was a subordinate. Especially the magistrate, Yin Shiais, who sat proudly in the middle, looked directly at Li Ji as if Li Ji should kneel before him. In the late Ming dynasty, civil officials held more power than military officers, and it was normal for a 7th-rank county magistrate to kneel to a 6th-rank officer. But Li Ji thought he was here to help suppress bandits, so there was no reason for him to kneel. He simply cupped his hands in a respectful greeting. "Greetings, magistrate." Seeing that Li Ji did not kneel, the magistrate looked uncomfortable and remained silent with a stern face for a while. Li Ji saw the situation was awkward and said calmly, "Today, the county lord assigned us a guide. We will go to Yanshan to fight the bandits tomorrow." The magistrate, annoyed that Li Ji did not kneel and refused to let him sit, looked at Li Ji with a cold smile and said, "Fighting bandits? Those 300 bandits are seasoned thieves. They are not something your 100 new soldiers can defeat. You should familiarize yourself with the situation and then send a letter to the patrol envoy asking for more troops. Li Ji replied calmly, "My soldiers are well equipped and trained, enough to defeat the bandits." The magistrate snorted and asked, "You say your men are well equipped? How many are wearing armor, and how many horses do you have?" Li Ji honestly answered, "My soldiers are not wearing armor, except for a few officers. The others do not have horses." The magistrate shook his head and asked again, "I heard you just took over as the team leader. How long have your men been training?" Li Ji replied calmly, 2 months. "Just 2 months of training, and you dare to go to battle against many enemies?" Hearing this, the county magistrate couldn't hold back and burst into loud laughter. The county assistant and the gentry nearby also looked disdainful and laughed together. After a while, Magistrate Yin Shiai stopped laughing and said coldly, "Li Ji, I really don't understand what the patrol commissioner is thinking, sending you, a small team leader, to deal with these long-standing bandits. Sending you up the mountain to die is one thing, but if you anger those 300 bandits and they retaliate against Qingyun County, what crime will you be guilty of?" Li Ji heard the magistrate's ridicule and simply replied, "I am here on the orders of the patrol commissioner to fight the bandits. The county lord only needs to provide a guide and lead the way. As for other words, we will talk after I eliminate the bandits or if I die in battle." When the gentry heard Li Ji's righteous and straightforward words, they exchanged glances. Although this military officer lacked strength, he had a fearless spirit and a certain commanding presence. Hearing Li Ji's noble and official tone, the magistrate felt a bit embarrassed and also grew to respect Li Ji more. He stopped mocking and said seriously, "All right, Li Ji, no matter what, you're not afraid of death. Since you insist on going to fight the bandits, I will assign you a guide." Yin Shiai shouted outside the hall, "Qin Lu, you know the roads well. Go and lead the patrol officer sent by the patrol commissioner to Salt Mountain to fight the bandits." Qin Lu, outside the door, heard this and ran into the hall, kneeling with a thud and crying out loudly, "Sir, you can't send me to die. I have an elderly mother to support." Seeing Qin Lu so timid, Yin Shiai felt his face was a little embarrassed. He secretly glanced at Li Ji, and seeing that Li Ji showed no contempt, he loudly said, "Leading the way doesn't mean going into battle. What are you afraid of?" Qin Lu knelt on the ground begging, "Sir, those bandits on Salt Mountain are so fierce. If they see me leading the way, they'll just kill me." Li Ji looked at Qin Lu and calmly said, "Qin Lu, don't worry, you won't die." The magistrate saw his men so cowardly and felt ashamed. He loudly cursed, "Qin Lu, if you don't go, I will execute you for desertion." Qin Lu looked at the magistrate with a pale face, knelt on the ground, and dared not speak anymore. Li Ji and the magistrate exchanged a few words, realizing that these civil officials and gentry wouldn't give them a welcoming reception, so he loudly declared, "All right, I won't bother the county lord any longer. Tonight, I will camp outside the city with my soldiers, and tomorrow we will go to Salt Mountain to fight the bandits. I am taking Qin Lu with me." After saying this, Li Ji pulled Qin Lu off the ground and led him out of the hall. Seeing Li Ji, who acted quickly and decisively, the county magistrate, deputy magistrate, and several gentry members all stood there in surprise. After a moment, the deputy magistrate finally said, "Why is Li Ji so confident? Does he really have a way to defeat the bandits?" A gentry member nearby said, "Sir, I heard that Li Ji is related to the provincial governor. The governor sent him to fight the bandits, so he must be confident." Even the strict magistrate Yin Shiai, who looked down on Li Ji, hesitated and said, "Could it be that Li Ji can really defeat over 100 new soldiers against more than 300 bandits? That seems unbelievable." Everyone looked in the direction Li Ji was walking and couldn't speak. Thanks to go for the reward. After camping outside the city and resting for a night, early the next morning, Li Ji asked Qin Lu to lead the way to patrol the Salt Mountain and fight the bandits. On the way, Qin Lu kept crying and complaining, saying, "Captain, the bandit leader is called Guoshan Kong. He is good with a big sword and has killed many brave men. You new soldiers are no match for him. Captain, there are more than 20 experts among the bandits, each one a top fighter. Last time, the county inspector led 500 men to attack, but they were overwhelmed by those 20-plus bandits. The inspector was killed instantly by Guoshan Kong. I was lucky to escape with my life. Captain, these bandits have attacked outside the city twice in the past 6 months. The county magistrate can only close the city gates. Why do you have to fight them head on? Sir, your new soldiers can't handle those fierce bandits. Maybe we should turn back and ask the governor to send more troops. Captain, your reputation is important, but your life is more so. Li Ji was annoyed by Qin Lu's chatter and said, "Don't be afraid. When we get there, you just show me the way, and I'll let you go back." Hearing this, Qin Lu's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Are you serious, sir?" Li Ji, impatient, scolded, "What do I need to lie to you for?" Qin Lu immediately looked happy, as if he had found a way out, and stopped complaining. Led by Qin Lu, the troop of over 200 soldiers headed east, gradually leaving the plains and entering a mountain area. The mountains were uninhabited, with uneven terrain, large trees, and big rocks everywhere. Li Ji led the troops through narrow mountain paths, secretly thinking this was a perfect place for hiding bandits. After being told he could leave early, Qin Lu felt much better and eagerly said, "Sir, we are now entering Salt Mountain. In 10 more miles, we will reach the hideout at Chan Peak." To prevent an ambush by bandits, Li Ji ordered all infantry to stay alert. He also sent 3 squads of 24 scouts ahead and to the sides for reconnaissance. The main force followed behind these scouts. After walking a few more miles, Li Ji suddenly heard gunfire coming from the scouts ahead. His heart tightened, and he shouted loudly, "Everyone take high ground and prepare to fight." 100 soldiers quickly climbed onto large rocks on both sides of the road, loading their rifles and getting ready for battle. Soon, one squad of scouts returned, looking happy. 2 soldiers carried a bandit with a leg wound and threw him in front of Li Ji. The bandit's wound was torn open, and he groaned loudly on the ground. "Sir, we encountered 3 bandit scouts. We caught 1 alive, and 2 escaped." Li Ji looked at the injured bandit and cut his other leg with his sword. The bandit screamed in pain. "How many bandits are in the hideout?" Li Ji asked. The injured bandit, scared by Li Ji's harshness, didn't lie. He said nervously, "Sir, there are over 340 bandits, plus more than 100 women and helpers." Li Ji asked again, "What weapons do they have?" The bandit replied, "Most carry big knives, over 60 archers, more than 20 horses, and over 30 wear armor. They also have 2 unused tiger squatting cannons." Li Ji was surprised. "Cannons? Where did they get those?" The bandit quickly answered, "Sir, those were made by the mountain fortress's blacksmiths, but they have no gunpowder, so the cannons can't fire." Li Ji relaxed a little and ordered his men to tie the bandit to a tree. Then he led his troops forward. After walking another 4 miles, when they were about 3 or 4 miles from Cheyenne Peak, Li Ji suddenly heard a loud bang and saw the scout team ahead fire a shot. It was clearly a warning signal. Li Ji quickly ordered his troops to find a good vantage point on the open hillside and prepare for battle. After a short while, Li Ji saw the scouts running back, shouting loudly, "Sir, the bandits are coming." Li Ji was surprised. He didn't expect the bandits to be so bold, coming out of their hideout so far ahead. He quickly asked, "How many? How far away?" Li Jiwen calmed himself, thinking that his first battle after crossing over was about to begin. He shouted loudly, "Call back the other 2 reconnaissance squads. Everyone rush to the hilltop and take the advantageous position." After some thought, Li Jiwen told Qin, "No need for you to lead the way anymore." Qin, grateful for the mercy, bowed deeply to Li Jiwen, then quickly ran off along the path. Following Li Jiwen's orders, 125 soldiers with rifles ran toward the hilltop. They reached the highest point on the mountain trail and raised their rifles to face the foot of the mountain. Li Jiwen went to the hilltop to observe the terrain. His troops were at the very top of a small hill, about 400 meters from the foot. The bandits could only charge up the mountain trail from the bottom, which was a slow route. The steep slopes and cliffs made some parts impossible to pass. The bandits could only use the trail, which Li Jiwen's riflemen could easily block. Li Jiwen thought the terrain was good for his troops' firepower. Although firing in 3-round bursts on flat ground would be more powerful, fighting in the mountains meant less chance of encountering bandits on open land. Even if a battle broke out on the trail, Li Jiwen was confident his men could make the bandits retreat. He raised his sword and shouted, "Everyone check again if the gunpowder and bullets are loaded properly." The soldiers checked their supplies again, then aimed their guns at the foot of the mountain. Everyone held their breath and waited. After a quarter of an hour, they saw the approaching bandits. About 300 bandits, led by over 20 horsemen, came marching up to the foot of the mountain. The bandits were strong and well-fed. The leader, a tall bandit riding a bright red horse, wore new armor and carried a large halberd, looking fierce. It was clear he was the bandit chief, Guishan Kong. Seeing the soldiers on the hilltop, The bandits stopped about 200 meters up dismounting from their horses. They didn't realize they had entered the range of the mountain rifles. Li Jiwen saw how foolish the bandits were and shouted loudly for squad leaders, "Listen up. When I give the signal to fire, your squads will take turns shooting. Squad leaders, command synchronized volleys. 5 seconds apart. Do you understand?" "Understood. Got it." The bandits dismounted and started shouting at the foot of the mountain. Those in armor adjusted their gear, while those without armor took off their shirts and held their weapons bare-chested. The bandit leader stood at the front, holding a large sword and shouting loudly, seemingly trying to boost morale. The bandits looked very fierce, which made the soldiers on the mountain feel a bit nervous. However, after a month of practicing formations, Li Ji's soldiers were disciplined. They also knew how powerful their rifles were and were confident they could defeat the bandits. Still, one soldier got nervous and fired his gun without permission. There was a loud bang, and a soldier sitting to the right of Zhong Feng pulled the trigger. But the bullet went nowhere and didn't hit anything. The bandits were initially startled by the shot, but when they saw it missed, they all started laughing loudly. The laughter of over 300 people echoed at the foot of the mountain. Zhong Feng was furious at the soldier who shot without orders and kicked him, causing him to roll twice. "Don't listen to commands. I'll kick you to death." The soldier blushed with shame and quickly crouched down to reload, under the watchful eyes of others. After shouting for a while, the bandits finally started running up the mountain. They were about 200 meters from the top, still not at full speed. At first, the bandits didn't run at full pace. The front line moved quickly along the mountain path, taking a minute to reach about 150 meters from the miniguns. Li Ji seized this moment and shouted loudly, "Open fire." At Li Ji's command, the first row of soldiers swung their long swords and shouted, "First row, fire." Before his voice finished, 31 mini rifles erupted with flames and smoke, pouring bullets down the mountain at the bandits below. Li Ji's infantry training was extraordinary, far surpassing the training of European musketeers of the same era, making their accuracy astonishing. At 150 meters, the distance was very close. In normal training, mini rifles almost always hit human-shaped targets. At this moment, the mountain trail and the soldiers' line were perpendicular, and the bandits moving on the trail appeared as still targets through the sights. Although the soldiers were nervous in combat, they still hit their targets about 70% of the time. In just a moment, more than 20 bandits on the mountain were hit by the mini rifles, screaming as they fell into pools of blood. The bandits were hit hard all at once, standing stunned on the mountain, stopping in their tracks. It seemed impossible, such a distance. How could the soldiers' muskets be deadly? But before they could react, the second row of soldiers opened fire again. Second row, fire. After the gunpowder explosion, the irritating smell of saltpeter filled the mountain top, like the scent of death. The bandits stood still on the hillside, making them perfect targets. Blood splattered along the short mountain path. The second row of soldiers fired together again, killing or wounding 22 bandits. In front of the mini rifle, these fierce bandits seemed as fragile as paper. 20 bandits were hit, some wounded in the limbs, screaming and rolling on the ground. Others were hit in the torso, crying out in pain before dying and falling down the hillside. The bandits, suddenly alert, shouted loudly, and some tried to escape down the mountain. The leader of the bandits, Guoshan Kong, swung his sword and cut a fleeing soldier in the back. Blood splattered everywhere, and the soldier screamed as he fell to the ground. Guoshan Kong shouted loudly, "The bird gun can only fire once per load, but if we rush now, we will win." Encouraged by the leader, the bandits gathered their courage and charged toward the mountain top. However, the 150-meter mountain trail was not easy to climb. Third row, fire. Amid deafening gunfire, 30 black clouds of smoke burst repeatedly from the mini rifles, covering half of the mountain. The bullets seemed to summon death, rushing toward the bandits struggling to climb over 100 meters away. At this distance, the mini rifle's armor-piercing ability was very strong. Even armor couldn't stop it, let alone most bandits without armor. Each bullet pierced into the bandits' bodies, breaking through their skin, spinning inward, tearing their internal organs into bloody pulp. Fourth row, fire. More smoke rose from the mountain top as the fourth row of soldiers pressed the trigger. One soldier, Jiang Chong, aimed at the frontmost bandit, who was wearing chainmail, clearly a bandit leader. Jiang Chong steadied his breath and pulled the trigger. The firing pin struck the powder pan with a soft tock, but failed to ignite the fuse. Although the steel firing mechanism had about an 80% chance of firing, it didn't always succeed. Jiang Chang's first shot failed to fire, but he was used to this from training. He kept aiming at the bandit leader and pressed the trigger a second time. With a loud pop, the firing pin hit the fuse, igniting the powder and sending sparks everywhere. The bright flash temporarily blinded Jiang Chang. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the leader had already fallen on the trail. At this range, chainmail could not stop many bullets. This was Jiang Chang's first time shooting and killing an enemy. He patted the nearby stone, excitedly looked around at his comrades to see if anyone noticed his precise shot. However, everyone around was busy reloading, so no one paid attention to Jiang Chang. He was momentarily stunned, then quickly took out his cleaning rod to clear his gun barrel, preparing for the next shot. After the fourth row of fire, 20 more bandits collapsed on the mountain path. In the first round of shooting, the mini rifle had killed nearly 100 bandits. The mini rifle showed a level of power beyond its time. Over the mountain, shouted Hong with fiery eyes, their muskets are out of ammo. Charge. If we rush forward now, we will win. The bandits, suffering heavy losses, howled loudly from 170 meters below the mountain top and charged up with all their might. These fierce bandits from the mountain region didn't understand how fast the mini rifle could reload with its breech mechanism. 5 or 6 seconds after the fourth row finished shooting, the first row had already reloaded. At 100 meters from the bandits' front line, the first row of soldiers began aiming. First row, fire. In the stunned eyes of the bandits, the crackling sound of gunfire erupted again from the mountain top. Black smoke billowed everywhere, and 31 bullets shot toward the bandits. The short mountain road turned into a slaughterhouse. One bandit was hit in the head by a bullet. The high-speed spinning bullet shattered his skull, splattering blood and brain matter. Another was hit in the stomach. After the mini bullet entered his body, it slowed and spun sideways, destroying his kidneys and bladder, causing him to collapse instantly. A third bandit was struck in the thigh bone. His thigh was shattered, and he fell to the hillside, screaming loudly. His screams severely impacted the morale of the bandits. The bandits realized something was wrong. The firepower on the mountain top was not only long-range, but also quick to reload. Some bandits gradually lost their courage to advance and began retreating, pushing their comrades forward to endure the mountain top's crossfire. Second row, fire. Third row, fire. Every time a row fired, several bandits fell on the mountain path. The mini rifle was like a grass cutter, wildly harvesting the lives of the bandits on the trail. No matter how brave or skilled a bandit was, in front of the mini rifle, it was just a matter of a single shot. The bandits on Salt Mountain were the first to be slaughtered by the mini rifle. Once they realized the power of this rifle, it was already too late. The bandits lost their courage to fight and turned to flee down the mountain. The fearless mountain bandit leader, Guashan Kong, understood that continuing the attack would surely be a death sentence. He grabbed his big sword and rushed wildly along the path. Fourth row, fire. First row, fire. Bullets hit his back, his head, his thighs. The bandits screamed as they fell on the hillside. The enemy's fire poured down from the top of the mountain. Dozens of bodies were left behind on the mountain trail. The bandits had lost all fighting spirit. They threw away their weapons, even those in armor took off their helmets, just to run faster. They wanted to escape to 150 meters away, beyond the range of the guns. But they didn't know that the mini rifle was still accurate at 150 meters. The mini rifle is a type of repeating rifle, naturally good for long-range shooting. During the Civil War in 1864, a Southern named Ben Purville used a mini Whitworth rifle to shoot and kill a Northern general, John Seckwick, from over 457 meters away. Southern snipers could hit targets over 400 meters away with mini rifles. Li Ji's riflemen could also shoot bandits at 150 or even 200 meters. The main problem was that Li Ji's rifle didn't have a scope, so it was hard to aim precisely at distant targets through just the sight hole. Also, hitting moving targets at long distances becomes much harder. But the mountain trail was almost vertical to the shooter's angles. From the perspective of the mini rifle's sight hole, the bandits running along the trail moved very slowly, almost still. So, at this distance, the rifle could still be effective. Second row, fire. Third row, fire. The bandits had reached 200 meters away, but the slaughter continued. The trail was full of bodies, and panicked bandits even tripped over the corpses on the ground. Guo Kong watched as more bandits fell around him, feeling a strange sense of shock. Since he raised his flag and gathered his troops at Cloud Peak, when had he ever faced such a big setback? Even the last time, when they fought all the way to the county gate and defeated the county's archers, only 3 of his men had died. In this county, Guo Kong was like a king. He could rob villages without even fighting, just send someone to collect money and goods. But today, in just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he had already lost over 100 brothers on this hillside. There has never been a time when I myself have stolen others' money, harmed others' wives and daughters, or killed others without facing such chaos. Now, I am so confused that I don't even know if I can save my own life. I am only about 100 or so steps from the mountain top, yet the enemy's guns are still killing my brothers. These are not ordinary guns, they are divine weapons. Where did these soldiers come from? Could it be that the same officer who has been ruling Qingyun County for 5 or 6 years is now going to die here? Overshan Kong couldn't help but look back. He saw Li Ji commanding the battle from the mountaintop. The officer who defeated him was so young. Suddenly, several gunshots rang out. Overshan Kong slowed down, and several soldiers aimed and shot at him. One shot hit Overshan Kong in the back of the head. The bullet shot into his brain, and he immediately lost his life. He fell forward with a thud, sinking into a pool of blood. The other bandits were shocked by this scene, but no one dared to stop and help Overshan Kong. Li Ji's soldiers cheered loudly when they saw their leader fall. It seemed as if Li Ji had already secured the position of deputy captain, and he whistled proudly. With their leader dead, the remaining bandits became even more frantic and desperate. About 100 fleeing bandits had gone mad from the rifle fire on the mountain top. They ran about 200 meters away, but the guns kept shooting at them. They finally gave up running downhill and instead scrambled into the rocky forest on the cliff, climbing with hands and feet on the steep terrain. Li Ji wouldn't let these fleeing bandits go. He gave an order, and his soldiers rushed down the mountain with guns, firing at the bandits struggling in the rocky forest. After a burst of gunfire, more than 40 bandits fell on the treacherous cliffs. In the end, about 50 bandits managed to escape further into the woods, beyond the reach of their guns, and Li Ji lost interest. The battle was won, and the soldiers cheered and celebrated loudly. But after the excitement, the soldiers calmed down and looked at the bloody battlefield. Some of them vomited. The battlefield was covered with bodies lying in all directions. Some wounded with broken limbs were still alive, crying and moaning beside the corpses. Their screams made it feel like limbs were scattered everywhere, and the smell of blood was sickening. Blood was everywhere, flowing down the mountain trail like a small stream. This was not just a fight. The guns had turned the battle into a slaughter. Li Ji's first battle in this era ended in a complete victory through slaughter. Thank you to the down-and-out fat man for the 2,000 silver reward, and for giving so much again. I really appreciate it. Besides carrying away the corpse of Guo Kong, Li Ji also cut off the heads of all the dead and seriously injured mountain bandits, handing the heads to the civilians to load onto carts. This was his first time handling corpses, and many soldiers vomited while cutting off heads. They seized over 20 horses, which Li Ji distributed among 3 scouting teams to speed up their response. After dealing with the corpses and spoils, Li Ji all the remaining active mountain bandits to serve as guides, leading the troops to attack Chaiyun Peak. The bandits had set up a stronghold at the most dangerous part of Chaiyun Peak, intending to defend it with their lives. However, this time, Guo Kong led a full attack against Li Ji. The bandit camp was left with only about 30 old and weak bandits. Li Ji knocked down Guo Kong's corpse at the camp gate, causing the remaining old and weak bandits to fall to their knees in panic, hurriedly opening the gate. Li Ji secretly thought that these old and weak bandits were clever. If they hadn't opened the gate, he was prepared to set up a wooden barrier in front of the camp and shoot these old and weak bandits from a high position with a rifle. Once the gate was open, Li Ji ordered his soldiers to enter and tie up the old and weak bandits, then began counting the people and supplies inside the camp. After some interrogation, Li Ji learned the situation inside the stronghold. There were 32 old and weak bandits who had committed robberies and harmed innocent civilians. Li Ji tied them all up, planning to them back to Tianjin for the magistrate to handle. The camp also had 9 blacksmiths who made weapons for the bandits. These blacksmiths had not killed anyone or committed any crimes, but aiding bandits was also a crime. Li Ji ordered his soldiers to give each of them 30 strikes and then threw them outside the camp. There were over 80 women stolen by the bandits. used as playthings and slaves. Li Ji rescued them all. In the Ming dynasty, women valued chastity, and these women, when they were trapped in the bandit hideout, didn't realize it. Now, seeing Li Ji and his soldiers attacking, they felt ashamed and thought they would never face people again. 3 of them even bit their tongues in despair. Li Ji didn't mistreat these women. He simply ordered them to follow the troops back to the city the next day. The stronghold's treasury contained over 8,200 taels of silver, 130 taels of gold, 3 horses, 5 donkeys, and 3 mules. The warehouse held 21 bolts of silk, 42 bolts of cotton cloth, 113 jars of strong liquor, and 166 swords and knives. Regarding these spoils, Li Ji took everything for himself without hesitation. Of course, soldiers who bring back spoils should be rewarded. Li Ji awarded soldiers between 5 and 10 taels of silver based on their battlefield performance. The civilian laborers transporting supplies also received 3 taels of silver each. Fighting was easy and enjoyable, and they earned so much silver. Everyone was very happy. Finally, Li Ji found 5 craftsmen in the mountain stronghold who could cast bronze cannons. He sat in the leader's house and ordered these craftsmen to be brought in. When they saw Li Ji, the craftsmen bowed deeply and begged for mercy. "Sir, please spare us. Please understand. We only worked in the mountain stronghold, and we haven't done any bad deeds. The cannons we cast have never been used because they lack gunpowder. Please understand, sir." Li Ji looked at the 5 craftsmen and slowly asked, "Where did you learn to cast cannons?" They looked at each other, and finally, the leader stepped forward and replied, "We were originally blacksmiths hired by Inspector Sun Yuanhua of Danglai. He taught us how to cast large cannons. But when Kongid rebelled and broke into Dangzhou, we were captured and forced into his army as rebels. Until 2 years ago, when Kongid was defeated and fled to Liaodong, we managed to escape. On our way fleeing, we heard that Sun Yuanhua was executed for treason by the emperor. Since we worked as Sun Yuanhua's cannon makers and were forced into Kongid's army, we dared not return to Dezhou. With nowhere to go north, we hit on Chajin Peak and made cannons for these mountain bandits. But the mountain lacked materials, so we only cast 2 tiger-sitting cannons. There is no gunpowder on the mountain, so these 2 tiger-sitting cannons have never been used." Li Ji looked at the 5 craftsmen, thought for a moment, and then asked the leader, "What is your name?" "I am Chaoyu," he replied. "Can you cast large cannons like the red-haired foreigners?" "Yes, we can make red-haired foreign cannons. We can also make gunpowder tools, measuring rods, and calibration devices to improve the accuracy of the cannons." Hearing this, Li Ji was very pleased and secretly thought he had found a treasure. He couldn't make iron cannons from scratch, but with these 5 craftsmen, he could use some modern techniques from later times to improve the cannons of this era. If his troops had many lightweight cannons combined with mini rifles, their firepower would greatly increase. As for the problem of the imperial court not allowing private forging of cannons, Li Ji was not worried. As long as he approached Yishursho and obtained the approval of the governor, the forging of cannons would not be considered illegal. Instead, it would be seen as local officials actively strengthening military power for a righteous cause. However, these 5 gun makers are both rebels and thieves, and they are also outlaws. If we do not punish them, they will look down on Li Ji and not work diligently. Li Ji thought for a moment and said, "You 5 have repeatedly stolen from thieves. I will punish you by making you slaves. Later, I will find someone to sign a contract with you, and from now on, you will serve as my servants to make cannons. You will have no food or monthly pay, but once you finish making the new type of cannon I need, your status as craftsman will be restored, and you will receive monthly wages." The 5 gunmakers looked at each other, all showing happy expressions. They were already very pleased that the official did not kill them, and now he was offering a clear way out. They were so happy. They were not afraid of becoming slaves. Even when they were outlaws on Songyan Peak, they were treated as servants by mountain bandits, with no money and constant fear of government troops. Now, following Li Ji not only guarantees their safety, but also gives hope to regain their craftsman status. Isn't this a great opportunity? The 5 immediately knelt on the ground and loudly said, "We are willing to serve as slaves and forge cannons for the Lord." Li Ji smiled and nodded. The next day, when Li Ji's troops returned to the county town with over 30 mountain bandits' old and weak members and several carts of bandit heads, the town was in an uproar. News spread quickly that the county official had defeated the bandit leader Guangko. The entire town was filled with people, all rushing to the city gate to see the victorious soldiers. As Li Ji's troops entered the town, they were soon surrounded by thousands of villagers. Guangkong had committed countless crimes over the years, robbing civilians and killing innocents. Now that he was defeated, the villagers naturally cheered and celebrated. Li Ji understood the villagers' feelings and specifically displayed Guangkong's body hanging on a cart for everyone to see. Guangkong's tall body was now just a corpse hanging prominently. The villagers spat on his body to show their anger and hatred. Look, the ruthless Guangkong is dead. Many heads. All those evil bandits' heads. And there are still many alive. Now they are all obedient. Lord Bailu is so powerful, leading such a small force to wipe out Guangkong. Lord Bailu is truly brave. I didn't expect that our Ming dynasty still has such brave military officials. The more than 80 women who followed the soldiers into the city made the villagers feel conflicted. They were happy that the women had escaped from the bandits, but also ashamed because these women had been mistreated and lost their innocence. In the future, their presence would be a shameful secret the town couldn't speak about. But this was no longer Li Ji's concern. News of Li Ji's triumphant return spread quickly throughout the city, and officials and gentry gathered outside the county office. Soon, the county magistrate also learned the news and hurriedly led these officials and gentry outside. When they reached the city gate, they saw the militia and officer Li Ji surrounded by the common people. Seeing Li Ji riding a tall horse and returning victorious, the magistrate's beard twitched, and he was at a loss for words. More and more people gathered around, and now even the city walls were crowded with onlookers. Everyone was eager to see the bandit heads and cheer for the hero who had defeated the bandits. But when the villagers saw the magistrate approaching, they voluntarily made way, clearing a small path for the officials and gentry to approach Li Ji. The magistrate stepped closer and saw that none of Li Ji's troops were hurt. His face showed surprise, as if he had seen a group of divine soldiers. He looked at Li Ji and asked loudly, "Lord Baihu, have you captured all the bandits in the Cave Cloud Peak hideout?" Li Ji patted his black horse and replied loudly, "Thanks to the county magistrate's blessing, not a single one was missed." "Did your men suffer no injuries?" "None at all." The magistrate took a deep breath, feeling as if divine soldiers had descended from heaven. Even the chief family army, famous for defeating the Japanese pirates in the past, couldn't have won with such perfection without any injuries. Li Ji's bravery made the magistrate feel very embarrassed. He looked at the officials and gentry around him, noticing that they all looked ashamed. Clearly, when they hosted Li Ji the day before, they had been too dismissive. Now, Li Ji had returned victorious, and they all found it hard to face him. But Li Ji didn't want to let the magistrate off easily. He looked at the magistrate, dressed in a 7th-rank official robe, sitting proudly on his horse, and smiled. "Magistrate, how was it the other day? And today?" The magistrate's face turned red with embarrassment from Li Ji's words. He closed his eyes in shame and refused to open them for a long time. After a while, the old county magistrate suddenly let out a sharp cry, opened his eyes, clenched his teeth, and swung his official robe's long sleeves. He pushed forward like a mountain of gold and a towering jade pillar, bowing deeply to Li Ji and loudly said, "Thank you, Lord Bailu, for bravely risking danger to clear the bandits and bring peace to our small county." In the late Ming dynasty, civil officials held high status, and military officers often had to kneel when they saw officials of similar rank. It was unheard of for a county magistrate to bow so deeply to a Bailu officer. Everyone thought they must have seen it wrong, unless they knew that Lord Bailu had won a great victory. Since the magistrate took the lead, other officials and gentry quickly followed. The county deputy, the clerk, and several exam takers from the county all bowed deeply and loudly shouted, "Thank you, Lord Bailu, for bravely risking danger to clear the bandits and bring peace to our small county." Not only officials and gentry bowed to Li Ji, but also the talented scholars and students in the crowd. Seeing their parents and elders leading the way, they also bowed deeply and paid their respects to Li Ji, who was riding a horse. The common people saw the gentry and students bow so respectfully. They understood the scene was serious and respectful, so they dared not speak. This made the crowd around the East City Gate quiet down. In the middle of the crowd, Li Ji sat on his horse, watching the officials and gentry bowing on the ground. He slightly nodded and said calmly, "It's just a small effort. No need to thank me." Hearing these light words, the magistrate, who was lying on the ground, blushed even more. He took a step forward and nearly fell down. When they went to fight the bandits, only Li Ji and Zhong Feng had horses. On the way back, They had more than 30 donkeys and horses. The first company of the Vanguard Regiment returned happily and easily. When Li Ji returned to the city wall and handed over the bandit heads and the old and weak bandits to the patrol governor, He Shisho looked at Li Ji with a different gaze. First, He Shisho knew that Li Ji's personal guard team had been formed only 2 months ago. Yet, with just 2 months, they defeated the long-standing bandits at Jiyan Peak. That was truly impressive. Li Ji voluntarily asked to be a military officer, showing he had real skill. He Shisho increasingly believed Li Ji was a talented person. Second, using strong methods to wipe out the long-standing bandits within the territory was also a political achievement for the patrol governor. It would help He Shisho's future career. Naturally, he liked Li Ji for helping him achieve this success. He already prepared a report praising Li Ji's skills to the Ministry of War. In less than a month, Li Ji would receive his official reward. Furthermore, Li Ji was always generous in his actions. This time, when the inspector praised himself for his achievements, Li Ji did not hold back. He took out 1,000 taels of silver from the stolen money seized at Chan Peak and presented it to He Shisho, who was very pleased. With such a capable subordinate, what more could he ask for? He Shisho was already thinking about other ways to promote Li Ji. After finishing the task of clearing out the mountain bandits, Li Ji returned to Fan Family Village to expand the capacity of the soap factory. Li Ji spent a month going to Salt Mountain to deal with bandits. By now, it was mid-December. Fan Family Village was just beginning to recover. The new earthen city wall was 3/4 finished, and half of the bricklaying work was done. Since mid-September, the second group of bricklayers and carpenters had started building villas in Fan Family Village. Now, 600 small villas had been completed. The factory building for the soap production, which could hold more workers, was also finished, located south of the new Fan Family Village. Li Ji planned to move all the factories and workers from Tianjin City to Fan Family Village. The newly built soap factory would not recruit workers within the city. Instead, Li Ji held a recruitment fair directly in Fan Family Village, requiring all new hires to move in and live in the newly built small villas. Each villa had 4 bedrooms, costing 2.5 taels of silver per month. For single workers, sharing a room cost only 7 cents of silver. Even couples with children could rent 2 rooms for just 1.4 taels, which was less than 1/10 of a worker's monthly wage. The workers could easily afford this. The recruitment went smoothly. In just half a day, Li Ji hired 80 honest and hardworking new employees willing to move into Fan Family Village. In December, the cold wind howled, making people feel very cold. Sher, with frozen hands, blew warm air onto them, then put down his luggage and nervously stood in front of the official hall of Fan Family Village. Sher was a farmer from nearby Shurjia Village. 3 days ago, someone who had read books in the village told him about the job openings in Fan Family Village. He hurried over and was lucky enough to pass the interview. The official who interviewed him gave him a paper token stamped with a seal, telling him to bring his belongings and report to Fan Family Village today. His parents had tearfully sent him off from their home. Farmers had never been far from home and had little experience of the outside world, but they knew that working for the government and earning silver was not easy. Fan Family Village was close to Shurjia Village. The poor military households from Fan Family Village and the people of Shurjia Village had seen it all. They knew how poor it was. Soldiers often didn't even receive 5 qian of monthly pay, which was taken by officials, and they also had to help officials farm their land. Sher knew that going to such a place would not lead to a good life. However, he had no other options, so he decided to try his luck at Fan Village. His family only had 27 acres of dry land and 3 mud houses. Each year, after paying the land taxes, they barely had enough food to survive. Despite their poverty, his father saved money to help Sher's eldest brother get married. Over the years, the family of 4 saved 10 taels of silver. Last month, his 23-year-old brother finally found a wife and got married. With his older brother married, the Sher family could continue their lineage. His parents were happy, but once his sister-in-law moved in, the family's financial problems became clear. The 27 acres of dry land could not support 2 men to start a family. Sher had to find another way out. Even though he didn't believe the 100 households would pay him a monthly allowance, Sher still came to Fan Village. At least here, he could earn some food by working, helping to provide for his family, and giving his older brother and sister-in-law a chance to have a son. When Sher moved to Fan Village, it was like the family had split up. For this division, All the family's property was left to his married older brother. Scherer didn't get even an acre of land or a house. He only took his cotton clothes and blankets and left. For the sake of continuing the family line, Scherer had no choice but to do this. Thanks to Manhwa Songlong for the reward. At this moment, Scherer was nervously standing at the gate of the 100 households office, ready to ask the guards for directions and find out where the soap workshop workers should report. But the guards, all strong and holding rifles, looked very imposing, which made Scherer, a simple farmer unfamiliar with the city, feel a bit scared. He hadn't spoken yet when one of the guards, seeing him standing there for a long time, asked, "Are you here to report to the soap workshop?" Scherer hurriedly replied, "Yes." "Do you know where I should report?" The guard pointed inside the office and said, "Report at the workshop office on the west side of the main hall. They will assign you a room." "Thank you, soldier." Scherer timidly entered the 100 households office, looked west, and saw a large building with many people carrying their belongings, probably the workshop office. He carried his blankets and luggage and went inside. "Are you here to report to the soap workshop?" "Yes." "Where is the interviewer's card?" "Cards?" Scherer quickly took out the stamped paper card from his bag and respectfully handed it to the official inside the workshop office. "How many people are moving to Fan Family Village?" "Just me." The person in charge, from the Lee family, nodded and looked at his ledger, then said, "Then I'll give you a small villa room on the second floor, west side of No. 52, Zhengyuan Street. You will share a hall, kitchen, bathhouse, and toilet with 3 others. The rent is 70 coins a month, deducted from your monthly wages." Scherer heard the official talking but didn't understand what Zhengyuan Street or the second floor west side meant. He only understood that he didn't have to pay for the place himself, so he quickly nodded and said, Okay. Huang Lao-san, take this worker to number 52 Zhengyuan Street. Later, ask him if he needs money. If he does, give him a month's rent first." "Got it." After speaking, the official called out a steward, Huang Lao-san, who came out and led Scherer toward Zhengyuan Street. Huang Lao-san seemed to be a man of few words and didn't speak to Scherer along the way. As they walked, Scherer observed Fan Family Village. He saw many people repairing houses and city walls, and carts constantly transporting wood and stones. Despite the cold weather, the scene was lively. They walked half a mile along Beida Street, then turned into Zhengyuan Street. Zhengyuan Street is on the northwest side of the city, with new small villas densely packed on both sides. They found villa number 52. Huang Lao-san smiled at Scherer and said, "Here we are." Scherer looked at the house. It was 2 stories, with black tiles on the roof, a blue stone doorstep, and smooth cement walls painted with white lime, looking very beautiful. Having seen many leaky, rainy earthen houses in Scherer Family Village, he thought such grand houses must be for city nobles. But why did Huang Lao-san bring him here? Was this the house for him to live in? Huang Lao-san knocked on the door, waited a moment, then pushed it open when no one responded. "Others haven't arrived to report yet. You're the first tenant." Huang Lao-san stood inside, saw that Scherer hadn't entered, and asked with a smile, "Why are you standing at the door? Come in quickly." Scherer was stunned, wide-eyed, and asked, "Is this the house for me to live in?" Huang Lao-san smiled and said, "Yes, come in quickly." Scherer suddenly realized, then carried his luggage and stepped inside. Huang Lao-san led him to a bedroom door on the west side of the second floor and pushed it open. The bedroom was 3 meters long from east to west and 4 meters wide, very spacious, with white lime painted on the cement walls. Inside, there is a double bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and a simple wooden chair. On the desk, there is an oil lamp. For a farmer like Scherer, these pieces of furniture in this house are already very luxurious. "This is your room. The rent is 70 coins a month, deducted from your wages," Huang Lao-san said. Scherer couldn't believe it and asked again, "Is this room just for me?" Huang Lao-san smiled and replied, "Yes. The main hall, kitchen, bathroom, and toilet are downstairs. You will share them with the other 3 people in the villa. Right now, there are many empty rooms in the village. If you get married later and need more space, you can rent 2 rooms for 140 coins a month. If you need to support your parents, you can rent the whole villa." Scherer still couldn't believe such a good house was for him. He asked nervously, "Why am I living in the master's house?" Huang Lao-san laughed and said, "What master's house? This is a worker's house. The master's house is much bigger and has a large yard. Even my medium-sized villa is better than this. Only then did Sure believe the house was really for him. He bit his lip and said nothing. Seeing Sure shy and reserved look, Huang Laosen smiled and said, "Why are you still holding the quilt? Go make your bed." Sure quickly took his luggage and started making his bed. Huang Laosen watched him work and asked, "Did you bring any money?" Sure was stunned by the question, thinking Huang Laosen was asking for money. He realized he was right, the house wasn't free. He bit his lip and honestly replied, "I only have 50 coins. Huang Laosen smiled and said, 50 coins won't be enough. Look at your patched cotton jacket and your torn cloth shoes. It's not a good look. Why don't you borrow a month's wages from the construction office? You can spend that. But next month, you won't get your wages." Hearing this, Sure was stunned for a long time. He finally understood Huang Laosen was offering to lend him money. He stood there, speechless. Seeing Sure didn't speak, Huang Laosen took out 2 strings of coins from his pocket and counted out 70 coins, smiling. "This is your salary for next month. After deducting the 70 coins for rent, you will get 1,930 coins. Use this to buy new clothes, look more presentable." The Fan Family Village isn't finished yet, but a few tailors have already started taking orders, just east of Siyun Street. Sure took the 2 strings of coins from Huang Laosen, feeling dazed and like he was in a dream. Is this a month's wages? 2 strings of coins? The village teacher only told Sure that the Fong Family Village was hiring workers but didn't mention the pay. Probably, the teacher didn't believe the official wages written by the Ming military officer and simply told Sure there was a meal to eat. When Sure arrived and learned he would really receive 2 strings of copper coins a month, he was very surprised. Old Huang San took a breath and asked curiously, "Did you know when you came to apply that our master pays 2 strings of copper coins a month and provides meat for 3 meals a day? 3 meals and meat?" Sure felt his mind was overwhelmed. How could this employer be so kind? They provided a beautiful big house, paid 2 strings of copper coins a month, and supplied meat for 3 meals a day, even lending him money first. Is this Fong Family Village? Is this employer a Ming military officer? What skills do I have that make these people treat me so well? Sure had heard that the previous head of 100 household in Fong Family Village was strict, and he thought Fong Family Village was a dangerous place. He believed he would spend his life suffering. But now, he was surprised by such treatment. With this kind of treatment, he might live much better than his older brother who was about to marry. In just a few years, he could marry a wife. Coming to Fong Family Village with his older brother, starting from nothing, turned out to be a blessing. Thinking about this, tears welled up in Sure's eyes. Suddenly, he knelt in front of old Huang San and loudly said, "Old Huang, I never thought I could live such a life. Thank you, master. Please tell the master that if he asks me to go west, I will never go east. Even if I have to face fire and sword, I will go." Seeing how honest this rural boy was, old Huang San smiled and quickly helped him up, saying, "Don't say such foolish words. I don't need you to do that. Just work diligently in the soap workshop and keep the secrets. Follow the master, and good days will come." Sure got up, wiped his tears, and nodded firmly. Thanks to Meng Wang Songlong for the reward. Li Ji planned to move all his nearly 2,000 workers to Fong Family Village. First, he would move the textile factory, then the soap workshop. The textile factory's processes were not tightly connected, so as long as they kept some stock of semi-finished products, production wouldn't be affected. Moving one process elsewhere wouldn't disrupt the whole. But the soap workshop was different. Its processes were on an assembly line, and moving any part would make the entire production impossible. So Li Ji decided to move some of the textile factories first. Once the workers who moved first made Fan Family Village lively, he would then move the soap workshop. Single workers were easy to relocate. They could simply be moved to small villas in Fan Family Village. However, it was more complicated for workers with families. If their spouses had other jobs in Wei City, the workers were reluctant to ask their spouses to quit and move to Fan Family Village. Although outside jobs paid less monthly, they still contributed to the family income. Li Ji asked Zheng Yuan to gather information about the spouses of the textile factory workers and report back to him. In the final survey, Li Ji found that among 1,770 workers, about 400 were single and unmarried, over 900 had spouses who did not work, and only about 300 had spouses with jobs outside. Since most women at that time stayed at home spinning and doing chores, fewer women worked outside, so the second group was larger. Li Ji decided that as long as he could find new jobs for the spouses of the 300 or so workers in the third group, he could move all the factory workers to Fan Family Village. He thought this was not difficult. Once Fan Family Village became lively, people from all trades would be needed, and the over 300 spouses could find new jobs there. Li Ji decided to move the combined 1,300 households from the first and second groups to Fan Family Village to boost its population. Once his plan was set, Li Ji ordered bricklayers to build new factory buildings in Fan Family Village. After the new factory was completed on December 24th, Zheng Yuan was notified to arrange the workers' move. Li Ji organized the transportation of 1,300 machines, aiming to complete the move within 3 days, then resume production. On New Year's Eve, the textile factory workers finished work early. Old Second Gu went to the North Gate Market of Fan Family Village, bought a couplet, set off firecrackers, and bought 5 jin of preserved meat, 10 jin of fresh meat, 20 jin of flour, and 10 jin of various vegetables. He had already moved to Fan Family Village with his employer and now rented a small villa on Daxin Street, sharing 2 rooms. After the 1,300 households moved into Fan Family Village, merchants in Wei City immediately sensed the business opportunity. These textile workers were a stable customer group with regular monthly income and strong purchasing power. Many merchants left Wei City to do business in Fan Family Village, and their businesses thrived. Li Ji set up 4 markets in the new town of Fan Family Village, 1 in each direction. By the last day of the Chongjin 7th year, these 4 markets already had quite a few vendors. There are vendors selling rice, noodles, meat, oil, vegetables, chickens and ducks, and miscellaneous goods. The merchants know that Li's workers have strong spending power, so they prepared plenty of goods for New Year's Eve. Old Second Gu carried New Year's supplies and happily returned to his villa's gate. In front of the villa, his mother, leaning on a cane, was wandering on the street. Now that Old Second Gu works at a textile factory, his mother is well fed and in good spirits. Since moving to the small villa in Fanjia village, she enjoys strolling around the neighborhood. Old Second Gu greeted his mother, saying, "Mom, I bought some meat. We're going to make dumplings at home." His mother replied, "You and your wife can make them. I'll go eat later." Seeing Old Second Gu pause at her words, she added, "When I raised you as a child, it was hard work. Now I ask you to make some dumplings for me to eat, and you're not happy?" Old Second Gu looked at his mother with some helplessness, pushed open the door, and went into the villa. Upstairs, he saw his wife weaving cloth in the room. Since working at the Li family, Old Second Gu receives 2 taels of monthly wages. After saving for a few months, he bought a traditional loom for his wife to weave cloth at home. Although this loom is far less efficient than the shuttle looms in the textile factory, women could still earn some extra money weaving at home. Hardworking women could earn about 1 or 2 silver coins a month. With Old Second Gu's wages and his wife's earnings from weaving, the Gu family had finally escaped poverty and was no longer a family with no food to eat. Old Second Gu rented half a villa from his employer in Fanjia village, sharing it with another family. The rent was 140 coins per month, which was no longer a big deal for the Gu family. Old Second Gu and his wife lived upstairs, while his mother, who had poor mobility, stayed downstairs. Seeing Old Second Gu carrying firecrackers and couplets, his wife happily ran out of the house, smiling, "Hubby, you've bought so many New Year goods." Since Old Second Gu started earning wages at the textile factory, his wife no longer called him by name but addressed him as husband. Old Second Gu smiled and said, "We moved to a new home this year. Let's have a good New Year." His wife looked at the New Year supplies in his hands, tears sparkling in her eyes, and said, "This year, we can finally eat cured meat. Last year, we only had 10 jin of flour, not enough to get through the year." Old Second Gu gently put his arm around his wife's shoulders, smiling, "That's all in the past. Don't dwell on it. Let's go. Let's go make dumplings in the kitchen." The daughter-in-law of the Gu family wiped her tears and said, "Hajia is using the kitchen now. We'll go later." Hajia is another worker family sharing the same villa with the Gu family. Their husband works at Li's factory, and his wife stays home spinning yarn. They have an elderly mother and a boy. Second Gu said, "Sharing a house like this isn't good. We still have to share the kitchen." The daughter-in-law of the Gu family replied, "It's not bad at all. It's wonderful. This is the first time I live in such a nice house. Look at these solid, smooth cement walls, and the furniture is very decent. It's 10 times better than the room we rented in House Yard in Tianjin." If I had to go back and live in that room with my mother, I wouldn't go. Thinking for a moment, she added, and the rent for these 2 rooms is about the same as renting 1 room in Weiqing. Lee's family has been very kind to us. Second Gu said, of course, this place is much better than House Yard. But I mean, once we have children, we'll rent a small villa for ourselves, not share with others. It would only cost about 2 7/10 silver coins a month. The daughter-in-law of the Gu family complained, you start spending money recklessly once you have a little. Second Gu asked, wife, now that we have money to raise children, has your pregnancy moved at all these past few months? She replied, not long ago. When we were at House Yard, your mother would sit in her room every time you came back. We haven't shared a room properly in half a year. How could I be pregnant? He nodded and said, your mother is a bit temperamental. My wife has suffered a lot. She said, now it's better. We have 2 rooms, so we don't have to stay in the same room with your mother every day. Second Gu suggested, why don't we go inside now and try? Maybe you'll get pregnant. She nodded and turned to walk into the house. After Second Gu entered, she looked at the door to make sure his mother wasn't in the villa, then carefully closed the door. Thanks to Shui Zhu Yui for the 500 tip. Much appreciated. Thanks to Zhu Ju and Meng Huangsong Lang for the tips. In mid-January, the imperial decree for the reward was issued. He Shou sent someone to inform Li Ji, who then went to the patrol governor's office to receive his badge, decree, and official ropes. He Shou was very happy to see Li Ji and loudly said, the 100 household officer has now been promoted to vice 1000 household and is in charge of defending Fan Village. Hurry up and change into your official robes so I can see. He Shou's servant had already prepared everything and handed all of Li Ji's belongings to him. Li Ji smiled as he took the items and changed into his official robes in the side room of the prefect's office. The deputy captain was a martial officer of the 5th rank. His robe was blue, embroidered with auspicious clouds and ocean waves on the chest, with a bear embroidered in the middle. He wore a silver belt decorated with flowers, making his outfit more impressive than a common officer's uniform. Li Ji looked at his waist badge, which was a gold-plated silver badge. Unlike the plain cloud pattern on a regular officer's badge, this one was engraved with a cloud dragon and a crouching tiger, giving it a more powerful look. On the back was the instruction from Emperor Ming Taizu, and on the front, the inscription read, Tianjin Left Guard, Jinghai Deputy Captain Li Ji, which was Li Ji's current official title. Having been promoted, Li Ji felt happy. He whistled softly inside the side room. After changing his clothes and putting on a black hat, Li Ji walked back to the main hall. He heard He Shou's laughter. What a mighty Ming martial officer. Li Ji stepped forward, cupped his fists, and smiled, saying, all thanks to the prefect's support. After saying this, Li Ji took out a silver note worth 1,000 taels and handed it to He Shou. Li Ji's current relationship with He Shou was based on mutual support. Naturally, he was generous. He Shou had helped him get the deputy captain position, and Li Ji had given him 2,000 taels of silver in return. It was all about give and take, maintaining good relations. He Shou was a man of good character, and having received so many benefits from Li Ji, he would naturally take better care of him in the future. With the prefect's favor in Tianjin, no one dared to harm Li Ji. He Shou looked at the silver note, pondered for a moment, then laughed heartily and said, the deputy captain is an interesting person. Building city walls in Fan Family Village and using private property to defend the country, that's truly impressive. Li Ji cupped his fists and said, I want to concentrate all my assets in Fan Family Village for unified management. The deputy captain has great ambition. It's good for young people to be ambitious. After a pause, He Shou added, building walls and defending the land are for the good of the country and the people. If anyone tries to trouble you, just come to me. Li Ji smiled and asked, with the prefect above, I've now been promoted to deputy captain. I want to expand my household troops. I wonder if the prefect would approve. He Shou raised an eyebrow and asked, how many soldiers do you want to recruit? Li Ji replied, I want to expand to 2,000 men. He Shou nodded, tapped the table a few times, looked at the silver note beside him, and smiled. The deputy captain truly has great ambition. Using private wealth to serve the country in war, that's unprecedented in our dynasty. Originally, I was responsible for 600 people. Now I have to oversee 2,000. He raised his head and thought for a moment before saying, I will report this to the emperor. It should be approved. Li Ji listened to He Shou's tone and understood that the expansion of the army had been decided. After a few more words with Shirsho, Li Ji stood up to leave the patrol office. Wearing his new official uniform, Li Ji returned to Fan's village. Before entering the government office, a servant came to report, "Master, Yu Huaqiao from the defense station has come to visit." Now that Li Ji had been promoted to the defense officer of Fan's village, Yu Huaqiao was no longer his superior. They were now equals. Li Ji did not have a good impression of Yu Huaqiao, knowing he was a typical corrupt official and did not intend to form a close relationship. He wondered what brought him here. Li Ji dismounted, handed the reins to the servant, and was about to walk into the office when he saw Yu Huaqiao already coming out with his attendants. Seeing Li Ji in his official uniform, Yu Huaqiao loudly said, "Congratulations, brotherly, on your promotion to deputy captain of the guard. Today is truly a happy day." Li Ji smiled and replied, "Captain, you are well informed." Yu Huaqiao chuckled. "A few days ago, you achieved a great victory against the bandits, and I knew you would be promoted. Later, I heard you were promoted to be the defense officer of Fan's village, on the same level as me. Today, I happened to hear that you went to the patrol office, so I knew your promotion had come through. I came to congratulate you." He paused and added, "Yesterday, brotherly was my subordinate. Today, you are my peer. Your rapid rise is unprecedented." Yu Huaqiao took a box from his attendant and smiled. "This is a small token of my respect, a gift to celebrate your promotion." Li Ji understood that his promotion had made Yu Huaqiao more eager to curry favor. He thought to himself that when he was under Yu Huaqiao's command before, he received no special care, and now that they were equals, it was too late for flattery. However, since someone came to congratulate him, Li Ji couldn't simply send him away. He opened the gift box and saw a Liaodong ginseng worth about 20 or 30 taels. Smiling, he said, "Captain, you have gone to some trouble." "Brotherly, what are you saying?" "It's just a small token from me," Yu Huaqiao replied warmly. Seeing Yu Huaqiao's enthusiasm, Li Ji felt it was best not to refuse his gift. He accepted it and went into the office with him, taking seats in the main hall. Yu Huaqiao asked, "Now that brotherly has been promoted to the defense officer, your superior is Luo Lizong, the commander of the left guard in Tianjin. Do you know what kind of things the commander likes?" Li Ji was not very clear about this and honestly replied, "I don't know about that." Yu Huaqiao clapped his hands proudly and said, "Brother, I will teach you this point. The guard officer loves calligraphy and enjoys collecting famous calligraphy copies. If you find a good one to give him, he will surely treat you differently." Li Ji was momentarily stunned and thought to himself, "Where can I find a famous calligraphy copy?" He felt a little anxious. But since Li Ji had connections with the provincial governor, he didn't need to flatter the guard officer too much. He decided to give some ordinary gifts instead. He made up his mind and became less enthusiastic toward Yu Huaqiao. After exchanging a few words, Li Ji sent Yu Huaqiao, who was trying to flatter him, away. The next day, Li Ji prepared a modest gift worth 100 taels and went to Tianjin Guard City to see his superior, Luo Lizong. The guard office in the city was located in the southern part of the city, inside the Tianjin Left Guard Command. It was not very conspicuous. However, this guard officer was in charge of all soldiers in Tianjin Left Guard and held considerable power. Li Ji handed over a calling card at the gate. Soon, a soldier came to take him to the second hall of the office. In the hall, Luo Lizong, dressed in official robes of the third rank, was already waiting for Li Ji. Li Ji looked up and saw that Luo Lizong was in his 40s or 50s, with a pointed face and a long beard. He was tall and thin, not looking like a martial officer but more like a scholar. Seeing the senior officer, Li Ji quickly stepped forward and saluted. "Your humble servant Li Ji pays respects to the guard officer." Li Ji was just a minor 5th-rank officer, so he was insignificant compared to the 3rd-rank guard officer. But Luo Lizong seemed to know Li Ji's background and did not show off in front of him. He smiled, stood up, and helped Li Ji to his feet, saying, "Vice Captain, please rise." No need for such formalities. Li Ji stood up and handed over the gift list, saying, "This is a small token of my respect." Luo Lizong looked at the list, accepted it, and smiled, "Vice Captain, you are too generous. Please, sit down." Li Ji followed the order and sat on a chair. Luo Lizong sat down as well, thought for a moment, and then said, "I heard that Vice Captain is building a new city in Fan Family Village. It's quite a big project. How long is the city wall? How's the progress?" Li Ji honestly replied, "I am building a wall about 6 miles long. The earth wall is nearly finished, and we are now laying bricks." Luo Lizong stroked his beard and said, It's rare to see someone using private funds to build a public wall. Even I admire this. Li Ji responded humbly, "Thank you, sir. I am flattered. My assets have all been moved to the new city and Fan Family Village, and building the wall is also to protect my private property." Luo Lizong nodded and said, "No matter what, building and defending the city is worth praise." The pause was brief, and Luo Lizong then said, "I heard at the prefect's office about the deputy captain's success report being approved 10 days ago. I didn't expect it to be so quick, which shows the prefect really values the deputy captain." After saying this, Luo Lizong smiled kindly at Li Ji, his eyes warm. The guard officer is a high-ranking official in front of Li Ji, but in front of the prefect, he is not so important. The prefect oversees officials like provincial governors, judicial officers, and generals. Someone like a guard officer wouldn't even easily enter the prefect's office. Luo Lizong suddenly mentioned learning news from the prefect's office, subtly implying he has a close relationship with the prefect. Having such a connection means Li Ji is also linked to the prefect. Li Ji was not foolish. He clearly understood Luo Lizong's hidden meaning. He nodded and said, "So, the guard officer often visits the prefect's office?" Luo Lizong chuckled happily, seeming proud of his relationship with the prefect. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "I heard the deputy captain is a relative of the prefect?" Hearing this, Li Ji chuckled softly but did not reply. Seeing Li Ji silent, Luo Lizong couldn't tell what his intentions were, but everyone knew the prefect was always supporting Li Ji, so he treated Li Ji as if he were a relative of the prefect. Luo Lizong liked to show off his refined tastes, and after a while, he shifted the conversation to poetry and calligraphy. Li Ji didn't know much about these arts and couldn't keep up, so their talk became somewhat superficial. What use is poetry and calligraphy to a martial officer when enemies come? Li Ji, not fond of fancy things, felt a bit dismissive. Seeing the conversation turning dull, Li Ji politely took his leave. Luo Lizong was very enthusiastic and personally saw him to the gate of the official hall. In mid-February, the last 300 employees of the textile factory also moved to Fanjiakan. These employees were spouses working in Tianjin. Their smooth move to Fanjiakan was thanks to the lively demand generated there. Now, the residents of Fanjiakan had strong purchasing power. Over 2,000 bricklayers needed daily food and drink. The 1,300 households of workers who had already moved and spent daily on various needs. The workers repairing the city walls needed food and drink, and about 300 soldiers earning only a few coins occasionally went out for shopping. The spending of these thousands of people has boosted demand in various industries, helping the businesses in Fanjiakan thrive. Rice sellers, vegetable vendors, oil merchants, meat sellers, cloth and silk traders, tailors, pot sellers, iron cauldrons, blacksmiths, porcelain sellers, gourd vendors, chopstick and box sellers, firewood vendors, furniture makers, locksmiths, headscarf and hat sellers, restaurant owners, tea garden operators, entertainment venues, storytellers, actors, and private school teachers. All kinds of shops and venues have gradually opened, mostly run by business people from Tianjin. However, Fanjiakan is 40 miles from Weiqing. These business owners can't hire people from Weiqing because they would have no time to sleep, traveling daily to work. Therefore, they need local workers, creating a big demand for labor in Fanjiakan. Most residents in Fanjiakan are artisans and workers, so there are very few idle people available for service jobs. As a result, local merchants have always struggled with a shortage of workers. This situation improved only after Li Ji moved over the last 300-plus workers from the textile factory and soap workshop to Fanjiakan. Their spouses entered the labor market, quickly filling the gaps in various industries. For example, Yang, a worker at the textile factory, moved to Fanjiakan and soon found a cleaning job at a restaurant, where he received a meal each day and earned about 1 tael and 4 qian per month, which was even higher than his previous wages in Weiqing. With this new job, Huang Gui no longer felt homesick and quickly adapted to life in Fanjiakan. One evening, after the restaurant closed and he washed his hands, Huang Gui headed home to his villa on Chonwu Street. His house is a whole villa rented on Chonwu Street. Huang Gui's wife, Yang, works at the textile factory, earning 2 taels per month plus meals. With Huang Gui's 1 tael and 4 qian monthly income, their family of 4 has a total of 3 taels and 4 qian each month, enough to cover their expenses. When Yang moved to Fanjiakan, she liked the quiet, private house and insisted on renting the entire villa. which Huang Gue couldn't argue with. But the rent of 2 taels and 7 chien per month is not too high, and Huang's family can afford it now. Huang Gue returned home and saw his daughter, Dia, and son, Shirtu, playing outside the door with other children, playing a game of tag. When they saw their father coming back, they stopped playing and ran over to him. "Daddy's home." Huang Gue gently touched the head of the stone and smiled as he asked Dia, "Did you eat dinner tonight?" Dia replied, "We served ourselves rice and vegetables from the pot and ate until we were full. Stone and I each ate half of the meat buns in the pot." Just as Stone was about to speak, Dia cut him off and looked at Huang Gue with wide eyes. "Has Mother come back?" Dia eagerly answered, "Mother has already returned. She's upstairs in her room, lighting a lamp and looking at something." Huang Gue paused, then asked, "What is Mother looking at?" Dia quickly said, "I don't know." Huang Gue nodded and told the children to continue playing. He pushed open the door and entered the house. Inside, he saw the upstairs light was on, so he headed upstairs. The small villa has 4 rooms. Huang Gue and Mrs. Yang live in one downstairs. The 2 children each have their own room upstairs, and one room is empty, used for storage. The lit room was this storage room. Huang Gue reached the door and saw Mrs. Yang looking happy, staring joyfully at a piece of paper she held. In front of the oil lamp, the 26-year-old Mrs. Yang was glowing golden from the lamp's light, making her look very beautiful, and Huang Gue was captivated. Before marriage, his wife was also very beautiful. Over the years, they had endured hardships together, Huang Gue thought to himself. Suddenly, Mrs. Yang noticed Huang Gue at the door and quickly hid the paper behind her back in a panic. Huang Gue stepped inside and smiled. "You're off work." Mrs. Yang shook her head and scolded. "Yes, I'm off work." Huang Gue asked again, "How is it working with your colleagues today? Any interesting news?" Mrs. Yang tilted her head and said, "Nothing special, just weaving cloth and eating, weaving cloth and eating." Huang Gue agreed. "It's pretty boring, doing the same thing every day." Mrs. Yang glared at him and said, "It's just weaving cloth. Even with a lantern, it's hard to find such high-paying work. With money, we can support the family." Huang Gue smiled. "That's true. Ever since you started working at the Li family's weaving shop, our life has gotten much better." Mrs. Yang smiled, feeling her status at home had improved since she started working in the weaving shop. Now her husband listened to her and didn't argue. Thinking for a moment, Mrs. Yang suddenly took out the piece of paper she had hidden behind her and gently placed it on the table. She smiled at Huang Gue and said, "Look at this." Huang Gue saw his wife take out something hidden behind her back. Curious, he leaned under the light to look. He saw a piece of paper filled with tiny writing and 2 fingerprints at the bottom. But Huang Gue couldn't read a single word. "Mother of Stones, what is this?" he asked. Yang proudly pointed to the 2 names at the bottom of the paper and said, "You should recognize these names. This is your name, Huang Gue, and this is my name, Yang Xionyang." Huang Gue nodded and said, "I recognize these names." Yang puffed up her chest proudly and said loudly, "This is the land deed. It's for our house." Huang Gue was surprised and finally understood. He thought for a moment, swallowed hard, and said helplessly, "You still didn't listen to me. Did you buy this house?" Yang's pride faded, and she looked nervously at her husband. She hesitated and asked, "I bought the house without listening to you. Don't you want me anymore?" Huang Gue sighed and said, "Why would I not want you?" Hearing this, Yang laughed again and said loudly, "That's good. Now we have our own house. This beautiful villa is ours now. Such a happy thing." Huang Gue hesitated and said, "I told you not to buy it. Renting is better." But Yang didn't listen. She shook her head and said, "Renting costs 2 7/10 silver coins each month. After 15 years, the landlord will recover the building costs. Then we still have to pay rent every month. Buying is different. We borrow 50 taels of silver to buy this house, and another 2 taels to buy furniture from the landlord. With a 4% interest rate, the landlord deducts 4 3/10 silver coins from my monthly pay. After 15 years, the loan is paid off, and the house is ours. Then we won't have to pay rent anymore. Yellow Gue, you say, if we spend just 1 6/10 silver coins more each month, we can have our own house. Where in the world is there such a good deal? If we don't buy it, aren't we fools?" Huang Gue sat on the bed without speaking. Yang was unhappy and asked again, "Huang Gue, am I right?" Huang Gue, a little annoyed, said, "A few days ago, when you insisted on renting a whole villa, You had already decided to buy this house, didn't you? Yang looked worried and didn't answer, glancing at her husband's face. After thinking for a moment, Huang Gui said angrily, spending 4 coins a month. What if we have another child? Will we have enough money then? Hearing this, Yang finally relaxed and said loudly, Don't worry, we have enough money. Apart from paying the landlord each month, our family has 2 taels, 9 qian, and 7 fun of silver left over. Even if we add 1 more person, it will be enough to live on. At worst, we can save some money and make fewer new clothes. If money becomes tight, we can rent out this unused room, and we will earn an extra 7 fun of silver each month. Moreover, this house is so big. When Stone gets married in the future, we won't need to buy him a house. Hearing that Yang was willing to have another child, Wang Gui looked a bit happier. When he heard Yang talk about Stone's marriage in the future, he gradually understood and put away his anger. Huang Gui said, If you're willing to have another child, I will agree. Yang glared at Huang Gui and said, If I have my own house, I will be willing to have another child. If we rent, I won't have any more. With the emotional barrier broken, Huang Gui finally smiled and moved closer to the oil lamp to look at the land deed with his wife. Now that we have this land deed, does that mean this house is ours? Yang replied, Of course. Look at these 2 characters, land deed. And this name, Li Ji. That's the name of the deputy captain. This land deed shows that the deputy captain sold this building to us. Huang Gui murmured, I never thought our family could have such a good house. Yang, hearing this, smiled happily and said, Yes, our family can have such a nice house now. Look at these walls and the roof, such a good house. Before working at the Li family's weaving workshop, I never dared to dream I could live in such a nice place. Thank you for the reward from Monghuang Songlong 600, and thank you Hua Feiwa style, MOMO for the reward. Mid-February, Li Ji heard the news that the bandits had captured Fengyang Imperial Tomb. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, the bandits led by Gao Xiang, Li Ziqing, and Zhang Xinzhong took advantage of the victory to seize Fengyang, the capital of Ming. Fengyang is the hometown of Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzong. After the bandits occupied Fengyang, they destroyed the imperial tomb buildings, burned Longxing Temple, killed more than 60 eunuchs, and executed Zhu Guoxiang, the guard of the Ming capital, along with thousands of soldiers. The bandits raised a banner calling themselves the ancient Yuan True Dragon Emperor, held a grand feast, and celebrated their victory. The bandits' power was astonishing, but luckily, Fanjia village was near the capital and was temporarily not threatened by them. After finishing the work of relocating the factory, Li Ji summoned the 200 household officers under his command. After defeating the mountain bandits, the inspector Hishirsho promoted Li Ji to vice captain to defend Fanjia village, and the main officer of Fanjia village was promoted from a patrol officer to a defense officer. The official position changed, and naturally, the subordinate relationships also shifted. 2 outposts that were previously under the control of other defense officials were now included within Fan Family Village's jurisdiction. The leaders of these 2 outposts were both 100 household officials acting as team managers, making them all subordinate to Li Ji. In fact, after Li Ji was promoted, these 200 household officials came to visit him voluntarily. However, at that time, Li Ji was busy with relocating the factory and had no time to meet them. Additionally, Li Ji hadn't yet decided how to handle these 2 officials. So he simply did not meet with them then. Li Ji knew that, at the end of the Ming dynasty, official affairs were always complicated. These 200 household officials, serving as team managers of the outposts, were likely corrupt officials greedily exploiting the soldiers and civilians. But even knowing this, Li Ji was reluctant to take action against them or to reform their management of the outposts. The official system at the end of the Ming dynasty was deeply interconnected. Officials at all levels had complex interests and relationships. As a minor deputy captain, Li Ji couldn't change this system. As his official rank increased, the resistance he faced in governing his territory also grew, because his subordinates' ranks were rising too. Although Li Ji had connections with the provincial governor, those were mainly financial exchanges. When enemies fought fiercely, Li Ji had to weigh his options carefully. Since arriving in this era, Li Ji had developed industries and changed many people's lives. His inventions improved many lives, but these benefits were based on his own profits. Li Ji was not the type to make enemies over the interests of unfamiliar soldiers and civilians. He had no plans to change the darkness outside Fan Family Village for now. Before summoning these two subordinates, Li Ji had his people investigate their backgrounds. The information was quickly gathered. The leader of the Su family village patrol, 100 household Fan Banian, followed the route of the Tianjin Military Preparedness Road. This route involved military supervision officials overseeing military affairs, managing garrisons, farms, and suppressing bandits. The Military Preparedness Road was usually ranked alongside the general, but in practice, it often controlled the general, making it an important civil authority in Tianjin. The leader of the Jinbei Fort Patrol, 100 household Luo Tianqing, was the nephew of General Luo Jining of the Zhenhai Camp. The Zhenhai Camp was the largest force under the Tianjin provincial governor, with over 3,000 soldiers stationed at Mata Camp. Because of its strength, the general in charge of Zhenhai Camp naturally held significant influence in Tianjin. If Li Ji moved against these two officials' interests, he would offend both the Military Preparedness Road and the general of Zhenhai Camp. After several days of thought, Li Ji finally decided not to reform these two outposts for the time being. After all, Li Ji is only a deputy captain serving as a defense officer. It would be unwise to provoke the Military Affairs Department and the general. He should wait until his strength is greater before gradually managing other territories outside Fan Family Fort. Once he made up his mind, Li Ji summoned 200 households in mid-February. When they received the summons from Li Ji, both 100 households hurried to Fan Family Village immediately. In the second hall of the village's official office, they met Li Ji. Both were dressed in official robes, but they showed no airs of authority in front of Li Ji. As soon as they saw him, the 200 households kneeled and bowed their heads on the ground. Su Family Village Captain Fan Banian greets the Defense Lord. Jinbei Fortress Captain Luo Tian Chung greets the Defense Lord. Fan Banian emphasized that he was a captain, which meant he was an obedient subordinate of Li Ji, the defense officer. This made Li Ji feel comfortable. Luo Tianqing emphasized that he was a 100 household, which was a bit odd. It seemed to imply that Li Ji was only a deputy captain, half a rank below Luo Tianqing. This nephew of the general was trying to be a bit more arrogant. Hearing this, Li Ji decided to make Luo Tianqing kneel a little longer. He helped Fan Banian up and said, Su Family Village Captain Fan is strong and sturdy, clearly a martial officer of our great Ming. Seeing that Li Ji only helped Fan Banian up while Luo Tianqing remained kneeling, Luo was momentarily stunned. He glanced sideways at Fan Banian, who had stood up. Fan Banian, pleased by Li Ji's praise, stood and said, I come from a martial arts background and have trained with sticks. After saying this, he quickly took out a gift list from his pocket and handed it to Li Ji. This is a small token of my respect. I hope the Defense Lord will accept it. Li Ji looked at the list, which showed about 20 tales of gifts. Knowing that this was a proper gesture for 100 household, he nodded and accepted the list. Seeing Li Ji accept the gift, Fan Banian's face lit up with happiness, knowing he had succeeded. He was straightforward and, when happy, his face showed a bright smile. Li Ji paused for a moment and then said, Captain Luo, please rise. Luo Tianqing reluctantly got up from the ground. His face showed more respect, and he also took out a gift list and handed it to Li Ji. I also prepared a gift. I hope the Lord will accept it with a smile. Li Ji took the list, saw that it also contained about 20 tales of gifts, and after a moment of inspection, he found one flaw. He said slowly, Captain Luo, you actually gave me Tianxiong silk? Are you mocking me as a woman? Luo Tianqing, knowing Li Ji's background, understood that Li Ji was related to the provincial governor. No one dared to offend such a person. Hearing Li Ji's questioning, his face darkened, and he became genuinely nervous. With a thud, he knelt back on the ground and hurriedly replied, Your Excellency the Defender, I dare not mock Shangguan. I only intended to send gifts for the ladies in your household. Li Ji snorted coldly and said with a smile, I see. Get up, Luo Baihu. Luo Tianqing hurriedly crawled up from the ground, no longer showing any arrogance on his face. Sit down. Following Li Ji's order, the two guards dared to sit down. But seeing how Li Ji had just treated Luo Tianqing unfairly, they knew Shangguan was not easy to deal with. They only dared to sit with half their bodies on the chair, looking respectful. Li Ji sat on the official seat and said calmly, I summoned you both to explain my policies. You have probably heard about my governance in Fan Family Village. I treat everyone equally and do not tolerate dirt. That's why Fan Family Village has become prosperous in just half a year. I also know everything about your actions in your respective camps. To be honest, if I investigated further, you too might lose your official positions. Hearing this, both guards sweated on their foreheads and became nervous. Everyone watching Li Ji's management in Fan Family Village knew that with the power of the Inspector General, he could cut off anyone's resources. If he decided to make trouble for these two guards, even military officials couldn't protect them. But water that is too clear has no fish. I don't plan to make things difficult for you too. I only have two requests. First, you must behave better at meals. If there are no issues in your territory, I might turn a blind eye. But if your behavior is too rude and causes unrest among soldiers or civilians, I will show you what strict measures look like. Second, from now on, the grain allocated for your military farms each year can only increase, not decrease. Do you understand? The grain allocated to military farms refers to the taxes paid by soldiers working on land. During the late Ming dynasty, when the military was losing fighting power, the amount of grain they paid each year became an important measure for officials. Fan Family Village's share was small, and even if there was a shortfall this year, Li Ji could buy some rice with a few silver coins to make up for it. But he didn't want to spend his own money to help these two guards. During the late Ming, many soldiers fled, and military farms were often abandoned. Li Ji didn't require the guards to pay the full amount, only to ensure they paid at least as much as before. Hearing Li Ji's words, the two guards were both surprised and happy. They were surprised because Li Ji was not easy to fool and seemed to know everything about their affairs. The good news was that Li Ji did not plan to cut off the two people's sources of income. As long as they didn't cause trouble and paid enough grain for the settlement, he wouldn't interfere with their fortresses. This was a great relief. When the two heard this, they knelt on the ground with a thud and loudly said, "Your Excellency is wise. We will not trouble you. We will manage well and pay enough grain. There will be no problems in the fortresses." Seeing their words, Li Ji nodded and took a sip of tea. That's good to know. Seeing Li Ji's attitude, the two householders knew it was time to leave. They waited a month for an appointment with Li Ji, and when they finally saw him, they were dismissed before even finishing a cup of tea. The new official was really difficult to deal with. But since the officials are higher up, they dared not resist. They quickly stood up, bowed, and took their leave. "We dare not disturb your Excellency. We will take our leave now. We bid farewell." Li Ji nodded and waved his hand, letting the two troublemakers from the Ming dynasty leave. "Thanks to White Tower 21500 for the generous reward. I appreciate it. Thanks to Muti Chiwei for the 500 reward. Thank you." After Li Ji was promoted to defense officer, the military strength of Fan Family Village also increased. Originally, the village had 57 soldiers, now it had 120. In theory, with this many soldiers, they should receive the corresponding monthly pay. However, late Ming finances were tight, and the court often couldn't pay the soldiers on time. Plus, corruption was rampant in the government. Military pay was often embezzled at every level, so the soldiers received very little. According to the standard of Tian Zero Town, the 120 soldiers should receive 240 taels of silver each month. But in mid-February, when the first military pay was issued, Li Ji only received 72 taels from the guard command, meaning each soldier got less than 7 xian of silver. Seeing how little the pay was, Li Ji secretly thought that even the local military officials of the Ming dynasty didn't get much from corruption. Even if they were just eating the pay, it wasn't much. Soldiers who received less than a month's pay wouldn't have enough morale for intense training, so the army they formed would be weak. Fan Family Village originally had 27 old and weak soldiers, 4 of whom had joined Li Ji's elite unit. That left 23 soldiers. Since the pay was so low, Li Ji couldn't recruit all 120 soldiers, so he could only recruit 13 more. Li Ji paid each of these 31 soldiers 2 taels of monthly pay, just enough to use up all the pay issued from above. Usually, Li Ji instructed them to train for city wall defense every day, so they could help select the elite troops to defend the city when needed. Other times, this troop patrolled inside the city, acting like a police force. Li Ji couldn't do much about the low military pay and insufficient troop numbers. When the officials came to check, Li Ji simply gathered over 100 soldiers from the elite troop to make up the numbers. The memorial Li Ji sent to the emperor requesting more soldiers also received a quick reply. In the memorial, Li Ji praised his loyalty so highly that it seemed like he was asking for a lot of soldiers. With such praise from officials like Yishishio, the emperor naturally agreed to increase Li Ji's troop numbers without hesitation. Li Ji then started recruiting new soldiers, gathering young men from Tianjin and Fanjiazwang, expanding the elite troop to 2,000 men. Recruiting so many new soldiers at once kept Li Ji very busy. He used all his resources and effort to find the right 2,000 men. After finishing these tasks, Li Ji went to see the 5 artillery craftsmen captured from Yanshan. It had been a month since he returned to the city. He asked about the progress of the artillery workshop he had ordered them to build inside the city, but he didn't know how far along they were. When Li Ji arrived at the artillery workshop in the east of the city, he saw that the furnace was already built, and the 5 blacksmiths were busy making molds for casting cannons. Seeing Li Ji, the 5 craftsmen hurried to kneel and greet him. "Greetings, Lord Defender." Li Ji said, "No need for formalities. How is your progress?" The 5 craftsmen replied, "The tools and furnace are ready. We are making clay molds in preparation for casting the first bronze cannon. It's been a while since we last made cannons, so we plan to cast a small one first." Li Ji thought for a moment and asked, "When you use clay molds for casting, what do you do about the moisture in the clay? At such high temperatures, pouring molten copper into a mold with even a tiny amount of water will cause bubbles to form, which can weaken the cannon and cause it to or explode." The 5 craftsmen didn't expect Li Ji to know such technical details. They looked at each other, and the head craftsman, Xiaoyu, said, "Your lordship is very knowledgeable. Clay molds tend to trap water, so we dry them in the wind for a month before use. Still, some moisture can remain, causing the copper to form honeycomb-like bubbles. Out of 10 cannons, only 1 might be usable." "Only 1 out of 10? That's a lot of wasted effort," Li Ji chuckled, recalling the casting methods he learned about in later generations. He then suggested, "What if we don't use clay molds, but instead cast with iron molds? Iron doesn't contain water, so it won't produce bubbles, greatly increasing the success rate. Additionally, cast iron used to make molds results in the inner and outer walls of the bronze cannons being smoother, which reduces surface cleaning and machining work on the interior." Hearing Li Ji's words, the 5 cannon makers were all stunned. They had made large cannons with mud molds for 10 years but had never thought of using cast iron to make molds. However, they were experienced foundry workers. Li Ji's guidance made them realize immediately that using cast iron for molds has great advantages. Without bubbles, wouldn't each cast cannon be usable? There would be fewer defective products. This master of defense, how does he know so much? Touching his head, Xiaoyu asked with a smile, "Master of defense, if we use cast iron to make molds, how will the mold and the bronze cannon be separated later?" Li Ji knew this cannon maker would ask this question. He recalled some casting knowledge from later times and replied, "When casting cannons with iron molds, first brush the inner surface of the mold with a coating made of fine rice husk ash and fine sand mud mixed with water. Then apply a second layer of coating made of very fine charcoal powder. After that, tighten the iron mold, heat it, and pour in the molten copper. Once it solidifies, remove the iron mold immediately. While the cannon is still hot, clean off the burrs to get the finished product." Hearing Li Ji's explanation, the 5 cannon makers fell silent, carefully thinking about his words. China was the earliest country to use metal molds for casting. As early as the Warring States period, they used iron molds to mass-produce cast iron farming tools and implements. Using iron molds with double-layer coatings was also a traditional technique, which the 5 cannon makers had heard of before. With Li Ji's guidance, they understood immediately. After half a minute, Xiaoyu understood and said, "Your wisdom is remarkable. This casting method is truly excellent." Li Ji smiled and accepted their praise, then explained in detail. "First, make 5 mud sections according to the size of the bronze cannon. Then, divide each mud section into 2 halves to form the mold. Use a wheel to smooth the inner surface, making it clean and well-shaped, then dry it for later use. Place a pre-made handle inside the mud mold. When pouring, cast it together with the iron mold. When casting the iron mold from the mud model, invert the section of the cannon's mouth onto a flat mud board. Fill 1 half with mud, dry it, then cover it with another mud board. Clamp the mold tightly, pour in the molten metal, and form the first half of the iron mold. Remove the mud filling, then repeat the process to cast the other half. By pouring each section step by step, a complete set of layered, interlocking iron molds can be created." After hearing Li Ji's explanation, the other 4 blacksmiths also understood clearly. They were amazed by Li Ji's method, and their eyes showed both respect and admiration. "I can't believe such a talented military officer exists in my Ming dynasty." Li Ji continued, "You should first make bronze cannons using my method. Once successful, we can then make large cannons with iron cores and copper bodies. These cannons are stronger and lighter. Are there even better techniques? This defense officer knows more than the gunmakers under Sun Yuanhua's command from earlier. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this, revealing his admiration for the craftsman's skill and technology. Thank you for the 500 donation from Mu Cha Qingwei. The cannon workshop failed several times, but finally, under Li Ji's guidance, they spent 20 days experimenting and successfully made a bronze cannon using a new method with iron billets. This new bronze cannon had no honeycomb pores, and its quality was much better than those cast with clay molds. This improved the success rate of casting and reduced the chances of the cannon exploding during use. Also, the iron billets used for casting could be reused, saving mold-making time and greatly speeding up production. They could cast a cannon in just 3 days. But Li Ji was not satisfied. He then ordered the craftsmen to make large cannons with iron cores and copper bodies. This type of cannon involved casting a gun barrel with a hot iron core first, then wrapping it in a mold, and pouring bronze around the core after it cooled. This method was an invention from late Ming China, but unfortunately, it was not widely used in history. During the late Ming period, Chinese casting technology was not inferior to Western methods. The Ming court and the Jin armies had long wars that created a demand for advanced weapons, leading to the development of these large cannons with iron cores and copper bodies. These new cannons could withstand higher pressure with less material, making them lighter. Because cast iron has a high melting point and good wear resistance, this technology also increased the lifespan of the cannons. Moreover, since bronze was expensive, using iron cores saved copper and reduced the cost of making cannons. Li Ji asked the gunsmiths to experiment and produce cannons using this method. The first field artillery he chose was the Ming-era Mining Light Long Cannon, an 84mm caliber gun that used 6-pound shells and had a barrel length of 2 meters. Its direct firing range was 400 meters, with a maximum range of 3,200 meters, and it weighed about 900 jin. However, because Li Ji used the iron core copper body method, the cannon's weight could be reduced significantly. The reason for choosing this type of cannon is that its weight and caliber are suitable. Afterward, Li Ji mostly faced battles against enemies who combined infantry and cavalry in open fields. Whether it was the later Jin in the northeast or the bandits in the northwest, they were good at fighting in the open and rarely defended stubbornly in fortified cities. Li Ji did not need heavy cannons capable of destroying enemy fortresses, but rather lightweight guns that could be used with riflemen in field battles. In this situation, a 6-pound cannon was quite suitable. A 900-pound cannon could be made lighter with iron core and copper body technology, making it easier to pull with carts and transport. The gunsmiths needed to conduct various experiments and manufacturing trials. It would take some time before they produced finished cannons that met Li Ji's requirements. Li Ji then hired 5 blacksmiths from Tianjin to work as assistants and apprentices for 5 gunmakers in Fanjiazwang. He entrusted the task to the gunmakers and went to attend to other matters. On January 11th of the 8th year of Chongzhen, the rammed earth city wall of Fanjiazwang New Town was completed. The new city wall was 3,000 meters long, enclosing the entire new town. It was 5 meters high, 4 meters wide at the base, and 3 meters wide at the top. Every 20 meters, there was a protruding battlement extending 3 meters outward. Outside the wall, there was a moat 5 meters wide and 3 meters deep. The wall was brick-lined inside and outside, with battlements and arrow slits on the outer side, though these had not yet been repaired. There were 16 heavy cannon platforms on the wall, 4 on each side. The heavy cannons needed for these platforms would be produced once the casting workshop was ready. 4 gatehouses were built at the 4 cardinal directions, southeast, south, west, and north, each completed. The 4 gates were named Shichuan to the east, Chongwen to the south, Qifeng to the west, and Shanwu to the north. Each gate had a 2-story city tower, 5 meters high, with a heavy eave and a double-eaved roof. The roof was covered with gray tiles with green glazed edges and decorated with beast head ornaments along the ridges made of glazed green tiles. The exterior of the towers had arrow slits, giving a very imposing look. In this turbulent era, the people hoped for protection from the city walls. On the day the walls were connected, many villagers in Fanjiazwang set off firecrackers in celebration. With the city walls completed, the labor of the Fanjiazwang militia was finished, and they began training in formations, combat skills, and field marches. Some rifle units practiced shooting at the range every afternoon. Once the city walls were finished, Li Ji prepared to move his family into the deputy captain's official residence in Fanjiazwang. Over the past few months, Li Ji and his brother Li Xing had lived in Fanjiazwang for work, and their mother, Mrs. Zheng, had hardly seen her sons in half a month. She missed them very much. Now that the city walls made Fanjiazwang safer, Li Ji decided to bring his mother there as well. Li Ji, accompanied by 4 bodyguards, rode on horseback and drove a carriage back to Jingbianfang. Along the way, villagers saw a military officer coming from the west, quickly made way, and gathered on the sides to watch the scene. Hey, isn't that Li Cheng's son, Li Ji? Li Ji has become such an important official? Look at that badge. That's a 5th-rank military officer. Ah, you don't know. Li Ji built a city in the west, as big as a county town, called Fanjiazwang. Wow, things really change. Just last year, Li Ji still owed money and couldn't pay it back. Li Ji, sitting confidently on his horse, ignored the gossip and rode proudly toward his home. The Li family courtyard had been repaired, and 2 guards with sticks stood at the gate, looking very imposing. When Li Ji reached his door, he was about to jump off his horse when he saw Cui He dressed in a jade-colored silk cloak, wearing a light green dress, walking over with a maid. Behind Cui He, shadowy figures of Xiao Guangwei followed persistently. Cui He saw Li Ji, smiled happily, and said cheerfully, Li Ji, it's been a long time since you last came to Jingbianfang. Now you're an important official? Before Li Ji could answer, Xiao Guangwei hurried over, panting, and said, Cui He, don't bother with Li Ji. He's about to move out of the city now. He's no longer one of us from Jingbianfang. Cui He stomped her foot and said, Xiao Guangwei, if you keep bothering me, I'll tell my father to deal with you. Xiao Guangwei smiled and said, your father has no background. My family knows officials in the government. How can your father deal with me? Cui He clenched her jaw in frustration and turned to Li Ji, saying, Li Ji, you're now an official. Help me deal with Xiao Guangwei. Li Ji smiled and asked, helping you deal with Xiao Guangwei, what's in it for me? Cui He blinked and said, then I will be your good friend. Li Ji spat and said, what does good friend mean? You're already someone I care about, closer than a good friend. Cui He hurriedly asked, then what do you want me to do? Li Ji said, if I help you deal with Xiao Guangwei, then marry me. Cui He was stunned by his words, her face turning red. She instinctively pulled at her clothes and pretended to be calm as she said, then you'll have to come to my house to ask my father for permission. Li Ji nodded and said, I'll first deal with Xiao Guangwei for you, then go ask your father for your hand. Hearing this, Cui He's face turned even redder, but she also showed a faint smile. She stood aside gracefully, silent, looking even more charming. Li Ji then turned to Xiao Guangwei and loudly scolded him. Xiao Guangwei, you chase after Miss Cui every day, damaging her reputation. What crime do you deserve for that? Xiao Guangwei was stunned. Looking at Li Ji's official robe, he nervously said, Li Ji, what do you want? My father knows old Chun. Li Ji waved his 4 bodyguards and said loudly, this troublemaker has disturbed my fiancée. He must be punished. Capture him and give him 20 heavy lashes. The 4 guards had trained for several months and were very strong. They quickly grabbed Xiao Guangwei, pressed him to the ground, and lifted his pants, revealing 2 large white buttocks. Xiao Guangwei was extremely frightened. He struggled on the ground and shouted, Li Ji, if you hurt me, old Chen from the military office won't let you go. Li Ji had previously dealt with Chen Qixio, an officer from the military office's prison. At that time, Li Ji was just a commoner, and Chen Qixio respected him because of the governor's influence. Now that Li Ji was promoted, he no longer paid attention to Chen Qixio. He smiled and said, try it and see if old Chen dares to let me go. The 2 guards at the gate handed over sticks. 2 of the guards pressed Xiao Guangwei down while the other 2 began hitting his buttocks with sticks. They took turns, each giving a heavy strike, causing Xiao Guangwei to scream loudly like a pig being slaughtered. His screams echoed through the neighborhood. The onlookers stood aside, watching in shock. Why is Li Ji so fierce, abusing his power and hitting Xiao Guangwei? Li Ji was naive as a child, and Xiao Guangwei used to bully him. Now he's grown up and fighting back. That Xiao Guangwei keeps bothering Miss Cui, damaging her reputation. He deserves to be beaten. His son was beaten by the authorities. It's a waste. His father, Xiao Shudi, must be ashamed. The 4 guards struck him heavily 20 times, and Xiao Guangwei cried out in pain, unable to make any more noise, lying on the ground and groaning. After the beating, Xiao Guangwei lay on the ground for a long time before biting his lip and pulling up his pants. But as he tried to stand, the pain in his buttocks made him collapse again. Xiao Guangwei had never suffered such a heavy loss before. He was overwhelmed and started crying on the ground. He had been bullied since childhood and was now so strong that he felt helpless. He cried louder and louder, finally sobbing loudly in despair. Li Ji looked at the unruly young man and shook his head. When he first traveled here, the young man was riding on Li Ji's shoulders, but now their differences are quite large. Li Ji turned to Cui He and saw him happily clenching his fists, smiling brightly as he watched Xiao Guangwei get scolded. Li Ji said, "Would you like me to take you to Fan's village to see the new city I built?" Cui He's face turned red again, and he hesitated, asking, "Won't you come to my house to propose marriage?" Li Ji replied, "You should prepare a gift first before coming. If you go empty-handed today in a hurry, your father will chase you away." Cui He thought for a moment, and then said, "All right, then I will go see your new city." Li Ji asked Cui He and his maid to get into the carriage, and they headed back to Fan's village to enjoy the view. When they reached the east gate of Fan's village, Cui He and the maid got out of the carriage. As soon as Cui He stepped down, he saw the tall, multi-eaved city tower above the gate and clapped excitedly, saying, "Li Ji, is this your city? What a magnificent city tower." Li Ji smiled and said, "It's okay, I guess." Cui He nodded excitedly and said, "Others might have a big courtyard, but you really have a whole city." Looking at the busy flow of people delivering building materials at the gate, Cui He asked, "Why is your city so lively? So many people coming and going?" Li Ji explained, "The city's buildings are still under construction. Come on, let's go inside and take a look." Seeing the guards bringing people into the city, the soldiers at the gate bowed and saluted Li Ji and his group, making Cui He laugh happily. Once inside, Cui He was captivated by how clean and tidy the city was. He looked around and said, "Li Ji, why is there no trash in Fan's village? It's so clean. It doesn't even look like a town." After thinking for a moment, Cui He added, "And there's no dirty stuff or bad smell either." Li Ji said, "In my city, throwing trash around is punishable. Every 5 households have a big trash bin outside their door. I hire people to carry the trash outside the city and bury it. Also, old residents' homes have public toilets, and new residents have their own toilets connected to septic tanks. That's why there's no trash buildup or bad smell." Cui He nodded and looked around again, then asked, "Why is there no dirty water on the streets either?" Li Ji smiled and said, "I planned everything during the city's construction. The center is higher, and the edges are lower. There are deep drainage ditches on both sides of the roads, paved with blue stones. The drainage ditches are hidden underground, so you can't see them. The wastewater from households flows into the ditches and then out to the river outside the city." "That's amazing." Cui He Dong looked around again and said, "Why do I feel like people in your city dress much better than those in Tianjin? They have fewer patches on their clothes, look healthier, and don't seem so poor. Are most people in your city wealthy?" Li Ji smiled and said, "Most residents in the city are my employees' families. They get 3 meals a day, some meat, and 2 taels of monthly money. Naturally, they are better off than the common people in Tianjin." Cui He thought for a moment and said happily, "You give them so much money each month? You're a kind boss." Li Ji winked at Cui He. Seeing this, Cui He remembered the last time Li Ji winked at him at the textile factory in a playful way. He snorted and ignored him. After that, Cui He happily turned his attention to the busy scene around him. Li Ji led Cui He northward, passing through the lively villa construction site, and arrived at the Beimin market near Beidaji. Near the north gate, the first batch of villas had been built, and 2,000 worker families had moved in. These families had strong spending power, so the market was very lively, with vendors selling all kinds of goods. Some vendors couldn't rent stalls inside the market, so they set up their stalls on the roadside outside. Cui He looked at the bustling market and said with a smile, "Li Ji, people in your city are really rich. There are so many vendors here, shopping must be very easy." Li Ji replied, "Yes, these vendors set up their stalls until dusk, waiting for the workers to finish work." Cui He asked again, "Where do these vendors live?" Li Ji said, "I rent villas for them. But most of my villas are for workers, and the rent for families outside the workers is a bit higher. Come on, I'll take you to see the villa area." "Okay." Li Ji led Cui He away from the market and into the villa area near Beidaji, where about 1,000 villas had already been built. Looking at the white-walled, black-tiled 2-story villas, Cui He was surprised and said, "Li Ji, Your city's houses are so beautiful. Do your employees live in these? Li Ji smiled and said, yes. But if you marry me, you'll live in the deputy officer's official residence, which is even more beautiful than these. Cui He blushed and tilted her head shyly, saying, my father hasn't agreed yet. Maybe he won't let me. Li Ji smiled and said, I'll take you to see my soldiers. Li Ji took Cui He to the South City Gate and up to the second floor of the city tower, where they saw 2,000 soldiers training outside the south gate of Fan Family Village. Most of the soldiers were practicing formations, marching in neat squares on the training ground, walking straight and turning in unison. A few thousand people moved in neat, coordinated steps, their actions uniform, looking very impressive. Cui He saw so many soldiers and exclaimed, wow. Li Ji, what kind of official are you? How do you have so many soldiers? No wonder you dare to scold Xiao Guangwei. Li Ji smiled and said, these are my household guards. They protect Fan Village. With these guards, Fan Village is as safe as a fortress. Even if the enemies come, we're not afraid. Cui He asked again, what's that crackling sound from over there? That's a new type of bird cannon practice. Do you know what a bird cannon is? Cui He proudly said, of course. Bird cannons can shoot far and hit people from a distance. He thought for a moment and added, with so many soldiers, your city is safer than Tianjinwei City. Li Ji confidently replied, of course, it's a bit safer than Tianjinwei City. Li Ji boasted about Fan Village in front of Cui He, making Cui He admire him greatly. He then decided to visit Cui's family to propose marriage. Choosing a good day, Li Ji brought a gift worth 100 taels of silver and visited Cui Wending, the head of Cui's family. Cui Wending was a regular customer of Li Ji, having earned a lot from Li Ji's soap. When he saw Li Ji bringing a generous gift, he was very pleased, even though he didn't know the purpose of the visit. They sat together in the main hall and talked about various topics. After a few words, Cui Wending asked his servant to call his son over to introduce him to Li Ji. Li Ji, Cui He's younger brother Cui Chongwu, is now 17 years old and has become an adult. He recently passed the imperial exam for young scholars. Cui Wending paused here, seeming proud that his son had achieved this at such a young age, then continued, he's grown up with you. Please look after him in the future. Cui Chongwu was very handsome, with big eyes, and looked a bit like his sister Cui He. When he saw Li Ji dressed in a fifth-rank military official's uniform, he was nervous and tried to bow. Li Ji quickly helped him up, and he relaxed, standing in front of his father and bowing to Li Ji, saying loudly, Big brother Li Ji, hello. Li Ji smiled and said, hello Wugur. Long time no see. Cui Chongwu shook his head and said politely, Brother Li Ji now serves the emperor. We dare not disturb you casually. Li Ji smiled but didn't reply. Cui Chongwu then sat in the second seat, listening to his father and Li Ji talk. Cui Wending looked happily at his son and said to Li Ji, let me be honest with you. More and more people now see the benefits of soap. All the counties in Jingji need it. I plan to sell soap in those counties. So, Cui Wending stroked his beard and said, so, 50,000 pieces a month are not enough anymore. Li Ji, can you give me a larger share of soap? The demand for soap is very high. Ordinary people can afford 20 won or more per piece, so soap has been very popular and is a seller's market. Not just soap, but also fine cloth and cement are in short supply and hard to get. Li Ji hasn't increased production because he's worried that too much product at once might upset the current market balance. Also, if Li Ji produces too many goods in Tianjin, sourcing raw materials becomes a problem. Now, being able to sell Li family's goods is not enough. Being able to buy from Li Ji makes someone a hero. Li Ji smiled and said, then, at 50,000 more pieces of soap each month, but I will raise the price to 18 won per piece. Cui Wending was very excited when he heard this. He patted his thigh and said, great. No wonder I am from Jingbianfang. So straightforward. 18 won, then 18 won. In Beijing, soap sells for 25 won a piece. If Li Ji gives him 50,000 more pieces, he can earn over 300 taels of silver extra each month. Although the cost of the soap was originally raised to 18 won, compared to 17 won, he only earns 50 taels less. Now, Cui Wending can earn over 600 taels a month from Li Ji's soap, making at least 7,000 taels profit a year, much more profitable than his spice business. With so many benefits, he naturally doesn't mind losing 50 taels a month. Thinking about future profits, he looked at Li Ji with increasing favor. Seeing Cui Wending in a good mood, Li Ji thought for a moment and said, Duke Chui, I came today to ask you something. Chui Wenning put away his smile. Remembering the valuable gift Li Ji brought, worth 100 taels, he straightened up and asked seriously, What is it? Feel free to speak. Li Ji cupped his hands and asked, Do you know if Chui He has been betrothed? Listening behind the main hall wall, Chui He heard these words and chuckled softly. She quickly covered her mouth, afraid her laughter would be heard by the people inside, and then she ran into the backyard with her head lowered. Li Ji heard Chui Wenning's words and felt even happier, knowing that Chui Wenning had agreed to the marriage. However, nowadays, one cannot propose in person. It is customary for parents and matchmakers to arrange marriages, so a matchmaker must be involved. Chui Wenning loved Chui He very much and wanted to follow proper etiquette for her wedding, making sure everything was done correctly and officially. After hearing this, Li Ji said goodbye and left Chui's house to find a matchmaker. The next day, Li Ji hired a matchmaker named Qin from Jingbian Fang. She was well known for being clever and good at talking, and she had watched Li Ji and Chui He grow up. Li Ji gave her 5 taels of silver, and she happily started organizing the wedding plans. Qin went to Chui He's house to discuss the marriage. Chui Wenning agreed immediately. He also invited another matchmaker to help coordinate the wedding, showing how much he cared for Chui He and wanting to make the wedding very proper and full of ceremony. When Chui Wenning officially agreed to the marriage, Li Ji was very happy. Chui He was a beautiful girl and Li Ji's childhood friend, so he had no reason not to marry her. However, after the agreement, Li Ji had to meet 2 matchmakers every day at Fanjiazwang, answer questions, and discuss wedding customs. It was busier than managing his land. In the Ming dynasty, a marriage involved 3 main steps. The first was sending the betrothal gifts. Li Ji, through the matchmaker, sent Chui He a wooden comb, 2 hair ropes, and some cloth for shoes. Chui He, in return, sent a pair of handmade cloth shoes and a handkerchief. The second step was accepting the proposal, where Li Ji gave betrothal gifts to Chui's family. He sincerely liked Chui He and generously gave 1,000 taels of silver as a bride price. He also sent over a dozen sets of silk dresses and accessories, including a white-purple dress and a large red skirt, along with a set of gold hairpins and earrings. Chui's family was very pleased with the gifts and responded with embroidery and sewing as a thank you. After completing these 2 steps, Li Ji and Chui Wenning chose an auspicious date for the wedding, which was the 13th day of the 2nd month, a very lucky day. On the 12th day of the 2nd month, the day before the wedding, Chui He's family delivered the dowry to Li Ji's official residence. They began preparing the dowry, and in front of Li Ji, Chui He's maid opened all the boxes, symbolizing opening the boxes to bring prosperity. Xianong Chui has always loved Chui He deeply. He prepared a very generous dowry for her, spending about 800 or 900 taels of silver. The dowry included all kinds of daily items, complete sets of gold bracelets, gold necklaces, basins and buckets, bedding, chests, clothes, and more. Everything was beautiful and plentiful. There was also a pair of red lacquered chopsticks, symbolizing quickly having children. The bride's new shoes, made by Chui He herself, were placed inside the groom's shoes, symbolizing harmony and a long-lasting marriage. The last of the 3 wedding ceremonies was the bride's procession. On February 13th, Li Ji hired 3 bands to play music. He rode his oxen horse, beating drums and gongs, from Fan Village to Wei City, carrying the big wedding sedan to Chui's house at Jingbian Fang. Seeing Li Ji's grand procession, neighbors from Jingbian Fang gathered at Chui's house to watch. What a grand scene! Chui He is finally marrying Li Ji. Chui He is the prettiest girl in our neighborhood. Today she gets married. Who else would she marry if not Li Ji? Now Li Ji is a military officer guarding Fan Village, a 5th-rank official. We in Jingbian Fang have no better children than Li Ji. Inside Chui's courtyard, Chui He's 3rd aunt and 6 sisters-in-law gathered in front of the main hall, crying loudly. Chui He, wearing a red veil, was helped out of the courtyard by her bridesmaids and got into the sedan. Moved by her relatives, she also cried so much that tears ran down her chin beneath the veil. Li Ji helped Chui He into the sedan, then mounted his horse and bowed to the neighbors, saying, Dear neighbors, today I am holding banquets at both the official hall in Fan Village and Li's courtyard at Jingbian Fang. If you have free time, please come and join us at Li's courtyard for the wedding feast. No need to bring gifts. Just come empty-handed to show respect to me, Li Ji. Hearing about the feast, the neighbors responded happily. Of course. We will definitely come to drink Li Ji's wine. All right, then I'll go empty-handed. I'll come tonight for the celebration." After saying this, Li Ji loudly ordered, "Raise the sedan." The large bridal sedan, carried by 8 men, was lifted up and led the long wedding procession toward Fan Village. When they arrived at Fan Village, 2 more bands were playing drums and gongs in front of the official hall, making the scene even more lively. The sedan stopped in front of the main hall in the evening. The courtyard outside was already full of guests, officials and managers from Li Ji's business, suppliers, and distributors, all drinking and celebrating Li Ji's happy day. Not only did they have wine, but even Li Ji's ordinary workers and servants, who normally wouldn't sit at the banquet, also had extra food and drink in the kitchen today. Li Ji jumped down from the Yusen horse and, together with Cui He, entered the main hall to begin the wedding ceremony. They bowed once to heaven and earth, twice to the ancestral tablets, the tablet of the late father, and the tablet of Mother Jing, then faced each other for a couple's bow. After the ceremony, cheers erupted among the crowd who were drinking. Having completed all the rituals, Li Ji took Cui He by the hand and led her into the main room of the 3rd courtyard, which was their new bridal chamber. Finally marrying his beautiful bride after a busy day, Li Ji let out a sigh of relief. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Li Ji lifted Cui He's red veil and saw 2 dried tear marks on her face. Her face was flushed, red like 2 ripe apples. Li Ji smiled and said, "My wife, your red face is so beautiful." Hearing this, Cui He happily giggled and blinked her eyes, saying, "Husband, you're teasing me again." When Li Ji heard Cui He call him husband, he felt very happy. He walked to the candle holder and gently blew out the copper lamp. "Thanks to Lord Hua for the 500 reward. Thank you. Thanks to Sasuke 233 for 200 and OL Cockroach Mouse for 100. Li Ji became a married man, and he and Cui He were very close, never separated even during their honeymoon. When the peach blossoms bloomed in March and they took off their thick cotton coats, Li Ji returned to work. First, Li Ji checked the rifle workshop. He asked his second uncle, Li Dao, to manage the workshop, and he was doing a good job. The batch production of mini rifles had been ongoing for 7 months. During this time, over 60 gunsmiths had produced more than 400 mini rifles. Moreover, most of the 130 apprentice blacksmiths had already finished their training, producing the first batch of 127 qualified rifles. After the apprentices finished, their monthly pay increased from 2 to 3 taels. For each rifle made, the master craftsman received 3 qian out of the 1 tael reward, and the remaining 7 qian went to themselves. This meant a monthly income of 3 taels and 7 qian, which was considered a good salary. Now that the apprentices were earning money, they were very excited and worked very diligently. The veteran craftsman's monthly pay, including rewards, reached 4 taels and 6 qian, which was already considered wealthy in this era, and they also worked very carefully. Each month, these craftsmen produced 1 mini rifle. Every rifle was tested with 4 times the amount of gunpowder before leaving the factory, ensuring high quality. Li Ji equipped 4 battalions with rifles, totaling 500 men. The soldiers trained daily at the shooting range to become skilled marksmen as quickly as possible. Other units without rifles continued practicing combat, drills, and outdoor exercises. Li Ji also checked the artillery workshop. Over the past 2 months, they made progress in producing large cannons with iron cores and copper bodies. The craftsmen have learned how to cast 2 metals together. The 6-pound cannon Li Ji requested has been roughly completed. The experimental 900-pound cannon passed inspection and was fully qualified. The 800-pound long cannon also passed, with no cracks after firing 100 shots, and it is lighter by 100 pounds than the lightweight cannons of this era. The craftsmen believe there is still potential to improve the large iron-copper cannons by making the barrels thinner to reduce weight. However, rushing is risky. 2 experimental 6-pound cannons weighing 500 and 550 pounds both burst during testing, nearly causing injuries. The craftsmen do not yet know the limit of how thin the barrels can be, so they are exploring step by step. They expect that soon they will find the best specifications for the 6-pound long cannons with iron cores and copper bodies. All 5 craftsmen are eager for the day when they can finalize the new cannon parameters and hope Li Ji will restore their artisan status then. Li Ji reminded the craftsmen to stay safe before leaving the artillery workshop. The soap workshop's capacity increased after Su Min's additional orders. Now, 150 workers are employed there in Fanjiazwang City. Last month, Cui Wending placed another order for 50,000 bars per month. Li Ji recruited an extra 50 workers, bringing the total to 200. The extra soap produced far exceeds Chui Wending's needs, so Li Ji sells the surplus soap directly in Tianjin. The textile factory runs smoothly under Zheng Yuan's management, with no issues. The cement workshop also supplies cement to the bricklayers as usual, with no problems. After checking all the operations and confirming everything runs normally, Li Ji began developing new industries. This time, Li Ji plans to produce glass. As an industrial designer, he understands the detailed methods of making glass, a common product for daily life. Since Fanjiazwang has been built and various industries can be safely set up there, Li Ji is ready to start making glass. The first step in building a glass workshop is to establish a furnace for melting materials. Making glass requires heating raw materials like soda ash, limestone, and quartz to about 1,550 to 1,600 degrees Celsius. Ordinary furnaces won't work. Specialized equipment and skilled workers are needed to build these furnaces. The crucibles that hold the raw materials also require expert craftsmanship. In this era, the most common high-temperature craftspeople are those who make porcelain. Li Ji plans to find a few porcelain artisans to help him make glass. Li Ji asked around in Tianjin City and learned that a porcelain master was 150 miles south in Qing County. He personally rode a horse with attendants to Qing County. Once there, he inquired and found out that in Lu Village, everyone makes porcelain, especially the Kai family, who are famous for their blue and white porcelain. Li Ji paid someone to guide him and found the Kai family in Lu Village. Their house was large and took up a big piece of land in the center of the village, a private courtyard. From outside, Li Ji saw several clay kilns, probably used by the Kai family to make porcelain. He handed over a visiting card at the gate, and a Kai family member came out to take him to the main hall. Before entering, Li Ji saw a young man kneeling on the ground, standing proudly with a straight back. In front of the young man were three elders. One in the middle looked very angry and kicked the young man on the shoulder. "I'll beat you, rebellious son." The young man was kicked down but stubbornly got up again and knelt on the blue brick floor, loudly saying, "Father, Chuier and I truly love each other." The old man's face turned red with anger. He shouted, "Our Kai family is also a big family in Lu Village. And you've set your heart on a girl from a poor family who can't even feed herself. I told you to marry the girl I chose, but you refused. Are you trying to make me angry?" The young man on the ground shouted back, "Chuier and I have already sworn before heaven and earth. She is my wife. I will only marry her in this life. I ask you again, will you marry the daughter of the Han family?" The young man lifted his chin and loudly said, "In this life, only Chuier is my wife." The old man, unable to hold back, kicked him in the chest and yelled, "Get out of here, Kai family. We don't need a rebellious son like you." The young man got up, knelt again, looked at the old man, and tremblingly said, "Father, if you drive me out, I will starve to death." The old man shouted loudly, "I raised you for 18 years, taught you to make porcelain for 10 years. And this is how you repay me? You make me ashamed in the village. You know people need to eat, right? Don't you have Chuier? Go find her at her house." After saying this, the elderly person mustered all his strength and shouted loudly, "Get out. Our Kai family doesn't have room for someone like you." The young man lowered his head, slowly got up, and walked out the door, head down. He and Li Ji, who was watching the scene, passed by each other without looking up. Li Ji watched the lively scene and understood that the children's insistence on making their own marriage decisions had upset their father. He thought to himself that parents in Daming still had a lot of power. Luckily, his own marriage to Chui was not opposed by his parents, otherwise, it might not have happened. After the Kai family elders calmed down inside the second hall, Li Ji followed the young servant into the main room. Seeing Li Ji's official uniform, the Kai family head put away his anger and bowed, saying, "Your Honor, welcome. We are honored by your visit." Li Ji smiled and said, "No need for formalities." The head of the Kai family invited Li Ji to sit down, placing him in the main seat while he sat at the lower end. He also had a servant bring tea. Li Ji took a sip of tea and then got straight to the point, asking, "I wonder how much profit you make from running this porcelain workshop each year?" The Kai family head looked a bit embarrassed when asked about his income and thought for a moment before replying, "Our family of 6 makes porcelain. Besides daily expenses, we earn about 100 taels of profit each year." He hadn't expected that the Kai family's annual profit was quite high. Considering the expenses for 6 people, they earned at least 150 taels of silver a year. Since others have higher income, hiring them would require even more silver. Li Ji felt a bit of pain in his heart for the money but kept a calm face and said, I offer 250 taels a year to hire your family of 6 to work at Fan's Village. What do you think? The Kai family head was surprised and asked, Fan's Village? What does your honor want to make? Li Ji replied, I want to make glass, and I need some workers. The Kai family head shook his head and said, Your honor, I'm sorry, but our Kai family has been making porcelain for 7 generations. It's a craft passed down for hundreds of years. We don't want to leave Lu Village and lose this tradition. Refusing to work for him, Li Ji took a breath and said, I am willing to pay 300 taels of silver, and each of your 6 family members will get 50 taels a year. How about that? Please consider it, Lord Kai. But the Kai family head stubbornly replied, Even if you pay 1,000 taels, I won't give up our ancestral craft. Li Ji was momentarily stunned and said, Lord Kai, please think it over. Who's really losing out here? The head of the Kai family was very upset after kicking his son out of the house. He said, Sir, forgive my ignorance. My family will not agree to this matter no matter what. Li Ji finally said helplessly, Then I ask one person from your family of 6, just one person. How about that? The head of the Kai family replied arrogantly, Our 6 people just support a seller. If one person is missing, the business can't survive. Li Ji was surprised by the old-fashioned attitude of the family head and sighed helplessly. Thanks to the reward of 200 from cesium hydroxide, CSOH, and 100 from Lancy Road, Li Ji couldn't convince the Kai family head, so he stood up to leave. Outside the Kai family gate, Li Ji saw the son who had been kicked out kneeling outside the door. Li Ji thought that the family head had taught this son a skill in porcelain making. He thought this person was talented. Maybe he could be hired. He asked, Young man, what are you kneeling here for? The young man looked at Li Ji, lowered his head, and said, Sir, I was kicked out. I can only kneel here and ask my father for forgiveness. Otherwise, I have no career outside, and I will starve to death sooner or later. Li Ji asked, Are you willing to marry Han's daughter? The young man shook his head and said through gritted teeth, I only have Chueo as my wife in this life. Li Ji smiled when he heard this and said threateningly, If you want to marry Chueo, how can your father let you go home? I'm afraid you'll kneel here and die, and your father won't change his mind. Hearing Li Ji's words, the young man looked terrified and asked nervously, Sir, what should I do? Li Ji blinked and said with a smile, Why don't you elope with Chueo? The young man thought Li Ji was going to give him some advice. Instead, he said to elope, and he immediately lost his spirit. He muttered, In this chaotic time, where can I take Chueo to run? We'll starve to death in a strange land sooner or later. Li Ji clapped his hands and walked over to the young man, slowly saying, I heard your father taught you for 10 years. Do you know how to build a kiln? The young man looked at Li Ji and said, Yes. I can build a kiln, choose the kiln, shape the clay, and fire it. I can do all that. I'm not worse than my father. After thinking for a moment, he added, But building a porcelain kiln costs a lot of materials, and the expenses can reach several hundred taels of silver. I can't build it empty-handed. Do you really know how to build a kiln? I really do. I even improved my family's kiln. Li Ji heard this and became excited. He loudly said, I will show you a clear path. Come to Fan's village to build a kiln for me. The young man looked at Li Ji's official robe, thought for a moment, and lowered his head. No, I can't do that. Even if I starve, I won't reveal my family's secret ceramic-making skills. Li Ji cursed. What are you revealing? I don't need you to make ceramics. I want you to build a high-temperature kiln for glass. The young man on the ground was stunned. He looked up at Li Ji with bright eyes and asked, Make glass? Li Ji nodded. Yes, make glass. Just follow my instructions to build the kiln. You don't need to share your family's secret ceramic skills. Just build a high-temperature kiln. If you help me, I will pay you 4 taels of silver a month, and I will also give you a cheap house to live in, enough for you and Chueo to live comfortably. The young man finally understood. He looked at Li Ji with joy and said, Anyone who is experienced in making ceramics can build a kiln. Why did the official choose me? Li Ji replied, It's said that your Kai family's craftsmanship is the best. Do you want to do this? The young man quickly answered, Yes, I will do it. I won't leak my family's secret skills. I'll help you build the kiln, official. Li Ji smiled and nodded. He asked, What is your name? Humble name Kai Huishui. Li Ji reached into his pocket and took out 12 taels of silver. He said, "Kai Hui Shui, I believe you can build the kiln. I'll give you 3 months' wages up front. Take this money and go say hello to Chuier. Give 10 taels of silver to her family as a betrothal gift. Then come with me to Fan's village to build the kiln. In a few months, you can save up a few dozen taels and marry Chuier. Of course, as long as you help me build a glass kiln. If in a few months you can't finish it, you can go home and marry the Han girl." Seeing how thoughtful Li Ji was, the young man was overjoyed and couldn't help but shed tears. He wiped his eyes, got up from the ground, took the silver, and nodded. "Official, I will definitely build a good glass kiln for you." Li Ji nodded and told Kai Hui Shui to go say hello to Chuier's family. Then Li Ji bought a horse in the county town. When Kai Hui Shui returned, Li Ji handed him the horse. "How did it go with Chuier's family?" "I told her father I got the job paying 4 taels a month. He was happy to accept my silver." Kai Hui Shui paused and smiled. "Chuier is very happy too." Li Ji smiled and said, "Good. Mount up, and let's go to Fan's village." Upon arriving at Fan family village, Li Ji emphasized the importance of confidentiality and then showed Kai Hui Shui the blueprint he designed for a glass kiln. Besides the main furnace and heat storage chamber, Li Ji also designed an annealing tunnel. Annealing is the process of controlling temperature changes to gradually cool high-temperature materials, which helps remove internal stresses. If these stresses are not removed, the glass could on its own. Li Ji and Kai Hui Shui explained that the purpose of this kiln was to heat the glass raw materials in the crucible to a temperature higher than that used for making ceramics, so the materials would fully melt into glass liquid. Then, they would add nitrate to remove color, pass the glass through the annealing tunnel, and finally clarify it with salt before pouring it into molds for shaping. Based on this idea, Li Ji asked Kai Hui Shui to design the glass kiln. Kai Hui Shui, being an experienced ceramic worker, understood all the advanced techniques Li Ji mentioned and confidently assured him that he could build the kiln. Li Ji gave Kai Hui Shui 1,000 taels of silver for purchasing materials. He also allocated a piece of land on the southeast side of Fan family village for Kai Hui Shui to set up a workshop, hired 5 laborers to assist and learn, and had them work with Kai Hui Shui to build the glass kiln. While the glass kiln was under construction, the 6-pound cannon Li Ji ordered was already completed. On March 20th, the 5 cannon makers finished testing and finalized the 6-pound cannon. Although a 650-pound iron core and copper cannon had been fired 100 times without exploding, explosions were very serious and could cost soldiers their lives. It was crucial that no shells ever exploded. To ensure safety, the cannon makers ultimately standardized the 6-pound cannon at 750 pounds. With this standard, the double-layered barrel wall was thick enough to fully protect the soldiers, ensuring they would not be afraid to fire the cannons. On the 21st, the 2 finished 6-pound cannons were officially tested on the sandy ground south of Fan family village. Li Ji came specifically to watch the test. Not only he, but many villagers and children also gathered to see the cannons. They surrounded the cannons in several circles, and eventually, Li Ji had to send 20 soldiers to maintain order. According to Li Ji's design, the 2 6-pound cannons were mounted on a 2-wheeled carriage. Each cannon had a separate front cart for ammunition, also with 2 wheels. During transport, the carriage and front cart were connected to form a 4-wheeled wagon for easy towing. Each wagon was pulled by 4 horses to keep pace with the marching soldiers. The cannon makers drove the wagons onto the sand, removed the pins between the carriage and front cart, and set the cannons on the ground. Seeing the cannon being set up, the crowd cheered excitedly, each person covering their ears in preparation for the cannon to fire a projectile. The test shot was aimed at a large tree on a small hill 2 kilometers away. 5 gunmakers used a special measuring tool designed for this type of cannon to calculate the amount of gunpowder needed. They tore open packages of gunpowder, each weighing a gene, to load the cannon. Then, the gunmaker used a wooden pestle to pack the gunpowder tightly, placed a solid cannonball inside, and pressed it down again. After loading, the gunmaker measured the straight-line distance from the target to the cannon using a ruler and measured the angle of elevation with a protractor, adjusting the cannon's angle accordingly. Next, they poured a small amount of gunpowder into the firing hole at the back of the cannon as a primer. Then, the gunmakers stood on either side, with the chief craftsman Xiao Yu attaching a fuse at the firing point, ready to ignite. After completing these steps, it took about a minute. If it was a second shot, they would need more time to reset the carriage, clean the barrel, and cool the cannon. Li Ji had heard that in 17th century Europe, the best gunners could only fire about 60 shells in an hour. Watching these test shots, Li Ji realized that was true. Even if they didn't cool the barrel and just fired continuously, at maximum speed, they could only fire 2 shells per minute. When everything was ready, Li Ji gave the command, and Xiao Yu lit the fuse. The fuse burned, igniting the gunpowder inside the barrel. A loud thunderous boom echoed as the cannon roared forward, ejecting a burst of flame and propelling the solid iron cannonball outward. The projectile traced an arc through the air toward the distant target, finally hitting a large tree about 10 meters beyond the target, breaking another tree nearby. The spectators thought the cannon had hit the target and cheered loudly, shouting in approval. The disciplined army of the Xianfeng Regiment strictly protected the people of Fan Village, only defending them. The stronger Li Ji's military power, the safer Fan Village would be. The villagers sincerely hoped these cannons would hit their targets every time. After testing with solid shells, the 5 gunmakers began firing shrapnel shells. A shrapnel shell is a cylindrical object with a round shape and a thin iron shell. The bottom is made of a wooden chamber, and inside are small iron balls. When the cannon fires, the bottom chamber pushes the shell forward. The moment the shell leaves the barrel, the pressure difference inside and outside the cannon causes the shell's outer shell to. The iron balls inside then burst out, forming a circular pattern in the air, creating a wide spread of projectiles that sweep through a cone-shaped space from the cannon's mouth, targeting everything within that cone. To deal with close-range soldier targets, the power of the shotgun is immense. Li Ji had people make 100 scarecrows, placed densely about 100 meters from the cannon, for testing. 5 gun makers cleaned the barrel, loaded it with gunpowder and shotgun pellets, and lit the fuse. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred, and hundreds of small projectiles shot out rapidly toward the scarecrows, smashing them into flying straw pieces. Li Ji sent someone to check and found that 30 of the scarecrows had been hit. If a person had been hit by these pellets, they would be seriously injured or killed, losing their ability to fight immediately. This result made Li Ji very happy. It's easy to imagine how deadly such pellets would be if used against bandits or enemies. The 5 gunmakers stayed loyal and made a good cannon. Li Ji announced that they were no longer servants but craftsmen of the Fan family village. You will now specialize in making cannons for me. You will get 3 or 2 silver coins each month, and you can eat meat dishes at the canteen once a day. After many hardships, the 5 craftsmen finally regained official recognition. Hearing about the monthly pay, they were overwhelmed with tears and excitement, kneeling on the ground. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency. You are like our parents reborn to us. Li Ji smiled, helped the 5 craftsmen to their feet. The 6-pound cannon was finalized. Li Ji asked the 5 craftsmen to start mass-producing 6-pound cannons based on this standard. Now, they could forge 1 cannon in 3 days and 10 cannons in a month. On April 10th, Li Ji's glass kiln was completed. Inside the kiln, there were 6 crucibles, each made with the best porcelain clay by a special craftsman hired by Kai Huaishui. After lighting the kiln, the crucibles were heated for 2 days until they glowed white-hot. Only then did Li Ji put raw materials into the crucibles. He used the first batch as a test, placing slightly different raw materials in each crucible. Some only had soda ash, limestone, and quartz. Others had different proportions of these main ingredients. Some added a bit of borax. Others added a bit of feldspar, trying to find which recipe produced the best glass. Thanks to Kai Huaishui, Li Ji knew where to buy ingredients like borax and feldspar. Making glass was quite complicated. To remove color from the hot glass water, nitrate was added. Since glass contains trace amounts of iron, it appears green. Ferrous iron, Fe superscript 2, makes it especially green, while ferric iron, Fe superscript 3, does not produce a noticeable green color. After Li Ji added saltpeter, the saltpeter oxidized the divalent iron to trivalent iron, making the glass clear and transparent. Moreover, after the glass was melted, it needed to be clarified by adding clarifying agents like salt. When heated, the clarifying agents vaporize and form large bubbles, which rise and carry small bubbles with them, reducing the number of bubbles inside the glass and making it clearer. Li Ji's furnace design was very successful. After burning all 6 batches of raw materials for a day, he turned them into molten glass. The molten glass was then cooled in annealing channels. Li Ji checked the quality of the glass samples and found that the glass in the 3rd crucible, which contained borax, was the clearest. This was considered the best recipe. In the second batch, Li Ji made small adjustments to the first batch's optimal formula, trying to find an even better one. After some trial and error, he found a nearly perfect recipe and then started making finished products. For the third batch, Li Ji began to use molds to shape glass items. He made the molds from cast iron, coating them with a layer of tung oil mixed with charcoal powder to prevent sticking. After pouring some of the molten glass into the annealing channel to cool, he poured it into molds. The craftsman pressed the molds to shape the glass. Once cooled, they produced round glass cups. The transparent glass cups looked very beautiful on the table, shining with a crystal-like glow. Kai Huishui was amazed and excited, following Li Ji and looking around eagerly. "Master, it's done. It's done. Now I can go marry Chuyer." The 5 assistants looked at Li Ji with admiration and surprise. In this era, glass was a luxury item. Such large transparent glass cups were rare, and selling them on the market would surely fetch a good price. However, when Li Ji carefully examined the glass cup, he noticed some bubbles inside the wall. These bubbles not only looked unsightly, but also made the glass fragile and prone to breaking. Li Ji thought that the clarification process was not thorough enough. He decided to eliminate the bubbles by increasing the amount of salt in the new batch of molten glass. While this reduced the bubbles, it caused the glass to become milky and cloudy, similar to frosted glass, which disappointed Li Ji. After thinking for a long time, Li Ji decided to keep the original amount of salt, but increase the stirring process to improve the clarity of the glass. He asked the blacksmith to make dozens of iron rods and instructed the craftsman to stir the molten glass in the crucible continuously before it cooled. They tried to make the bubbles in the hot glass foam out as much as possible, then added salt to clarify the mixture. After adding the stirring process, Li Ji directed the workers to pour out the molten glass into molds. When a new glass cup was finished, Li Ji was pleasantly surprised to find that most of the bubbles had disappeared. He had created a clear, transparent glass cup with a round base. Looking at this completely transparent, nearly colorless glass cup, Li Ji felt as if silver was waving at him. "Thanks to Mu Cha Ching-wei for the 1,000 donation. Very grateful. Thanks also to AE 1753 and cesium hydroxide for the 100 donation." Li Ji was busy making glassware in large quantities while planning how to promote this high-quality product. At this time, there were very few colorless glass items in the Ming dynasty. Although Europeans, like Venetian merchants, could produce clear glass, it was expensive and considered a luxury. Importing it into China was costly, and it was unlikely to be profitable. Also, transporting glass across the sea was difficult because rough seas and strong winds easily shattered the fragile items. As a result, colorless glass was rare in Ming China. Because few people saw or used it, demand was low. If Li Ji simply displayed the glass cups in his shop, he might sell only a few each month. So, Li Ji decided to take the initiative and let the people of Ming try using the glassware to see its benefits. Specifically, he planned to give the glass products to respected figures, so they could use them publicly, creating a trend for others to follow. The ideal recipients would be the emperor himself. But since Emperor Chongjin was known for being frugal and not fond of luxury, giving him glassware might be pointless, as it could be stored away and rarely used. Who, then, would be suitable? Li Ji, having traveled to Ming for over a year, understood some basic court politics. He thought of Wen Tiren, the chief grand secretary, who was the prime minister and influential. If he used the glassware, others would likely follow. He also considered Qian Qianyi, the leader of the Donglin faction, who, although now retired at home, had many students and officials across the country, wielding considerable influence. For other officials, he would simply give the glassware to high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants. Once these officials and merchants used the glassware, smaller officials and wealthy businessmen would likely follow suit. At the end of April, Li Ji brought 10 new sets of glass tea sets and 10 sets of glass wine cups to give as gifts to the capital city. The capital had a population of over 1 million people, much larger than Tianjin. Li Ji entered the city through Chongren Gate. He saw the city walls surrounding the inner city were over 10 meters high, with 4-story gate towers on the gates. Outside the walls, there were ramparts with soldiers holding spears every few meters, looking very imposing. However, the cleanliness of the city was poor, like other cities of this era. Even before entering the city, Li Ji smelled a strong foul odor. Once inside, the smell was even worse. The roads on both sides were full of beggars, with sewage flowing on the streets and trash and manure piled up at street corners, making the place very dirty and messy. The pedestrians on the street were all dressed in ragged clothes and looked pale, showing that the economy under the emperor was not good. Li Ji rode his horse, accompanied by attendants and a carriage, carefully navigating the dirty streets. They first stayed at a large inn in the east of the city. After settling in, Li Ji went to deliver the gifts. He carried 2 attendants with a set of glass tea and wine sets, along with several boxes of ginseng and deer antler, heading toward the residence of Wentiren, the chief minister of the cabinet. They reached a cleaner street and found Wentiren's house. It was a 3-courtyard residence, quite beautiful, but somewhat modest for a chief minister's home. The gate was closed, with a few idle men standing nearby. The entire courtyard looked deserted, as if there were no visitors. Li Ji approached and knocked on the side door. Since this was the home of the prime minister, he was a bit nervous. He waited for a long time but heard no response. Just as he hesitated whether to knock again, he heard one of the idle men laugh and say, "The prime minister's house has no visitors today. The gatekeeper, Wen Qi, is asleep. Sir, you should knock harder." Li Ji was surprised and then knocked firmly on the side door. Sure enough, someone opened the door. A sleepy servant peeked out and looked at Li Ji, asking, "What's the matter?" Li Ji quickly presented his official card and said, "I am Li Ji, bringing a few gifts for the prime minister. Please, gatekeeper, help me deliver the card and the gifts inside." After saying this, Li Ji took out a silver ingot worth 5 taels and tried to give it to the servant. The gatekeeper, as if electrocuted, withdrew his hand and loudly scolded, "Don't give me silver. If the master finds out I took money, he'll kick me out of the house." Li Ji had no choice but to hand over the official card and the decorated box containing the gifts. The servant took back Li Ji's invitation card but refused to accept his gifts. He closed the door and went into the yard. Li Ji was a bit confused by the servant's attitude and looked at the idle men nearby. They smiled and said, "There are many strange things at the prime minister's house. The first is that they never accept gifts. You've come here for nothing, sir." Li Ji thought to himself that this was not good. Sure enough, after a short while, the side door opened again. The gatekeeper looked a bit more alert and said to Li Ji, "Sir, the master is busy today and cannot see visitors. Please leave." Li Ji quickly replied, "I have a few small gifts. Please pass them to the prime minister." The gatekeeper waved his hand and said, "The prime minister of Ming dynasty does not accept gifts. Don't you know that?" After saying this, the servant slammed the side door shut and refused to open it again. Li Ji was turned away and felt annoyed. He secretly cursed how rude and dismissive the servant was, thinking that he looked down on him, a small official. He wanted to kick the door, but he knew he couldn't offend the prime minister, so he had to leave with his gifts. Having been rejected once, Li Ji gathered his courage, asked around, and headed east to visit the house of Qianqiani, the leader of the Donglin party. He arrived at a respectable alley in the west of the city. The street was lined with tall, grand houses. He walked to the very end of the alley and finally found Qianqiani's residence. Although Qianqiani was not holding an official position and stayed at home, his house was still very impressive. The gate was decorated with carved beams and painted rafters, and 2 large stone lions stood at the entrance, fierce and lively, much more imposing than the prime minister's house. For some reason, there was also a lazy man standing at the gate, looking around. Li Ji knocked on the door, and a servant opened it. He presented his invitation card and said with a smile, "I am Li Ji, a military officer from Tianjin, here to see Mr. Qianqiani." The servant looked him over carefully and frowned, saying, "Sir, today the master is very busy." The servant deliberately stretched out the words "very busy," and Li Ji immediately understood his meaning. He quickly took out 2 taels of silver and handed them to the servant. The servant took the silver seriously and said, "I will report to the master. However, there are 2 groups of visitors waiting inside. Please come with me to the west wing to wait." Li Ji was surprised and didn't want to waste more time here. He simply gave the servant another 2 taels of silver. The servant received the silver and smiled, saying, "Official, please wait here. I will go inside and deliver your invitation." Li Ji smiled and waited for a while. Soon, the servant returned. "Sir is available now. Please follow me," the servant said. Li Ji followed the servant around the garden wall and entered the first courtyard. He looked toward the west wing and saw several people waiting inside. He realized he was cutting in line. Inside the main hall, Li Ji saw a thin, elderly man in a blue robe sitting peacefully with his eyes closed. Li Ji's invitation was opened and placed on a tea table nearby. The old man was not tall and looked very thin. His face might have been shaved, as no beard was visible. His narrow eyes were deep set in his face, with two deep lines extending from the corners of his nose to his cheeks. This was Qian Qianni, the powerful leader of the Donglin faction. Li Ji stood in the main hall for a while, noticing the old man did not open his eyes. He bowed deeply and said, "I am Li Ji, a military officer from Tianjin. I come to see the elder of Dongjin." Hearing this, Qian Qianni opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, Li Ji felt two sharp, experienced gazes sweep over him, making him a little nervous. Although he had been idle for many years, Qian Qianni, as the leader of Donglin, still held great influence. His every movement carried a commanding presence. Qian Qianni looked at Li Ji but did not invite him to sit. He asked, "What brings you to see me?" Li Ji quickly ordered some servants to bring the gift boxes forward and said, "I have long admired your reputation. Today I brought a few modest gifts for you. There is no other reason." Li Ji opened the gift boxes, revealing ginseng, deer antler, and 2 sets of glassware. He presented them for Qian Qianni to examine. The ginseng and deer antler were ordinary, and Qian Qianni glanced at them briefly without further interest. However, the 2 sets of glassware caught his attention. He stood up, took a small wine cup from the box, and looked at it carefully. Qian Qianni said, "Is this Western colorless glass? These 2 sets of glassware are very difficult to import from the West. They must cost around 100 or 200 taels of silver, right?" Li Ji shook his head and replied, "This is colorless glass produced in my workshop. 1 set costs 30 taels, and 2 sets only 60 taels." Qian Qianni asked, "Are these colorless glasses you made?" "Exactly," Li Ji confirmed. Qian Qianni examined Li Ji again and asked, "Your glassware is so cheap. Where do you sell it?" Li Ji and others said this sentence quickly. "You can find out at Tianjin Li's shop. Just ask around in Tianjin." Qian Qianni smiled, turned over the lid of a brocade box, and saw large calligraphy on the back, "Produced by Li's in Tianjin, 30 taels per set." The saying goes that a person becomes shrewd with age. How clever is Qian Qianni? After thinking for a moment, he saw through Li Ji's intention and said, "Interesting." Li Ji was stunned but didn't know how to respond. After saying interesting, Qian Qianni took another glass teacup from a different brocade box and examined it. "These are indeed good items. Crystal clear and beautiful." After a moment of inspection, Qian Qianni put down the glass teacup and said calmly, "All right, I understand. You can go back now." Li Ji saw that Qian Qianni had guessed he was trying to use him as an advertisement. His heart tightened. But since the old man just called it interesting and praised his product, it seemed he wasn't angry about his actions and might even enjoy being his own walking advertisement. Li Ji thought for a moment, quickly bowed, and with a few guards, left Qian Qianni's residence. That night, the Minister of Rites and Grand Secretary of the Eastern Pavilion, Qian Shixing, hurriedly arrived at Qian Qianni's home. The Grand Secretary of the Eastern Pavilion was one of the official positions in the Ming dynasty. When the Ming dynasty adopted the cabinet system at the end of its rule, the cabinet officials initially served as advisors to the emperor and drafted imperial edicts, without decision-making power. But in the late Ming, civil officials' power grew. The cabinet officials became leaders amongst civil officials, with some decision-making authority, gradually becoming influential ministers. Qian Shixing and Qian Qianni knew each other very well. They met every few days. One day, Qian Shixing arrived at Qian Qianni's house empty-handed. The servant at the gate saw him and hurriedly led him to the main hall. After a while, Qian Qianni came from the backyard, greeted Qian Shixing, and sat down. Then he told his family, "Use the new tea set to entertain the Grand Secretary." The standing servant quickly responded and went to prepare tea. Qian Shixing looked at Qian Qianni and got straight to the point, worriedly saying, "We are under the emperor's favor, but the treacherous minister is hard to shake off." Shou Ji is Qian Qianni's courtesy name, and Qian Shixing used it to show respect. The treacherous minister he mentioned was naturally the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, Wen Tiran. Qian Qianni smiled and said, "Who in this world is impossible to shake?" Qian Shixing replied, "The previous destruction of Fengyang imperial tombs, the treacherous minister Wen Tiran, and the treacherous official Wang Yingxiong protected the Fengyang inspector Yang Yiping and the inspector Wu Zhenying. We asked the official Zheng Heir to speak, Hu Jiang to question Wang Yingxiong, and Wen Tiran and Wang Yingxiong to conspire to harm the country. As a result, Zheng Er and Hu Jiang angered the emperor and were banished. On the 15th day of the first lunar month this year, rebel troops captured Fengyang and destroyed the Ming imperial tomb. This was a serious matter. Fengyang's inspector Yang Yiping and the local magistrate Wu Jinying were naturally found guilty. According to Emperor Chongzhen's temper, they would have been executed. However, Yang Yiping, Wu Jinying, Wen Tiren, and Wang Yingxiang were close friends. Wen Tiren and Wang Yingxiang kept the reports about the fall of the Fengyang imperial tomb hidden until the reports about its recovery arrived in the capital. They then submitted both sets of reports together, hoping that the emperor would see the restoration of the tomb and be less angry, so they wouldn't be executed. This kind of action by Wen Tiren and Wang Yingxiang was clearly against the rules. Members of the Donglin party seized this rare opportunity to attack the Grand Secretary Wen Tiren and the senior officials Wang Yingxiang. The main official Zheng Er and Hu Jiang were minor officials, and the Donglin party saw them as test cases to explore the boundaries. However, at this time, the emperor still relied on Wen Tiren and was very angry with officials who dared to criticize Wen and Wang. The emperor punished them by demotion and removal from office. The emperor's anger also scared Qian Shixing, but it did not frighten Qian Qianni. Qian Qianni had been in government for many years and had a lot of experience in political struggles. He quickly saw what was happening. Qian Qianni calmly asked, "What is the current situation with Zheng Er and Hu Jiang, the officials who criticized the corrupt ministers?" Qian Shixing replied, "They have angered the emperor by doing things for us. For now, the emperor has demoted them. On the surface, it looks like they lost out, but in fact, they gained a good reputation. Once the fuss dies down, we will find a chance to promote them again. Although they are demoted now, they are very sensible and have no strong feelings." Smiling, Qian Qianni said, "Two minor officials criticizing the prime minister. There's hope in this." Hearing Qian Qianni's words, Qian Shixing suddenly saw the light and brightened his eyes.